Chapter 651 Super God Grade, Plague Mage Super God Grade, Chaos Armor. Within the pet space, it was very difficult for Little Black to be sealed. He even wanted to directly destroy the entire pet space, thus breaking out. But in the end, reason still overcame instinct, and did not take this next step. Because once Xiao He broke the pet space, the relationship between him and Qin Fang was broken, and there was no possibility of repairing it. And even if he goes out now, he really wasn't a match for the Chaos God. The Plague Dharma God did not panic, did not slow down. The plague power at his fingertips was like a swimming dragon, as if it was a tadpole, drilling into the Chaos God's body. The Xianhuang Xuanwu was perhaps the one who perceived it most clearly. The physical strength of this huge Chaos God was gradually declining. Originally, he had to attach a defense to the Ancestral Dragon every 3 seconds to avoid the Ancestral Dragon being killed alive. But now, every 5 seconds would do. The Amethyst Demon Bull was a little better, originally having thick skin and flesh. 8 seconds needed to attach a defense shield together for him. Otherwise, it would also be easy to be killed. Holy Qilin. Xianhuang Xuanwu. Perhaps the most tired. It needed to constantly attach defensive healing effects to the two divine beasts. The huge Chaos God's body surface was already haunted with a light black color. Its strength weakened by 1%. As Qin Fang quenched and looked at the Plague Dharma God, a skeptical thought could not help but rise in his heart. This? A Plague Dharma God of this strength? Just how did it bury an ancient deity? This strength? It was too weak. In Qin Fang's impression, the Plague Dharma God should have opened wide and killed this Chaos God in 3 strikes, stripping away the Chaos God's intent and leaving behind the 5 viscera and 6 bowels for Little Black to devour. But now, the battle was so scorching, and the Plague Dharma God seemed like an aide, unable to play any role. For a while, Qin Fang's mind couldn't help but recall the rumor that the ancient gods had once created. The Plague God had died long ago during the sealing of the ancient gods. And what was left behind now? A mere wisp of intent. Originally, Qin Fang was unwilling to believe it. But now, it seemed like it was really possible. Is it hard to believe? The Pestilence Dharma God Sr. had really died a long time ago? With this thought in mind, Qin Fang asked the Space Phoenix that was guarding beside him. Space Phoenix Sr. Dong. Ding. Plague Dharma God Sr. strength? Is it really that weak? Qin Fang didn't dare to raise his voice, so he could only ask in a low voice. Even so, the Space Phoenix saw the Pestilence Dharma God's body tremble twice, and must have heard it. Now, how could the Space Phoenix dare to say anything else? It could only tell Qin Fang. Senior Plague Dharma God's strength is transverse to the universe. How can you talk like that? Thus, the Space Phoenix turned on the Plague Dharma God's heartfelt compliments of no less than 1,000 words. Only after hearing this did the Plague Dharma God's face look a little better. Spatial Phoenix, you're finished. Plague Dharma God Sr. will definitely give you small shoes. Qin Fang, can you answer properly? Qin Fang had no choice but to sink his heart and start forging once again. I'll personally show you my strength when I behead the Chaos God. At this moment, the Plague Dharma God's joking words suddenly appeared in Qin Fang's mind. And immediately, Qin Fang thumped, thinking that it was over. At this moment, he also finally understood why the Space Phoenix's words just now were donkeyish. Curiosity killed people. Qin Fang could only hurriedly bury his head and speed up his forging. This was too intimidating. As time passed, the Ancestral Dragon also felt the strength of each punch of the Chaos God, which was decreasing in power. Now, the Ancestral Dragon suddenly branched out. Marred. It's time for me to counterattack. Xuanwu. Attach a defense for me. The old bull is going to give him a good long look. Me too. It's my turn to counterattack. Ancestral Dragon. The Amethyst Demon Bull condensed its strongest strike and fiercely blasted at the Chaos God's body. Dang. Space exploded. Smoke erupted. And the Chaos God couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Now, the originally sluggish Chaos God also sensed that something was wrong. Originally, the Chaos God was able to suppress them? Why was his strength, defense, speed, etc. all decreasing as time passed? This feeling was as if countless debuffs had been added. At this point, the Chaos God then rested his eyes on the Plague Dharma God. The so-called human deities really were something. Go to hell. Ultimate Divine Dragon Bomb. Heaven-breaking Vault Bomb. The Chaos God had been fighting for so long that he finally knew the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God's body like the back of his hand. With these big moves, the Chaos God began to unleash them for no money. Even if the Chaos God's attributes were reduced, he managed to suppress the Amethyst Demon Bull, the Ancestral Dragon. However, these two were not the focus. What the Chaos God wanted to suppress the most was the Plague Dharma God. If the Plague Dharma God was not killed first, he would still end up dead. Dang. The Super God level shell exploded beside the Plague Dharma God's body. With this strike, even a God level would have to be annihilated. However, the Plague Dharma God's silhouette did not receive any impact. Only an ancient armor appeared beside the Plague Dharma God's body. What kind of equipment was this? Qin Fang merely glanced at it. That is, he felt infinite wonder surging into his hard tip, and felt the terrifying might emanating from this equipment, which was stronger than a divine artifact. Even though Qin Fang was already a divine level forger, the moment he saw this equipment, he still had a feeling of worship, feeling his own insignificance. This equipment, as if it had been conceived at the beginning of heaven and earth, carried the aura of chaos. This was a super god level equipment, the Chaos Armor. Qin Fang was shocked. The super god level projectile descended. This armor swallowed it perfectly, and the Plague Dharma God inside did not even receive a single impact. The Plague Dharma God was as usual, constantly throwing out plague power to lower the Chaos God's strength. This scene also surprised the Chaos God, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. You? Surprisingly, you're also at the Super God level? The Chaos God was scared. At first, the Chaos God had thought that the Plague Dharma God was merely a top-tier deity. After all, the aura that the Plague Dharma God exuded wasn't even as good as the Ancestral Dragon's yet, giving off the feeling of easily being able to obliterate it. But now, based on this equipment, the Chaos God deduced that this guy wasn't a top deity, but a super god level in line with him. No wonder. No wonder. From the very beginning, the Plague Law God had always had a disinterested expression, as if everything was under his control. This equipment, it was stronger than even this set of armor from his mechanical Tyrannosaurus God. Moreover, this Plague Dharma God was able to easily eliminate his parasite seed. Hey, he should have thought of that already. Finished? Isn't this finished? The Chaos God was not at his peak at the moment. He was only a small Karami who had inherited a single innate skill. Seeing this, the Plague Fa God remained expressionless and kept outputting. Chaos God quickly calmed down. This guy shouldn't be at his peak either. If he was at his peak, he would definitely be able to easily obliterate himself. So why would he need to go through so much trouble, pretending to be a god? The Chaos God felt himself understand the bluff of the Plague Dharma God. Thud, thud, thud. The entire Forbidden Land was almost smashed. The power of a super god level skill was terrifying. This was still the Ancestral Dragon, the Plague Dharma God, and the others who had taken most of the damage. Otherwise, these 2 or 3 blows of the super god skill could have caused the entire mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's territory to sink and become ruins. Qin Fang raised his head from time to time. He was also able to see the scorching situation of the battle, so his hands moved faster. That said, the safest area so far was none other than within the special space that Qin Fang was in. This piece of space was specially created by the Space Phoenix. The damage was taken by the Space Phoenix itself, and the interior was incredibly safe. The 5 top divine beasts were all fighting for their lives as they used their lives to create another opportunity for Qin Fang. In 8 hours, Qin Fang had finally finished quenching all of the divine grade materials. Dang. Sparks flew everywhere, and Qin Fang's forging officially began. As soon as it started, the Chaos God immediately felt keenly that the power of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God within his body was turning into a trickle of streams and draining away. This power? Where did it go? The Chaos God wasn't sure. But based on the situation on the field, he was also probably able to deduce that it should have been extracted by this human race that was forging. After all, these 5 top divine beasts, when paired with the supergod level Plague Law God, all seemed to be escorting this forger. At first, the Chaos God didn't understand. But now, he understood. This Ford Master. It might be the point where this group of people flipped. The Chaos God was still puzzled just now. This Space Phoenix didn't want to lose its life, but also had to go and protect this blacksmith. Why was that? Now he understood. Thus, The Chaos God Super God level skills continuously greeted the Space Phoenix, wanting to blast her to pieces, wanting to hack up the internal Forge Master. When the Plague Dharma God saw this, he instantly understood that the Chaos God knew everything. Thus, the Plague Dharma God resisted before the Space Phoenix, helping her withstand the damage. When Qin Fang saw this, his hands moved even faster. This could not be fast. As for the success rate, this was not something Qin Fang needed to consider. He only needed to forge successfully to 50%. Knock. 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 While Qin Fang was forging, outside the Forbidden Land, more than 1,300 legendary level mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes had gathered. Marred. All these divine beasts deserve to die. The old ancestor of our clan and the ancestral dragon were said to be good friends. But now the brothers have turned against each other? Kill. Even if our strength is low, we are still able to cause some harassment to them. Thus, these legendary level mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes were like moths to a flame, constantly inflicting attacks on the divine beast ancestral dragons. The divine beast ancestral dragon didn't dare to deal a death blow yet. After all, these guys, they were all his good brother's clansmen. Ah, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God, before his death, also let itself take good care of his clansmen. Ah, you guys? The Chaos God has been deceived. The one standing in front of you right now is not your old ancestor, but the Chaos God. Stop. Hurry up and get out of here. Don't make a move. Divine Beast ancestral dragons continuously spoke out, advising these mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes. But now, where were these mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes still able to humanly listen to them? The ancestral dragon's movements were very slight, fearing that a slip of the tongue would cause these mechanical Tyrannosaurus to die. However, the price for him not laying down his deadly hands was to make these legendary grade mechanical Tyrannosaurus even more aggressive. Seeing this, the Chaos God couldn't help but applaud and rejoice. The existence of these mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes had really reduced his pressure. At the same time, the Chaos God continuously released parasitic seeds into the bodies of these legendary class mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes, wanting to enslave them. Although these mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes weren't strong, a mosquito is still meat, and they were able to restore his strength a bit. Senior Plague Dharma God, please also save them. Divine Beast ancestral dragon sobbed. These legendary level mechanical Tyrannosaurus were the young next generation of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. The future of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan? They still needed them to support it. If these legendary level mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes were to die, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race would be completely rootless. And the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race might not be able to catch its breath in 1,000 years' time. The Plague Venerable God nodded and struck out, the power of the plague transforming into an unyielding flame that merged into the bodies of these legendary class mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes, burning the parasitic seed. Now, after being rescued by the Plague Dharma God, these mechanical Tyrannosaurus seemed to understand something. The Divine Beast ancestral dragon seemed to be really good to them, and this mechanical Tyrannosaurus God seemed to be the one with the problem. Chapter 652 Chaos God Death. Senior Ancestral Dragon. This one? It's not our mechanical tyrant dragon god, right? Finally, amongst these legendary class mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes, an understanding person appeared. Yes, if it really was the so-called mechanical Tyrannosaurus god, where was the need to enslave them? And looking at the eyes of the Chaos God was so evil. No, your mechanical tyrant dragon god has been martyred. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god Coronet, in order to avoid this disaster, blew himself up. But alas, it still can't be remedied. You guys listen to me. Now quickly retreat. This is a Chaos God. It's not something you can resist. Quickly. You must be quick. You guys will become a liability if you don't leave. The ancestral dragon was fighting the Chaos God until they came together, while stumbling and talking to these mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes. And between the words, release the video screens of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex God, mechanical winged dragon God, and the others blowing themselves up. Upon seeing these videos, these legendary level mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes, one after another, stepped back and no longer participated in this matter. Clan Chief, you died unjustly. Finished. My mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan is even finished like this? The heavens are going to kill my mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. These legendary level Tyrannosaurus Rexes were sobbing blood and shedding tears. And at this moment, They couldn't do anything. And they didn't even dare to get close to the battlefield to fight against the Chaos God. Simply because once they got close, there was a 99% chance that they would be beheaded by the Chaos God. The Chaos God was furious and stared at Ancestral Dragon. Scum like you. You even went along with spoiling my plan. The Chaos God was so angry that he couldn't wait to hack Ancestral Dragon to death right away. Chaos God. Where is your might back then? The current you? Nothing more than a bereaved dog. Ancestral Dragon was in this soothing mood. Thinking about back then, Ancestral Dragon wanted to force his way in front of the Chaos God? It was simply impossible. The Chaos God was able to devour him in a single bite. But now, although this Chaos God was still at the Super God level of strength, Ancestral Dragon was already able to fight with him. All of this, Ancestral Dragon knew in his heart, was because of the Plague Dharma God. The Plague Dharma God's weakening was simply invincible. Perhaps the Chaos God himself hadn't even realized that his strength had been reduced from Super God level to a half-step Super God level. Nowadays, his strikes on his own body were no longer that painful. It was estimated that after waiting for a while, when his strength was lowered to top deity, Ancestral Dragon would be able to truly arm wrestle with him. Ancestral Dragon swallowed his saliva and couldn't wait in his heart. Go to hell. Go to hell. You rations are truly a disgrace to me. Plague Dharma God. You really deserve to die. The Chaos God kept cursing. And at this moment, he was becoming more and more powerless, as if he saw his own demise. In the Chaos God's mind, the first thought of fleeing surfaced. 10%. 30%. 50%. The Chaos God only felt that the divine power in his own body was constantly being lost. Although the speed of the loss was not fast, and the quality of the loss was not much, it still accounted for 1/10,000th of it. Dang. Qin Fong fiercely blasted down with a hammer, causing this divine artifact to fail to be forged in an instant. The terrifying power contained between heaven and earth seemed to be like a giant mouth in the sky, instantly devouring a third of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God's divine power within the Chaos God's body. At the same time, 1,000 pieces of the mechanical Tyrant Dragon God's divine artifacts appeared in Qin Fong's golden dragon's ring. The Chaos God inexplicably felt the loss of 1/3 of the power in his body, and was very frightened in his heart. What on earth had happened? Just now, the Chaos God seemed to sense an extremely strong and terrifying existence in the firmament, locking onto him, and devouring 1/3 of his power in one gulp. The Chaos God is scared. You know he's at the Super God level. So? He couldn't even capture who it was? Devouring his power. Losing 1/3 of his power caused the Chaos God's strength to instantly fall from Super God level to Peak God level. Thus, the Ancestral Dragon and the other divine beasts completely branched out and began to surround the Chaos God. This huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus God's massive body was constantly being dismantled. His body, constantly shrinking, and his strength was gradually decreasing. This forging by Qin Fong had helped a great deal in decapitating the Chaos God, and could even be said to be decisive. Qin Fong was not ready to give up on this, but instead, he lit the flame again and started forging. The Chaos God was afraid, and at this moment, he only wanted to escape. There was no fear of not having firewood to burn when there was a green hill to stay on. From the beginning, the Chaos God's peak state, to the gray escape at this moment, the Chaos God himself had never thought about it. The Chaos God's heart was very remorseful at this moment. Why? Why did he choose this time to come out? The Ancestral Dragon and other divine beasts had already prevented the Chaos God from escaping. Hey! You want to leave? It is simply impossible. Once the 5 divine beasts of the Chaos God, how much fear? Now the Ancestral Dragon and other divine beasts of the Chaos God greeted how ruthless. The Space Phoenix directly locked the surrounding space to avoid him escaping. With the current strength of the Space Phoenix, no one would be able to escape in his hands unless they were the god of space. The Chaos God tried 7 or 8 times, and was still unable to escape. You guys? Don't push people too far. If you let me leave at this moment, I can guarantee that within 30,000 years, I won't attack the Divine Beast clan, the human clan. Otherwise, when my other intentions awaken, you guys all have to die. The Chaos God began to threaten. Obviously, the Divine Beasts clan, the Plague Dharma God, definitely didn't eat this set of words. Not only that, the movements in his hands became even more ruthless. Marred. Just by you. Garbage-like existence. Still want to target our human race? The Divine Beast clan? Go to hell. Chaos God. You too have had your day. The Chaos God was once again ravaged. A Chaos God whose realm had fallen at this moment. What else could it be mad about? The Plague Dharma God was still throwing gray and black-colored skills again, weakening him. The Chaos God was getting annoyed. This Plague God's skill? What on earth was it? Outside the Forbidden Land, the legendary class mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes saw the ancestral dragons and other divine beasts counterattacking, and felt an overwhelming sense of relief in their hearts. Kill. Help our clan leader take revenge. Behead this Chaos God. I hate that I can't personally take the field. It was possible to see the mood of these legendary level mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Qin Fang's second forging took significantly faster time. By the time he had forged to 50%, this Chaos God had already been beaten beyond recognition. His large body had all become broken copper and iron, scattered all over the place. Ancestral Dragon and the others removed his mechanical shell for him, and so saw the beating internal organs that were very well protected. Even though so much time had passed, these internal organs still remained fresh and alive. Even be able to see the faint blood on the right stain this. And these 5 viscera and 6 bowels possess spirituality, especially the flourishing heart, but also coalesced illusory 5 senses, giving people a very strange feeling. This time is my defeat, but my other consciousness will help me take revenge. The Chaos God was still, even though he had lost his basic fighting ability, he was still condescending and unyielding. You guys can't kill me. Even the Heavenly Emperor couldn't kill me, let alone you guys. I will still eventually revive. The Chaos God was well aware of his own characteristics and would not die. It just so happened that Qin Fang's forging was nearing its end again, and the terrifying mouth that condensed in the void finished devouring all the power within the Chaos God's body in one gulp. Qin Fang once again obtained 1,000 pieces of divine artifacts, but his attributes? Only 1% remained. This was the price he had paid. But in the end was good. Chapter 653 Little Black devours the remains of the Chaos God. The Chaos God only had 5 organs and 6 bowels left, and no longer had any ability to fight back, as if it was a puddle of rotten meat, drying on the ground. So disgusting. Between the beating of the hot heart, the illusion of the mouth and nose open and close, as if the slug general, Ancestral Dragon couldn't help but use his own claws to flick the Chaos God's internal organs, which were soft and elastic. So disgusting. Is this what we were fighting with just now? The Chaos God's life force is actually this strong? The once unrivaled Chaos God has fallen to such a state. Huh. Disgusting, disgusting. The words of the 5 divine beasts were so vicious that they were practically murderous. However, the Chaos God, in response, said that he couldn't hear them at all. Heh. Where is this going? These words, which he had once said 10,000 times over, didn't matter, as long as he was able to live. You guys? They can't kill me. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Emperor was only able to seal me. Cut. You guys? Even more inadequate. I suggest that you guys hurry up and release me, or else when I awaken again after a number of years, I will definitely devour you guys. The mouth that manifested above the Chaos God's heart barred and kept talking. At this time, the legend-ranked mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the others also all surrounded over, looking at the puddle of organs on the ground in death, itching to devour them alive. Senior Plague Dharma God. This guy? Can't you kill it? Right. Plague Dharma God Senior. How can we kill him completely? Please also ask Senior Plague Dharma God to avenge the gods of my clan. At this moment, even though the Chaos God only had 5 organs left, the aura emitted was not something that a legendary level fellow could resist. Well, I'll help avenge the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God. When the Plague FA God finished speaking, he namely looked at Qin Fang. I summon Little Black. The words rang out, and Qin Fang did as he was told in the first instance. But there was still some concern in his heart. In the next second, Little Black, who had been imprisoned within the pet space, had long wanted to appear. At this moment, it received Qin Fang's order and popped out with a poof. Little Black, who had just appeared, was still furry, assuming a fighting stance, hissing continuously from his throat, his eyes staring at the organs above the ground, showing his greed, wanting to devour them. But there was a hint of fear, hesitantly not daring to come forward. Only the breath on his body, Very pure. The puddle of organs on the ground saw Xiaohei, and immediately his eyes glowed. Uh-huh. I told you that I wouldn't die completely. And as expected, my 5-pole body appeared. This still has the scent of a brain. This is the 6 extreme body. Kill them all. And then you and I will fuse. Destined to be able to ascend to the peak. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels wanted to command Xiaohei, but found that Xiaohei was naive and didn't stop him at all. Are you a fool? You and I are one. They are all enemies. Do it. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels broke into a curse. A little furious. What are you waiting for? Retard. Marred. Such a perfect body. Since you can't control it, it's better to leave it to me. As he spoke, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels wriggled their bodies, wanting to devour Xiaohei. This time, I still have to thank you guys for sending me my 6 extreme body. When I succeed in my fusion, I will definitely let you all die a painful death. Throughout the entire process, the plague Dharma god did not move a muscle. Although Qin Fang was anxious in his heart, he still chose to choose the plague Dharma god. Since the pestilence Dharma god had asked him to summon Little Black, then there must be certainty. Little Black, who was horrified in his heart, seemed to have broken through his instincts and fiercely pounced on these 5 viscera and 6 bowels as well, wanting to drop it at once and complete the metamorphosis of the 7 extreme body. Little Black constantly devouring. Not a moment of light. That is, the whole 5 viscera and 6 bowels to swallow clean. Chaos God's 5 viscera and 6 bowels once again fused with Xiaohei. However, Xiaohei's cheeks also began to distort. One moment it was the normal Xiaohei. The other moment, it was the illusory cheeks of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The two were constantly transforming. Qin Fang's heart was in his throat. This kind of moment? It seemed that one could only rely on Xiaohei. If Little Black won, then he would perfectly fuse this section of the Chaos God's intention and successfully ascend into a deity, Xiaohei. If he fails, the Chaos God's intent would devour Xiaohei, allowing the Chaos God to completely revive. The revival of the Chaos God in the 7-pole body might actually be able to do something. Qin Fang glanced at the Pestilence Dharma God, only to see that the Pestilence Dharma God was still on cloud 9. As if everything was under control. After a long time, the Plague Dharma God bellowed. Explode? In an instant, gray air currents surged out from the entirety of Little Black's body. Little Black, run the power of devouring and expel the remnants of my power. The Plague Dharma God's words came to mind. And Little Black immediately did as he was told, puckering his buttocks and continuously bouncing his farts. The dark-colored breath was continuously expelled from his body, only to not dissipate. Gray, white, and ultimately, these expelled mists transformed into a dubious figure. Look! This seemed to be the intention of the Chaos God. Only at this moment, he was no longer attached to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and no longer existed within Xiaohei's body, as if he had come out independently. Plague Dharma God, what have you done to me? The Chaos God roared hysterically, as he felt incomparably weak at this moment. Just now, he had originally taken control of 70% of the ownership of Xiaohei's body, and was about to completely devour Xiaohei's intention and take over the nest. But at the last moment, the power of this Plague Dharma God was pulling him to keep spewing out. A smile emerged from the corners of the Plague Dharma God's mouth. This is the power of the plague. And the power of the plague that is fused with your intention. You think that this 24-hour non-stop injection of plague power into your body? Am I really playing? My plague power did not act on your body, but rather on your intention, merging with you in an extremely slight and silent manner. When Xiaohei devoured you, the power of the Chaos God of the same origin, Xiaohei was able to digest it. But my power of plague was seen by him as an impurity that needed to be expelled. And so, along with my power of plague, your intent was naturally expelled as well. The Plague Dharma God patiently explained to the Chaos God, explaining to Qin Fang and the others. At this moment, the 5 divine beasts, including Qin Fang, were completely convinced of the Plague Dharma God. Originally, they thought that the Plague Dharma God was in the first layer. Actually, the Plague Dharma God was on the 3rd level. Ancestral Dragon and the other divine beasts were only thinking about how to defeat the Chaos God, whereas the Plague Dharma God was already thinking about how to get Little Black to devour the body of this pole. TSK. This wasn't even an existence of the same magnitude. This mass of mist was directly taken into the body by the plague Dharma god. As for whether it obliterated the chaos god or what, Qin Fang and the others did not know. Xiao Hei successfully devoured the remains of the chaos god of the seventh pole and instantly fell into a deep sleep. This time, Little Black is not expected to awaken anytime soon. The plague Dharma god looked towards Qin Fang and said so. Why? Qin Fang looked at the plague Dharma god in doubt. Little Black has devoured the remains of the chaos god of the seventh pole this time, and is destined to be promoted to become a divine level. However, your strength has not yet reached the divine level, and thus Little Black is unable to make a breakthrough. Unable to make a breakthrough. This means that Little Black is unable to awaken. The plague Dharma god patiently explained to Qin Fang. After hearing this, Qin Fang couldn't help but stare and slapped his head. Oops. A loss. If I had known, I would have given Little Black the opportunity to devour and purify a large batch of god-level materials before he devoured the remains of the chaos god of the seventh pole. Chapter 654 Super Guild, Shanghai Guild. Qin Fang exclaimed that he had lost money. It looked like Little Black was going to be sleeping for a long time. After all, Qin Fang's Forge Master's rank had just reached the legendary level, and it would take at least 3 or 4, if not 5 or 6 more years of light to reach the so-called divine level. Spitting blood. Really spitting blood. Qin Fang even blankly glanced at the plague venerable god. Big brother? This kind of thing. You should have made it clear in advance. Right? Now? Didn't this make Qin Fang sit in wax? According to my projections, the bodies of the chaos gods of the other 3 poles should all possess consciousness as well. It's not something you can deal with during this recent period of time. It's better for you to raise your own Forge Master's rank to the god level. The plague Dharma god left these words behind and turned to look at the members of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god, as well as the members of the clan, all died because of the sealing of the chaos god's remains. From today onwards, the plague law god, will shelter you for 10,000 years until a brand new god emerges from your mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. I will also reinforce the seals outside of you. Don't worry. The plague Dharma god finished speaking and looked towards the 5 divine beasts. Divine Beasts clan. Lately it's better to focus on developing in silence. Don't jump too much, lest you be targeted by the ancient gods. Don't ever push the ancient deities to Li. Poof! The plague Dharma god's body turned into a handful of smoke and disappeared. This was his means. Thank you, Senior Plague Dharma God, for doing justice to our mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. Thank you, Plague Dharma God. This time, it's thanks to Lord Plague Dharma God. Seeing the pestilence Dharma God leave, the members of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race fell to their knees and expressed their gratitude to the pestilence Dharma God. The 5 divine beasts couldn't help but bow as well. The ancestral dragon gathered its own massive body and looked towards these members of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. The remains of this gigantic mechanical Tyrannosaurus god. You guys make good use of it? It might be able to allow 100 deities to appear in your race once again. Make good use of it. Don't waste it. Furthermore, there's still a lot of god-ranked ores underneath this ground as well. Mining shouldn't be a difficult task for you guys. By the way, this is a piece of my scale. If you guys encounter any difficulties, you can look for me at any time, and I definitely won't push back if I can help you out. In the end, Ancestral Dragon's relationship with the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god was still very good. He couldn't stand by and watch the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race completely fall off. So he left behind a huge piece of scale that was the color of gold. Senior Ancestral Dragon. Thank you. Ancestral Dragon Senior. You are also my great benefactor. Really thank you. These clansmen of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan were once again thankful to Ancestral Dragon and the other divine beasts. Mr. Me. Let's leave as well. No. With such a good opportunity, I definitely need to stroll around within the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. Qin Fang didn't want to leave yet. From the time he entered the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan until now, Qin Fang had been busy with business, and had yet to take a good look at the customs of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. Mr. Me. I'll make the arrangements for you. Why did Qin Fang stay? He must have wanted to sell the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race's divine artifacts in his backpack. Thus, for the next period of time, Qin Fang appeared to be traveling the mountains. But in reality, He was peddling the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race's divine artifacts on a daily basis. The price of the artifacts was kept very low by Qin Fong, and they were sold for 50 billion copper coins. What? You're saying that you don't ever have that many copper coins? 40 billion? It wasn't unacceptable. Any less? No. 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 If it's any less, this won't do. With this batch of mechanical Tyrannosaurus God's equipment, Qin Fong quickly gained a firm foothold within the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan and became the most popular person. The strength of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan had also made great strides. When a month had passed, it was time for Qin Fong's experience. And so, ding! Your experience time with the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race has run out. You are about to be teleported back. Ding! You are welcome to return to Tianyang Town once again. A burst of colorful scenes appeared before Qin Fong's eyes as he returned to Tianyang Town once again. Qin Fong counted the copper coins in his backpack, and there were 10 billion gold coins. The copper coins accumulated by the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race over the years had basically been rated by Qin Fong for 10%. There was nothing else. This was a deal between the two parties. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fong's mouth. 1/10 of the way to his goal of marrying Shui Qinger had already been accomplished. As long as he earned another 90 billion gold coins, he would be able to ascend to the skies and take Shui Qinger away from him openly. As soon as he thought of this, a happy smile could not help but spread from the corners of Qin Fong's mouth. Qin Fong's return had not changed anything in Tianyang Town. During this period of time, the construction of the main city portion of Tianyang Town had been gradually completed, and it had begun to attract investment, while the secondary city had begun to start construction due to the availability of funds. As for the 5 powerful merchants, they were hard at work supervising the construction every day to speed up the progress. After all, if they can complete the project one day earlier, they will also be able to see the money back one day earlier. The 10,000 Empty Lane Guild was still working with the Bastardly Heaven Guild, and the plan with the Bastardly Heaven Guild was almost complete. The two guilds, occupying 2 large towns, were gradually becoming a reality. To be honest, these 2 guilds joining forces wasn't good news for the entire Heaven's Destiny guilds. Especially for the Songhai Guild. It was a direct challenge to their #1 position. Songhai Guild, from the last game, is a giant existence. The game within the one super mini strong situation. That is Songhai Guild created. As for one super, it must be the Super Guild, Songhai Guild. Songhai Guild? It's too strong. There's a saying, a super guild is made of iron, but a powerful guild is made of water. For example, Bathian Guild, 10,000 Empty Alleys Guild, has gradually risen to become one of the top 10 powerful guilds within 2 years' time. As for Songhai Guild, it was still a super guild in these 2 years of light. Except for the first year, Qin Fong was in the limelight, strongly overpowering the Songhai Guild, making the super guild Songhai Guild very stifled. However, in the second year, which was the year that Qin Fong was in seclusion, the strength of Songhai Guild could be said to have developed by leaps and bounds. For example, when Heaven's Destiny came out with brand new epic ranked and legendary ranked copies, Songhai Guild was basically able to take the first kill. This was a very scary thing, and at one point, it made other guilds go dark. As for the first forger, the first apothecary, the first talisman master, the first gunnery master, the first summoner, the first gun god, the first all-in-all, almost the first defined by Heaven's Destiny, basically 80% of them were in the Songhai Guild. The existence of such a giant was really suppressing other powerful guilds from breathing. Powerless. Deeply powerless. The most crucial thing was to push the process of Heaven's mandate forward. Songhai Guild had completed a god-level mission, directly allowing Heaven's mandate's process to improve by a month's light, indirectly causing the death of a deity. As such, the Songhai Guild was awarded the title of the #1 guild by Heaven's mandate. This was the Songhai Guild, an existence that eclipsed other guilds. Only recently, this Songhai Guild seems to have a plan to target the overwhelming Heaven Guild, the 10,000 Empty Alley Guild. After all, the development between the two of them is too fast. Chapter 655, The Plague Dharma God, Who Terrified the Gods. Recently, in the large town territories occupied by the Hegemony Guild, there were also chapters of the Songhai Guild, only by the Hegemony Guild. 10,000 people empty alley guild to squeeze the slightest without any living space. Guild territory have been smashly. This kind of situation? Songhai Guild certainly can't endure. This is simply riding on top of Songhai Guild's head to shit. In the face of such a situation, Songhai Guild's first reaction is to counterattack. Thus, countless powerful people and players arrived at the large town where Batian Guild was located by teleportation portal, and started the suppression of Batian Guild. Songhai Guild had even put down their stance and united with a group of local guilds that had been smashed by the Bastard Guild, preparing to launch a new round of attack on the Bastard Guild, bound to make the Bastard Guild's territory into ruins as well. Similar situations were occurring almost daily, and under these circumstances, Zhang Ming did not even communicate to Qin Fang, thinking that he could handle it himself. And in response, Qin Fang did not care. These things, if they could be handed over to someone else, they should definitely still be handed over to someone else. Qin Fang was also considered to have nothing to worry about. Inside the Heavenly Emperor's decree, these deities were all stirring, preparing to go out on a journey. At this moment, the voice of the Heavenly Emperor rang out. The war preparations are lifted. The Chaos Gods were decapitated by the Plague Dharma God. As soon as these words came out, the voices of countless deities gasping for air could clearly be heard within the Heavenly Emperor's order. This was truly good news, and the hearts of these deities could not help but feel relieved. Only the Heavenly Emperor snorted coldly. This means that the Plague Dharma God is even more powerful. The Heavenly Emperor left such a sentence. That is, he cut off the connection with the Heavenly Emperor's order. These ancient deities were really used to being comfortable. The Plague Dharma God was able to kill a Chaos God? What did that mean? It meant that the Pestilence Dharma God was even more powerful. If the ancient spirits were to come out, wouldn't they still be able to take a beating? These gods? Are they stupid? Are they sealed? They can't even see this? The Heavenly Emperor was disappointed in them. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, these ancient deities also took a long time before they could react, and 3 or 4 black lines appeared above the foreheads of all the various deities. Wasn't this bullshit? The Plague Dharma God seems to be stronger? He was able to easily obliterate Chaos Gods? Where's the way for us to live? I'm really retarded. These deities shifted from their fear of the Chaos God to their fear of the Plague Dharma God. You know that back then, in order to kill the Chaos God, these ancient deities had united with the Heavenly Emperor, and it had taken a full 10 years of light before the Chaos God could be worn down, whereas the Plague Dharma God, surprisingly, had only taken less than 2 days of light. This, terrifying. Ding. The remains of the Chaos God have been erased. Please rest assured for the 10,000 clans. This was the calm voice of the Plague Dharma God. Only instead of resounding through the 10,000 races, it resounded beside the 10,000 race deities, completely reassuring them. The words of the Plague Dharma God instantly caused the entire 10,000 races deities to let out a sigh of relief. The thing that Qin Fang was most concerned about right now, namely, was the accusation that the Goblin Kingdom had made against him removed? Otherwise, he really couldn't make a proper appearance within this heavenly Yang town. It seemed that there were still deities that wanted to make arrests against him. Why? Because the moment Qin Fang had just appeared, he had heard his arrest order. Tianyang Town City Lord Me. Because he is suspected of collaborating with the ancient deities and slaughtering the Earth spirits. He is now wanted. If you know of any clues, you are welcome to report them. Reporting phone number. Reporting bonus, 5 million copper coins. This was not an official wanted, but a wanted by a deity. Even the Tianyang town could not control it. Shuga Tianyan had tried to reason with this deity who wanted Qin Fang, trying to get him to revoke the warrant. But the reply he received had always been, "You're not on the same level as me. You can't talk to us. Get lost." This deity of Mount Qixia seemed to know something, such as that the prophet god had a very high regard for the player me. So, he had to go against the prophet god, had to put a charge on me, had to capture me, had to send me to the Goblin Kingdom and imprison me. This deity who persistently relied on the Tianyang town not to leave, that is, the god of greed. This was an example of emotional godhood, and an alternative type of godhood. It was only that this deity, who had once been suppressed by the prophet god at Mount Qixia, by the awakened ancient human deities, and even the divine artisan Lulong dared to taunt him. And so, his heart gradually twisted. Anything that displeased the prophet god, he would do, and catching Qin Fang. This was naturally his first priority. For almost a year's light, this old boy had not gone anywhere, just to catch the player me, and had spent almost every day here. The orders given to him by the prophet god were not listened to at all. The recall order of the human emperor was not obeyed either. In response, no one could do anything about him. After all, this one, a deity. His reasoning was to sit in the heavenly sun town to avoid a thunder god riot. This, as also considered standing above reason. Mount Chixiao. The figure of the pestilence Dharma god suddenly appeared. Reflecting the heavens as a gigantic god-level figure appeared. Revoke the wanted notice on me. Reply to the Goblin Kingdom. Player me is not guilty. And give the highest commendation to the human race, the medal of extraordinary merit. And grant the honor of human warrior. This was the order of the plague venerable god. Even if the human emperor appeared, he could not refute it. At this moment, the entire Mount Chixiao boiled. Haha. I knew that old brother me would be fine. This was the voice of divine craftsman Lu Long, who had worked his arse off for Qin Fang in the light of this year. Multiple times, he had requested the prophet god to withdraw the charges against Qin Fang. But the reply he received was, the time had not yet come. Unable to do anything about it, divine artisan Lu Long could only keep waiting. Today, it finally made him wait. Great. I knew I was wrongly accused. This was the voice of Li Dali, who couldn't help but jump up and down. Li Dali was no longer a demigod at this moment, but a true divine force, and the god of bow and arrow. This hand of bow and arrow's skill was only stronger than her grandfather. Grandpa. Grandpa. Do you hear me? Li Qingtian acted indifferently, and knocked on his pipe, wondering what Li Dali was so happy about. Haha. This is an honor given by the Plague Dharma god senior himself. I wonder what great event has been accomplished. My boy? Extraordinary honor? In the history of my human race, there have only been a total of 12 times of special merit. Me? What has this done? Even being awarded the title of human warrior. TSK. Remarkable. Hee. This time I'll see my little black fans? What else can they say? Yeah. This is an acknowledgement from the Plague Dharma god. You guys say? Could it be because when slaughtering the Chaos Gods, I have played a certain role in helping? This deity of Mount Chixiao was also really bold. Really daring to think, most of the deities in Mount Chixiao were rejoicing. The matter of me, within this year, was no longer a matter of him alone, but a confrontation between two factions in Mount Chixiao. Now, finally, the winner has been divided. I am also considered to have been blessed by the misfortune, and have become slightly famous amongst the deities. Right. And the deities who deliberately went against the prophet god? On the other hand, they were hanging their heads. They lost this time. So, quick, summon back the god of greed. Right. Don't let the god of greed really capture Qin Fang back? If this is really captured back, this is a slap in the face of the Plague Dharma god. Mount Chixiao began its preparations, ready to inform the whole of heaven's mandate. Chapter 656, Angrily Killing the God of Greed. Inside the Hall of Human Emperors, the prophet god invited the Plague Dharma god silhouette to enter it. Dare I ask Lord Pestilence Dharma god, with what merit should I inform? This was a special merit. Right? It couldn't be sloppy. Qin Fang was the 13th human in the history of the human race to receive an extraordinary merit. The awarding ceremony for this special merit had to be grand in any case. Seal Qin Fang's merit, and just announce the extraordinary merit. The Plague Dharma god finished speaking, and turned to leave. Prophet god this? Unable to do anything else. He could only agree. So he had the human emperor draw it up and stamp the seal. Extraordinary merit. This was a very serious matter that could not be sloppy. While Mount Chixiao was in the midst of a hectic moment, a hint of an evil smile surfaced at the corner of the god of greed's mouth. After all, I have found you. The traitor who betrayed humanity. The scum who colluded with the ancient gods. He hadn't even judged Qin Fang yet, and he namely put such a serious hat on him. The god of greed had stayed in Tianyang town for so long. How could he find nothing? He had long since woven Qin Fang's aura into a scrying prop that would light up whenever Qin Fang appeared. Today, the prop finally lit up. The god of greed used only 3 breaths of time to lock onto Qin Fang's figure. With a spread of his hands, the greed god power transformed into a swimming snake and suddenly appeared beside Qin Fang, who was originally traveling in the city lord's mansion, and felt the oppression of the deep sea. Ding! You are being attacked by the god of greed. Ding. You have been captured by the god of greed. This was how strong the gods were. Even though all of Qin Fang's equipment was at the peak of the legendary level, he was still helpless in the face of the god level, and could only be captured. Unable to move or resist. Qin Fang had just heard this system beat. That is, he felt the scene change. And when he opened his eyes again, Qin Fang was already in a special scene, which was the domain of greed woven by the god of greed. Ding. You are in the domain of greed. Your strength has been suppressed by 70%. Ergo, at this moment, Qin Fang felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, as if he was drowning in the deep sea, and the seawater around him was crushing on him in all directions, causing his breathing to pause a little. Qin Fang instantly understood that this deity brought with it personal feelings and seemed to be very hateful towards itself. Qin Fang was puzzled. He really didn't know when he had offended this deity. The god of greed? This? Totally unrecognizable, alright. You? The same me who collaborated with an ancient deity? It really does look like a traitor. The god of greed had a lofty look on his face, as if he wanted to judge Qin Fang. In these eyes, in his words, and even in his movements, he did not hide his distaste for Qin Fang. This deity coronet. You seem to be mistaken. I have never collaborated with the enemy. Qin Fang also gave himself 2 or 3 moments to defend himself. But the god of greed did not listen at all, grabbing Qin Fang and giving him an explosive hammer. How dare you? The Gnome King has already sued you 3 times for joining hands with the Heavenly Emperor, with the ancient deities, and stealing the secrets of the Gnome clan. And you're still being tough. I see that you're not going to shed any tears until you see the coffin. The god of greed seemed to have determined that Qin Fang was a traitor to the human race. In the next second, Qin Fang only felt as if he had been thrown into space. His internal organs and everything were being madly squeezed, as if they were about to jump out of his mouth. Unbearable. Extremely unbearable. God of greed? Are you not deliberately targeting me? Even if you say that I'm a traitor, you have to give me proof. Qin Fang's face was suffocatingly red and hoarse as he looked towards the god of greed with all the indignation in his eyes. Even at this moment, Qin Fang still maintained his sanity and did not resist. At a moment like this, if he really made a move against the god of greed, this would only solidify his identity as a traitor. Evidence? The Goblin King's words are the best evidence. Let's go. You're traveling with me to the Goblin Kingdom right now to confront the Goblin King. If you're really collaborating with the enemy, you won't be allowed to stay. The god of greed then wanted to take Qin Fang away. Only that the pain inflicted on Qin Fang had not decreased in the slightest. Qin Fang silently endured the pain. He wanted to send a message to teacher Licia, but he could not do so. AI. Qin Fang sighed and was about to summon the ancestral dragon. This time, it might really be impossible to jump into the Yellow River and wash it away. Qin Fang, forget it. The worst thing is to really go hide in the 100,000 mountains for a while. As he was thinking so, the voice that resounded through the human race appeared. From today onwards all charges against me are withdrawn. Me was wrongly accused by the Goblin King. Mount Qixia will launch an investigation in response to the Goblin King's false accusations. And if the Goblin King maliciously slanders me, he will also pay the price. From today onwards, all my accusations will be withdrawn. From today onwards. When Qin Fang heard such a voice, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ding. After meritorious verification, I have splashed the heavens with my merits, and am hereby awarded with a special class merit, and the Medal of the Human Warrior. Ding. After meritorious verification, I am splashing the heavens with merit. Ding. After merit verification. After hearing this, Qin Fang could not help but look at the god of greed. Senior God? Look! Mount Qixia has already declared me innocent. Qin Fang still spoke kindly to him, telling him to let himself go. Who knows if this is true or not? I don't believe it. I have to take you to the Goblin Kingdom and confront the Goblin King. The god of greed still did what he wanted and disobeyed Mount Qixia's orders. Qin Fang was dumbfounded. What was this? This deity was deliberately trying to target himself. Right? Mart. This Mount Qixia had made a statement. And you don't believe it? It's really giving you face awe. Qin Fang could no longer suppress this bellyful of fire. God of greed. I gave you face. Didn't I? Qin Fang was furious. Truly furious. Hearing these words, A smile finally emerged from the corners of the god of greed's mouth. Insulting a god? Damn you. As he spoke, the god of greed instantly pinched his fingers, wanting to crush Qin Fang. This was perhaps the intention of the god of greed, who from start to finish, it was to want Qin Fang to die. Ah! Pain. Endless pain swept through. Marred. Qin Fang understood the connection, the killing intent in his eyes. The anger could no longer be suppressed. Roaring, the ancestral dragon appeared and quickly resolved Qin Fang's predicament, before taking the god of greed in his hands and clenching his fists, making him endure this pain as well. The ancestral dragon was looking pissed off in the middle of the pet space. Ancestral dragon, hurry up and summon Ah. You should hurry up and summon Ah. Pedantic. Really pedantic. This I'm brain? Is there a problem Ah? Have been bullied into what? Still forbidding ancestral dragon to make a move. Forbidding ancestral dragon to appear. These 5 divine beasts all wanted to slap Qin Fang. This kid. At a moment like this? What are you waiting for? From the moment, the god of greed grabbed Qin Fang into his hands. The ancestral dragon wanted to appear and slap him to death. Qin Fang coughed violently for a long time before he came back to his senses. You really are a traitor of the human race. How dare you join forces with a divine beast and try to misbehave with me? Haha. Do you dare to make a move? If you do it, I will definitely let you kill yourself in the human race. Traitor. You traitor. The god of greed didn't seem to be afraid of the current situation at all, and even went rampant, as if he had seized some weakness of Qin Fang, roaring with laughter. Senior ancestral dragon. Kill him. The anger in Qin Fang's eyes had been spewed out. Marred. Are all the human deities this stupid? Grass. Thus, in disbelief, the god of greed was mercilessly obliterated by the ancestral dragon. Instead of giving him pain, the ancestral dragon had crushed his bones inch by inch, causing him to endure endless pain before letting him die, which was considered to be revenge for Qin Fang. Chapter 657 Light of Evolution. Human Body Great Dragon. Ancestral Dragon, next time. Be more decisive and kill if you have to. He's already taken your life. And you're still obsessing about the righteousness of the human race? I see that you really do have some kind of major brain disease. The ancestral dragon looked at Qin Fang at this moment, with a hint of caring retarded expression in his eyes. Qin Fang also rubbed his neck and coughed a few times again, which eased away the oppressive feeling between his throat. After this incident, it was true that it also made Qin Fang understand one thing. Not all the mongrels were able to be called deities. Senior ancestral dragon. Thank you so much this time. Qin Fang thanked him from the bottom of his heart, while the ancestral dragon said that it didn't matter. It's hard not to really watch you get decapitated. The ancestral dragon returned to the pet space with a big grin, while Qin Fang informed Li Qi of this matter to see his attitude. Teacher, just now the god of greed tried to kill me, but I killed him back. Qin Fang's words were a little lacking in courage. After all, this was the beheading of a human deity. Oh, killing is just killing. Is it hard to believe that you still want me to bring you to Mount Qixia to make a big fuss? Let them know how powerful our master and disciple are. Hey, it's not that you can't go. Right. Only, you should understand. Right. Your master is a person who is afraid of trouble. Qin Fang froze. These words? Why did it feel wrong? But in a flash, Qin Fang understood the meaning within Teacher Li Xia's words. Teacher, there's enough of this divine grade fine wine to go around. You wait for me. Qin Fang decisively dialed Yuze's communication. From the beginning of the brand new mode of Heaven's Mandate, Qin Fang had started to have Yuze constantly collect god-grade fine wine, and he wondered how his battle was going. Ding. Boss is calling with a communication. Is it answered? Yuze, who was busy, heard this splash of sound and answered it at the first opportunity. Boss, what's up? Any instructions? Rain Zephyr inquired with a mutter as he ate a large pie. What are you eating in your mouth? Finish eating and then talk. This? Qin Fang couldn't hear it at all. Boss, I'm doing this all for the sake of the group. I've been so busy lately that I've been on my feet. I don't even have the time to have a bite to eat. Look, it's not like I'm rushing to take advantage of the moment I'm calling you on the newsletter to pick up a couple of bites. Qin Fang, air. Heartthrob. I know how much you've labored for the group. Okay. Yuza. Let's do it this way. You'll be relieved of your CEO position starting tomorrow. so you'll be able to eat properly as well. Qin Fang, little fellow. Let's see if I'm used to you. When these words came out, it instantly made Yuzhe froze. His expression was very rich. This seems like it's not the right time to show loyalty. It seems like he kicked the steel plate off. So Yuzhe hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth. Boss, you command? Only then did Qin Fang feel a bit more comfortable, and asked Yuzhe how the divine grade fine wine he acquired was doing. Boss, as expected by you. Currently, our 10,000 Empty Lane group has acquired nearly 10,000 jars of god-level fine wine from various races. A total of 122 races. And these god-level fine wines, with their different flavors, are quite tasty. Do you need them now? I can mail them all to you. Mum, mail them all to me. Qin Fang finished and once again added, this CO position. It's better for you to do it. You're more suitable these days. You. Yuzhe's heart only slightly relaxed. This is only right. Huh? No. What does boss mean by this? Recently? It's hard to believe that he's planning a brand new CO recently. For a while, Yuzhe felt a sense of professional crisis. Qin Fang, in response, expressed indifference, and was merely scaring Yuzhe just now. Right. Are there any major events in the group recently? Facing Qin Fang's inquiry, Yuzhe also answered diligently, informing him of everything from the most basic to the group's secrets. Recently, our group's expansion plan is still relatively smooth, and our plan to invest in a spatial teleportation portal was very successful. It was able to save more expenses and make us more competitive. Furthermore, the investment in the real estate of the 10,000 people group has a high return on investment, basically around 70%. Don't underestimate this 70%. This figure is already very high. The 5 major luxury merchants in Tianyang planning to give you the real. How much did this earn? By the way, boss, then there is our group's capital, which is currently abundant. You can divert around 30 billion copper coins. Qin Fang smiled. He was able to hear that Yuzhe was showing himself very hard. Otherwise, with Yuzhe's withholding appearance, how could he possibly allow himself to appropriate the funds? It would be good if he didn't ask for it from himself. Boss, there's one last thing that you might be interested in. The evolutionary light project that we've invested nearly trillions of copper coins and seems to have a little bit of an eye on it. So if you're free, you can come to the city lord's mansions underground to check it out. What? Qin Fang, who was originally listening in a daze and wanted to hang up the communication. Hearing this last sentence, he couldn't help but get refreshed, even very exuberant. This was the point he was most concerned about. His entire body couldn't help but tremble. Yuza? Which aspect of the research has shown progress? What is the specific manifestation? Qin Fang's words were urgent, itching to directly fly over and check the data of the entire trial. Specifically, it seems to be a problem with the spine. Boss, I have not asked in detail about the specifics. The general idea is, opening up the secrets of the spine enables one to briefly have 3 times the combat power. Yuzhe briefly explained to Qin Fang. And then, that is when he heard Qin Fang's roar. Words with extreme excitement. Excitement. Go and investigate. Make sure you figure it out for me. Before tonight, give me an answer. Okay. Yuzhe was all taken aback by such an out-of-control me. This was the first time since he had known me. All along, the senses that I have given to Yuzhe are gentle and elegant, strategizing and wise, without any ripples in his emotions. Yuzhe hung up the communication. The whole person in a stagnant situation. This evolutionary light evolution. At this stage, there was no one who knew more than him all. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this thing belonged to the future. The absolute future. Even when the beeping sound of the mail having arrived kept ringing out, it did not pull Qin Fang's thoughts back. Qin Fang stood at the southeastern corner of Tianyang town, looking from time to time at the city lord's mansion, and then at the private territory. In the end, Qin Fang decided to go to the private territory first and get the matter of beheading the god of greed done with teacher Licia. Otherwise, there might be some kind of mess. In the middle of the private territory, Licia finally waited for Qin Fang and took a few bottles of divine grade wine from his hands and gulped them down. You brat? Not bad at all. Knows a little something. With these words, Licia was clearly nudging Qin Fang again. So Qin Fang hurriedly gave all 3,000 bottles of divine grade fine wine to teacher Licia. You brat. Not honest. Once these words were uttered, what else could Qin Fong say? Taking out 8,000 bottles. This matter? Settle it yourself. I don't care. Li Qi was very barefaced. And Qin Fong had no choice but to give all 9,938 bottles of divine-grade fine wine to Li Qi. He. That's right. Since this is the case, your teacher will take you on a trip to this Mount Qixia, so that the other person's emperor will give us a statement. Li Xia was very satisfied, and while sipping a divine-grade fine wine, he led Qin Fong to Mount Qixia. Li Xia, I know how many bottles of fine wine you have on you as soon as I smell them. And you still want to fool me? Chapter 658 Mighty Mount Qixia. Qin Fong was swept up in Li Qi's arms, and quickly flew away. On this journey, Qin Fong had finally experienced what it meant to be windswept. The feeling of a person flying ahead, and his thoughts still unable to keep up. And the scene in front of his eyes, that flew backward and became lines. 10 breaths. Qin Fong did not take the portal. That is, under the leadership of Li Xia successfully arrived at Qixia Mountain. Just after being put down by Li Xia from the cackling nest, Li Xia's entire body immediately fell to his knees and vomited non-stop, as if he was going to vomit out his intestines, stomach and whatnot. It was unbearable. Extremely unbearable. Li Xia blankly glanced at Qin Fong. Why so weak? Li Xia had no choice but to once again drink a bottle of divine-grade fine wine and quietly wait for Qin Fong. Not long after, Qin Fong finally stopped vomiting, but his head still had a feeling of heavenly rotation. His face was pale, and he rose from the ground, all in a haze. Teacher, next time? Can? Qin Fong just said 2 sentences. The whole person once again felt regurgitated, lying on the ground and vomiting. Li Qi, why do you feel a bit rotten? You can't even eat so little bitterness? Qin Fong was also not able to hear Li Qi's heart. Otherwise, he would definitely be bellyaching. Unable to do so, Li Xia only had to throw Qin Fong a Dan red color skill to assist him in getting rid of this feeling as soon as possible. Only then did Qin Fong feel better. Standing upright, he surveyed the world in front of him. Mount Qixia. It was truly worthy of being the place where the human emperor resided. It was very extraordinary. Purple Qi soared into the sky. 10,000 beasts cried. And the mist did not persist for a long time, surrounding it to become a cavernous sky. What a blessed land for immortals. This place is the same as the 100,000 mountains. Not just a peak, but at least thousands of peaks accumulated together. Each deity's cave. That is, open in different peaks above. Each mountain peak is also naturally extraordinary weather. As if the unicorn, phoenix in flight, the ground surging golden lotus. Extraordinary visions. Today, I, Li Xia, have specially led my disciples, me, to Mount Qixia to seek justice. Li Xia's figure seemed like a giant rising from the sky, and with a prancing motion, he appeared on top of the peak of Mount Qixia. Overlooking the entire Mount Qixia, his words were like thunder, as if they were an earthquake resounding throughout Mount Qixia. Every deity in Mount Qixia felt a terrifying force explode in their ears, causing their hearts and blood to boil directly. The figure of the gigantic and indifferent Li Xia also appeared in their eyes. This was the figure of invincibility, causing their hearts to be unable to give birth to any thoughts of resistance. This was Li Xia's warning to them, as well as coercion. It was as if the heavenly emperor had directly descended to Mount Qixia. Prophet God, huh? Why did Li Xia suddenly come? And so much anger? Hey, it's not good to mess up. Human emperor, Li evil? Chow. Evil God. Hurry up and hide. Fortunately, at this moment it is the prophet God who is presiding over the matters. I will not go out. The prophet God should be able to cope with it. The gods of Mount Qixia, Li evil? What ghost? It seems like I've never heard of it. As for this, what me? Didn't they revoke his wanted? How dare you ask for an argument at Mount Qixia? What claim do you want? The gods of Mount Qixia, who were on the same team as the god of greed, felt that this matter was not going to be handled well. This batch of deities had notified the god of greed, asking him not to make a move and not to lay a hand on me. But the god of greed's response to them was, don't worry. This time, I will definitely be made to pay the price, so that the prophet God and their lineage will know how powerful we are. And so, the god of greed was lost. Doesn't know if he's alive or dead. Now, my teacher, Li Xia, personally came to the door. This is definitely to ask for a statement, What to do? Looking at these teachers of mine, it seems like they are not to be messed with, I didn't know that the evil god seniors arrived. It's really a loss to welcome them. The prophet god rushed to inform all the deities of Mount Chixia, lining up to welcome the evil. The rules were very high. Some of the deities' hearts were resentful. But this was a former evil god, definitely deserved this kind of treatment. Qin Fang was shocked. Truly shocked. Almost 1,300 deities in this Chixia mountain. Unless the real deities, who were closed for death, did not appear. Basically all of them appeared. This was also the first time that Qin Fang learned of the true number of deities in Mount Chixia. A lot. It was definitely able to be called the #1 clan of heaven's destiny. One must know that Mount Chixia was not the entirety of the human race's deities. Greetings to Seniorly Evil. The prophet god was in the first row and bowed slightly. Since Li Xia's last meeting with divine craftsman Lu Long, Force Prime obliterated the heavenly emperor. Prophet god knew that this was on the same echelon as them and could be trusted. I don't know what Senior Li Xia is doing by descending to Mount Chixia at this moment. The prophet god lowered his figure and inquired in a low voice. The god of greed of Mount Chixia wants to behead my disciple. I hope that in this matter, Mount Chixia will be able to give me an explanation. Otherwise, Mount Chixia today can be removed from the name. Li Qi's words were very domineering and carried a biting, killing intent. However, these gods of Mount Chixia scoffed one by one. Wow! This old grandpa has a strong wind today. Don't blow your dentures off. Can't stand it. This pretense? Even pretending to our Mount Chixia? Hurry up and get lost. Or else, beware that we'll be rude to you. Although you're a deity, you won't be able to do much good with us thousands of deities swarming around you. Scram. Scram. Hearing these life-threatening words from these gods of Mount Chixia, the prophet god reprimanded at the first opportunity. Shut up. All of you. Shut up. And then, he sent a voice to these deities. This is a former evil god, the son of the second heavenly emperor. The prophet god was scared in his heart. Who could have thought that these human deities would dare to be so bold? Is the evil god also something you dare to flirt with? These newly promoted deities of Mount Chixia heard the prophet god's voice transmission, and were still thinking evil god or who? Completely unrecognizable, but the names of the older generation heard this name, and suddenly their bodies couldn't help but stiffen. A terrifying figure appeared in their heads, and a fear as dark as darkness appeared in their eyes. Evil god? Was it really the evil god that came to their minds? The prophet god secretly nodded towards them, telling them to be quiet. Evil god? I'm still a heavenly god. The newly promoted deity of Mount Chixia wanted to speak again, but suddenly the older generation of gods beside him covered his mouth, telling him to shut up. Little ancestor, you can really be the ancestor of Mount Chixia. You know that this sentence of yours will directly send the entire deities of Mount Chixia to the heavens. How did the evil god's name come about? This is to kill out all. Oh, I see some children. Seems to have a deep grudge against me all. Li Evil pulled out his ears. His words were threatening, wanting to strike. The prophet god was suddenly sweating profusely. His back was soaked, and his entire person seemed to be in the middle of a stormy ocean. Senior evil god, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Abomination? What about the god of greed? The prophet god quickly changed the topic and asked the god of abomination. In Mount Sutra, abomination had the best relationship with the god of greed. Prophet god, the god of greed said that he wanted to go and invite the wanted Yuck, the warrior of the human race, me, to Mount Chixia. But I've lost contact with him, and I should be in Tianyang town at this moment. This abomination talking art. Minter let people have to admire dripping with water. Chapter 659 Mount Suxia's attitude. Qin Fang stood quietly like a child behind the mighty and incomparably evil. And for the first time, he realized just how thick a thigh he had embraced. This was simply not too fierce. All of this was caused by a small butterfly of Qin Fang. In his previous life, Li Xia, under the discouragement, even when he participated in the first Forge Master competition, he was just playing with the crowd, and did not show any means at all. In this life, Su had formally accepted Qin Fang as his disciple, and everything had transformed. Surprisingly, he was even able to do such a big event as bullying Chixia Mountain. But it was really being said that standing behind teacher Li Xia's back, the sense of security was really overwhelming. Qin Fang silently watched the scene in front of him, not knowing what direction it would take. The god of greed has lost his connection? The prophet god instantly felt that something big was wrong. This fellow didn't lose his connection earlier. Didn't lose his connection later. But at this time? Senior prophet god? The god of greed was killed by me. It can't be helped. He wanted to make a move against me. And I had no choice but to fight back. Moreover, the god of greed didn't make a move against me before. But only after Mount Chixia announced the lifting of my wanted notice. Declaring me a human warrior and awarding me with a special merit, did he suddenly want to make a move against me. Saying beautifully that the notice was fake and insisting on taking me to the Goblin Kingdom to confront the Goblin King. Qin Fang stood out from behind Li Qi and spoke thus. Not caring in the slightest about these deities in front of him. To be honest, of these deities of Mount Chixia, only the prophet god, divine craftsman Lu Long, Force Prime and other deities made him look at them with high regard. Others? Sorry. Don't recognize. Yellow-mouthed child. With you? How can you kill the god of greed? Yeah. Really don't know what you're talking about. You're just a legend-ranked blacksmith? How dare you say that you have beheaded the god of greed? Haha. It really is ridiculous. Each of these gods expressed their disbelief, while their eyes then looked at Li Qi from time to time. The meaning was obvious. It couldn't be that Li Qi helped you to behead it. Right? Qin Fang looked at the expressions of these deities, and was not annoyed, but silently retreated back behind Li Xie. His task had been completed. Informing these human deities, the god of greed was dead. I.e., he could. The rest? Who cares? What I want from you guys. It's not for you to tell my disciple what to do, but for you, Mount Chixia, to give my disciple an explanation. Him? But a genius of your human race. Li Xie repeated what he had just said, emphasizing that Qin Fang was a genius of the human race. Che. Slaughtering gods. My human race has never had such a genius. A mere legend-ranked little guy. How dare he call himself a genius? It's really laughable. Just this? Did our Mount Chixia admit it? These human deities muttered in whispers, as if they did not recognize Qin Fang as a genius of the human race. Yeah. You just beheaded a human race deity? Now? There must still be resentment in the hearts of the big guys. Li Xie pretended not to hear this. The prophet god, on the other hand, was weighing in his mind. What kind of explanation should be given to Li Qi? It was obvious that Li Qi had already made no distinction between right and wrong, and was specifically looking for face for his disciples. How could the prophet god deal with this? If an explanation is given to Li Xie, wouldn't it be plainly letting the human race Chixia Mountain be shorter by a generation? Even if it wasn't his own fault? But if you don't give attitude words? It seemed that this Li Xie would not sang by Gan Xiu again. Thus, the entire Chixia Mountain went silent. 60 seconds of light. Li Xie's patience seems to be consumed. Impatiently inquired. I'm repeating for the last time. What is the explanation given to me by Mount Chixia? You? Little Willow. Give me a reply within 3 breaths. Otherwise, half of the gods of Mount Chixia have to die. Li Qi completely lost his patience. This Mount Chixia seemed to not want to lose face? Then, let's all lose our lives. Li Xie's might transformed into an absolute kunpeng, overwhelming the entire Mount Chixia, making them truly feel the sensation of death. Invite the plague Dharma god. Mard. You're being reckless. Is my human race so easy to bully? The plague Dharma god is still here? How dare you? These younger generation deities. Their eyebrows cracked as they glared at Li Qi. Deep hatred branded into them. 3. 2. Before Li Xie could shout out one, the figure of the human emperor suddenly appeared from the place of seclusion. Senior evil god. This matter is my Mount Chixia's fault. I will give you our Mount Chixia's attitude. Firstly, from today onwards, no deity from my Mount Chixia may strike at your disciple. If you violate this, I will step in and clean up the mess. Naturally, you can help as well. My Mount Chixia will not have any complaints. Secondly, I, Mount Chixia, am willing to compensate Mount Enlightenment for 100 years, and make every effort to help your disciples break through to divine spirit level blacksmiths. Thirdly, I, Mount Chixia, am willing to compensate you for 1,000 bottles of divine grade fine wine and 1 billion copper coins for your disciple, counting it as moral damage. And please be sure to accept it. Fourth, the god of greed is removed from the human Chixia mountain. The human emperor was worthy of being the human emperor. Sensing the killing intent of the evil god, he appeared at the first time and gave a promise to the evil god. After hearing this, Li Evil was quite satisfied. This Mount Chishia's attitude was quite good. Good. Your attitudes are good. Do as you are told. Li Xie stood in place and waited for the items promised by the human emperor. At this time, the human race exploded, and all of them looked angrily at the human emperor. This human emperor? Then why can he be so wimpy? Fuck. Hack with him. Yes. My human race is afraid of him? Not afraid. Not afraid. My human race is definitely not afraid of a battle. The human race's deities felt very stifled and wanted to fight with Li Qi to get back the lost face of the human race. This kind of behavior of the human emperor. In their eyes, how was this any different from being a traitor? This was simply throwing the face of the human race on the ground by themselves and rubbing it hard. The human race. Ever since the pestilence Dharma God Senior came out. Where else had they received this kind of birdish anger? Seer God Senior. Inform the plague Dharma God all. Right. At this moment, only the plague Dharma God can save us. Evil gods. They really are too deceitful. The gods of Mount Qixia were in a rare state of unity. With a high degree of unity of will. Li Qi. In response, said I'll watch quietly. The prophet god was also in a difficult position. Not knowing what to do for a while. The key was that the human emperor had already made his decision. If he summoned the plague Dharma god, how would this all end? At that very moment, the human emperor, with the help of the entire Qixia Mountain's geographical advantage, condensed a pressure as great as the heavens, as great as the oceans, and suppressed it towards these human deities, causing them to feel that their bodies were being squeezed, as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs, and they were unable to open their mouths again. These deities have never seen the terror of the evil god, and this is why they speak out of turn. The end is the ignorance of the fearless all. Not long after, the human emperor prepared everything and respectfully handed it to the evil god. Senior evil god, I hope you're still satisfied with my human race's attitude. Li Evil weighed the fine wine in his hand and secretly said that this kid, the human emperor, was good. That's it. In the future if there is anything, I'll still come back. Li Xie once again pinned Qin Fong under his cackling nest and returned to Tianyang town. Qin Fong, air. Big brother? Can we not be like this? I really am. Qin Fong was like a rag bag, constantly drinking in the cool air. I want to die. Chapter 660 10,000 People's Empty Alley Institute. Mount Qixia. The human emperor respectfully bid farewell to the evil god. This ours? It was almost up to the sky. The gods of Mount Qixia looked at the human emperor and accused him of being shameless. What the hell? Human emperor. My Mount Qixia's face has been cleaned up by you. I suggest that a new human emperor be elected. This is simply a disgrace to my human race. Right. I agree. The human emperor. The one who should lead our human race to the top. Not the one who will trample our human race's face down. These words kept ringing out. As for the human emperor, he was expressionless and even wanted to laugh a little. A bunch of ignorant deities. Prophet God. Arrange for it to go down. And from today onwards, seriously study the history about evil gods. You take the lead in organizing it. The human emperor waved his hand before leaving. His move? It was to save the human race. A bunch of fools. The prophet god sighed and asked the god of information to consolidate the information about the evil god and organize it into a book waiting to be studied by everyone. The god of information agreed and began to prepare. Mount Qixia was still abuzz. But the ones making trouble were all young gods. The older ones, even those from the same era as Li Xie, kept their mouths shut and didn't dare to speak, even supporting the human emperor's actions. It wasn't until the books about evil gods were distributed and unified learning began. It was only then that the entirety of Mount Qixia's newly promoted deities shut their mouths. Evil God Battle Record 1 had killed 3,000 ancient deities in a single battle, allowing them to not recover for millions of years. Evil God Battle Record 2 battled with the second Heavenly Emperor. 1. And since then the second Heavenly Emperor abdicated. Evil God Battle Record 3. The third Heavenly Emperor was no match for her. Evil God Battle Record 4. The former first Divine Spirit provoked and was completely killed by him. Evil God Battle Record 5. The Patriarch of the once number 1 race, the Great Sun Clan provoked the evil god, and was exterminated by the evil god, with all 3,000 deities in the clan dead and none surviving. Evil God Battle Record 6. He fought with the pestilence Dharma god, and lost to no one. Evil god's battle achievements are millions and millions. And the height of the whole book is more than one person's height. These were the battle records of the evil god. Only a very small portion of them. And after the younger generation of gods from Mount Chixia had read them, they realized what a terrifying person they had messed with. If it wasn't for the human emperor's good eyesight, all the deities of this Mount Chixia might really have to die. The human race would all have to be exterminated. Prophet God, by the way, learned all the famous and powerful people in the entire heavens mandate. Don't spend the whole day looking like the strongest dangling person in the human race. Or else, you won't even know how you'll die one day. The human emperor ordered once again. So the entire Mount Chixia was caught in a wave of learning. My chow. What the hell is this super god level existence? The 5th ranked ancient deity in terms of strength. The god of cause and effect? How come I've never heard of it before? Super god level god of fate? Spitting blood. Which one is this again? The god of space? Also among the ancient gods? The god of time? This ancient deity's depths are actually this strong? As the study continued, the condescension in the heart of the Sutra Mountain deity gradually became bubbles. This simply shouldn't be too fierce. It turned out that the human race was really nothing as if it wasn't for the pestilence Dharma deity to stand alone. The human race really wasn't too strong of a race. The human race these years is really too comfortable. Comfortable to their night arrogance. Comfortable to they think that the entire heavenly life they are the strongest. This kind of thinking should not be allowed. Within the private territory, Qin Fang looked at Licia with bated breath, wanting to claim the 1 billion copper coins that Chixia Mountain had compensated him with. Do you have anything else? Qin Fang eyed Licia playing dumb. So he just picked a fight and directly demanded it. What are you thinking about? Not a single point. Licia directly dismissed Qin Fang with a single sentence before throwing him out. Qin Fang looked at the private territory that belonged to him, and he couldn't even enter it. Was this not a sadness? Unable to do anything about it, Qin Fang had no choice but to leave, only to bellyache evil tens of thousands of times in his heart. Shameless. Embezzling his copper coins. Qin Fang returned to Tianyang town at the first opportunity, wanting to investigate the new research that Yuzhe had mentioned. What exactly was it? How much was it short of what he had thought in his mind? Ding. Communication from Yuzhe. Answer. Boss. The situation of this research is all understood. The results of this research were shown by Biology Genetic Research, the team led by Dr. Taylor's Scientific Research. Dr. Taylor's research topic is targeting the effects of the spine on the human body, thus stimulating human potential. The team totaled 15 people, all with an average age of over 30. Stop. I'm not listening to this. Let's go straight to their research results. Yuzhe was still about to say a whole lot of nonsense when Qin Fang directly interrupted. Well, Dr. Taylor's research team mainly focused on the first section of the spine. And in a hurry. Because of the deviation of the experimental data, the content of the injected agent was increased by 3 times, allowing them to inexplicably appear as a result of the experiment. 7 or 8 attempts were made before and after, with similar results, which is why I informed you that the specific research results are as follows. Needless to say, I've arrived downstairs at the Tianyang City Lord's mansion, so I'll go see it directly. Qin Fang notified Yuzhe in a fiery hurry. Yuzhe did not talk nonsense and took the lift from the ground to greet Qin Fang. Tianyang City Lord's mansion Zhuge Tianmian also appeared in a hurry to greet Qin Fang. After all, I'm still the Tianyang City Lord. The belly draft Zhuge Tianmian all played well, just waiting for Qin Fang to ask questions. I'm still the Lord of Tianyang City. Zhuge Tianmian just appeared. That is, was told that the city lord went to the underground. This time, led Zhuge Tianmian pounced. So helpless. Zhuge Tianmian returned to the deliberation hall, continued to deal with political affairs. Tianyang Town Underground Research Institute. Zhuge Tianmian no. But also just no. As for what is the research? As for what was being researched? No one in the entire Tianyang town knew except Qin Fang and Yuzhe. These were all Qin Fang's secrets. This place, blocked by Qin Fang with a divine level prop. The existences that entered and exited were all filed. Even a god level could not avoid it. The underground of Tianyang town. Qin Fang first passed through the areas sealed by the thunder god. The god of thunder was still attacking and slapping the seal, trying to break through. However, with his current strength, Trying to break through the seal was simply futile. However, Qin Fang glanced at it, and was still prepared to wait for tomorrow, i.e. to start forging the Thunder God's divine weapon. This guy? Still too excited. Ding. You've arrived at the 10,000 Alley Institute. This place? Naturally. It should be named after 10,000 people's empty alley. Boss, this place has been constructed for about a month's light. Covers an area of 13,000 square feet. And cost 30 billion copper coins. This was Yuzei's occupational disease. Always having to say something to Qin Fang from time to time. After all, this asset, it was all Qin Fang's all. Qin Fang was obviously distracted. So Yuzei closed his mouth, his feet speeding up even faster, pushing open the steel portal whose thickness reached 1 meter deep, allowing Qin Fang to see a whole new world. Inside the 10,000 Empty Alley Research Institute. As bright as day. The interior is filled with high-tech materials, items, precision instruments, and top scientific research talents. These are all the things that Yuzei had to spend a lot of effort to dig over from all over the world. The price of these equipments exceeded 500 billion. As for the annual salary of the top researchers, it was not the most expensive. The most expensive thing was the annual funding allocated to them, which was also almost 500 billion copper coins. It was only because of Qin Fang's words, everything must be done to vigorously support this place. Even if there were no research results. Even if the expansion of the 10,000 Empty Lane group was slightly slower. It was still necessary to support this place. As a result, the investment in this place grew bigger and bigger. Chapter 661 Heartfire Ape. Boss, the entire 10,000 Empty Alley Research Institute was divided into 9 different areas by me, researching the secrets of different human body areas. And the 9 areas are administratively independent of each other. The area closest to us is the first area, specializing in researching the unknowable possibilities about human skin. The latest research result is the regeneration and replication of human cells, which are already able to be artificially replicated. As for more research, i.e. the hardening of human skin, sudden changes in human skin, visualization of human skin, texturing of human skin. Yuzei led Qin Fang around the entire scope of the first area, clearly explaining to Qin Fang. It could be seen that Yuzei had also put in some fierce efforts. And surprisingly, he knew the various researches of this place like the back of his hand. Instead of entering the entire research institute, Qin Fang was in no hurry, and signaled for Yuzei to lead him to continue looking. These researchers were busy with the things in their own hands. Even if Qin Fang, Yuzei entered, their behavior was very calm and cold. Even many of the researchers did not raise their heads to look at them. They were immersed in their own world. Qin Fang watched attentively, and eventually gave his opinion. Focus on investing in the hardening, crystallization, and diamondization of human skin. And as far as possible, make the skin of ordinary human beings able to withstand bullets, and even stronger attacks. Yuzei patiently jotted down in his book, waiting for Qin Fang to leave, i.e. to lay out the arrangements. Boss, this second area is specialized in the study of the brain. The current latest research result is to raise the development of the brain domain by 1,000. The performance, that is, to raise the intelligence by 1,000. This piece of research has been stabilized, and the next step is gradually increasing the speed of brain domain development. However, as you know, the research of the brain domain is more laborious, and the results are very subtle. The main items being researched within the region are the relationship between the brain and the spirit, the relationship between the brain and the soul, the development of the brain domain, and the study of brain slices. Qin Fang listened and still gave his advice. Being bold is too conservative. The brain domain part is very important. It might be able to unlock the secrets of the human body's ultimate pole. Yuzei still wrote it down and prepared to convey it. Boss, the third area targets the research of the 5 senses and so on. Hearing, sight, smell, taste. This research mainly targets expanding or shrinking, or strengthening. Qin Fang listened patiently and silently left. Yuzei also made a note in his small notebook. It was time to cut down on the expenditure for this area. The area of the 4th piece targets the research of the 5 organs. The separate sections are heart section, kidney section, lung section. The latest research result, the Heartfire Ape. You can see the results of the research for yourself. It's given us a whole new level of confidence in our entire research. These are the results of the research in the last 2 days. It's amazing. Boss. Before this, I never thought that there were such deep but imperfect secrets hidden within the human body. Yuzei was very excited. This was also the latest research result that he had logged in today. And this was what he had seen. Because of the imperfection, it was not chosen to be reported. This time, a certain amount of interest came to Qin Fang's heart. Not long after, Qin Fang was led by Yuzei to the latest scientific research room. This was a high-tech nanomolecule research warehouse, like a cage. And from the outside, it was possible to see what was going on inside. The arrival of Qin Fang, Yuzei made these researchers straighten their backs and look a bit uplifted. After all, this was their gold master. Elderly. Let's begin. After Yuzei finished speaking, this aged researcher immediately introduced Qin Fang to the entire project's research. The heart is able to control human emotions and can carry human memories. So we started from this point and went through. Qin Fang, I really don't understand all. Can you express it in simple words? Yuzei seemed to have seen Qin Fang's dilemma and couldn't help but say, let's start straight away. The boss's time is very tight. Hearing this, the researcher also stopped talking nonsense and directly operated the button. The entire researchers within the research room, Qin Fang was able to tell, were all nervous. Poof! A slight mist was incorporated into the research chamber. The researcher, who was originally lying on the ground, very weak, suddenly straightened up. His heart began to beat powerfully, and all of a sudden, his eyes were red, and his whole body burned with a blazing flame. Thud, thud, thud. The entire research silo was buzzing with his pounding. Qin Fang froze. This is the heart flame ape? It seems like it's a bit interesting. The data on the data meter began to rise crazily. From the various indicators of 1, it directly soared to 100. Only 60 seconds later, this data began to slowly decline, eventually returning to 1. And this research person, 2, fell limp on the ground even more weakly. Boss, currently it only succeeded on this one person. On the others, it couldn't succeed. Perhaps there is some special restriction. These fellows want to pursue the investment. Qin Fang pondered in his mind and eventually gave Yuzei permission to increase the investment. In his previous life, it seemed that Qin Fang had heard similar news from the interactive boards. And at the very beginning, starting from the broken earth, a group of non-humans appeared, able to fly over walls. Perhaps, i.e., it was the awakening of the power of the so-called Heartfire ape. Since the Heart Flame ape exists, the other 4 organs should also harbor secrets. Increase the research and dig out this secret as much as possible. After Qin Fang finished speaking, he namely followed Yuzei and left. To be honest, in just 1 year's light, to be able to dig out the secrets of the human body to this extent, Qin Fang was still quite pleased. At the very least, the money had not been spent in vain. Yuzei, regarding this Heartfire ape's information, classify it as an absolute secret. The materials, instruments and whatnot required for this experiment, make a list for me collectively. Qin Fang was prepared to replicate it in the broken earth to see if he could succeed. Boss, the 5th slice of the area research is then 6 bowels. There is currently no research. The 6th slice of the area research is the human body's bones all over the body. Bone marrow, except for the spinal bones. The most press has not yet had any great research results. The 7th area is the study of the human body's meridians. The latest research results, the existence of the meridians has been determined. From a certain degree of certainty that Chinese medicine exists. But beyond that, there is no more research. The 8th area of research, on the other hand, is the flesh and blood of the human body. And there hasn't been much research yet. The 9th area, on the other hand, is the area specialized in the study of the large bones of the spine. Qin Fang was silently speechless. These 5, 6, 7, 8 seemed to be a bit weak. But these areas of the human body were really hard places to show results. Yuzei, these research regions, give it another 2 years. If it doesn't give any great breakthroughs, directly withdraw it. Qin Fang wasn't a kind person. Was it hard to keep them all the time? Furthermore, Qin Fang had just seen a few researchers that were slacking off, which was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Yuzei, these few researchers, directly dismissed them. This was Qin Fang's bottom line. As soon as Yuzei looked at this list, he instantly understood. This organization, he did manage it a bit laxly. Qin Fang did not blame Yuze. After all, he was a single person. How could he be too busy? Set up a mechanism for clearing out scientific researchers. Evaluate them once a year, and tell them that this bowl of rice is not that tasty. Chapter 662, The District's 1 billion gold coins. Huh? Mum. I'll arrange the specifics. Boss. As he spoke, Yuze immediately brought Qin Fang to set foot in the 9th region. As soon as he entered the 9th area, cheering voices were heard. Success. Success. Our research has succeeded. Hurry up and report it. Apply for more funding. I want to start the next stage of research. It was as if Qin Fang could feel their joy, and the curve of his mouth could not help but rise. Yuze entered it and coughed gently, allowing the person in charge to introduce him to this research. Yuze. This time, we have cured this research completely. As long as the activity within the first spinal bone is activated, it is able to permanently increase one's overall physical quality by 30%. At the same time, it is also able to explode, only to cause a period of weakness. The chief person in charge of researching the spinal bones was an old man, but from his expression at the moment, he could not see the slightest bit of old age. Instead, he saw vigor, and his eyes were very bright, as if they were hiding a starry sky. This is a real big brother. What about the specific research results? This is the big boss behind our 10,000 Empty Alley Research Institute. He wants to take a look at the latest research results. Yuze grandly introduced Qin Fang. So this group of researchers immediately had a much better attitude towards Qin Fang, especially the chief director, who was all smiles. Finally, he knew who to ask for money from all. Mr. Jin, please also come and see with us. Our current research is based on the vitalization of vital proteins for spinal bones. In simple words, it means making the two fuse. Qin Fang watched the experiment. In the middle of the experiment, a human with a bare upper body was following the command. His body was densely connected to all kinds of different instruments, connected to all kinds of different tubes, humming, with a violent force, as if he had mobilized the power within his spinal bones. The whole person hissed. From the surface, Qin Fang couldn't see any changes. No. Still able to see a hint of it. This muscle or something? It had indeed become bigger. But what was even more intuitive was the data on the screen. Able to clearly see that from the first section of the lumbar vertebrae, where the spinal bones were, a massive amount of power burst out, as if it was adrenaline hormones, rapidly flowing throughout the body, allowing the body's quality to increase by 30%. This can be reflected in the data, even in order for me to see it more clearly. This chief director directly released the tiger and let this human fight with it. The battle was very tragic. But in the end, the human was still better, activating 3 times the power, and hammered the tiger to death alive. Originally, Yuze also suspected that I might not like this kind of bloody scene. But as he watched, he realized that I was expressionless and didn't seem to be surprised. Hee. Just kidding. Qin Fang also crawled out from the dead all right. This little scene surely does not bring fear. Not bad. Increase the investment. See if the spine after the second section. Will there be a whole new change yet? These words immediately caused smiles to appear at the corners of these researchers' mouths. For pure researchers, being able to study the mysteries of the human body, this was truly the happiest thing. Within a year, I want the experimental data of the entire spine Grand Dragon. All of you have worked hard during this period of time. But rest assured, the amount that should be given will definitely not be less, or even doubled. Qin Fang finished speaking. That is, he took Yuze out. Yuze, give this as 3 billion gold coins. You look at the arrangement. I only have one request. Let the entire 10,000 Empty Alley Research Institute research a little more. Within a year, I want more results. Qin Fang didn't even blink. He handed it all over to Yuze. And Yuze's entire being was incomparably dumbfounded. Boss, do you want to be like this, You're insulting me, Yuze's 2 years? He hadn't even earned this much money. And Qin Fang had given it to him so easily. All of a sudden, Yuze felt that everything he had done was meaningless. His values were shocked, and he vomited blood. Yuze, I believe in your abilities. This 10,000 People's Institute. I still need you to keep an eye on it for me. After saying that, Qin Fang patted Yuze's shoulder and turned to leave. Yuze looked at the gold coins for a long time, unable to return to his senses. At this moment, Even if Yuzhe directly became a god? This divine position didn't smell good anymore. Ah. Inside the Tianyang Town City Lord's mansion, Qin Fang stepped in. Mr. Zhuge Tianwang, have you encountered any problems with the construction of the town recently? Qin Fang came up and inquired about his official duties. But Zhuge Tianmian was prepared and told him everything. All in one sentence. The development of Tianyang Town was steadily improving and good. Problems existed, but they were minor and able to be solved with money. However, the problem of attracting investment was also solved. As the deputy of a qualified town lord, one can't just leave everything to the town lord to solve. Qin Fang, touched. Look at this awareness of others. In looking at Yuzhe, the two are really a stark contrast. This 1 billion gold coins. You take it and spend it. If there's anything that's not enough, and tell me. 1 billion coins? Seems like a lot. But what? 1 billion gold coins? At this moment, even if Zhuge Tianmian was so well cultured, he couldn't help but scream out in shock. And the whole person got up from his seat in a flash, as if he was a shrew. 1 billion gold coins? How many coins must this be? In the next second, Zhuge Tianmian felt a little soft under his feet again, as if he was about to fall to the ground. It was Qin Fang who was quick to assist Zhuge Tianmian, which prevented the old gentleman from losing face. City Lord? You are not joking, right? Zhuge Tianmian stuttered a little. 1 billion gold coins? How long would this take? Even when Tianyang Town was destroyed and rebuilt, it hadn't cost 1 billion gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained my transfer of 1 billion gold coins. Hearing such a tone, Zhuge Tianmian's entire blood pressure directly soared. With such a large amount of gold coins, the problems encountered by Tianyang Town nowadays were directly solved. Zhuge Tianming, to be honest, the problems that can be solved by the city lord, who would want to go and accompany them with their faces, accompany them with their drinks, and coax these merchants to be happy. Zhuge Tianmian was happy that he was able to get them rolling with tonight's drinking game. With such a large sum of money invested, what else is Zhuge Tianmian afraid of? What? You're not investing anymore? Good. That's great. Alright. The matter of Tianyang Town, I'll leave it to you. Don't let me down. Qin Fang gave Zhuge Tianmian higher rights. This represented complete reassurance towards him. It didn't matter. After all, Senior Li Xia was still watching over him. Drunken Li Xia, what did you say? I can't hear you. Qin Fang directly exited the game to take a look at the status of Yang City. This time when he exited the game, Black Widow was directly waiting at the door. Qin Fang just pushed open the door. He saw Black Widow's figure and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why are you guarding here? It was another year of autumn. The autumn wind was gloomy, reflecting on Black Widow's face, making her even more charming. Without realizing it, it had been 2 years. When you came out from within the Tianyang Town City Lord's mansion, I felt that you were going to quit the game. So I stood guard here. This is the meal I just prepared. Eat it while it's hot. Black Widow acted as if she was a small daughter-in-law of a Gu family, pinching food and feeding Qin Fang. How are things in Yang City these days? Chapter 663, Establishing the Yangcheng Research Institute. Yang City has currently become the absolute hegemon within a radius of 1,000 miles. These small towns, medium-sized towns, we have gradually gnawed them all down. And for the ones that are dry and rebellious, they are directly wiped out. Relying on the gentle and benevolent, the feedback from these towns are not bad. At least for almost a month. There are no more riots. By the way, the Phoenix towns we have also downed. The internal members, as long as their hands are stained with blood, they have all been removed by us. Do you have any comments? Qin Fang's thoughts could not help but return. It was still an unreal feeling with Qin Fang. In his previous life, Qin Fang had stayed in the Phoenix town for 3 years, and there were traces of his constant beatings there. Subsequently, because the territory of the Phoenix is getting bigger and bigger, and finally led to the constant relocation of the city, Qin Fang is the meat and potatoes. Surely also constantly follow the run. The revenge of his previous life, Qin Fang has already reported by himself. This life is just some remaining grievances. But also with the Phoenix towns and cities scattered, Qin Fang suddenly a little confused. Do not know what should be the next step. Right. What should he do? It seemed like he had lost his goal all of a sudden. Qin Fang, The next goal. I intend to recuperate for half a year. Train a unit with a strong fighting force. And then start expanding. The king of this broken earth. I think I should let you do it. Just as Qin Fong was puzzled and confused, Black Widow gave him a brand new goal. Good. I agree with your idea. If there is a lack of money, I will give it to you. Black Widow nodded her head in response, and then stretched out her small hand that was like a jade gel. Give me 1 trillion copper coins first, and I promise to give you a 10,000-mile radius of territory. Black Widow's mouth was tinged with a smile that seemed like a laugh, and it looked like she was trying to poke fun at Qin Fong. Who was it that Qin Fong actually took out 1 billion gold coins and traded it to Black Widow? It's only a billion all what? 1 billion gold coins? A look of surprise appeared on Black Widow's face. This? She couldn't return to her senses for a long time. 1 billion gold coins. What a huge amount of money. Watch me. In the end, Black Widow's fighting spirit was activated by Qin Fong. With such a large amount of gold coins, the world seemed to be within reach. Within a year, I'll give you a 10,000-mile radius and make you a vassal. At Black Widow's words, Qin Fong merely smiled. His ambition? It had never been that big. As for how much Black Widow would be able to accomplish in the end, it all depended on her ability. While Qin Fong was still eating, Black Widow began to calculate how best to spend this money. Food? This is the most important thing. In the early stage, you can first buy food from Tianji Pavilion. Otherwise, so many people's food can't keep up. But in the later stage, the most important thing is even more important to let them take the initiative to just reclaim the land and plant crops. You can give priority to buying the latest varieties of seeds from Tianji Pavilion, and start expanding the seeds on a large scale. Huh? Seeds? This broken earth is able to grow food on a large scale. Qin Fong couldn't help but inquire so when he heard Black Widow murmur. In the previous life, it seemed like it wasn't able to expand food on a large scale, other than some areas that were not too heavily polluted and were able to grow food in small quantities. Everywhere else, it was all dead. The reason why a lot of poor people were entering the game was because they were no longer able to feed themselves through labor. The only way to get copper coins in the game is to go to the mob's hands to buy the most basic food at a high price. What about these mob groups that held the rations of their subordinates? Who would dare to rebel? For example, 2 years ago, Qin Fong had been nibbling on cheap, coarse, black bread, which was the reason for the food shortage. Well. The Tianji Pavilion has researched a brand new seed that can be planted in areas where the broken earth is contaminated, except that the food that is grown possesses a certain amount of toxins. No, it seems to be called radiation. This radiation also varies from person to person. The lords of Sky City definitely can't eat it. It will harm their health. But we, the inhabitants of the broken earth, will be fine if we eat it. After all, we've been living in the broken earth for so long that our bodies have long been immune to radiation. After hearing this, Qin Fong did not deny it. This was the true situation. Then plant it on a large scale. Don't get pinched by the Tianji Pavilion. My lord city lord, you're really taking things for granted. Would the Tianji Pavilion do a one-shot deal? All these seeds we purchased are also converted by others. They are only able to grow a single crop. And if you want to continue planting, you can only continue to purchase other people's seeds. Qin Fong, Air. 6666666. You see to the arrangements. Qin Fong was embarrassed. He was clueless about these trivial matters. He had to make jokes from time to time. For long-distance marches, food is the most important thing, and a series of supplies must also be needed, such as trucks, ammunition for heavy firepower, and so on. As more and more was said, Black Widow simply took out her book and started recording. Qin Fong was dizzy when he took a look at the densely packed words. Sure enough, there were specializations in the arts. It was better for him to stay out of this kind of thing. In less than a minute's time, Black Widow had arranged 100 million gold coins all over the place. This? Can't help but admire it. Ling, I have one more thing to give you. Qin Fong saw that Black Widow had finished her calculations before he spoke out. What is it? Do you think our bodies? Does it possess a treasure? Qin Fong still had to follow the instructions. Treasure? What treasure? Black Widow expressed her lack of understanding. Qin Fong pointed to his eyes. You should know that my eyes are able to see normally in the dark. Black Widow nodded her head while pondering. What do you mean? The radiation? Made us mutate in some way? Black Widow had managed Yang City for such a long time. At least the ability to get swift logic was still there, and reacted at the first opportunity. Qin Fong nodded seriously. Why did Qin Fong pick the night every time he struck in the early stages? Namely because of this sudden change in Qin Fong. It was because of this? It was what made Qin Fong so obsessed with the evolutionary light project that he had to research something. In his previous life, Qin Fong did not talk to anyone about this matter, because even if he did, it would be useless. It was only before he died that he got a tiny bit of information about the light of human evolution. But it was too late, for he was already on his way to death. In this life, since he had such a good opportunity, he definitely had to study it all. Linger, I'm giving you 500 million gold coins. This 500 million gold coins can't be used for the construction of the town. Help me set up a brand new human body research lab. Experts, equipment and whatnot. All of them go to Tianji Pavilion to purchase. I only have one request. Within 3 months, this research institute has to be built. The instruments are all installed, and the personnel must be in place. Within 6 months, I want to see the results of the research. As for the direction of the research, data and whatnot, I will provide all of them. This, you don't have to worry about. After Qin Fong finished speaking, Black Widow fell into deep thought. This was reality. After all, it wasn't the mandate of heaven. And with a word from Qin Fong, Yu Zhe would be able to put in the connections to get it done. Or even get it done very well. This was the broken earth. And a 3-month construction period seemed to be a little too tight. Especially now that we were in autumn. It wouldn't be long before we entered winter. The construction of this institute seemed to become impossible. Chapter 664 National War. Is this matter important? Black Widow's thoughts returned and looked at Qin Fong's eyes. Mum, it's very important. If it's handled properly, it might actually be able to help us take down the entire broken lands. In that case, this matter, leave it to me. 3 months' time. If we rush the schedule, it's not impossible to finish. It just so happens that I still have a lot of slaves on hand. Their lives, they are not worth much. Black Widow's words were cold, and Qin Fong did not feel bad about it. This was the broken earth, and human lives were perhaps the least valuable thing of all. This matter must be quick. We must seize the first opportunity. Qin Fong finished talking to Black Widow. That is, he got up and moved around, and then went to check out the current development of Yang City. Yang City was also expanding towards the periphery. After all, the number of people was getting bigger and bigger. If they didn't expand, they wouldn't be able to carry so many residents. And in the end, they would be the ones who would end up in trouble. As for the city's sewerage system, medical system and so on, all of them have been repaired. What a scene of peace and happiness. In 2 years' time, Yangcheng has developed to its present state. It's really a bit unbelievable. Yangcheng within the serious restaurants and other things have been reopened. No longer the previous street stalls. The pedestrians on the road also gradually increased. And the smiles on their faces also could not help but increase. This was impossible before. The city guards across the guns patrolled daily as usual. But more often than not, they were very idle. Qin Fong didn't blame them. This was a sign of excellent governance. As for these firearms, they were all brand new purchases by Black Widow. Every time they fired a shot, it was a fingerprint verification. Otherwise, it would not be possible to fire the gun at all, fundamentally eradicating the matter of the firearms being robbed. Is this a lawyer? Is this profession all revived? It is. All in all industries were thriving. An excellent form. Qin Fong was very satisfied. Unconsciously, Qin Fong couldn't make it to the place where Yang City was practicing. The vigilance was so high that it nearly shot Qin Fong. In the end, Qin Fong came out of his own identity, which was able to enter to consult. To be all red. Qin Fong's heart only 2 words, strong army. Although the sergeants of this batch were predominantly female, the brawny aura was no less or even stronger than that of the men. Not bad. Eat meat at night? In broken earth, eating meat is sometimes not precious. After all, human rice? Who has never eaten? But there are times to eat meat. But it is very extravagant. After all, in this era where eating black bread is already very happy. Eating meat? It is even more unthinkable. So, the practice ground a cheer. Black Widow is also rich. According to the share of 1 caddy per person procurement. It does not matter. Now there is a lot of money. Is worried about not knowing how to spend it. Qin Fang returned to the government hall and discussed things with Black Widow once again. That is, he entered the heavenly mandate. As for what Black Widow told him about patrolling the city, Qin Fang is not going. In case something goes wrong in the middle, who would be responsible for that? Within Yang City? Because of the strongest defense system, Qin Fang's heart was able to calm down. Yang City was the safest. Even if someone misbehaved with Qin Fang, the defenses would be able to automatically react and kill the target. To put it simply, no one would be able to do anything to Qin Fang while he was within Yang City. Ding. Welcome to your return to heavenly destiny. Qin Fang returned to heaven's mandate and took a deep breath of this fresh air before quickly heading to his private territory, wanting to borrow Li Xie's divine position in preparation for forging the Thunder God's divine weapon. AI. Forging too many divine weapons is not a good thing for you. Qin Fang. You feel that forging divine artifacts can enhance your strength, which is actually an illusion. My advice is not to forge divine weapons. Li Xie started the mode of teaching earnestly. AI. Qin Fang sighed. It looked like this path of teacher Li Xie was not going to work. Qin Fang, don't listen. Don't listen. The Wangba recites the sutra. Li Xie was helpless and gave Qin Fang a slap on the face, telling him to go aside and calm down. The blindfolded Qin Fang, heh. Do I only know you as a godsmith? Thus, Qin Fang dialed the communication of divine craftsman Lu Long. Before Qin Fang could even open his mouth, divine craftsman Lu Long spoke directly. Elder brother me. Don't think about it. Elder Li Xie has already told us all that he will kill whoever lends you the divine position. Good brother. Don't make it difficult for us. To be honest, before Li Xie's identity was not dismantled, the divine craftsman Lu Long also climbed brothers with Li Xie. But now give him 10,000 guts. He did not dare to can only shout Li Xie seniors. This is the evil god The evil god Qin Fang was dumbfounded and had no choice but to hang up the communication. Look at the sky. Wanting to cry. Che. Don't let me forge divine weapons. I can always forge legendary grade equipment. Qin Fang took out pure materials and started forging. This was what Little Black had spewed out for him before he fell into a deep sleep. Enough for Qin Fang to forge for several days. Ding. Dong. Qin Fang kept forging. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In late autumn, Qin Fang had finally finished forging all of the legendary grade, epic grade materials, and his golden dragon's ring was almost a third full. This batch of equipment? If all of them were released, the price of the entire Heaven's Destiny's legendary grade equipment would have to drop by 99%. Qin Fang directly threw this batch of equipment to Yuze, letting him watch over it. Ding. Hidden Earth is calling with a communication. Do you agree? Agreed. Boss, what have you been busy with lately? Forging equipment. Preparing to pack a milk powder red packet for your child. Qin Fang informed in a jocular manner. Zhang Tu also couldn't help but smile. In this life, perhaps because of having a wife and a child, Zhang Tu and the title of cold-faced killing god drifted away. This was properly a milk daddy. He. Thanks, boss. Right. Boss. Heaven's Destiny's new national war. Are you going to participate? Qin Fang froze as long ago memories returned. National war. This definitely had to be participated in. To beat up the little days and destroy them. This must be the ultimate dream of the sons and daughters of China. And this time, the national war was different from the previous virtual national war. This time, it's real. It's the one that will make the situation of the broken earth change. Ding. The brand new mode of Heaven's Destiny, national war, will soon be opened. Qin Fang flipped upwards and saw the system beep for this one. Perhaps because Qin Fang was forging just now, so he didn't notice it. In the beginning, the majority of players did not think about this national war, thinking that it was the same as before. Nothing more than fighting and killing between countries. Boring, however. It was not until the Sky City's participation that made the entire national war change its flavor. These rich people from Sky City said that they were even more bored, so they wanted to make something interesting out of it. The exact situation made Qin Fang feel like his body couldn't help but tremble when he thought about it. However, boss, This national war doesn't say when it's going to open. Should we prepare in advance? These words from Hidden Earth pulled Qin Fong back from his thoughts. Prepare? How can we not prepare? Hidden Earth. From now on? You personally select 10,000 strong people from amongst the 10,000 Empty Alley Guild. The stronger the better. And give them unified training. Don't ask why. What I want is devilish training. In a short period of time? The kind that takes their strength to the next level. Okay, boss. Qin Fong hung up the communication. And Hidden Earth immediately began to move around. Although he didn't know what deep meaning the boss had in this move. Zong too wasn't prepared to guess. The boss must be right. Chapter 665 The Biggest Secret About the National War. Heaven's Destiny. Huh? Is the National War coming out? Hey. It's so boring. Every time the game is so two-dimensional. Can't this designer come up with something new and innovative? Yeah. The National War. I'm almost sick of playing it. Are we going to fight with the little black guys? The little white guys? And the little days again? Uh-huh. Old me only fucks the little days, Yeah. Yeah. Me too. The vast majority of players had mixed feelings about this national war. The vast majority of senior veteran players said that the back and forth was just so 2 times. Without any new ideas. And even the follow-up of the national war was thought out and released for them. But there are also new players who have entered the pit. This expressed a great attitude. Eager to try. Want to try some of this novel gameplay. I don't know when exactly this national war will be released. This was the inquiry of a certain player. And the Heaven's Destiny official below directly replied, after the second 10,000 clans competition. That is, the opening of the national war. During this time, all players can enthusiastically prepare. Oh, yes, can be revealed in advance to everyone a little information. This national war. Open a new gameplay. With a player's personal strength has a relationship. Please look forward to. This sentence finished. That is, the entire Heaven's Destiny players are boiling up. Brand new mode. Since Heaven's Destiny dares to say so. It might be a little interesting. The minds of the Heaven's Destiny players were instantly piqued by this one statement. Yeah. Take me, and I'll play it reluctantly. Uh-huh. Not bad. Not bad. This brand new mode I've been playing quite well lately. Rubbish. It's really rubbish. Every time it says it's a brand new mode. But every time the mode. It's stupid and silly. Whoever of you loves to play it. Go ahead and play it. I'm not playing it anyway. But there were also those who deliberately demolished the stage. Despising this so-called brand new mode as a piece of shit. That's right. Every time it advertises a brand new model. But what about every time? Old bottle with new wine. Still coaxing people. Agreed. Agreed. This was what this group of players had in mind. No matter what era it was. These spammers always existed. Qin Fong just wanted to laugh at such voices. These words. When 3 months later? You guys won't be able to say them anymore. Ding. Is it time to exit the game? Qin Fong decisively exited the game, as he remembered something. Linger. Linger. Qin Fong came out from within the nutrient warehouse, and immediately ran wildly. Shouting all the way. The city guards within the government hall looked dumbfounded. Where had they seen such a wretched and anxious city lord? This? Something big must have happened. So the city guards who had eyes to see took the initiative to run in front of Qin Fong to inform Black Widow. It was also the first time that Black Widow had seen such an anxious Qin Fong. So she immediately dismissed her left and right, leaving only Qin Fong. Black Widow. Linger. Within 3 months? The area of our territory must exceed 3,000 miles in a circle. Remember? It is a must. This matter. The quicker the better. And we have to declare the founding of the country. When Black Widow heard what Qin Fong said, she was suddenly a bit muddled. As if she couldn't understand what Qin Fong was saying. Black Widow, Air! Are we on the same channel? Within 3 months? A 3-fold expansion of territory? Goodness. Do you know the difficulty of this? Do you know how much manpower and resources we need to expend? Besides, building a nation? Qin Fong. Where's your brain? At this juncture. Who would dare to declare the establishment of a nation? At this stage of the broken earth. Similar to the early spring and autumn period when the lords and vassals rose up together. The son of heaven of the Zhou dynasty still exists. So if you declare a state at such a moment, there will be an orthodox heir who will come to beat us up. After all, This China is not completely extinct. A large number of conservatives, but also embrace this their imperial son it. Qin Fong? Are you sure? Black Widow inquired carefully. Mum. According to my instructions. Do as you're told. Qin Fong directly told Black Widow to cut the crap. This matter? It's 10,000 times more important. Even if it empties our people. We must succeed. Another 2 billion gold coins have been given. If it's not enough, ask me for it. Right. During these 3 months, hoard as much food as possible. Our population, it might be growing. Remember this matter is important. Very important. Qin Fong informed Black Widow of the general direction. The specifics? He wouldn't be ready to interfere. The biggest secret of this national war, namely, the top tycoons of Sky City, bound this again national war to the territory of Broken Earth to each other. Simply put, any power that occupies a 3,000-mile radius will be automatically divided into small countries that automatically compete within the mandate of heaven. If you kept winning in the national war, your territory would be able to keep growing. If you lost, your territory would become someone else's trophy. Even in the end, your entire person will become a trophy to be taken. This was a great opportunity. But at the same time, it was also a great danger. This was the little game that the top tycoons of the Sky City had come up with under boredom. And it was also a way to add a certain amount of fun to their lifespan that was comparable to a long life. Add a certain amount of fun. In the previous life of the Phoenix Thug Group. How is the rapid development? That is, in the current national war, became a vassal of a powerful country, slowly became a powerful guild, and then was divided into small vassals, occupying a large area. And the territory fought in this national war will be guarded for you by the City of the Sky. Any outsiders? Not allowed to enter within a year. Otherwise, shoot on sight. Within 3 years? No battles are allowed. Which gives the strong a chance to develop better. This was the history of the Phoenix Guild's fortune. Would Qin Fong choose the same path as the Phoenix Guild? Definitely not. This time, Qin Fong wanted to establish himself as the king. And how big a territory he could conquer was how big a territory he could conquer. That's what Qin Fong wanted. In his previous life, the most powerful empire was none other than the empire that Big Brother Fong was in. And he has also managed to occupy the most fertile and populous region in the entire Chinese region with this opportunity, laying a solid foundation for his unification in the future. This time, Qin Fong did not want to give up this opportunity, especially since Qin Fong possessed the memories of his previous life. This was his best chance. If the development of Yang City, it was only a quarter of the world, Qin Fong would definitely not participate. But now, Qin Fong's heart for hegemony was burning brightly. Black Widow had no choice but to prioritize the things Qin Fong had ordered. This guy still really thinks out of the box, completely disregarding my feelings. Black Widow was sad, but motivated. As for the major kingdoms of the Broken Earth, between the empires, they also began to prepare, only not taking this national war seriously. More, think of him as just a trial run for the game. At most, how many divine artifacts would the victor be able to obtain? This was already tops. You know, even though the entire blue planet had been shattered, there were still many inhabitants who were unwilling to leave their homeland and stayed in their original countries, their original territories, just as chaotic, just as unpleasant. But they had also built up their civilization. This is human beings. Tenacious human beings. As long as they are given a handful of soil, a grain of food, that is able to live tenaciously. Chapter 666 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, Divine Spirit Pavilion. But it was such a race that made a mess of the beautiful blue star, and ultimately suffered the consequences. The top tycoons all fled, and what was left on top of the shattered earth were all the descendants of the sinful people. After Qin Fong instructed Black Widow and watched her get busy, he logged on. This matter must not be sloppy. Ding. Welcome to log into Heaven's Mandate. Ding. Is Zhang Ming's communication dialed? Dialing. Zhang Ming, who was originally leisurely drinking tea, heard the city lord's communication, and thumped with a jolt, accidentally breaking the teacup and scalding himself, but quickly answered. Lord City Lord, what are your orders? Zhang Ming's words carried a hint of pain, but quickly masked it with a smile. Zhang Ming, other than the 10,000 players that Hidden Earth picked away, the remaining players, They must not slack off. They must train for more than 8 hours a day at the very least. Help me drill up. As for the copper coins needed for the guild to function, this is something you don't need to worry about. It will be uniformly paid for by me. Remember, you only have 3 months off. I hope that amongst these 10,000 little guys, more players with outrageous operations will appear. Do you understand? Understood. Zhang Ming combined the current situation and instantly knew that this was the city's main preparation for the national war. Oh, among your batch of players? I'll give you 10,000 copper coins for the appearance of a first-rate expert. And I'll give you 1,000,000 copper coins for the appearance of a super first-rate expert. For the promoted first-rate experts, 100,000 copper coins each. And for the super first-rate experts, 5,000,000 copper coins each. I'm not short of money, but I'm just short of these top-notch players. Let them take the initiative to learn. Don't create any mutiny and topple our lair. Do you understand? Qin Fang had already said it so bluntly. How could Zhang Ming not understand it? Right. This is 50 million gold coins. You watch the distribution. I'll only be happy if all of them are used up. Ding. Player me requests a trade. This time, it really gave Zhang Ming a fright. This was 50 million gold coins. What kind of concept is this? How could he, Zhang Ming, be able to see so much money? Do well. After Qin Fang had finished instructing Zhang Ming, he just wanted to hang up. As if he had thought of something, he continued to speak. Zhang Ming, how many of the hidden tasks that I set for you have you completed? Zhang Ming hurriedly took out his small book and began to get Qin Fang an inventory. City Lord, the list of these players that you gave me to recruit. In the past year or so, I have collectively contacted them several times, and after a lot of softening up, they finally agreed to join our 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, the Divine Spirit Pavilion, a total of 32, respectively. This 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild's Divine Spirit Pavilion was specially established by Qin Fang, and only those whose strength had reached the level of a superb expert, or who had superb qualifications, were permitted to enter. Level 78 Gunner, Ragged Heart. Level 79 Gunner, Heart of the Songhai. This was a pair of sisters, a gun master and a gunner, both top players. Both were also casual players in their previous lives. And in this life, they were given a small notebook by Qin Fang, allowing Zhang Ming to seduce them with a heavy amount of money and join the 10,000 Empty Lane. Level 78 Sword Warrior, Demon. Level 80 Magic Warrior, Tan Hu. 79 Level Magician, Stranger Don't Enter. Level 78 Summoner, Murphy. Zhang Ming gave Qin Fang an inventory one by one. Qin Fang's expression was getting more and more wonderful, and he couldn't help the appreciation of Zhang Ming overflowing on his face. This brat? It was a talent. These casual players in the previous life? But they claimed that they would never join a guild. Now? Zhang Ming has recruited 32 of them? Awesome. Awesome. Zhang Ming, this time you've made a great achievement. Go and collect 10 million copper coins from the accounts. It's considered your reward, in addition to giving you a month's paid holiday. What time exactly? You decide yourself. That's right. Make it clear to them that when the national war starts, they will be needed to step in, and the rewards will be plentiful. After Qin Fang finished speaking, he heard Zhang Ming say receive, which meant he hung up the communication. Phew. Qin Fang let out a long breath. All these things were arranged. As for what kind of fruit could be produced, this Qin Fang didn't know all. Right. Should we find an ally? With this thought, Qin Fang immediately dialed through Beishan's communication. Hee. Old brother me. What guidance do you have? Ding. Dong. Swords and daggers. Able to hear that Beishan's side was still in the process of clearing the copy. This guy, Bathian, was obsessive-compulsive about clearing copies. And every time he purchased equipment from Qin Fang, it was all for clearing copies. Older brother Bartion. Find a place where no one is around and we'll talk in detail. Okay. Bathian, who was originally fighting, heard Qin Fang say this, and immediately broke away from the battle and entered within his own private space. Ding. Player me is calling you with an encrypted communication. Is it answered? Encrypted communication. Anyone who hears it other than the two of you will be a string of gibberish. Overlord was puzzled. So careful. How big of a deal does this have to be? Answer. Bathian, old brother. Old brother, I won't beat around the bush. What do you think of this national war? Batian froze. National war? Isn't it just fighting against other countries? Isn't defeating other countries, by joining forces, with the entire Chinese region okay? Is it possible that there is some kind of insider secret? This should be some kind of inside story. Otherwise, my old brother will not specially give himself this communication For me, Batian from a long time ago to determine, this old boy? Definitely AG, definitely a legendary insider player. Although Heaven's Destiny has never admitted that there is an inner test player. But Batian still knows this insider through a certain way. And the playersion is the ironclad proof. Elder brother me. You tell me. How should I cooperate with you? The full benefits of this time. U7. I3. It had to be said that Batian was just a refreshing person. From Qin Fang's mere words. That is, he deduced everything. Older brother Batian. Refreshing. Since that's the case, old brother will say some heartfelt words to you. I wonder if you're in the Broken Lands. Do you operate a territory? The location doesn't need to be too big. Just be able to encompass 3,000 miles. This was the bottom line If Batian didn't even have this, he would have lost his qualifications to go down He. Old brother me. Since you asked, I won't hide it from you. Our Li family is indeed operating this territory down below. The footprint isn't too big. A 10,000-mile radius is still there. Batian smiled as he spoke to Qin Fang. But he still concealed the exact area covered. After listening to this, Qin Fang understood. Right. These sky cities old Tiao? How could they give up this vast broken earth? Some of the supplies above the sky city? Maybe it would have to be transported by the broken earth as well. Bastard sky old brother. Since that's the case, then this time we can cooperate. These days, you first train a large number of top experts. No matter whether you are recruiting or training. At the very least, you should make the number of super first-rate experts reach 100. And first-rate experts need to directly break into 1,000. Old brother Batian. This is the lowest bottom line. It can't be lower than this. Alright. Old brother. I'll go prepare now. By the way, old brother me. Do you still need copper coins and all that? No need. Right. Need to prepare a huge amount of food as well as medical supplies. Otherwise I'm afraid that when you get there, it won't be enough. Qin Fang finished speaking. That is, he stopped speaking. These words? Can't say it too thoroughly What else do you need? Batian old brother. You quickly go and prepare. The specific really can't be said again. Right. This matter? Secretly? Don't be found by other people who have a heart. After all, our goal is too big. These words? Without Qin Fang saying it. Batian understood. Good. Batian hung up the communication. Chapter 667 The Disaster That Sweeps the Heavenly Orders. Batian. To be honest, this was someone Qin Fang trusted more. Despite this, Qin Fang still sent over a contract to Batian, clearly marking the distribution of benefits, as well as precautions. Only when Batian signed this contract would Qin Fang be able to feel completely at ease. Not long after, Batian sent the signed electronic version of the contract to Qin Fang. Qin Fang took a look at it, and only then was he satisfied down. Batian, will my oldest brother harm me? Definitely won't. The Batian Guild, the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, all started to get busy. Qin Fang, on the other hand, said that he was a little bored. Legendary grade? Epic grade equipment? It could no longer be forged. On one hand, there were no materials. On the other hand, there were really too many of them. If they were forged, it would really affect the price. As for divine weapons, without a god to lend him a forging god position, Qin Fang couldn't forge it either. Originally, Qin Fang wanted to let the god of thunder be quieter. But now look. There was no choice but to let him continue to make a mess. Tianyang Town. Yang City. The 10,000 Alley Group. The 10,000 Alley Guild. All of these? It seems like he doesn't need to take care of them. It's so boring. What to do? With no choice, Qin Fang could only look through the interactive boards to see what was interesting. Shocked. The legendary level copy clearance secret is actually purchased before viewing. Qin Fang, ugh. A familiar routine. This legendary grade copy was new. But Qin Fang vaguely remembered that this final boss seemed to be a Thunder God's appendage legendary grade. And to put it simply, unbeatable. Even though nowadays Qin Fang's attributes were already very low, passing him was still not a difficult task. Qin Fang, righto. His own attributes. This is indeed a problem. Thus, Qin Fang hurriedly took out the divine grade potion that he had purchased from the time and space merchant and swallowed it. Ding. Your strength attribute has been raised to 10 million. Ding. Your agility attribute has been raised to 10 million. Ding. Your spirit attribute. Ding. This time, Qin Fang's attributes were pulled up against all odds. Qin Fang, micro-manipulation. Do not 6. Looking at this copy again? It was even less challenging. This legendary level boss might not even have his own attributes high. Isn't this bullying? Qin Fang thought, and flipped to the next news. Shocked. The reason for the destruction of Yanling Town is surprisingly, pay 30 copper coins to watch. This news, Qin Fang still wanted to see it. So he paid 30 copper coins. The deity in the ground of Yanling Town, Yan God revived. The entire Yanling Town broke down. All players, NPCs all died. This piece of article was very detailed. So Qin Fang watched silently. And when he finished reading, he directly switched to the next news. Songhai Guild is selling legendary grade equipment in large quantities. Buy them as soon as possible. First come first served. Affordable prices. Qin Fang clicked in to take a look. Legendary grade equipment 10 million copper coins. It really wasn't that expensive. Right. Epic grade equipment 3 million copper coins. Limited to 1 per person. Not bad. Seems like it's getting that much more interesting. So, Qin Fang hurriedly let Yuze sell this batch of epic level and legendary level equipment he forged. Must be lower than the Songhai Guild. Not for anything else. The main thing is to be affordable. To benefit the parents. So, Songhai Guild's batch of equipment only sold out 3 or 4. That is no longer sold. At first, Songhai Guild is not to intention. Until, seeing the price of the equipment sold by the 10,000 empty lane, directly dumbfounded. 10,000 empty lane guild? This is to fight a price war with us. Songhai Guild reacted at the first time, lowering the price and always 1% lower than 10,000 empty lane guild's price. Yuze of the 10,000 empty lanes guild laughed. 7 million out for legendary grade equipment, and 3 million out for epic grade equipment. Songhai Guild was dumbfounded. This one Hollow Lane Guild belongs to the malicious price adjustment. Simply disturb the entire market environment. You can adjust the price. But which have you adjusted the price like this? This is simply nonsense. The original price of 10 million? You directly 7 million? Waste cut? This who can top? So the fate of the sea of players have to go to the 10,000 Lanes Guild to buy. As for the Songhai Guild's 9 million legendary equipment, no one asked for. So, Songhai Guild directly sued the 10,000 Empty Lanes group, disturbing the market, selling fake legendary equipment, requesting a thorough investigation. This time, not waiting for the 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild to reply. The majority of players could not sit still. What? How is the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild so shameless? My chow. Your price is so high? Still won't let me buy cheap legendary grade equipment. Heaven and earth. I sold my house to buy a legendary grade equipment. Is he fake or not? Don't I know? Songhai Guild. This just doesn't want us to be good. Heh. Saying that the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild's legendary grade equipment is fake. I think yours is the fake one. Come on. Come on. Let's compare. The polemic on top of the interactive board began. And Qin Fang applauded. Hey. This is finally a bit of fun. Songhai Guild's legendary grade equipment versus 10,000 Empty Lane Group's legendary grade equipment. This one's article was dissected from a different angle. Firstly, the skills attached to the equipment. The Songhai Guild's legendary grade equipment only had 5 skills. The 10,000 Empty Lanes legendary grade equipment had a full 12 skills. It's a complete defeat. Second, attributes. Songhai Guild's legendary equipment has a total of 20,000 attribute points. 10,000 Empty Lanes legendary equipment has 100,000 attribute points. Defeat. Third, special effects. Songhai Guild, none. 10,000 Empty Lanes, 6 special effects. Defeated. 7th. To sum up, Songhai Guild's legendary equipment is so rubbish. How can they still have the cheek to sell it at such a high price? This article directly made Songhai Guild speechless, and spit out blood. In the end, Songhai Guild's reply was, "This is only a family's words, not representative. This player S maliciously smearing Songhai Guild. We will pursue his responsibility." The moment this kind of comment came out, it instantly caused the entire interactive board to explode. What? Did it give you face? Yeah. We're saving face for Songhai Guild. Since you guys don't want it, let's just tear it apart. This is a comparison of my equipment. I didn't want to say anything, but this move by Songhai Guild is really too shameless. Spitting blood? No. Do you guys really think you're good? Compare. Directly compare. On the map. Old man directly on the map. This time, Songhai Guild had really violated the public's anger. As a result, the negative news on the interactive board was overwhelming. Like ocean waves, one wave after another, constantly appearing. Songhai Guild was once again famous. But this time, it was infamous. Xin Fang, in response, expressed a soothing mood. And so, once again, flip through other interesting articles. The Goblin Kingdom is about to come out. Xin Fang, garbage news. How dare they? After experiencing being wanted, Xin Fang's last trace of goodwill towards the Goblin Kingdom was completely annihilated. It really was a rubbish race. If possible, Xin Fang wanted to destroy this race. Latest news. The number of deities breaking the seal has reached 1,000. At the same time, a system beep sounded. Ding. The number of deities that have broken the seal has exceeded 1,000. A great catastrophe is in the making. Please pay attention to all races. Ding. The number of deities that have broken the seal breaks through 1,000. Ding. The number of deities that have broken the seal. Chapter 668 The Battle of the Exterminating Clans. My Chow. A great tribulation sweeping across the entire 10,000 races? The 10,000 races players of Heaven's Destiny couldn't help but softly tweak, their hearts inevitably panicking. This was a catastrophe that swept through the 10,000 races. This sounded so terrifying. What kind of disaster is this? How come I don't believe it? A disaster of the 10,000 races? At this time, a player issued a query and released a minute map. From the map, of the 1,000 deities that had broken the seal, 930 of them were all unsealed in the human race's territory. He then boldly surmised that these deities might directly dislike the human race. Che, what kind of speculation is that? It's unscientific and simply impossible. Right. Deities have the same hatred for all races, even if they were unsealed in the human race. But it can't be said that he's against the other 10,000 races? Without any heart of hatred. Right? You guys say? What are all the disasters of this one? On the interactive board, it began to buzz once again, and countless players were speculating. This disaster? What is it? But no one was able to give an accurate statement. Xin Fang counted with his fingers, and couldn't help but let out a soft eep. This disaster seemed to have come a little early. This, at the very least, it was nearly a year of light earlier. This should be the third chapter. Originally, a year later, the ancient 1,000 deities had struck out, threatening Mount Chixia and forcing the human race to cede a large chunk of territory. And after a bloody battle, the human race ended up with so many deaths and injuries that they had no choice but to back down and cede a large area for the ancient deities to inhabit. In this battle, the Plague Dharma god did not put up a fight. Seemingly informing the ancient deities from the side, the Plague Dharma god was truly dead. However, Xin Fang was aware that this battle was the Plague Dharma god's practice battle. There was really no need to make a move. Thousands of ancient deities had come out, fewer than the number of deities in Mount Chixia. And if they all lost, this human race was indeed too weak, and it really needed to be straightened out. These years, the human race under the leadership of the Plague Dharma god really is too smooth. I do not know the combat power is still geometric. The Plague Dharma god probably had this thought in his mind, that is. The final result, too, was a shock. The entire Heavenly Destiny's 10,000 tribes thought that the human race would definitely win, successfully suppressing these 1,000 deities and restoring the clarity of Heavenly Destiny. But what was the final result? It was a great defeat for the human race. The human race had a total of 1,200 deities, but nearly 30% of them were killed, and the remaining 70% were all seriously injured. Such a human race. Could it still be able to stand up to the position of number one hegemon? As a result, The entire heaven's destiny had begun to move foolishly. This heaven and earth. Since the human race does not line up, then are they able to become the hegemon of heaven and earth? Oh, you mean the ancient gods? This long-decayed race? What's the point of robbing them? It should have become done long ago. This was the thought of the strong races of heaven's destiny. As for the weaker races, they still wanted to join the ancient deities and beg for their lives. All in all, this battle was a big turning point. A turning point in the flow of the human race's fortunes and its gradual decline. In this battle, non-legendary levels were not allowed to participate. So the players in the previous life? The number of participants in the battle had not been too high. However, this battle was spread through various broadcasts, and various information was spread to all the races in the heavens. In the beginning, this move was to declare the strength of the human race to all races. But who knew? But it became a shameful video of the human race being slapped, making the human race a complete laughing stock of the 10,000 races of the heavens. Qin Fang was silent. This battle? Could he help in any way? Qin Fang began to patiently recall. This great battle? Where were the aspects included? What aspects could he start with? By the way, if this disaster appeared in advance, would it lead to an overall change? Just then, the system beep that resounded throughout heaven's destiny rang out. Ding! Ancient Deity King, the god of space, is leading 10 million ancient deities to launch a war of extermination against the human race. Please begin preparing for war. Ding! Ancient Deity King, the god of space, is leading 10 million ancient deities against the human race. Ding! Ancient Deity King, the highest position among the ancient deities is 1 emperor and 9 kings. The emperor? It must be the heavenly emperor, the supreme existence, while the 9 kings are the 9 existences whose strength is slightly weaker than the heavenly emperors. The god of space, that is, one of the 9 kings, is the god of space. The god of space is one of the 9 kings. These 9 kings had great power and possessed a great deal of autonomy, but had to follow the will of the heavenly emperor. This time, when the god of space launched the war of extermination against the human race, he also had to get orders from the heavenly emperor. The god of space, long ago, was unsealed. It was still difficult to seal the god of space with the seal of this plague Dharma god. This time, the system beep was considered an announcement. In the next second, the entire dome of the human race's domain, as if this great sun had been covered, was suddenly plunged into absolute darkness. For a time, the lives of the human race were plunged into panic. Fear of the unknown. The god of night. In Mount Sutra, the seer god murmured a whisper. Buzzing, the gigantic figure of the god of space appeared from the top of the sky, as if it was a Pangu giant. Majestic, solemn, wrapped in supreme might, descending into the skies above the realm of the human race. The entire human race, almost all of the life, saw the god of space, or trembling, or eyes contain anger, or flashes of yearning, or the existence of other ideas. This was the human race, and no one could unify their thoughts. Today, my ancient divine spirit clan officially opens a war of extermination against the human race, with no end in sight. Humble ants? Tremble. The once inferior race is destined to submit to our feet again today. The human race that is like rubbish. It looks like you guys have developed quite well over the years. Mirrors in water. Pavilions in the air. When the iron cavalry of my deity arrives, you guys all have to die. The huge figure of the god of space kept turning around, commenting on the human race's territory, on the human race's development, but with a look of such indifference and such disregard for life. Grass. I hate this feeling so much. The older generation of warriors among the human race always felt like they were holding a breath in their hearts. Right. Mard. What era is this? These deities even want to shit on our heads again? A mere space god. We will definitely be able to cut them down. Before this battle of extermination began, everyone thought that it was an ordinary battle, until the deities erupted with terrifying strength. And only then did the human race realize, this time, it seemed that they were really going to die. Once the pestilence Dharma god strikes, all demons and monsters will have to show their true forms. Yeah, we still have the plague Dharma god's big trump card for this fight. Wow. This you tell me how to lose. I really can't think of it. There were still quite a lot of optimists, not worried in the slightest. This was the time when the figures of many gigantic deities once again appeared in the firmament. These gigantic figures either had a body that burned with flames that destroyed the heavens and earth, or exuded a coldness that seemed to be able to freeze everything, or were covered in a fusion of earth attributes, as if they were gigantic giants. These, all of them were figurations of ancient deities, and each of them gave off an incomparably powerful feeling. A bunch of scum, presuming to turn the heavens. This former slave seems to have a mind of his own. Truly ignorant. This is good. What about letting us slaughter them? It's also able to be more fun. My favorite thing to listen to is the sound of the human race screaming in misery. Likewise, I would also like to ask Lord Space King to grant permission to the little ones to open the war first. The figures of these ancient deities gradually appeared, and then began to taunt and hurl insults. All sorts of swear words constantly soared out wildly, which were going to make people think that during the period of time when they were sealed, were these ancient deities only contacted to speak swear words. Chapter 669 Death, 200 Deities. Beneath the black curtain, the figures of 1,000 deities appeared, reflecting the heavens, each and every one of them an extremely powerful existence. These existences? Even more so. They exuded an unrivaled might, oppressing the human beings, causing their attributes to slowly decrease. Ding. You are in the midst of the mighty pressure of the god of space. Power attribute permanently -1. Ding. You are under the pressure of the god of 10,000 teeth. Speed attribute is permanently -1. Ding. You are in the midst of, at this moment, within the entire human domain, existences below the god level. Such system beeps emerged in their minds, even at the legendary level. And even the terrifying existences at the demigod level were no exception. All of them were like this. The human race, a mode of deep water and fire began. My chow. The attributes are constantly dropping. Where are our human race's deities? Afraid? Afraid? God, have mercy. The little attributes I earned. It's not easy. For a while, whether it was players or NPCs all panicked. This attribute drop, although not much, but accumulate less into more. Every second down a little. A minute also have to fall 60 points. An hour is 360 points. This is all catching up with the attributes attached to a silver level equipment. This kind of human race crisis moment. According to reason, the gods of Mount Chishia should appear. Hands dispersing this scene. Avoid these gods to human race living souls to cause deeper impact on the psychology. Avoid human race players. NPCs' attributes fell too much. However, at this moment, none of the deities of Mount Chishia appeared. Well, even if the gods of Mount Chishia don't appear, other hidden gods should also appear. But the whole scene is very quiet. The human race's gods seem to be shrunken turtles in general. No one appeared. This time, the human race really exploded. From the inside, there was absolutely no need for the guidance of these 1,000 deities in the firmament. Grass, where are the deities of my human race? Come out instead. Marred. Just like this. You're watching old me's attributes continue to drop? This human race's deities? They're really a bunch of wimps. Come out. Old me's attributes are almost finished dropping. Heh. So the human race is such a human race. The grievances of the human players, the NPCs, were so high that it was as if they would all converge into substance. The ancient deities in the sky, on the other hand, seem to have anticipated this scene, and were currently watching the show beautifully, with a couple of snide remarks every now and then. Is this the human race? It's really disappointing. Wow. The gods of Mount Chishia. They don't even dare to appear? Is it scared? It can't be. This? You guys actually gave up on your own clan? Seeking only your own peace of mind. Oops. I'm really overestimating you guys. This kind of yin and yang words were endless. This time, it was like a blazing fire cooking oil, causing the entire human race to blow up even more. Grass. If the human race's deity doesn't appear again, this human tip, I'll be the one to do it. Air. Now? The traitor is already so bright to be able to say it? I'm sorry. This human tip, I'll be sure to be one too. Right. I see you as a hope. This kind of moment. You not even care about me? Ancient deities. Old me will be your guide. Such words kept appearing, while the god of space kept applauding, smiling as he looked at the scene in front of him. Wonderful. Truly too wonderful. This is too fascinating. Just then, The entire vault of the sky suddenly exploded, as if the brightest of great suns had suddenly been destroyed, releasing the last splendor of life, clearing the figures of all these ancient deities, making them unable to see what was going on inside this light. Dang! A terrifying sound rang out violently, as if the firmament had shattered. The entire heaven and earth followed suit and trembled by two. A sound that the entire heaven's destiny was able to hear, as the earth trembled and the mountains roared. The god of space couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, sucking in a mouthful of cool air as he muttered, "This rather underestimated your vigor. However, the big picture is set." These ancient deities were in the same state as the god of space when they took in the sight before them, stunned by these ruthless human deities. This matter? From the very beginning, it was a plot by the ancient deities. From the moment the god of space was revived, he had started the sealing of Mount Chixia, waiting for this moment. Just now, the entire Mount Chixia was actually under the seal of the god of space. The seal set up by the god of space. He was sure that no deity in Mount Chixia could break it. Not only was it Mount Chixia, as long as it was a deity of the human race, no matter where they lived in seclusion in the human race, the god of space would be able to use his means to capture your trail and seal you. This is the plot of the god of space. In fact, it was also true that his scheming was successful, and the gods within Mount Chixia really had no one to break through. And the scattered human gods were even more horrified because they didn't even know when they had been sealed. Thus, the chance for these ancient deities to show their faces came. The chance to cause civil unrest in the human race came. In one fell swoop, the entire human race was thrown into chaos. This plan originally was perfect, as long as one waited for 5 minutes, so that these human races would completely despair and absolutely lose faith in their deities. This battle of extermination, the ancient deities would have won by at least 30%. But who could have thought that these terrifying deities of Mount Chixia had actually exploded a full 200 of their own deities just to break an opening in the seal set up by the god of space, allowing their figures to appear and their voices to appear. This, a terrifying race. Originally, the seal set up by the god of space. As long as these deities of Mount Chixia didn't resist, it would only take a day to automatically undo it. But now, instead, the human race had paid the price of 200 deities. This was 200 deities. How heartbreaking must this be? This was also the reason why the god of space was appalled. Despicable ancient deities, you are the most damned race. This was the voice of the prophet god, carrying a fury capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Every word, a bitter hatred. This was the voice of hell that came from the depths of the marrow of the bones, from the endless abyss. These words, every human player, NPC empathized with them. Roar. The prophet god roared. And in a short while, the god of black shadows was shaken to the point of bleeding from his 7 orifices, and the entire vault of the heavens suddenly became half clear. In the next second, the prophet god compiled the lyricism that he had just expressed into a picture, reflecting the vault of the sky, letting the human beings know that the gods had not given up on them, that the gods were also fighting, and that this battle was even more tragic. Upon seeing this tragic scene, the entire human race fell silent. The one who cursed the most just now, the ones who cried the most right now, just happened to be in the same category. But that didn't in any way hinder the possibility of these human beings continuing to rebel after the ancient deities gained the upper hand. That's what humans are. Boing boing. So the gods are fighting too. And so miserably. Ah. This next? Just 200 deities died? Spitting blood. Are these human deities any good? This hasn't even started the battle yet. And 200 have died? How can this still be fun? The start was unfavorable. I feel like I'm able to hurry up and vote and restart a hand. The human players are always lively. This is just how long? Small talk again. And also a set. Chapter 670 Witness to Heaven's Mandate. Territory Battle. Ancient deities. You dregs of the age. You should have been eliminated a long time ago. The great figure of the human emperor appeared as if it was a great sun, completely removing the black curtain from the sky. Human race. Never yield. Ancient gods. The human race? Are not going to be defeated. You guys who left the stage of history? It's really ridiculous that you still want to take the stage again. After the human emperor, the deities within Mount Chixia also continued to appear, flagging in stark contrast to the ancient deities. The god of night had. So I'm a backdrop. The god of space moved his body, wanting to directly use force to knock the human emperor into the dust. At a moment like this, force was the easiest way to break the situation. Besides, they, the gods of the human race, who could be a single enemy of the god of space? Basically none. The strength of the human emperor? Very strong. With the help of the entire human race cultivation, is only the realm of the peak deity. Compared to the ancestral dragon? Not even close. And the ancestral dragon? In front of the god of space. It was trembling and begging to live. This is the gap. The title of the god of space, as one of the 9 kings, was not something that was earned at random. The human emperor perceived this strike, and had not even landed it yet. That is, his chest was stuffy, and a mouthful of blood wanted to spit out blood. This makes the human emperor depressed to death. The gap between him and the god of space? Is the gap between him and the god of space? This is not bullshit. If he was beaten to dust in public, where would the face of the human race go? No. This is absolutely not possible. The human emperor sacrificed all of his equipment in the first instance, trying to ward off this strike, but the end result failed. Poof! The human emperor was instantly knocked off the dust, falling like a meteor on Mount Chixia, forming a huge hole. This strike was simply going to trample the pride of mankind completely on the ground, making the entire human race no longer dare to open their eyes. This was the dreadfulness of the god of space. The human emperor of the human race? Oh! I feel pathetic. The god of space gave such a comment. This strike was as if the essence within the gods of Mount Chixia had been drained out of their bodies, causing their faces to go from being exuberant at the beginning, resisting with the same enemy, and fearless of death, to the present day's dodging, terrified, and numb eyes. To put it simply, these human deities were afraid, as if they didn't dare to fight anymore. The god of space was satisfied with the effect of his strike. However, the human emperor wobbled and drove his broken body to fly in front of the god of space once again. And in the next second, the eyes of these human deities once again burned with a blazing flame. Human race? Is it hard to kneel down again? To die, one must also die standing. But there is no lack of some of these. The ones that really wanted to defect. The spirit of the human emperor was heavenly, and the will of the human emperor was indelible. Human race? Unyielding. Oh! The god of space struck again, and the human emperor was instantly like a rag bag, plummeting towards Mount Chixia below once more. This time, the god of prophecy compiled tree branches, wanting to intercept the human emperor, who knew that even he, along with him, had suffered a heavy blow. A hint of mockery surfaced at the corner of the space god's mouth. Prophet god? A mere intermediate-level deity? To also dare to go and block his damage. It really was out of one's depth. After a long time, the human emperor and the prophet god helped each other to return to the dome. And the eyes that looked towards the god of space were filled with hatred. But they were also slightly calmer. To be honest, this battle was not a good one. Perhaps, just by virtue of the god of space, it would be able to kill the entire human race's deities. But this? Obviously not something the plague Dharma god was willing to see. This was something that the god of space also understood. Therefore, he would rather humiliate the human emperor than kill him. If the human emperor died, the plague Dharma god would definitely appear. God of space, what do you want? The human emperor slowly exhaled twice, calming his breath as much as possible before continuing. Let alone a battle to exterminate a clan. Not to mention the god of space. Even if the heavenly emperor were to arrive here, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to exterminate the human race. The strongest of the human race? It wasn't the others, but the plague Dharma god. The god of space froze. And with these words, the human emperor was sort of right. The slogan that the god of space shouted was to exterminate the race. But was he able to do it? It was definitely impossible. The ancient gods, have revived and need an area to serve as our territory. I see that the southeastern 3 regions of the human race are good, suitable for our ancient deities to survive. If the human emperor concedes, it's not like this battle can't be avoided. By the way, these human races in the southeastern 3 regions? You guys have to leave them for us as well. After all, we ancient deities are used to being pampered, and without slaves to serve us. We're really not used to it. The god of space smiled as he stated his conditions. The human emperor's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The human race's 3 southeastern districts? This was the human race's most numerous and economically developed region. contributing almost 30% of this human race's GDP. This ancient deity? This ancient deity? The most crucial thing is that these ancient deities even want the population of the Southeast region. Dreaming? Really dreaming? The population of the Southeast region? That's 1.5 billion. This is 1.5 billion people? Not 1.5 billion chicks. Impossible. Daydreaming? The human emperor decisively refused. How about this? I'd better summon Lord Pestilence Dharma God and ask him to decide. The human emperor also wimped out. This would still be a loss of face for the human race if the god of space knocked him down again. Since we can't come to terms, let's go to war. Our ancient deity clan is good at fighting. And these lost territories, our ancient deity clan will gradually get them back. Right. You human race? Really stingy. Not willing to give such a small amount of territory. There's no need to talk nonsense with them. Just fight directly. The god of space is so strong. As far as that goes, the ancient deities began to add fuel to the fire, encouraging the god of space to go to war. This was also a psychological tactic. And to be honest, these human deities were still really a bit scared. Silence. The god of space's eyes fell, and these ancient deities shut up. Human emperor. This time, I'll give the plague Dharma god face. And am willing to open a territorial battle with you under the witness of heaven's destiny, dividing the 3 southeastern districts into territories for you and I to fight over, with a limit of 1,000 deities and 10,000 legendary levels. Victory? I, the ancient deity, occupy the territory, in defeat. You, the human race, cede the territory. As for the human race above the territory we fought for, I will give you time to take them away. This is already my maximum concession. If you still don't agree, there is only one way to go to war. The god of space finished speaking and silently looked towards the human emperor. The human emperor fell into silence. This territorial battle, as the name implied, was using the 3 southeastern districts as stakes. The ancient deities opened a ring match with the human deities. For every victory, the deity would occupy a piece of territory. And for every defeat, it would still belong to the human race. This battle for territories was, honestly, unfair. But then, it was a desperate move. Would the human emperor dare to disagree? We need to discuss. Fine. I'll give you an instant stick of time. The god of space was rare and generous. After an instant stick, the gods of the human race were firm in their confidence and looked at the human emperor. The human emperor instantly understood. So he stepped forward, hissing out. He bit his tongue and spewed out his heart's blood, outlining the great Tao inscription. Heaven's destiny bears witness. The ancient deities and my human race open a territorial battle. Open the challenge ring. Heaven and earth will judge. This was a war. A war that belonged between humans and ancient deities. Chapter 671 You. What can you do for the human race? God of space. The human race agrees to your covenant battle. But a heavenly destiny contract is required. As gods, ordinary covenants had basically zero restraining power on them. The only thing that could make both sides comply was the heavenly fate pact. It was a must. Or else once it was reversed, this matter could not be resolved well. The god of space did not hesitate to sign a contract with the human race on behalf of the ancient deity race. Che. The human race just likes to make a big deal out of one thing. This heavenly destiny contract? Even if I don't sign it, is it hard for me, the ancient deities, to go back on my word? It's still good to sign the contract. It's impossible for us to back out. But this inferior human race? Maybe it will back out. These ancient deities were still taunting, and the human deities began to fight back. Thus this place was like a food market for a while, causing people to become distracted. Silence. Human emperor. Since the heaven's destiny contract has been signed, I'll give your human race 10 days to relocate the population of the 3 southeastern districts. And after 10 days, the heaven's destiny will bear witness. The territorial contest between you and my 2 races will begin. With these words, the god of space displayed extreme confidence, as if these 3 southeastern districts were already in the bag of the ancient gods. Merciful. The god of space is truly merciful. That's the god of space senior. If it were me, I would definitely go to war right now. God of space. Magnanimous. Rubbish human race. Who knows what will happen to you all in these 10 days? But don't cry and go to the plague Dharma god. The ancient deities began to stomp on one another. Human race? You can make the rules for this Heaven's Destiny witness, the territory contest. The god of space finished speaking. That is, he led 1,000 deities away. The sky above the human race's territory was completely clear, without any more deities. This sharp blade that had been smudged over the heads of all the human race players and NPC beings had finally left. The entire process of the human race deities conferring with the ancient deities. The entire human race of Heaven's Destiny was watching. Phew. The human emperor is so weak. This was the true thought of all the human players. Compared to the god of space, the human emperor was like an unweaned child. A slap sent him flying backwards. Right. A deity of Mount Sutra? How could it be so weak? Is this the divine spirit of our human race? AI. Spitting blood. I'm really going to spit blood. Everyone. To tell you the truth, this Southeast Region 3 happens to be the region I'm in. Looks like I'll have to change my location. Aw. Terrible. Terrible. This Southeast Region 3. It's definitely untenable. Seeing such an unpleasant human deity, these human players opened their mouths. And their future for the human race? Not having any confidence. It wasn't the fault of these players. It was mainly because the human race deities were behaving too poorly. Ding. The human race's greatest crisis has arrived. Please prepare yourselves. Ding. The human race's greatest crisis has arrived. Ding. The human race's greatest. Marred. It's surprising that I was really foretold by Lousy. At moments like this, I'd rather I wasn't foretold correctly. Right. Old brother. I'm kind of completely convinced of you. Awesome. Really awesome. This? Anyone with a brain should be able to deduce it. After all, the distance between these deities and the human race is the closest. AI. This sigh was not only the sigh of a person, but also the sigh of a race. You guys say? Why didn't the plague Dharma god make a move? Finally, someone asked the crucial question. Countless players, countless NPCs speculated. Is it hard? Is the plague Dharma god really dead? As soon as these words came out, the entire human race was shocked for a minute. Perhaps? Probably. It really was possible. The 10,000 races were also watching with amusement at this human emperor's beating show, and were even more disappointed in the human race. This? Where was the appearance of a strong race? Even their race couldn't possibly face the god of space and be in such a sorry state. The human race? Perhaps it really had fallen. After all, born in fear and dying in peace, the human race was too well protected by the plague Dharma god. Qin Fong silently watched a top-notch blockbuster that was a visual feast. Even though he had already seen it once in his previous life, watching it again was still so shocking. Qin Fong already had an answer in his mind regarding the outcome of this territorial competition in his previous life. 80% of the territories of the 3 southeastern regions were lost. This meant that the human race had won a mere 200 god-level battles between the human race and the 10,000 races. For legend-level battles, the human race had won a mere 2,000, which was a very low figure. The most crucial thing was that for some unknown reason, the human race had chosen a death match for this competition. Deadly battle, as the name implied. The battle would only be considered over if one of the two sides died completely. This meant that the human race's deities had once again died another 800 deaths. And the only 200 that remained were each heavily injured and unable to reappear, directly lowering the human race's reputation to the extreme. But this way, it also allowed the human race of Heaven's Destiny, especially the players, to be equipped with more opportunities. Qin Fong sighed. This, even if he participated, he would only be able to win one victory, and it would only be a legendary victory, which did not seem to be helpful to the overall battle situation. Qin Fong's mood was inexplicably irritated. This kind of irritation of knowing the outcome of things, but being unable to change it was really something that no one could understand. In order to alleviate the irritation in his heart, Qin Fong slipped around Tiannong town, unknowingly arriving at his private territory. It seemed that subconsciously he wanted to ask teacher Licia to see his teacher's attitude, his thoughts. Right, teacher, your most adorable disciple has brought you divine grade fine wine. Qin Fong opened the divine grade fine wine, and not long after, Licia's figure appeared, wobbling as if he was capable of falling at any time. Qin Fong, hey, how much wine has this taken? You? Not bad. Licia wobbled and tried 2 or 3 times before he took the divine grade wine from Qin Fong's hand and poured it into his mouth. Teacher, there is something I want to ask you. Qin Fang stammered, rather unpleasantly. Speak. Li Xie's tongue was wide, but he still allowed Qin Fang to speak. Teacher? It's still the matter of the human race. I don't look favorably on the human race in this battle. Qin Fang spoke the true thoughts in his heart. Oh! Snap! Li Xie directly took his place, lifted a wine bottle, and smashed it on Qin Fang's body, saying drunkenly, "It's a good thing that you have the human race in your heart. But you have to remember that when the sky collapses, it's the taller person who will be smashed to death first. You're just a legendary ranked blacksmith? Now you're starting to worry about what a plague farcer should worry about. Aren't you just bullshitting? The plague pharaoh god hasn't even made any moves yet? What do you keep saying here? And what are you worrying about here?" Li Xie's words directly woke Qin Fang up, causing him to wake up like a dream. All this time, Qin Fang had taken himself too seriously. 100,000 mountains? The Goblin Kingdom? The Elven World? All of these experiences made Qin Fang feel that he was the most important one, as if he was the only one who could break the situation. But the human race was different. Ah! The strongest plague Dharma god of the human race was still alive? The future of the human race? Did it need Qin Fang to plot? No need. Even if Qin Fang knew the future history? So what? Wasn't this the old scheming of these old men? How old are they? Even if he added his previous life, Qin Fang was only not bad at 40. How could he play with these 10,000, 100,000-year-old foxes? And furthermore, he was only a legendary forge master. For a while, Qin Fang's mood brightened. Damn it. Qin Fang couldn't help but look towards the direction of the plague Dharma god, and sighed in his heart. This old-timer is really ruthless. Qin Fang's heart also knew that the human deities were basically rotten to the core, so he had to be ruthless in order to scrape them clean. Otherwise, the subsequent human deities would still be like this? The human race would really be completely crippled. What the plague Dharma god was going to do this time, that is, scrape the bones and heal the poison. Phew. Qin Fang exhaled deeply. He understood everything, and the concealment in his heart was blown away. This was drilling into the bull's eye. Qin Fang, I know that you want to save the human race, but it's not completely out of the question. A trace of clarity appeared in Li Xie's cloudy eyes. After all, in this life, he, Li Xie, was also a human race. What are you best at? You'll be able to do what you can for the human race. Li Xie left these words behind, about to throw Qin Fang out, letting him ponder on his own. Qin Fang, what am I best at? That must be forging. Right? Especially if the forging fails. 1,000-fold return. In 10 days' time, Qin Fang was able to arm these deities from head to toe. But teacher Li Xie, didn't he not allow him to make use of other people's divine positions? Within these 10 days, you can forge with the help of the divine bit. These were Li Qi's words, ringing in his ears. Thus, Qin Fang contacted divine craftsman Lu Long at the first opportunity. Chapter 672 The Butterfly Pawn That Pried the World Apart. Elder brother me? What's the matter? I'm in the middle of a meeting. Godsmith Lu Long deliberately lowered his voice in response to Qin Fang. Only this would be? It was very meaningless. So Godsmith Lu Long then picked up Qin Fang's communication and asked him what was the matter. In the background sound, it was not difficult for Qin Fang to hear the mid-vibrant human emperor mobilizing with the gods of Mount Qixia, telling them all to compete and fight to bring out the might of my human race. This time is a great difficulty for my human race. I hope that all of you, fellow gods and Taoists, will enthusiastically sign up to participate, so that the ancient gods will know how powerful we are, and so that the god of space will understand that our human race are not to be bullied. The human emperor's mobilization was very vigorous, but the deities below were each mingling with their own intentions. He was just about to speak, when suddenly a deity stood up, touched his nose, looked around, seemed to have received encouragement, and cleared his throat. This was the god of disaster, considered to be one of the stronger deities among the human race. Your Highness the human emperor, this disaster of the human race, the bet with the ancient deities, we will definitely participate in it. But this reward, this was the evil of human nature, wanting to ask for benefits first before even fighting. The human emperor's expression flinched and remained silent for a long time, and the entire Mount Qixia seemed to have fallen into an ice cave made of cold ice. The human emperor was furious, truly furious. This So much so that he wanted to kill him with his own hands. Martyr? This human emperor's position is given to you. How about that? But the god of disaster? He sat down with a calm expression on his face. And he didn't seem to have any awareness of the human emperor's anger. It seems that he has not noticed anything. Hey. He has a lot of confidence. The human emperor is also clear in his heart. This deity he is not on behalf of their own request for benefits, but on behalf of a whole group of gods. This force, even if the human emperor, cannot be underestimated. At one time, this group had made the prophet god suffer a lot during his reign. There were a lot of moss in Mount Xixia, which made the human emperor very bitter. Qin Fang lapsed into silence and stopped speaking, instead listening attentively. Divine craftsman Lu Long also understood and let out a sigh without hanging up the communication, showing the filth of Mount Xixia, all in front of Qin Fang. To be honest, why did Godsmith Lu Long not stay in Mount Xixia in the first place, but stayed in the novice village? Wasn't it because he was sick of this atmosphere in Mount Xixia? Filthy to the core. A deity? It should have been for the welfare of the entire human race. But what divine craftsman Lu Long saw was these deities fighting for their own interests. Tired. Really tired. Even at a critical moment like now? These human deities still wanted civil unrest. Or were they just thinking of their own interests? Few. Let alone the human emperor. Even he wanted to get rid of these stinkers for the human race. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the prophet god gaining power and telling him that he was able to make a little last-ditch effort for the human race, he really wouldn't have set foot on Mount Xixia again. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Deities with the same attitude as the divine craftsman Lu Long? There were nearly 200 more. These deities? They all chose to leave because they were not used to the pandemonium of Mount Xixia. But the great tribulation of the human race? How could they not return? So under the call of the human emperor, these noble-natured deities returned. How could they know that just after returning, they would see such an infuriating scene? These deities looked firmly at the human emperor, wanting to know his attitude. If the human emperor was weak, they'd really be disappointed. The prophet god sent a message to the human emperor, telling him to agree. The human emperor frowned. How could this be possible? Human emperor. At the critical moment, I can call on the plague Dharma god. With one sentence, he became the human emperor's backbone, allowing him to begin his performance. Since this time, we are fighting for the human race. How could I let all my brothers get cold feet? The human emperor rose and looked around the circle. Nearly 1,200 deities. All of them looked as normal, without any changes. It looks like these are all masters who don't see a rabbit without a hawk. This Mount Xixia, it really is hopeless. The plague Dharma god senior had left behind a divine treasure trove, informing me that when the human race encounters great difficulties, it can be opened. I think that it is the right time to open it at this moment. This is a list. You guys see? What do you guys need? The human emperor took out a list and passed it to the gods present. While watching the expressions of these gods, the high and pure deities in the same vein as the godly artisan Lu Long looked sighing. Sad, sorrowful, distressed, but the deities who had just risen up had glowing eyes and hurriedly flipped through it. Very anxious. As if they would not see it if they took 2 more steps late. These two parties formed a sharp contrast. Each deity can choose 5 items on the list to use to enhance their strength. When the human emperor finished speaking, the god of disaster namely couldn't wait to get up again and tell his thoughts. Human emperor. These 5 items? Isn't it too little? After all, with so many good items, 10 items each would be able to be distributed. The items above this list? There were more than 10,000. 10 pieces per person would indeed be able to be distributed over. But isn't this just drying up the fishing? What to do in the future? The human race, but future generations don't want it? The human emperor's face darkened once again. His fists pinched Bonbon hard. His body's aura was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was difficult to suppress it. 5 pieces per person. Otherwise take them back. This battle is not something that requires your participation. The human emperor forced down his anger and spoke thus. The god of disaster communicated with the deities of their faction to each other before giving up. Although these deities were greedy, they were wise. And if they were to force the issue, the human emperor might really flip out. Thus, the entire Xixia mountain was noisy. Get lost. This divine weapon, the heaven-breaking divine sword, is destined to be with me. What are you doing to make it hot? Please also raise your hand. Mate, this underworld flower. It will help me a lot. Huh? How dare you choose the breaking grass? Don't you know that I need him? Get lost. I chose this first. Get lost. Mard, you're blind. Don't you know that this is what I chose? If you grab it again, beware that I'll hack you to death. Such voices were constantly appearing in Mount Chisha. With 10,000 items, it was simply impossible to distribute them evenly. And some rare god-level items were always in high demand. The human emperor ignored everything in front of him, letting them scramble for it in an ugly manner. The prophet god also had a hint of a smile flowing from the corner of his mouth. Heh. Grabbing aggressively now. I'll make you guys cry later. Qin Feng, I'll have to reconsider now whether or not to arm these human deities to the teeth. Shameless. Truly shameless in the extreme. If one's own divine artifacts were to be used by these people. Qin Feng was worried that he wouldn't be able to resist smacking himself every night before going to sleep. Mard. It really was rubbish. Brother me. What is it that you're looking for me for? Divine artisan Lu Long was really unwilling to argue with them, leaving behind a sentence of I'll do as I please. I.e., he withdrew from the scene of the meeting. This kind of thing really is bullshit. Senior Godsmith Lu Long. I'm currently a legend-rank blacksmith. If I have the help of a divine position, it's not like I'm not capable of forging divine weapons. Originally, I wanted to make use of your divine position to help the human race forge a few divine artifacts. But with the current scene, it seems that I am not really needed. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh as he finished speaking. Divine artisan Lu Long also sighed. Elder brother me. I've really let you make a joke out of me. But it's still good that you have this heart. As for forging divine weapons, we will naturally do it. On behalf of the human gods, I thank you. Qin Feng's words really caused a trace of warmth to flow through divine artisan Lu Long's heart. There were still countless people at such a critical juncture who wanted to shine for the human race before and after. This human race? It can't be extinguished. I think so too. Senior divine artisan Lu Long. Can you give me a list of deities who have truly fought for the human race, as well as the forging drawings of divine weapons? Forging materials. I still want to help. Qin Feng still wanted to help. But the target had changed. It was no longer all the deities, but the group of deities who dared to fight and could fight. Good. It is rare that you have such a heart. After saying that, divine artisan Lu Long immediately packed a document and sent it to Qin Feng in the form of an email. Qin Feng viewed it at a glance, and his entire being immediately froze. Within this list, there were surprisingly only 284 names of deities. This, Qin Feng was also somewhat surprised. As for the information on the drawings of divine artifacts, it was full of 1,000 of them. Obviously, this was divine artisan Lu Long's favoritism towards Qin Feng. Thousands of drawings? 10 days? It was impossible for Qin Feng to forge it even if he was a great Luo god immortal. Senior Godsmith Lu Long? Isn't this number of deities somewhat too few? Elder brother me. Truth be told, these are more than enough. It's not guaranteed that there are dissidents inside. Qin Feng was speechless and said once again, Older brother, I'll contact you in 10 days, before I set out on my journey. Divine artisan Lu Long believed that my old brother would still be able to forge 1 or 2 pieces of divine grade equipment. Although not many. It would be better than nothing. Hanging up the communication with Qin Feng, godly craftsman Lu Long extinguished the spark in his hand and returned to the synagogue once again to watch them tussle. In the end, after a day and a night of tug-of-war, there was finally a result. And everyone was happy. But this happiness was mainly due to the fact that the people of the God of Disaster's lineage had snatched quite a lot of goodies by virtue of their own shamelessness. Alright, since the rewards have been distributed, let's discuss how to formulate the rules for this territorial competition. The human emperor signaled the vast number of living beings to be quiet. Thus, under the brainstorming of more than 1,000 deities, the rules of this competition had been quickly formulated. There was only one point that did not receive unanimous agreement. This territorial contest, whether it would be a deadly battle, or a point-to-point one. It must be point-to-point. Right. What about us this time? It's just going to be a walk in the park. Right. Losing the Southeast Region 3? It's certainly not good. But The second half of this sentence was understood by all the deities present. The Southeast Third region lost? It doesn't matter. We can't lose our lives. This battle must be a battle to the death. This was the human emperor's stance. Firm and unchangeable. The human emperor had just finished speaking when the god of disaster once again spoke out in a conspiratorial voice. Human emperor. We can fight for the human race. But you're asking us to go to our deaths. That's not right. Is it? If you want to fight to the death, you can go first. But don't drag us along. This argument was immediately supported by the majority of the gods. Oh, old chap. It's fine for you to ask me to fight. But you're asking me to die? That's impossible. This sentence, which was sort of to the point of speaking to the psyche of the gods present, muted their voices and waited for the human emperor's reply. A human deity? Who knew that the ancient deities were strong? A deadly battle? Equivalent to going to death. The human deities were all hesitant and unwilling to go. These human deities? How long did it take, and how much effort did they put in before they achieved godhood? Fighting with the ancient gods and sending them to their deaths. This kind of thing. How would they be able to do it? Chapter 673 Human Emperor Abolish Greedy Deities. Human Emperor. You're asking us to send us to our deaths. There's no way we'll agree. Right. It's obvious that choosing to go point blank is fine. Why do we have to fight to the death? Right. Originally, my human race has fewer deities. If we die fighting, who will guard the human race? At times like this, these human race deities knew to use the common people as a shield. It really was an irony. Human Emperor Exalted One. You'd better think it over before you speak. Right. It's not like we can't carry out this human emperor's abolition. Nearly 800 human deities all oppose this proposal of the human emperor. A deadly battle. Absolutely impossible. Even if it was to replace the human emperor, it was impossible to go to a deadly battle. Right. The replacement of the human emperor should go into action. Human emperor. You're old and senile. It's better to leave this human race to a younger deity to take care of. Retarded. Truly retarded. I propose to open the human emperor's abolition system. Those who agree vote. These deities, who didn't want to die, were the first to propose that the human emperor be replaced. When the human emperor heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Good. Really good. This is really a long face. Ding. The procedure for the human emperor's abolition is open. Start voting. Human emperor, phew. Shame on him. I guess he was the first one to be revolted by the gods when he was on the throne and open the abrogation procedure. The abrogation of the human emperor requires the consent of 80% of the deities before it can be granted. These deities on the scene voted one after another, and for a while, the number kept rising. 50%, 70%, 75%, 79%. After 79%, the limit was reached, and no one voted anymore. This time, the members of the God of Disasters team opened their mouths one after another, wanting to pull in the final votes. Come on. Vote. Is it hard for you guys to fight to the death? This is a battle to the death. Hurry up and abolish this human emperor and elect the God of Hope as the human emperor. Right. The God of Hope definitely won't let us go to our deaths. The human race? We can't be left without us. We are the future of the human race. These words continually came out of their mouths, not caring in the slightest about what was called propriety, righteousness, and shame. As divine craftsman Lu Long watched this scene, he simply had to vomit. Ah! You trash! You still want to stand on the moral high ground and sanction the human emperor? How can you think of that? You shameless people! Is it possible that the entirety of the human race's deities are as shameless as you? We're willing to fight to the death. We're willing. And to die? We'll take you assholes with us. Ding. Insufficient votes. The human emperor's abrogation procedure is invalid. The human emperor was not abolished. These deities failed in their scheming. Panting heavily, the eyes that looked at Godsmith Lu Long were filled with hatred. It was all their fault. Marred. Why didn't they vote? The human emperor was completely cold-blooded. Since you and the others have activated the human emperor's abrogation procedure without the slightest bit of mercy, then I will also activate the human emperor's one-vote decision. This battle with the ancient deities will be in the mode of mortal combat. Human deities. No one will be permitted to retreat. The human emperor coldly uttered these words before exuding the pressure of a top deity, not giving them a chance to resist. This matter. It's settled. The human emperor had just finished speaking when the god of tyrannical eclipse moved his obese body and stood up. The human emperor has no way. What qualifications do you have to make a decision for us? From today onwards, I, tyrannical eclipse, will withdraw from the human race. This was simply a plan to get rid of us. Since you have to make us go to our deaths. Fine. We will withdraw from the human race from now on. Right. We will also withdraw from the human race. This damn human race. I didn't want to be one for a long time now. It's really upsetting to be one. Let me go to my death. I won't do it. Human Emperor. Bye-bye. You play alone. This southeastern 3 districts. You guys guard it. Divine Artisan Lu Long was so angry that his bones were pinched white. He truly couldn't figure out why these deities could be so righteous, enjoying all the resources of the human race, but not willing to give a single thing for the human race? In this battle, with the 5 items from the Plague Dharma God's treasury just now, the human race's chances of winning were still very high. This group of human race's deities, their hearts are really all black. Oh grand. All of a sudden there are more than 500 of the deities exited the human race. There are still quite a few still watching, especially looking at the human emperor's attitude. Seeing that the human emperor listened to it, so more deities were also ready to leave. 600 bits. 700 bits. 800 bits. The human emperor. The prophet god indifferently looked at the scene in front of him, while the divine artisan Lu Long looked on, with a cold smile. He didn't want to believe that these two didn't have a backhanded approach. And there were some smart people amongst the deities, who didn't move in place. Just when these 803 deities wanted to go back to their lair to clean up the people's fat that had been raided over the years, the Emperor of Man suddenly got up and raised his head to voice out once again. You guys? Can't leave. I still ask Senior Plague Dharma God to do justice. In the next instant, the peerless figure of the Plague Dharma God suddenly appeared, clapping his hands, and with a hateful smile at the corners of his mouth as he looked at these deities, who had broken away from the human race. Human race? It's the race that spawned you. Is it really so hard to fight for him? I've already asked the human emperor to give you guys a chance 3 times. Why are you guys so unaware of how to cherish it? The pestilence Dharma god's words were very soft and gentle, but they caused any of the gods present to feel the gods tremble and shiver, an extreme emotion of fear flowing through their chests. Yes, the Plague Dharma god had actually arrived a long time ago, and he also appreciated such a farce, literally losing all 5 chi in his chest. These deities wanted to move their feet, wanted to kneel down and prostrate themselves to beg for forgiveness, wanted to cry out in pain, but found that it became futile. At this moment, they were as if they were stone statues, unable to move a single muscle. Plague Dharma God, it's too late to repent. Don't you think it's too late? Is it hard to believe that the deities of my human race are all a bunch of soft bones? Enjoying my human race's incense, enjoying my human race's offerings, enjoying my human race's resources, even taking my Plague Dharma God's things and wanting to just walk away. Thinking what? Is it possible? Oh yeah. Are you guys still thinking about the people's wealth you've raided all these years? There's no need to think about it. You know why I still have you guys all these years? Buzzing. The pestilence Dharma God opened his hands, and then with a single grip, the entire belongings of the 600 deities who had quit the human race, including the belongings on their bodies, were all pocketed by the pestilence Dharma God and thrown to the human emperor. These riches are enough for the human race to once again long out 3,000 deities. You guys are really ruthless. In order to ensure that your own status is not affected, you even maliciously suppressed the birth of my human race's deities. After the Plague Dharma God finished speaking, the remaining 400 deities were all horrified, and several images could not help but appear in their minds. This was what the Plague Dharma God had purposely allowed them to see. This was the peak legend ranked teenager, with a proud natural talent, who was originally 1 level short of the resources of a god rank, and would be able to be promoted to become a deity, becoming the underpinning of my human race. Even, this resource had already been applied for from amongst the treasures of the human emperor, who had thought that the resources for him to become a god would be withheld by the god of greed, causing his divine soul to perish when he made his breakthrough. This was an aged veteran who had fought for the human race for his entire life, and had finally succeeded in igniting the divine fire at the last moment, just 1 step away from being able to ascend to the divine throne, and his lifespan was extended by 1,000 years at the very least. but who knew that his resources for becoming a god had also been withheld. Even the deity who had withheld his divine-level resources? They also appeared in front of him in a big way, making him kneel down and submit, which made him willing to give him the resources to become a god. In the end, the veteran was unable to bear the humiliation and died at the feet of one of his own. This was a young maiden with equally amazing talent, but her looks became a hindrance, and she was targeted by the heir of a god level who wanted to marry her. But this maiden was not moved, and was bent on becoming a god. So she politely refused the god's heir. Who knows that when her level was raised to the peak of the legendary grade, and she applied for the resources to break through to the divine grade, she was repeatedly stuck. No matter how many times she applied, she just couldn't apply. And in the end, on the occasion of her death, she realized that it was all the heir to this deity's heir that was messing with her. Oh, woohoo! It's really very funny. This young girl with amazing talent was originally supposed to die in the fight against the ancient deity. But in the end, she died in the hands of one of her own people. It's really pathetic. These situations happen almost every year. However, every deity that still had a conscience was deeply shaken when they saw this scene, itching to strangle them directly. These deities, they all deserve to die. Really deserve to die. No wonder my disciple died. So that's how it is. Tyrannical Eclipse. I don't share the same fate as you. The human emperor's eyes were even more bloodshot. The occurrence of these situations had something to do with him. It was also inextricably linked. If he hadn't been too weak, causing these deities to occupy Mount Chixia. These things? How could they have happened? The human emperor took a deep breath and checked this storage backpack given to him by the plague Dharma god. The human emperor first sucked in a breath of cool air before his eyes filled with rage. This batch of resources? It was a vast amount. The human race's accumulation of thousands of years was all here. One could imagine how greedy these deities were. You guys deserve to be killed. The human emperor couldn't wait to have the plague Dharma god kill all of these deities. When these 803 deities heard this and saw these patterns, they instantly resigned themselves to the fact that they wouldn't survive. Only before they died, they were still a little saddened. So it turned out that all of their small actions over the years were in the eyes of the plague Dharma god. At the loss of them still being smug. Pestilence Dharma god. Old me has been unimpeded for 300 years. It's worth it. The god of disaster forcibly broke through the seal and hissed out this sentence. Even at this point, his brain was still not working well, and he was still being blocked. The plague Dharma god froze, but did not say anything else. You, etc., must participate in the contest with the 10,000 races. Win. May live. And if you lose, you lose. After the plague Dharma god said these words, he left a plague seed in their bodies. Once they blew themselves up, these deities would all have to die. Ere it all now belong to the body that wears sins. Kneel down before the human emperor's clan land for me and repent. With a wave of his hand, the plague Dharma god instantly made the 800 so-called deities kneel on the ground, unable to get up. Perhaps they would only be spared on the day when they fought against the ancient deities. Human emperor, for this battle, you must also participate. The plague Dharma god left behind these words before disappearing. It was possible to hear how disappointed the plague Dharma god was with the human emperor. This good Mount Chixia was being governed by him in a pandemonium. The human emperor was ordered. This time, even if the plague Dharma god didn't say anything, he was still going to participate. Chapter 674 Foolish Divine Spirit Heir. The fact that 2/3 of the human deities of Mount Chixia had become greedy, disregarding the interests of the entire human race in favor of their own petty interests, had a lot to do with the human emperor's do-nothing rule. Initial human deities. The human emperor doesn't care about anything. So I shouldn't have a problem with holding a little bit of resources slightly. Yes, I'll just deduct a little bit. It's bitter. This salary. It's enough for what? Mid-period human deity. Hey, I've embezzled so much. Even if the human emperor finds out about it, it's still a death. So I might as well let my descendants live a better life and embezzle a little bit more. Right. This person has a grudge against my family. We mustn't allow him to become a deity. Jam him up. The later human deity, the human emperor does not care about anything. Forget it. My handwriting can be a little bigger. Anyway, so many thousands of years. The human emperor with the same as a set. With him without him a look. Recently my daughter-in-law needs an artifact. I'll take it. After the prophet god arrived at Mount Chixia, heh. Brat. Even want us to give away our interests? Surprisingly want us to follow your orders. How is it possible? Bah. What the heck? The human emperor can't even control us. You want to? Even with the pestilence Dharma god's pressure. These deities were unimpressed. Heh. The pestilence Dharma god can't reside in Mount Chixia anyway. So we can live for a while at this stage. And when the pestilence Dharma god leaves and forgets about this place, then we can return to our previous situation. Wouldn't that be great? Thus, these deities of Mount Chixia were honest for a while, but never really gave up. After all, this piece of embezzlement cake was really too big. And even though the treasury of the human emperor had already been emptied, they still didn't die. Ah? You want to become a god to apply for resources, ah? Look at this ranking. At least 10,000 years later. Ah? You want to advance a little, ah? Look at you. So do not know the rules it. Do I have to work for you for nothing? So, these want to become a god of the human race legend level little guy. Not waiting to apply for resources it. They have to pay a portion of the resources. This is not bullshit. Even if you contribute this part of the resources. Do you think that you will be able to get the resources to become a god? Impossible. These gods are like poisonous worms lying on people sucking blood. How will they give up until you are completely drained? Almost every time you apply, you will be stopped by the deities pushing you back. What is the purpose? It's still not to claim favors from you. 30% of the little guys at the legendary level were lucky and were able to obtain divine level resources. But the remaining 70% were depressed for the rest of their lives and could not obtain divine level resources even if they sacrificed all the wealth in the area under their jurisdiction to the deities. You looked at the resources for becoming a god in Mount Chixia, but the gods looked at your filial piety each time. In this way, after the number of deities of the human race reached 1,000, they were slow to break through. To know? Even the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. The number of deities soared in a short period of time. And the volume of the human race? It was not something that the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race could compare to. And then, there was the secret support of the plague Dharma god. So many years. The human race steady development. The number of deities broken 5,000 should not be a problem. And even efforts. Broken 6,000 are possible. But then, these human talents. But ultimately, like a meteor in general, has not bloomed belongs to their own light that fall. Could it be that these people are not geniuses? No. It is the gods who stole the high position? I don't want the human race to have more deities. After all, once you become a deity, not only have to give you your rightful share, what if you are not of one mind with them? Thus, Mount Chixia became more and more pandemonium. This was something that the prophet god understood the most. And he also wanted to change it. And worked hard for it. But in the end, what? It yielded little results. The prophet god was honestly tired. All of his original ambitions had eventually become ease-flowing water and disappeared. Even if the plague Dharma god was supporting him from behind, he was still like this. Let alone the human emperor, who was supporting himself alone in the withered wood. The human emperor himself also sensed the problem with the human deities. But he was unable to solve it. Which was why he abdicated as soon as the prophet god came. He wanted the prophet god to change the current situation. But apparently, the prophet god had failed as well yet. Such an outcome made both sides. Neither was satisfied. In the end, the human emperor and the prophet god put their heads together and came up with a plan to take out the fire from the bottom of the fire. This battle for the territory must be fought to the death. This group of corrupt gods? They have long been emptied of their bodies by alcohol and sex over the years. So let them fight to the death? Will it work? The answer is no. But the prophet god? The human emperor just wants them dead. If this batch of worms didn't die out, Mount Chixia would never be able to develop. That's for sure. Thus, the human emperor, the seer god, directed his own show, using the pestilence Dharma god's treasure trove as bait to make them go crazy. And at the moment of their greatest madness, having the pestilence Dharma god appear to support the greater good. Thus, there was this scene just now. This was how the whole thing went down. The human emperor and the prophet god looked at each other, the corners of their mouths facing upwards slightly, and they all saw the satisfaction in each other's eyes. This matter, finally, had come to an end. Senior prophet god, below we still need to plan in detail How to make the strength of the gods increase in such a short period of time. This was the top priority of the entire matter. The human race? Can't lose all. Thus, the remaining nearly 400 gods met once again. This time, the meeting lasted for 3 days, and strategically deployed how to increase their strength. This batch of resources left behind by the plague Dharma god. The human emperor's idea was to use them all, but was rejected by these conscientious deities. Human Emperor Exalted One. This must not be the case. There are thousands of geniuses in my human race. We can't just dry up the fish. Right. This batch of materials has to be kept for our future generations. We can't use it. Human Emperor Exalted One. Leave it. We've already got 5 pieces each. That's already enough. Yes. 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 This battle. Who knows whether we will live or die? Keep it. These words warmed the human emperor's heart. These people's backbones are not broken. These people's hearts are not black awe. These deities are the hope of the human race. The human race's deities. After the deities had left, the prophet god, a trace of sorrow surfaced at the corner of the human emperor's mouth. Looking towards the prophet god and inquiring uncertainly, Senior prophet god, do you think that we can win this battle of ours? To be honest, the human emperor already knew the answer in his heart. And this question was merely to make sure with the prophet god. Our human race will definitely be able to win. The prophet god was well aware of the human emperor's worries, but still said firmly, not giving him any mental burden. Good. I also believe that our human race will definitely be able to win. The human emperor. The prophet god all sighed in their hearts. This time? On what basis would they win? Was it based on these wine bags? The people of the 3 southeastern districts? Should they be transferred? This issue, at the moment, was the top priority. The moment the human emperor finished speaking. That is, he wanted to retract it, regardless of whether or not this battle was won or lost. These southeast 3 regions were absolutely untouchable so far. The whole body would be affected by this. If the people of the 3 southeastern districts were to move, wouldn't it show that the human emperor has no confidence in this battle? How could one fight if they were cowed before the battle? It can't be moved. The prophet god spat out these words. Although he knew that the human emperor was acting unintentionally. But this bad guy? It was better for him to do it. No matter what. The 3 southeastern regions could not be in chaos. This was the bottom line. The human emperor paused for a moment before speaking leisurely. Senior prophet god, if I fall on this trip, Mount Chishio will be in your hands. You must hold Mount Chishio up. The prophet god was silent, not reacting in any way, not knowing if it was unity, opposition, or inaction. The human emperor turned around and left. He had been in seclusion all these years, and had made some small gains. These days were just able to summarize what he had gained over the years, to see if he could leave his legacy to the human race. The prophet god looked at the human emperor's back, and in his heart, he instantly knew that this human emperor was afraid that he did not go to the duel with a mind of certain death. This time? No matter what. He couldn't live. The prophet god also wanted to participate in the battle. But he was not a human. He could not participate in the battle. And in this battle, he had to plan a brand new human emperor for the human race. The human emperor could die, but the human emperor's legacy could not be broken. In the entire heaven's mandate, there was always someone who was born who should be a human emperor. In front of the human emperor hall on Mount Chishio, 801 deities knelt down, silently accepting the sanction of the plague Dharma god. But could they be willing? Most were not willing. Perhaps some of these human deities were sincerely repentant, but more of them had hatred in their eyes. Cutting off someone's wealth was like killing their parents. And the plague god was trying to uproot their family, along with their roots. Plague god's order. The 801 legend-ranked heirs of the Sin God's family must participate in the battle, regardless of whether they are disabled or not, regardless of whether they are at their peak or not, since you have enjoyed the resources given to you by your ancestors. Then, one must go and fight for the human race. Didn't these gods embezzle for so many years just to make the lives of their descendants a little better? Now, it's all gone. In this situation, do these human deities dare to resist? Dare to protest? They didn't dare at all, and could only pray in their hearts that they would be able to run off a few. Just a few. The heirs of these deities have long been spoilt and spoiled. As soon as they heard that letting them go to war, this is not letting them go to their deaths? So one by one, they were once again in an uproar. I'm not going. Where's my grandfather? I'm going to ask my grandfather to exempt me from this battle. Fuck off. I'm not going. My ancestors have bled enough for the human race. We should just enjoy it. Mard. You bastards. Don't you know who I am? My grandfather is a heavenly spirit god. This kind of death-sending thing should be left to pariahs like them. What's the point of letting us go? Bastards. The entry is a gift from our divine spirit family. You still don't thank me for it. These divine spirit family scions seem to have no brains at all. At a time like this, they still had to make a scene. Still wanting to turn over a new leaf. Still referring to the human race outside of the divine spirit family? Called them pariahs. At this moment, the deities who carried out the order were furious on the spot. Mard. It turns out that the human race still has such a large batch of our assholes. Roll over with me, and go kneel under Mount Chishya. These sons and daughters of the gods, who were so high up in the world, were easily taken by the gods, and made to kneel under Mount Chishya. Together with their fathers. Enjoying so many resources that didn't belong to them. Now, one by one, they all wanted to escape. How could they? Grandfather, save me. I don't want to kneel. What a shameful thing. Don't touch me. Get lost. Take away your dirty hands. Even after being forcefully dragged to this place, these divine heirs still couldn't distinguish reality. In the end, the law enforcement deity personally killed a few of them, which quieted them down. And one by one, like quails, they curled up on the ground, no longer daring to resist. It will kill people. It will really kill people. Looking at the appearance of these cowards of theirs, the deities enforcing the law couldn't help but sigh. Hey, the human race? Really hopeless. Using the massive resources of the human race, they ended up actually cultivating these losers. This is perhaps the sorrow of the human race. Letting them go into battle is simply going to be a disgrace. Chapter 675 Split. Xiaohe mission accomplished. Mount Chishya's move made a big fuss. Even the 10,000 races. All of them saw this good show. This was also intentional on the part of the human emperor. After all, they were able to do such a scandalous thing. So what was the harm in letting the 10,000 races see it? Where was the heavenly emperor's decree? Smiles spread across each of the faces of the ancient deities. Such a human race? How can they fight us? Look at this tyrannical eclipse's fatness. Oops. He's still able to have a few points of fighting power. I'm really laughing. Is such a human race really a strong race? I feel like I'll be able to crush them with one hand. The plague Dharma god is far inferior to the heavenly emperor's coronation. So it would be better to let the human race return to our rule once again. All this time, I thought that the human race was so powerful. Who knew? All of them are some unsavory characters. What intrigues me the most is this. Do the ordinary people of the human race know that their gods turned out to be so bad? The taunts of the ancient deities were unceasing. And their laughter was even like the sound of the yellow springs in the 9 heavens. This battle? There was no need to compete. The ancient deities knew that they had won. Don't underestimate this race. If the human race can get rid of this piece of carrion this time, these poisonous tumors, if they are lightly loaded, in the future, the human race will still be able to develop. Have you forgotten that the human race at the very beginning? How fragile it was. But why in the end it was them who drove us out of this land. This was the voice of the god of space, who looked at the problem at a very long length, and even saw a glimpse of the future through space. Lord God of space, this is you being overly concerned. When this group of human deities die, the remaining deities? It's simply not enough to worry about. Right. It seems like we've only just entered this battle. When we enter, the human race will surely be extinguished. The god of space stopped speaking. Perhaps there really was such a possibility. But who could guarantee that the plague Dharma god wouldn't make a move? Right. I'm going to activate a few dark suns to spread the filth of the human gods amongst the human race. This was the 9-headed deity, whose body was a fertile legacy, but had mutated, possessing 9 heads, and on top of each head, it was wrapped in terrifying might, able to mobilize the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The strength of this deity was not to be underestimated. Alright, you can handle this matter. The god of space wasn't a pedant. At such a moment, being able to weaken the cohesion of the human race and make the ordinary people of the human race lose their message to the deities. This might be able to play a role in the war situation yet. The other races saw this farce and really laughed bitterly. This human race? So dirty. No wonder it's fallen. Right. Even the slaves of my race. I wouldn't dare to oppress them like this. Haha. If I were the little ones of the human race, I would definitely resist. But look at the human race. Who resisted? The human race is a race. Won't rebel until they are bullied to the limit. Truly a sad race. This was the unified evaluation of the human race by all races. Sad. This was the sorrow of the gods, and the sorrow of the human race. There were still 5 days left until the territory competition. In the public opinion of the entire human race, there were suddenly articles that were true and no longer whitewashed. Shocked. The gods of Mount Chishia are so shocked. The gods of Mount Chishia disregard the deaths of others. Terrifying. This is the proper face of the deities of Mount Chishia. Deities, if you're like this, can you stand up to the human race? Truly lamenting for the future of the human race. With such deities, when will the human race truly prosper? Each of these articles was directly taught by someone with a high price. And so in a very short period of time, it spread to the entire human race. After reading these articles, the ordinary NPCs acted with righteous indignation. I'm going to go crazy. These deities, and dare to oppress us like this. No wonder we can't become gods. So it's like this. What has the human emperor been doing for so many years? It really is a retard. Mount Chishia. A place to hide dirt. Yuck. This is no longer the holy place in my heart. Spitting blood. I'm really spitting blood. Each of the heavens mandate native human race was cursing. And this cursing war intensified. So the 9-headed god struck while the iron was hot. And once again broke even bigger news. The divine heir was acting as a bully. Amassing wealth and oppressing the ordinary people. He wanted to completely detonate the public opinion of the human race. And make the human race in internal strife. And preferably make the ordinary people of the human race to be in confrontation with the human race gods. However, the 9-headed god's plan fell through. This ordinary people of the human race, surprisingly, after cursing for 2 days, silently closed their mouths. And everything returned to calm, seemingly forgetting about this matter. This made the 9-headed god puzzled. The brains of these ordinary people of the human race. What were they thinking? All have been oppressed to this point. Don't you guys want to resist? Oh! The 9-headed god was obviously still speculating about the human race with the thinking of a deity. Honestly speaking, had the oppression of these deities bullied the heads of ordinary people? It didn't seem like it. Did it? It seemed that only legendary level existences? Only then could they be bullied by them. Isn't this just fine? It's not like it's any of my business. So what's the point of me, Lee, going to Mount Chishia to make a scene? As for things like corruption, isn't that human nature? To put it shamelessly, if I were a god, I would also embezzle. Who doesn't want to make the lives of their children and grandchildren a little better? Isn't that the truth? So let you foot of this one of the scolding war. Also so past. As for the human players of heaven's destiny, they were sober on earth from the beginning to the end. Oh, this kind of thing, it's normal. Do you know how much our company boss embezzles in a year? Saying it scares you to death. You're saying this is wrong? I think you're not awake. Embezzlement. The leader of our mob is all about it straight away. This article is really well written. The players had seen this kind of thing so much that they became numb. As for Qin Fang, he naturally saw these articles and silently clicked like while retreating. This was human's inferiority. Who could go and put an end to it? It basically could not be eradicated. Mount Chishia had also seen the overwhelming news, and had hurriedly gone to seek the human emperor's advice on what should be done. The scandalous matter of Mount Chishia. Although all the 10,000 races had seen it. But in order to cover it up a bit. Instead, the ordinary people of the human race did not know about it. But now? But it was exposed in such a way. It had to be said that it was an irony. Listen to it. The people have the right to know. The human emperor raised his head to the firmament and let out a heavy sigh. Father, this human race, it seems like I really didn't manage it well. As for the populace of the 3 southeastern districts, they sighed daily. Who made them unlucky that their native land had been looked upon by the ancient gods? These days, although the human deities did not organize a large-scale retreat, but then, the human race organized themselves to flee. This place is not a good place. Have to hurry to escape. Otherwise, the ancient deities come? They won't even be alive. The city lords of the 3 southeastern towns are also silent about this situation. They know in their hearts that the human race will not win this battle. So it would be better to hurry and let the people escape. Some of the city lords even took the initiative to open teleportation arrays to help the people escape. Having said that, there are still some kind-hearted people, children of the rivers and lakes, who choose to stay here, ready to give the ancient gods a fight, even if they can break one of his teeth. This is also a victory. The human race. There had never been a lack of bloodthirsty people. These days, Qin Fang selected 7 or 8 drawings of divine artifacts that everyone would be able to use from amongst the thousands of drawings and started forging them. For example, the Divine Spirit Barrier Necklace, Divine Spirit Blessing Ring, Divine Spirit Source Bracelet, and Divine Spirit Heart Earring. The forging of these small accessories was very precise and time-consuming. Even the divine artisans were also unwilling to forge them. After all, with this amount of time, they would be able to forge 7 or 8 pieces of attacking divine artifacts in a big way. The most crucial thing was that forging these divine artifacts did not yield much. To put it simply, to forge a shield, the divine artifact materials needed were 3, and the forger needed to pay the forger a full 9 squares of divine ranked materials before the forger would reluctantly be willing to forge it. As for forging a ring, the divine artifact material needed was 0.2 squares, and the forger only needed to give 0.6 squares. With such a small crafting fee, and with all the trouble and effort involved, who would be willing to forge it? So the deities of Mount Chixiao basically don't wear these small accessories. Is it because they don't want to wear them? No, they really don't. The skills and attributes attached to these small accessories are not lower than those attached to artifacts. If you wear them, a 2/3 increase in strength is not a dream. Therefore, the artifacts that Qin Fang had forged these days were these small things. In 6 days' time, Qin Fang had already failed to forge twice, and had harvested 2,000 small items of divine artifacts, which was still 3 times short of his goal. By the looks of it, Qin Fang was unable to finish forging. Qin Fang, this quenching of divine grade equipment. Qin Fang had underestimated it after all. It was too time-consuming. If it wasn't forcefully supported, the time required would be even longer. As for where the divine position came from, on the other hand, it was looking for teacher Licia crying and begging for this to be borrowed. Originally, Licia was unwilling, but after thinking about it, he decided to lend it to Qin Fang. Qin Fang these days really is not dare to rest for a moment, either in the hammering materials or in the forging of divine weapons. Ding! Your pet Xiaohei is awakened. Qin Fang, who was in the middle of forging equipment, froze, causing the materials for this one to fail completely. Qin Fang, what's going on here? Didn't the plague Dharma god say that Xiaohei wouldn't awaken during the time he was a god? Goo goo. Qin Fang opened his pet space, and little Black's figure instantly jumped out of it, landing in Qin Fang's arms, enjoying Qin Fang's caresses, and raising his paw from time to time, seemingly begging for a fine wine. Qin Fang was astonished. In looking at the pet space, Xiaohei's main body was still sleeping on. Then the Xiaohei in his hands? Who is it? Oh right. Qin Fang suddenly understood. This is Xiaohei's bilocation. Perhaps after devouring the 6th Extremes Chaos God bilocation, Xiaohei's mastery of the skill of bilocation became even more profound, thus separating into a bilocation that could exist permanently. This doppelganger. What it inherited was not the chaotic parasitic seed, but the devouring purification function from the very beginning. Qin Fang perceived a bit, and was instantly overjoyed. Little Blackie had really done himself a great favor. Little Blackie, quick, help me purify these god-level materials. Qin Fang threw all the god-level wines to Little Black in order to flatter him. Seeing this, Little Black twisted his buttocks from side to side, raised his head high, and devoured the divine grade fine wine in one mouthful, and then cleared his throat, before helping Qin Fang with his work. Seeing this, Qin Fang also cried and laughed. This little guy even gasped. However, it had to be said that with Little Black's help, Qin Fang's forging speed was even faster. Ding! Dong! Sparks splashed everywhere. Perhaps because Xiaohei's materials were even more pure, Qin Fang's fusion journey also appeared to be even faster. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding! You have triggered a 1,000-fold return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a divine artifact, Medusa's Divine Necklace *1000. The effect of this divine artifact It didn't need to be said much. Even a divine spirit was able to petrify him for a second. It was considered one of the strongest divine artifacts. To know that 1 second is enough to divide life and death between deities. Ah. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a 1,000-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a divine artifact. Goddess of Hope's blessing ring * 1000. This smattering of rings, on the other hand, was able to allow the deity's injuries to recover quickly. Qin Fang was still forging, and 10 days passed by in a flash. Ding. The great battle between the ancient deities and the human deities is about to begin. Ding. This battle is related to the belonging of the Southeast Region 3. Qin Fang looked at the sky. Hadn't he been drafted into the battle? Technically speaking, Qin Fang was also considered a legend-ranked warrior. Chapter 676. I'm giving a divine weapon. Ding. The territory contest will open in 60 minutes. Please prepare both sides. The sound of this one resounded in the ears of the two races' deities. Thousands of ancient deities rubbed their fists and moved their muscles slightly. Phew. It's finally going to start. Really can't wait for it. Human race. I hope you've already washed your necks. Uh-huh. The human race. This is a life of death. Ah. I can already see their demise. What class? Surprisingly, they are fighting against our ancient gods. In that case, let's be merciful and kill them all. The ancient deities took a step out from their respective abysses and converged outside the edges of the 3 southeastern districts, talking and laughing, not perceiving the slightest bit of nervousness before the great battle. Each one of them was on cloud 9, acting very relaxed. The pressure of 1,000 deities instantly made the human race in the Southeast Region 3 feel breathless. Hee. The taste of the human race used to be delicious. When we occupy the Southeast Region 3, we have to have a good taste of it. Yeah. The taste of the human race? It's so fresh and tasty. I wonder how many human scumbags will be left. The figure of the human emperor also appeared at the first moment, waving his hand to shield such a pressure, guarding the ordinary beings of the human race. And 1,000 deities all lined up behind the human emperor, silently looking at the deities in front of them. The atmosphere of the two sides was instantly tense, itching to start a great battle of the gods right away. Ding. The live broadcast of the battle of the century is on. Please click to watch. This was the broadcast that the human race had purposely opened. This battle, regardless of victory or defeat, should be seen by the living beings of the human race. My chow. This live broadcast? It's free. This definitely needs to be seen. It's starting. It's starting. God knows how long I've been waiting for this image. A melee of 2,000 deities. Think about it. What a shocking scene this must be. Scary. Scary. Really scary. Players click to watch. And NPCs also expressed their desire to watch. Southeast Region 3's Vault of Heaven. Human Emperor. What about the rules of the match you set? The god of space faintly inquired. And the human emperor didn't drag his feet, directly informing the ancient deities of the rules of the contest that they had negotiated. Go ahead. We're listening. These ancient deities, even when facing the human emperor, were so casual. The rules of this territorial contest are as follows. Firstly, the fighting method of this territory contest is a deadly battle, which can only be stopped by the death of one of the two fighting parties. Secondly, this territory contest is conducted by a random draw of lots, with life and death being presided over by heaven's mandate. Third, the total number of participants for this tournament is 1,000 deities and 10,000 legendary levels. The drawing of lots will end, and the battle will begin at the same time. Fourth, in the end, whichever side has more people left will be considered victorious. All in all, the rules are very simple. Hearing such rules, even the ancient deities couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This human race? How dare he choose to fight to the death? This wasn't like the character of a human race that was greedy for life and afraid of death. In the end, I underestimated the human race. At this moment, even the ancient deities couldn't help but straighten up. If they were to fight to the death, there might be a new situation. After all, the power that could erupt at the time of death was something that no one could estimate. Human race? It's still really surprising. A battle to the death? How could the human race dare? Right. We are still able to resurrect. What about the human race? Really childish races. The space god's face turned ugly, as he seemed to have thought of something. just as he wanted to refuse. The sound of heaven's destinies will sounded. Rule established. The death of the ancient deity race is considered to be a true death. Ding. Depriving the ancient deity clan of their resurrection authority. This time, the space god's face darkened with flesh. Wasn't this bullshit? Originally, they thought that the rules of the human race did not have any loopholes. But who would have thought that there was such a huge pit waiting for them? This time, if the ancient deity died, then it would truly be considered dead. One could only wait for millions of years for the abyss to once again give birth to brand new deities. Human Emperor. You are noble. But you are not afraid of the deities of your human race? All of them will be decimated by the sons and daughters of my race? The god of space grimly inquired thusly. Afraid of death? If I were afraid of death, would we still be considered a human race? The human race. Never fear battle. This southeastern third region? You can't take it. Even if you want to take it, you'll have to break 2 teeth. These words with a tragic tone infected the entire human race. Well. You're good. Really good. I wonder about this battle. Are you participating? If you participate, I will definitely be the first to kill you first. The god of space was exasperated and laughed. Really exasperated? Participate? As the human emperor of the human race. How can I run away from the battle? I hope that you and I can meet head on so that I can truly see how powerful the god of space is. The human emperor was a bit vain, not having forgotten the scene of being ravaged by the god of space, which surfaced in his mind from time to time. This time, the reason why the human race chose the way of drawing lots. There was also the consideration of TNG race horse. To put it simply, taking a chance, using the weaker gods of the human race to fight off the stronger gods of the ancient gods. I wonder how many human deities could be left in the end. Human Emperor. Gather cannon fodder. You can't win this battle. The god of space returned and told the gods to prepare for battle, incidentally telling them not to be careless. Divine craftsman Lu Long had long been prepared to die, staring at the 1,000 gods, seemingly looking for strong people, hoping to match him with a strong god. Even if it meant blowing himself up, he would still have to decapitate this dog scum. This time, the opportunity was not easy to come by. Ancient deities decapitated in this situation. Dead could be really dead. Could this not seize this opportunity? Just then, a flash of a voice came to mind. Ding. I request communication. A smile appeared on the corners of divine artisan Lu Long's mouth. I wonder if this kid has successfully forged a few divine artifacts. Although Godsmith Lu Long knew in his heart that Qin Fang could not forge many divine weapons, this spirit of his, Godsmith Lu Long still admired. It was always for the sake of the human race that he was giving awe. You, Senior Divine General Lu Long. It's always time to catch up. I'll mail the divine artifacts to you now. Hard work? Old brother me. In this battle, if I win, you and I will drink bitterly. If I lose, remember to pour me 2 bottles of good wine at my grave to pay tribute. Divine Artisan Lu Long sighed a little. Senior Divine General Lu Long. What are you talking about? You will surely be able to flood the heavens and behead your opponent successfully. Qin Fang consoled a bit before sending an email. This time, Qin Fang did not hide anything, and sent the entirety of the divine artifacts he had forged to Divine General Lu Long in a single brain. Divine Artisan Lu Long did not take it seriously, and clicked on this mail. But when he saw the contents inside, his entire being was stunned. This. Divine Artisan Lu Long stuttered, unable to utter a single word. Within this mail was not anything else, but a full 10,000 pieces of divine artifacts. My goodness, this is a divine artifact, not some legendary or epic level equipment. Knowing that even the treasury of the Plague Dharma god only had around 3,000 divine artifacts at most, this had shocked the gods of Mount Chixia, leading to a huge fight. And at this moment, Divine Craftsman Lu Long's backpack had 10,000 pieces of divine artifacts. Was this fake? Godsmith Lu Long the first time to doubt is not his eyes blurred, but repeatedly looked 7 or 8 times. Are not wrong. This means that I really gave him 10,000 pieces of divine artifacts. Moreover, these divine artifacts were mostly jewelry, which basically gods were able to wear regardless of style. This was really too useful for the human race's deities. Thousands of deities? Even if they were evenly distributed, each person would be able to get 10 pieces. 10 divine artifacts. What kind of concept is that? in a battle against an ancient deity. Even if they blew up their own divine artifacts, they would still be able to barely win. Divine artisan Lu Long didn't hang up his communication and stumbled towards the direction of the human emperor. This matter was too big for him to handle alone. Couldn't grasp it. Thus, Qin Fang namely heard the following dialogue. Human emperor. Human emperor. Great joy. Great joy. Lu Long. What is it? Panicking. Human emperor. Look. Godsmith Lu Long will backpack within the artifacts, let the human emperor to look at a glance. Only a glance. The human emperor also scared. As a thief. Hurriedly covered. Whispered inquiries. So many artifacts. Where you are? The player I gave me. Divine artisan Lu Long uttered this name. And the human emperor froze. Me? The one who gave him the award last time? How did he have so many divine weapons? Before Qin Fang could say anything, divine craftsman Lu Long namely automatically brainstormed for him. Human emperor. Have you forgotten that my teacher is Li Qi? At this, the human emperor instantly understood. Li Xia. This big brother? What was he most famous for? It must be forging. It was said that he was able to turn rottenness into magic. Forging top-notch divine weapons from bronze-grade materials. So many divine artifacts should all come from Li Xia's handiwork. I'll accept this favor. If my human race wins a great victory this time, I will definitely invite Senior Li Evil to be a guest at Mount Qixia. The human emperor was very grateful in his heart. And divine artisan Lu Long was likewise very grateful. Elderly Evil still had the human race in his heart after all. Qin Fang. Huh? What? It can't be. How did my credit become Teacher Li Xia's? Qin Fang was practically spitting blood. This was something he had forged with great effort. For this, Little Black had almost drank 100 bottles of his divine grade fine wine. These divine artifacts. Distribute them quietly. And say that they were given by the Plague Dharma God. The human emperor rolled his eyes, and gave the Plague Dharma God all the credit. Tell these criminals that this is their last chance. It's up to them if they want to take it or not. Divine artisan Lu Long departed and began to hand them out one by one. Whispering one by one. Not long after, the faces of all these sin gods changed. A moment like this, the Plague Dharma God was actually still thinking about them. After all, they had gone too far. Among the 800 gods, at the very least, more than 600 of them came to their senses and cried out in pain. Qin Fang. Ugh! My merit, my credit, Qin Fang was really going to cry. This was really not giving him any credit at all. Ding. Please ask both camps to determine the candidates to participate in the battle. Chapter 677 Shui Qinger, Goddess of Nukes. 1,000 points of starlight slid down from the heavenly destiny's dome, transforming into 1,000 palm-sized exquisite tokens, carved dragons and phoenixes. A good piece of heavenly destiny's aura, transforming into 10,000 thumb-length sharp blades, with emerald orchids all over their bodies, as if they were made of wood, and falling into the hands of the Emperor of Humanity, the God of Space, respectively. Ding. Beings that hold the token, the sharp blades, can only participate in this competition. This was a requirement of Heaven's order, and it was also able to avoid chaos to a certain extent. With a wave of the human Emperor's hand, 1,000 tokens instantly turned into streams of light, and fell into the hands of the participating deities. If we win this battle, all of your past faults will be erased. This was the human emperor's promise. And it was also a chance for these errant deities. Originally, according to the human emperor's intention, he did not intend to give them a chance. But then again, the human emperor was afraid that these human deities would secretly play tricks. I will obey the human emperor's order. A glimmer of hope really surfaced in the hearts of these errant deities. 10 divine artifacts at the bottom, in addition to the 5 divine level items within the Plague Dharma God's treasure trove, allowing them to at least double their strength. This should be able to win. 10,000 sharp blades. The human emperor also broke through the space and distributed them. Qin Fang watched as the streams of light continued to flow in the firmament, but none of them landed in his hands, so he couldn't help but be 2 tenths as anxious. Senior Divine Craftsman Lu Long, help me claim a participating sharpened blade. I want to participate as well. Divine Craftsman Lu Long froze, and only then did it ring out that he hadn't hung up his communication yet. However, he did not dare to agree to my request. After all, I am Li Qi's disciple. And I have already given away so many divine artifacts, which is already considered a great merit, regardless of whether or not this battle is a success or a failure. My merit is indelible. Even if Qin Fang doesn't compete, it wouldn't hurt either. However, if Qin Fang really died because of his participation, then this matter would not be easy to deal with. Divine Artisan Lu Long didn't dare to make a decision. He could only ask the human emperor to let the player me wait patiently for a while. I want to compete? Then give him a sharp blade. The human emperor did not dwell on it, and directly gave Qin Fang the sharp edge. Divine Artisan Lu Long instantly sent it to Qin Fang in the form of a male. Me. Be careful in everything. Don't be reckless. I know you have quite a lot of equipment. At critical moments, self-detonate your legendary grade equipment to protect yourself. Nothing must happen. Although I had followed Godsmith Lu Long, Prophet God and other deities to hunt the God of Darkness at an extremely weak moment, Godsmith Lu Long was still very worried. Qin Fang clicked open the mail. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the entry sharpening blade *1. Remarks, special props. Possess this participation sharpening blade to participate in the competition. Even if he was only able to kill one enemy, Qin Fang still wanted to compete. Gulp. Qin Fang raised his attributes to the full value under the divine rank by continuously swallowing divine rank potions. Strength, 999999999. Agility, 999999999. Spirit, 999999999. Physique, 999999999. Life value, 9999999999999. Qin Fang didn't dare to be careless. Every win in this battle was extremely important. He couldn't lose. An attribute that broke through 100 million was a deity, while Qin Fang's attribute reached the so-called 99,999,000,000. Even Qin Fang at his peak state in his previous life had never managed such a high attribute. With the raising of his hands and the throwing of his feet, possible might burst forth, causing Qin Fang to feel an incomparably powerful and uncomfortable sensation. Qin Fang opened a forge, wanting to use the forge to make himself understand the power in his body as much as possible and have some control in the remaining half an hour. Licia, hey, this kid. He's just fooling around. Time and space merchant, me this kid? Every time he buys a divine attribute potion, it looks like he has to stock up more often. Ding. Is it dialing Yuze's communication? Dialing. Boss, is there something you need? Rain Zephyr's voice rang out tiredly. He had been going for 3 days straight, without sleeping. Yuze, I'm going to participate in this human territory contest. If something bad happens to me, the 10,000 empty alley group, you give me a good hold on it. By the way, this is Black Widow's business card. If you don't want to run it, you can push it to her. Qin Fang pushed the Black Widow's business card to Yuze. Yuze's expression was stagnant, as if a pot of cold water had poured down on him, causing him to instantly wake up. Boss, this is a deadly battle. What's a blacksmith like you going to do? Yuze couldn't help but question Qin Fang's sentence. And in his heart, he said, aren't you committing suicide? Professional things should be left to professionals. This kind of battle, surely it should be left to combat professions. Don't worry. I'm sure. As Qin Fang finished speaking, Yuze banned his voice. Come back alive. Boss, your business. It only belongs to you. If you're not here anymore, this 10,000 people's empty alley group, I don't care about it. Whoever loves to manage it. Whoever wants it. Yuze was angry in his heart, but he didn't know what exactly he was angry for. Come back alive. Qin Fang hung up, and then dialed Zhuge Tianyan's communication. Mr. Zhuge Tianyan, I'm going to compete. If something bad happens to me, this Tianyang town cannot be without a master for a day. I will hand over the seal of the city lord to the person I trust the most. Please assist her as well. This Tianyang town also has a piece of your heart and soul in it. Please assist the new city lord properly. Zhuge Tianyan froze, as if he had not expected to suddenly receive such a communication. In the end, it was still about towards Qin Fang. Lord City Lord, you fought for the Southeast Region 3. You dare not forget. Your broad-mindedness is comparable to the sun and the moon. Don't worry. This Tianyang town will not be in chaos. Zhuge Tianyan said solemnly. Qin Fang uttered a sentence, please. That is, hung up the communication. Hey, Zong Tua. I'm getting ready to compete. Watch my performance well. Qin Fong dialed Zong Tu's communication. To say that the one who had the most confidence in Qin Fong was still hidden earth. Boss. You go. I'll set up a table for you. To celebrate. This kind of small kadami. It's definitely not your match, Mum. Okay. Qin Fong finished speaking and dialed Shui Qinger's communication. Before Qin Fong could even speak, Shui Qinger instantly inquired in a puzzled manner. Hee. Qin Fong. How did you know that I competed? Shui Qinger thought that Qin Fong had come to blame her for knowing that she had also competed. Qin Fong immediately felt his head buzzing. Shui Qinger. How did she also compete? Wasn't this bullshit? Marred. Who gave Shui Qinger a sharp blade? Grass. Qin Fong knew the outcome of this competition best. The reason why Qin Fong had to give communication to Yuze, Zhuge Tianyan, Zong Tu and the others was because, once he died, even if Qin Fong was a player, he would completely disappear. The meaning of this disappearance, not only did it include being completely blocked, but it also included becoming a vegetable in reality, as if his consciousness had been sealed, and he was unable to wake up. This was the painful lesson that the legendary players, who had participated in the previous life, had taught Qin Fong with their own experiences. The families of these legendary level players inquired about Heaven's destiny, wanting a statement. And in the end, this matter was PR'd down by Heaven's destiny, and hardly any news could be seen. It was unknown whether it had resolved the people who had raised the issue or the people who had raised the issue. Shui Qinger. Hurry up and return it to me. This matter? Is it something you can get involved in? Nope. I'll contact Divine Craftsman Lu Long and have him take the sharp blade out of your hands. As Qin Fong kept talking, Shui Qinger felt a surge of warmth, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. Qin Fong. Have you entered the race as well? Shui Qinger was such an ice-cold smart person. Since Qin Fong didn't know about her participation, and was calling him in communication at this juncture, it must be because Qin Fong had also participated and wanted to talk to himself about it. A sentence that directly made Qin Fong confused. Right. Self had also entered the competition, It doesn't matter to me. But you can't be okay. Do you know how strong a legend-ranked Divine Spirit General is? You hurry up and give up for me. Qin Fong still had a stiff upper lip, trying to make Shui Qinger give up. Shui Qinger let out a poof of laughter. Alright. Qin Fong. Have a good fight. This token is already fused with me and cannot be peeled off. So you don't need to bother the human emperor. Surely it can be peeled off what? Qin Fong's tone raised tenfold, as if it was a sharp steel rubbing as he growled and inquired. You're still not fighting against a legend level? Instead, it's God level? Have you gone mad? Or is the human emperor crazy? At a moment like this, Qin Fong didn't want to persuade Shui Qinger anymore. Snapped and hung up the communication, decisively dialing through to Divine Craftsman Lu Long's communication. On the other end of the communication, Shui Qinger was playfully spitting out her tongue. Forehead head. Hey. This matter? It seems like it can't be hidden anymore. Senior Divine Craftsman Lu Long. What's going on with this Shui Qinger? Why did you let her compete? And it's to participate in a battle of deities. Aren't you just messing around? Shui Qinger's rank? That's only how much? Qin Fong roared like a giant dragon as he inquired. Divine Artisan Lu Long was dumbfounded. Shui Qinger? Who was this? It was only when he looked through the list of participating deities that he understood. Elder brother me. The Shui Qinger you're talking about is the snow god. Right? Qin Fong, awe-shocked face. His head immediately went down, as if millions of firecrackers were exploding in his mind. What's all this? Snow Clearer was a deity. Isn't this bullshit? I don't believe it. Isn't Shui Qinger a player? Shui Qinger joined Destiny at the same time as him. So it's hard to believe that Shui Qinger had become a deity in just 2 years' time. Qin Fong felt that his own intelligence had been insulted. He didn't believe it. Senior Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Don't joke with me. I am close friends with Shui Qinger. Has she become a deity? Can I still not know? It must be a fake. You hurriedly took back her token. There must be a mistake somewhere. This time, it was the turn of Divine Craftsman Lu Long to be staggered. You're close friends with her. So you don't even know about the small matter of Shui Qinger being a deity? Elder brother me. This really isn't me talking nonsense. Shui Qinger really is a snow god. This snow god is also a miraculous character to say the least, having used only a year and a half of light, namely achieving the deity position from a black iron rank gunner, and achieving not just any other, but the Nuke Woman deity position, which is also a brand new one. When this one was at the legend rank, she dared to climb Mount Sutra and confront the gods of the 1,000 places, questioning why they didn't allow her to become a god. The reason was that this one's godhood materials were once stuck by the old gods of Mount Chixia not giving them. So Schweizinger directly held up countless nukes and threatened that if she didn't give them, Mount Chixia wouldn't have to exist anymore. Only then was she forced to give her the resources to become a god. As for the first thing the snow god did after she became a god, that is to say, she made the gods who had once stuck her with resources suffer a big loss. Don't you worry, old brother me. The snow god's strength, even amongst the many deities in Mount Chixia, is able to be ranked in the top 50. This battle is very simple for her. Right. If you're worried that you'll fail in the battle, you can ask the snow god for a few legendary grade nukes. In that case, your opponent might not even see you, i.e. be blown up. The amount of information within the words of divine craftsman Lu Long was so large that Qin Fang was surprisingly unable to digest it for a moment. What? Schweizinger had become a god? Wasn't this bullshit? Why were there no system beeps? Even if Qin Fang had been in seclusion in the 100,000 mountains, he should have heard something. Qin Fang, don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. This is definitely false. Well, it's definitely false. Qin Fang kept giving himself mental hints. Chapter 678 Divine Craftsman Qin Fang vs. Black Cloud Divine General. Godly Craftsman Lu Long, where is there such a person? Are you guys really friends? Elder brother me. As to why you don't know, this is naturally the news that our Chixia Mountain has given to Haida. After all, if the snow god were to promote in a big way, perhaps on the second day, the pole would be assassinated by the ancient gods. To be honest, Qin Fang's heart had already believed 3 or 4 points. To know that from the very beginning? Schweizinger's forging, that is. There was no rank limit. And as long as she was willing, it seemed that she was able to research any level of nukes. Becoming a god? It really doesn't seem to be difficult for this one. Qin Fang, hey. I work hard every day, leaving early and returning late, pretending to be a grandson to people, coupled with the constant chances. This has barely been promoted to become a legendary level blacksmith. Originally thought that this was already the ultimate in players, who had thought that Schweizinger would directly become a god without saying a word. And in the span of a year and a half, that is, she has become a god. Qin Fang quickly recalled the events of his previous life. Was it possible that the Schweizinger of his previous life was also a deity? Seriously pondering over the details, Qin Fang then realized it was really possible. The Schweizinger of his previous life could also be a deity. It was only that he had fallen in love in his previous life and didn't seem to have realized it. Thank you, Senior Divine Artisan Lu Long. Only then did Qin Fang hang up the communication before calling Schweizinger's communication once again. Qinger, you become a god? Why didn't you tell me? Qin Fang was slightly disorientated, and his tone was low. It's not like you ever asked me. Qin Fang, spitting blood. This is such a powerful reason. The plot of this dog-blooded stick drama. All in all, be careful with everything. Qin Fang had forgotten what he was going to say to Schweizinger. You too. When this territory competition is over, let's go to Mount Tai to watch the sunrise. Good. Qin Fang hung up the communication, and then dialed Black Widow's communication. Qin Fang, ugh. Tasteless. Schweizinger had actually become a god. This can't be tolerated. Really can't be tolerated. Looks like he has to become a god as soon as possible as well. Being reborn and still not being able to compare to Schweizinger. How can this be? 10,000 Empty Alley Group broadcast. 10,000 Empty Alley Group boss. I'm participating in this territorial competition for the glory of the human race. In order to give back to the new and old customers the goods in the 10,000 Empty Alley. All 9.5% off. When boss returns victorious, all goods will be discounted by 20%. 10,000 Empty Alleys Group boss, me. 10,000 Empty Alleys. Yuze still knows how to build up momentum. In a short period of time, he has come up with such a strategy to elevate the thoughts of 10,000 Empty Alleys. Look, you see? Of all these businesses, which one of them is like 10,000 Empty Alleys, where the boss is personally present, fighting for the human race? Qin Fong, not bad. Awesome. The chairman of the 10,000 air lanes is still a bullpen. Mart. As much as I hate to admit it. There's guts. Che. What's the point? Even if we lose, we're players. We won't lose a piece of meat. Such voices kept ringing out. Compliments mostly. But there were always some dissenting voices among them. To this, Qin Fong expressed indifference. Ding. The drawing of lots has begun. The voice of heaven's mandate rang out. And then each life that had obtained a token and gained a sharp blade was automatically numbered. Qin Fong's value was very auspicious. Number 666666666. What about Shui Qiner? Also not bad, 421. Buzzing. A huge circular turntable suddenly appeared in the firmament, with countless small balls placed inside, on top of which were densely written different numerical values, each of which had a different color. Every time the roulette wheel rotated, 2 balls with the same shape but different colors would fall. The values on the balls represented the beings that were about to fight. For example, the 2 players in the first round were Ancient Deity number 327 and Human Deity number 103. This was the group where the 2 of them would enter a special space to fight to the death, and only the living would be able to walk out of this space. The drawing of lots went on continuously. Almost every 0.5 seconds, 2 contestants could be identified, and these 2 were then thrown into different spaces. At this moment, the ancient deities and the human deities were both staring intently at the roulette wheel. When they saw that their opponents were relatively weak, all of these deities secretly clenched their fists and felt relieved. And when they saw that their opponents were strong, they secretly sighed in their hearts. Cool. I knew my opponent was a weak pussy. Cool? Hee hee. What are we waiting for? I'm sure I'll be able to cut it down within 3 seconds. Aw. Retarded, right? Really retarded, aw. Hee hee. You guys. How am I going to lose this? The deities of the human race are really weaker than one another. The ancient deities took a look at the draw. That is, they said that they would definitely be able to win. The deities of the human race, on the other hand, carried out their pig disguise to the extreme and remained silent. They even cooperated with the play acting, displaying a look of horror and secretly sighing at their own bad luck. Bullshit. It really is bullshit. Oops. It's the red cloud divine spirit I ran into. No. I'm going to die. This is even more bad luck for me. I actually ran into it. The human emperor looked at the object of his own draw. Coincidentally, it was really the god of space. This scene. Don't let the corner of his mouth straight twitch. This what luck. Aw. The god of space then looked at the human emperor and made a neck-wiping motion. Human emperor. I will kill you. In response, it was as if the entire human race had seen the dead human emperor. He died before he could leave the battlefield. Ding. The draw is over. Ding. The battle will begin in 10 minutes. Please get ready. Ding. You have been transported within a special space. The same space, but it's covered in mist. Unable to break through and fight. Ding. The live broadcast is on. This is the highest ranked live broadcast that Heaven's Destiny has ever seen. 1,000 God ranks and 10,000 legendary ranks. Ding. For this live broadcast, you can watch for free. View. Here it comes. This live broadcast is actually numbered as well. It's really very thoughtful. Cool. I heard that the battle between the human emperor and the god of space is room number 1. I'll just watch this one first. Spitting blood. What's there to see in the first game? Isn't it still the human emperor being bloodily abused? Watch the one with player me. Maybe it can be somewhat interesting. Hey. You're all wrong. My suggestion is to watch Rainy Night's game. Above the interactive section, such voices constantly rang out. Almost 90% of the players of Heaven's Destiny have stopped what they were doing to watch today's live broadcast. Ding. The battle begins. Qin Fong's opponent was number 306 amongst the ancient deities, a legend-ranked divine general under the Red Cloud Divine Spirit. Red Cloud Divine Spirit. This was the first smudge of Red Cloud becoming a god in the heavens and earth. And his strength was not bad. As for Qin Fong's opponent, he was a peak legend-ranked divine general, the Black Cloud War General. This was a powerful divine general. And just by standing still, the oppressive feeling he gave Qin Fong was no less than him. The mists gradually dispersed as if they were possessed of consciousness. And Qin Fong used his divine grade scrying skill at the first opportunity. Ding. Probing successful. Name, Black Cloud. Profile, a legend rank divine general under the Red Cloud divine spirit. Once a demigod rank. Knocked down from his realm by Red Cloud. Qin Feng, shameless. Marred. This Red Cloud deity had used such shameless means in order to win this territory contest. Black Cloud was once a demigod. Even if he had fallen down to the demigod realm. This vision. These skills and whatnot. It was all still at the demigod level. And relatively speaking, it would be stronger than a peak legendary level existence. Qin Feng believed that Black Cloud was not the last one. There must be many. Amongst these 10,000 legendary grade divine generals of the ancient gods. Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless. And at the first moment, he finished putting on all of his legendary grade equipment, while swallowing an amplitude-type potion to keep himself in his absolute peak state. In this situation, Qin Feng could not make a single mistake. However, if there was a single mistake, he would be moved. Qin Feng's legendary grade equipment was a loose piece, whereas Black Cloud's set of legendary grade equipment, which was a set, was much higher than Qin Feng's in terms of attributes. Black Cloud calmly fitted his equipment and looked at Qin Feng with disdain. Heh. Is the human race still really unoccupied? Surprisingly, even a blacksmith is able to take the field? Black Cloud was a combat profession, and was the strongest gun god profession amongst combat professions. Black Cloud jumped up, and a black warhorse with a pitch-black body appeared under his feet. The level of this warhorse wasn't low. Peak legendary grade. Black Cloud rode it with his lance in his hand. The horse and the horse were united, and his aura was even more powerful. This time, it made even Qin Feng feel a sense of suffocation. Qin Feng did not hesitate, and summoned the 9-colored heavenly winged horse. Hey, do you really think that Qin Feng stayed in the 100,000 mountains for nothing? The 9-colored heavenly winged horse. Qin Feng had once thrown it to the ancestral dragon for special training. This little fellow had long been specially trained by the ancestral dragon to the legendary level. And after devouring so many good things, it had made the 9-colored heavenly winged horse's talent even higher. And as long as there was enough chance, it would surely be able to be upgraded to become a divine level mount. As the horse and horse became one, Qin Feng's aura was also mixed in one. Dang. Qin Feng put away the forging hammer and replaced it with a longbow that was silver white in color. Buzzing, it rose into the air, firing continuously towards the Black Cloud divine general in the middle of the firmament. Each strike seeming like a shooting star falling, causing great damage to him. Each of Qin Feng's arrows seemed to have eyes, precisely hitting Black Cloud. Black Cloud was instantly confused. This blacksmith seemed to be completely different from the blacksmith he knew. Gun! It was a very strong means of long-range attack, but against a rogue equipment like a bow and arrow, it still fell short. Black Cloud kept chasing after Qin Feng's back, but he just couldn't catch up with him. Even if he clipped his horse's stomach, Black Cloud's horse couldn't keep up with him, and he could only be huffing and puffing. It wasn't his horse's fault that it wasn't powerful. After all, the 9-colored heavenly winged horse had been trained by the ancestral dragon. If it didn't run faster, it could be a severe beating. Not to mention the fact that the 9-colored heavenly winged horse had eaten quite a lot of good food. Qin Feng wanted to consume the Black Cloud alive. This was also considered a means. In a short while of light, Black Cloud's blood level was only 50% left. Fierce. Qin Feng was too fierce. Reckless. Qin Feng was also too reckless. The Black Cloud divine general was suffocating in his heart. He couldn't touch it. He couldn't touch it dead or alive. What could be done about it? The battle between the divine artisan Qin Feng and the Black Cloud divine general was watched by countless players, who could not help but applaud when they saw this scene. Chapter 679 come out. Ancestral Dragon. Holy shit. This player me is still fierce. This was the same answer given by countless players after watching Qin Feng's battle video. None of these players were clenching their fists and cheering him on, their throats seeming to roar through. This doesn't need to look at the operation. Look at his damage. Each hit is nearly 10 million damage. This is something that if it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to carry that many 2 or 3 hits. The player sucked in a breath of cool air. 1 hit. 10 million damage. This was something that even a thick-thorn pig wouldn't necessarily be able to resist. Terrible, terrible. Player me's attributes are surprisingly so strong. Cut. You guys are wrong. It looks like player me doesn't have any operation. But it's all operation. You guys look at the player's wrist. Look carefully. Don't blink. Is it vibrating 7 or 8 times per second? This kind of vibration. In our jargon, that is uncertainty. You never know where Player Jin's next arrow will go. So you can't go and dodge it. You can only resist it. In the past, I've always felt that Player Jin was very strong. But I never thought that his bow and arrow, too, was so strong. Just by virtue of such a handful of bow and arrow skills, he is also able to be ranked in the Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. You guys don't really think that Qin Fang ascended to the Hall of Fame by virtue of blacksmithing, do you? I've counted all of Qin Fang's battles. And to be honest, Qin Fang's utilization of every type of weapon is simply to the extreme. This person briefly threw out a few pictures, and seemed to be familiar with Player Jin, shouting Qin Fang in every breath. Although Qin Fang's identity had long been revealed. Right. Many of the players still like to call him Player Me. Player Jin's choice of blacksmithing as a profession is still justified. Yeah. This is too fierce. A wisp of fresh wind between Qin Fang's heaven and earth. He kept drifting and counterattacking. In a short period of 30 minutes. This black cloud Divine General's blood quantity that was reduced to less than 50%. At this moment, his face had darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then the gun in his hand, which was used as a javelin, violently stabbed out. Breaking. This black lance was like a black dragon, opening its hideous eyes, about to descend on Qin Fang's body. Qin Fang clamped the horse's stomach at the first time, allowing him to accelerate. The 9-colored heavenly winged horse also felt the threat of being wounded, violently twisting itself towards the dome of the sky, tearing and pulling. Although the 9-colored heavenly winged horse was barely able to dodge. But then, it was still stabbed in the thigh, and blood continued to flow out. This time, the speed of the 9-colored heavenly winged horse continuously decreased. Qin Fang immediately threw out a bottle of divine grade potion for the 9-colored heavenly winged horse to devour. Buzz! The azure green light flashed. The 9-colored heavenly winged horse completely recovered and rose into the air once again, its speed unabated. The black cloud Divine General rubbed his eyes, filled with disbelief. This human actually fed a mount a divine grade potion? Was he out of his mind? This was a divine grade potion. This potion was enough to arrive on a life if he were to use it. Spit out blood. Spit out blood. This guy really is not following the norm. Mard, it seems like it's time to give you a little color. Qin Fang took out the cannonballs that Shui Qinger had given him from his backpack and continuously threw them towards the ground, while then letting the 9-colored heavenly winged horse carry him up into the air continuously, trying his best to avoid the range that the cannonballs were able to reach. These were all legendary grade cannonballs, and their power was very astounding. Cannonballs of this level were simply not in circulation on the market. This was something that Qin Fang had cheekily asked Shui Qinger for just now. Against deities, legendary grade cannonballs were just like ornaments, unable to do anything. But for the Black Cloud Divine General, this was the most terrifying attack. These cannonballs were comparable to a terrifying strike at the demigod level. Dang, dang, dang. Countless mushroom clouds rose. The Black Cloud God General was constantly displaced above the ground, constantly fleeing. But the killing range of the cannonballs was simply too great. And in just one breath, he was surrounded by 3 or 4 cannonballs. The Black Cloud God General's blood level dropped at an extremely fast rate. Ding! Black Cloud Divine General has used a divine grade potion, and his blood quantity has recovered to 100%. That being said, before the Black Cloud God General participated in the battle, he had also been bestowed with god-level potions by the gods. But the quantity was only 3 bottles, which was why he was so shocked when he saw Qin Fang feeding his mount a god-level potion. This was simply trenchant. The Black Cloud Divine General was helpless as well. He could only devour divine grade potions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand this sea of legendary grade projectiles. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Qin Fang once again dropped 7 or 8 of them, covering the entire ring space. Thud. The huge wind wave lifted the 9-colored heavenly winged horse out, and it took a long time for it to stabilize itself. The Black Cloud Divine General's face was pale. Still coming? His small body couldn't take it. I want you to die. The Black Cloud God General rushed out from the center of the explosion at the risk of being seriously injured. Countless javelins appeared in his hands, frantically hurling themselves towards the firmament, bound to throw Qin Fang down. This was the Black Cloud God General's bottom card, the purpose of which was to avoid encountering flying opponents. After all, the Black Cloud God General was unable to fly. These javelins were like dense rain. Qin Fang could only make the 9-colored heavenly winged horse dodge continuously, and the bow and arrows in his hand kept shooting out, wanting to cause a certain amount of interference to him. The Black Cloud Divine General did not move at all and kept throwing. It was obvious that he wanted to die with Qin Fang, exchanging injuries for injuries. In the end, the 9-colored heavenly winged horse became a sieve, practically leaking. Qin Fang helplessly landed on the ground and collected the 9-colored heavenly winged horse that was whimpering in a low voice and constantly trembling in pain. This was no longer a problem with the divine grade potion, but rather the 9-colored heavenly winged horse itself had lost its desire to fight. Unable to do anything else, Qin Fang could only throw him a bottle of divine grade potion to avoid him from dying before dismounting and fighting the Black Cloud Divine General himself. Hey, this time, player me is in danger. Yeah, the one on horseback always has to have a bit more of an advantage. What can we do about this? Spitting blood. Let's see how player me handles it. I feel like he should be able to handle it. Watch carefully. In response, Qin Fang was not the least bit worried. Qin Fang unhurriedly took out a divine beast's rations from his backpack and casually tossed it aside, only to see that the Black Cloud Divine General's mount seemed like a rat smelling the flavor of perfumed oil. And no matter how much the Black Cloud Divine General controlled it, it desperately wanted to go over and eat this divine beast's grain. The Black Cloud Divine General knew in his heart that there was definitely something wrong with the divine beast's grain, but he couldn't stop it. This mount seemed like it was having a seizure, jumping up and down. The Black Cloud Divine General was dropped, and then ran at lightning speed to the side of this divine ration, devouring all of it in one bite. In 3 seconds, this mount collapsed and died, as if it had eaten arsenic. Qin Fang, no way. You don't think that my divine beast grain is that tasty? Do you? In this divine beast cereals, Qin Fang had added toxins. Toxins that even divine beasts might not be able to resist, and a mere batch of legendary level mounts. It was even more unlikely that he would be able to resist them. Similar props. Within the Golden Dragon's ring, Qin Fang had hidden many more. Below. Let's have a good fight. Qin Fang put away his bow and arrow before switching to a lance. Today, I will use my lance and go one-on-one with you. Let's see how I can decimate you. Qin Fang seemed to be a bit arrogant. However, just after the impact, this legendary level Black Cloud God General namely stared at Qin Fang's lance with wide eyes. Do you still want to have a face? How dare you use a divine weapon? There doesn't seem to be a rule against using a divine weapon. As soon as the two lances came into contact, cracks appeared in the Black Cloud God General's lance. This was the suppression of a divine level against a legendary level. It was thought that it wouldn't take many times for the Black Cloud God General's lance to shatter. The Black Cloud God General had no choice but to pull out the demigod artifact from his backpack. Divine artifacts. This wasn't something that all could possess, especially with a legendary level body harnessing a divine weapon. The price paid was even more painful, and the Black Cloud God General didn't believe that I would be able to hold on longer than him. Marred. Go to hell. The two of them were once again entangled in a fight. But Qin Fang was still causing great damage to the Black Cloud God General as he was occupying the magical advantage. After another 10 minutes, the Black Cloud God General's blood level bottomed out once again. The third bottle of the divine grade potion. Devour. The Black Cloud God General's blood level returned to full. His quantity was also somewhat lowered, so he had no choice but to devour the God grade potion as well. The players on the sidelines were dumbfounded. These two legendary level guys? It looked like they were really rich. God level potions as water. Marred. Hey, if only I could be as dashing as you guys. How refreshing. The players chattered. The battle continued, and when the Black Cloud God General's blood level dropped to freezing point again, his face couldn't help but twist. Human scum. I really couldn't have imagined that you would be able to push me to this extent. Damn. You really deserve to die. However, do you know what my final card is? Speaking it out scares you to death. God Progenitor. This was the Black Cloud God General's final card. God Prospect. Deep Forest. Able to summon a deity shadow to arrive here for 10 minutes. A deity shadow for 10 minutes. This was already enough to turn the tide of battle, although the Black Cloud God General was paying the price of his life. He was still willing to be able to take a victory for the ancient deity. Qin Fang waited silently, wondering what the Red Cloud deity's strength thought. Aren't you afraid? Humble Griffin. The consciousness of the Black Cloud Divine General gradually blurred. But before it blurred, what he saw was still Qin Fang's calm face. As if he couldn't see any worry, any fear. This wasn't right. Didn't he know who he would be facing later? This was a deity. The Black Cloud Divine General's fear of deities? It was engraved in his bones. But what about Qin Fang? Scared? Oh! There seemed to be a little bit of fear. But more than that, it was excitement. Since the other side could summon a deity? Then, he wouldn't be polite. Oh! What a freeing aura! The Red Cloud deity appeared. That is, he took a deep sniff. The Red Cloud deity's main body was still in the seal yet. Junior, prepare to wait for death. This Southeast Region 3 territory. We ancient deities will take it. If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness now, maybe I'll be able to give you a painful death. Qin Fang, ugh. This Red Cloud Divine Spirit has a lot of words. Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? Is this a deity? It doesn't feel too strong. Let's see. What means should I use to cut you down? The Red Cloud Divine Spirit only thought that Qin Fang was pretending. But he didn't know that Qin Fang was actually taking a serious inventory in front of him. This divine artifact self-destructing. It should be about the same. That's right. This is a divine-level nuclear bomb. It should be about the same. This is a divine destruction treasure pearl. If one goes down, it should also be able to decimate you. Oops. Forget it. Let's use the simplest way. Come out. Ancestral Dragon. Chapter 680 Heaven's Mandate Human Guardian God. This operation of Qin Fang's not only stunned the Red Cloud deity, but also the players watching the live broadcast room from the outside world. What's this? Player Me has so many good things. Player Me is really a father, even beheading deities. Also able to hole out so many moths. Terrible. Terrible. However, this Player Me says it. Right. What does Ancestral Dragon mean? How do I not quite understand? I don't quite understand either. In the next moment, these players watching understood. Only to see the figure of the first dragon in heaven and earth appear in this smaller arena. The Ancestral Dragon. This Ancestral Dragon was majestic. As if it were a totem. Its scales emanating an ancient yellow aura. Each one giving off an aura of astounding defensive power. As if each piece contained a great mountain. The Ancestral Dragon's eyes were slightly closed. And the entire heaven and earth were tranquilized. And when he opened them, the heaven and earth were in chaos. As if the end was collapsing. At this moment, just by looking at it, it was clear to the Red Cloud Divine Spirit that this was clearly a top divine beast. And that it was the best of the top divine beasts. And that he was definitely not an opponent. Even if it was his true self that arrived here, he was no match for him. Only what surprised the Red Cloud Divine Spirit in his heart was, this kid. How was he able to summon a top divine beast? How could the Red Cloud Divine Spirit know in his heart? And he couldn't have guessed that Qin Fang had even signed a contract with a full 5 top divine beasts. In this battle, even if Qin Fang closed his eyes, he wouldn't know how to lose. The Ancestral Dragon took a bite, and directly engulfed the Red Cloud Divine Spirit's silhouette. The Red Cloud Divine Spirit let out a miserable scream in the mouth of the Ancestral Dragon and eventually died, turning into white light and disappearing. In the original spot, there was merely a set of legendary grade equipment of the Black Cloud Divine Spirit and a demigod grade lance left. This was Qin Fang's loot. Qin Fang immediately pocketed it. And just as he got up, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations on your victory. Ding. You have added 1 point to the human race. The Ancestral Dragon felt 10,000 times more suffocated in such a small space. And with a movement of his body, he instantly returned to the pet space. This one. Complete victory. The audience watching the live broadcast seemed to have seen something extraordinary. This Player Me was actually able to summon a divine beast. Stuttered. Really stuttered. My god. This is too terrifying. Originally, I thought it was already shameless for the Black Cloud Divine General to summon a deity silhouette. But our Player Me is actually able to summon a real top-notch divine beast. Haha. Love it. Me too. This is really too dramatic. Isn't it? The players couldn't believe it. And the corners of their mouths were tinged with relaxed smiles. It was a good sign that the players had won. Qin Fang put away his Ancestral Dragon and quietly waited for the end. According to the tournament system, one victory in a legendary level battle added 1 point. One victory by a deity added 100 points. In the end, whichever side had the higher score would be considered victorious. Ding! Space shattered. Qin Fang's figure was thrown out and appeared in the middle of Tiannong town. At the same time, Qin Fang also obtained a medal. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the medal, Heaven's Destiny Human Race Guardian. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the title, Heaven's Destiny Human Race Guardian. These were what Qin Fang deserved. As for the rewards, they were waiting for the end of all the battles. This would only be given out yet. Qin Fang had just appeared. That is, he immediately clicked to start Shui Qinger's battle livestream, wanting to know how she was doing. Ding! The live broadcast you watched has ended. Please choose whether to watch the replay or not. Qin Fang's entire being froze immediately. It's over. What a guy. Originally, I thought that the length of my battle was already very short. Who knew that Shui Qinger's battle was even shorter? Only very quickly, Qin Fang fell into a state of worry. Was Shui Qinger defeated? Or was it? With this apprehension, Qin Fang watched the replay of the video. Ding! You are watching the replay video of the battle between the human snow god, Shui Qinger, and the ancient deity, the god of clear wind. Qin Fang first glanced at the duration of the battle between the two sides. It was very short. No more than 10 minutes. Hissing, Qin Fang sucked in a breath of cool air, stabilizing his mind and watching at triple speed. The battle had just begun when Shui Qinger had started to prepare the self-detonation procedure for the nuclear bomb. The god of the breeze definitely wouldn't stand by and watch him succeed, so he constantly harassed her. Shui Qinger's response was also very simple. The divine artifact began to bury her. That is, it no longer cared. Qin Fang took a look at it. It was the divine artifact scale shield of the ancestral dragon that Self had given him her. And his heart immediately knew that this guy's defense was strong. Shui Qinger kept hitting the keyboard, setting the time of the explosion. 1 nuke. 2 nukes. 3 nukes. At this instant, even the god of the clear wind felt scared. The number of nuclear bombs had already exceeded his tolerance. Not to mention 3. 2 of them would be able to directly send him to heaven. Shui Qinger wasn't satisfied yet. 5. 6. 7. The god of the clear wind panicked. Even if he resorted to blowing up his divine artifacts, he had to break Shui Qinger's shield for her. Thus, the sound of the divine artifact exploding rang out as if it was a landslide, causing great damage. The ancestral dragon's scaled shield was indeed broken open. But then it was shocked by the defense of the small jewelry divine artifacts that Shui Qinger had equipped from her ears to her toes. These small jewelry items were all clearly divine artifacts, also gifted by Qin Fang. Joking aside, Qin Fang could give 10,000 pieces to divine craftsman Lu Long. Could it be that what he gave to Shui Qinger would be less? 500 pieces for the bottom. If damaged, they would be directly replaced. And these small jewelries were all specially selected by Qin Fang to be the strongest batch in terms of defense. The strength of the god of the clear wind was not too strong. And after running into a guy like Shui Qinger, he could only admit his bad luck. However, he wasn't willing to give up, and continuously triggered the power of the abyss to attack Shui Qinger. 10 minutes in, Shui Qinger brushed away the teardrops on her forehead, and a bright and touching smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Die. Qi Feng. Shui Qinger had set up a full 10 divine-grade nukes. What kind of concept was this? This was equivalent to 30 pieces of divine artifacts erupting at the same time with the terrifying light of a nuclear flash. Buzzing, a solid protective shield appeared outside of Shui Qinger's body, which was her privilege to help her not be affected by any hit of the nuclear bomb's power. The god of the clear wind despaired. He sacrificed all of the divine-grade equipment in his body to form a thickest defense. This strike, he had to withstand it. As long as he was able to withstand it, i.e. there was still a point of overturning the situation. However, the god of the clear wind's wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. 10 god-level nuclear bombs exploded, nearly making the entire arena a little unstable. The god of the clear wind was even directly gasified. The whole person turned into a little bit of starlight disappeared. The strength of these ancient gods was very strong. But the power of technology should not be underestimated. Especially nuclear bombs, the strongest technology of mankind so far, was completely comparable to the gods. The god of the clear wind was also shocked by this power before he died. Exclaimed in shock, This is the power of a god. How could humans possibly grasp it? This is the power of a god. The god of the clear wind died. Died completely. The most crucial thing was, the god of the clear wind was the first deity to die in the midst of the battle between the ancient deities and the human deities, greatly boosting the momentum of the entire human race of deities. This was how terrifying Snow Clearer was. Ding. Snow Clearer is calling with a communication. Is it answered? Answer. Phew. Scared me to death. Worried me to death. Qin Fang didn't hide his emotions at all. Hee hee. Who knew that your battles were so slow? Obviously. If you had summoned the ancestral dragon earlier, you would have been able to end the battle in a second. When Qin Fang heard this, he couldn't help but smile sardonically. That was also the truth. Right. But to play a king bomb at the beginning always felt like retarded behavior. Schwetzinger, HM? I feel like you're connoting me. Alright. Let's continue watching the other battles. The current situation. It's not optimistic. Qin Fang unwantedly watched the big score. Ancient deity, 15,073 points. Human deity, 10,084 points. Qin Fang, isn't this quite good? However, on second thought, Schwetzinger had not seen the score of her previous life. That would be pitiful. 80,000 points versus 20,000 points. That was bullshit. In this life, because of the help of Qin Fang's divine equipment, things had been much better. Take this battle for example. Ancient deity, earth god against human deity, divine craftsman Lu Long. This one was simply the most interesting to watch. The god of earth among the ancient deities. This was the strength of a high-level deity. A large realm higher than the intermediate deity of the god craftsman Lu Long. And according to common sense, he would definitely be able to wipe him out easily. But who knows? This fellow, godly craftsman Lu Long, did not follow common sense at all. From the very beginning of the battle, he began to self-detonate his artifacts. Dong, dong, dong. This artifact seemed to be like no money at all, constantly throwing them out to self-detonate. In the end, the godsmith Lu Long even relied on the self-explosion of nearly 70 artifacts to blast the realm of the god of the earth from a senior deity to a junior deity. Dong, dong. Again, the god of the earth's divine position was a little unstable. The entire deity's brain was a little unclear. Buzzing. This is not bullshit? Where did divine craftsman Lu Long come up with so many divine artifacts? Even if he himself was a divine craftsman, it was impossible for him to forge 100 pieces of divine weapons. Isn't this bullshit? The god of earth hadn't even thought much about it when another 10 divine artifacts exploded, consuming him alive. He was so frustrated in his heart. Knock. 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 The divine craftsman Lu Long was afraid that the god of the earth would not die, and once again self-detonated a few pieces of divine artifacts, so that he would die through and through. God of earth, not so much. Really not so much. Ding. Congratulations on winning the battle. Upon hearing such a system tone, Godsmith Lu Long then stopped the bombardment of divine artifacts. Hey, you have to ask, where did godly craftsman Lu Long come up with so many divine artifacts? You have to know that these divine weapons were issued by godly craftsman Lu Long. He deducted them left and right. So didn't these divine weapons come out? The players watching the battle, the generals amongst the ancient gods, all looked dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Bullshit. This is really bullshit. Battle? Where else could it be like this? But divine craftsman Lu Long was not the end, but just the beginning. Knock. 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 Within the other spaces, the human deities also began their self-destruct mode, as if the divine artifacts didn't cost anything. The original situation where the ancient deities were suppressing the human deities was all of a sudden reversed because of the divine artifact self-detonation. After all, this was the self-detonation of a divine artifact. The battle lasted until now. The human deities died more than 100 deaths, and the ancient deities were about the same. The difference between the upper and lower 5 deities was just the same. As for the legendary level, the impact on the battle was not great. But overall, it was still the human race's legendary level existences that had died in greater numbers. This was also a helpless move. The legendary level divine generals of the ancient deities all liked to play rogue. If they couldn't defeat them, they would directly divine presence, summoning the silhouettes of the gods. It was impossible for even the strongest legendary level to beat the deity's shadow. Ahem. Qin Fang was just an accident. This battle, in the first place, was not fair. There was nothing that could be done about it. Hey, is there anything else you can do? Qin Fang? Shui Qinger could not help but ask so. Chapter 681 Human Emperor vs. God of Space. Qin Fang, It's not like I'm a god. If there were 10 pieces of legendary rank equipment for the human race's legendary rank generals to blow themselves up, they might be able to turn the situation around. But where did Qin Fang get so many legendary grade blades? Even if there were, Qin Fang wouldn't give it to these human race legendary grade existences after seeing their matches. It wasn't enough to be angry about. The performance of these human race legendary grade existences simply made Qin Fang spit out blood. It simply made Qin Fang wish to kill them personally. One really didn't know how they had ascended to this realm of the legend rank. Ding. Welcome to the 123rd live broadcast room. The first thing that came into view was a graceful 9-point appearance of a legend rank youth. With his achievement of legend at this age, he should have been blessed with a lot of talent. He must have seen a lot of the world, suffered a lot, and finally barely achieved it. He should have gathered a great deal of wisdom, and was definitely a ruthless character. But the real situation is this big brother's eyes are full of fear. Cowering, holding the legendary level of the blade have some trembling, as if it is to see what the horror of the beast in general. Almost pissed his trousers. Qin Fang was surprised. This kid's equipment, all of which were also legendary grade, gave him a lot of momentum. But looking at his movements, how could he see that he wasn't a strong person? What was going on? Is it hard to believe that this person is not innately strong? Or is it a disguise? Just as Qin Fang was pondering so, the mist dispersed, and the god general rushed over with 2 huge axes in his hands. The aura was as if it was a mountain of mountains and seas. And before he could touch him, this legendary grade youth that is, flopped down and fell on his knees, shouting under his breath, "Please, Grandpa, spare my life, ah. I'm the grandson of the gods of Qishao Mountain. My grandpa will give you payment, ah." When Qin Fang heard this, he immediately vomited blood. What the heck? Is it being funny? Kneeling down and begging for forgiveness? This was something that Qin Fang had never thought of. Even if he had calculated a million outcomes in his mind, this was something that had never occurred to him. A descendant of the gods of Mount Qishao? Hearing these words, Qin Fang seemed to understand something. A pampered waste that was completely piled up with resources. At the thought of this, Qin Fang couldn't wait to go over and strangle him himself. Disgraceful. Simply disgraceful. A guy like this, even if you gave him 10,000 divine artifacts, he would still be a waste. This divine general also laughed. The entire person was in a state of bewilderment. Even he didn't know what he should do for a moment. Old chap, this is a deadly battle. Can you show some respect? Good old son. Properly call out to old son his father. I might let you go. This god general knew that the live broadcast in this room was being broadcast live by the human race. So he deliberately humiliated. Father! 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 The human race's legend rank youth's complexion flickered with a touch of dissimilarity. But it quickly transformed into a smile as he knelt and prostrated himself at the feet of this legend-ranked god general, constantly shouting and begging to be able to live. The entire human players watching the live broadcast. The NPCs exploded. My chow. Where is this comedian from? Kneeling down and begging for mercy? Have you never watched the rules? This is a deadly battle. Either you die? It's you who will die. Mud. It's a disgrace. Shame on you. Do you think you can survive by begging for mercy? Stand up for me and fight. Is this the scion of the gods of Mount Qishao? I've seen it today. The taxes that I give to Mount Qishao every year is what raises this kind of waste. Marred. This even if I were to be put on the field. I would definitely not surrender. These cursing voices constantly rang out. This scene really made people feel sick. Unrivaled sick. Alright. You now take off all your legendary grade equipment and throw them to me along with the weapons in your hands. And after that, start shouting. And I'll let you go when there are enough 10,000 shouts. Duh. The sound of 7 or 8 pieces of equipment falling to the ground rang out. And then this human race's legendary grade youth fawningly handed over all of his own equipment to this legendary grade god general, completely becoming a lamb to be slaughtered. This ancient god general are stupid. At first, he also thought that kneeling and begging for forgiveness is the setup of the cunning human race legend level. Maybe when the opportunity to give him a hard time it. He also did not dare to take it lightly. staring at him dead on. But wherever there is a difference, will surely be to bear his thunderous fury. But who knows? The last reliance, legendary level equipment are not want. This ancient god general suddenly understand. This kid is simply afraid of death. Not to mention the will to fight. Even a little bit of honor and shame? He doesn't even possess it. Ancient deity, heh. This? I like it. Thus, a comical scene appeared. Hurry up and shout. Daddy? 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 Who told you to stand up? Good old son. Kneel down and shout for me. Thus, this legend rank youth of the human race instantly knelt down. What daddy says is what daddy says. My son will kneel down now. Daddy? 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 Pfft. Spitting blood. Literally spitting blood. This ancient god general. In order to continually disgrace the human race, he didn't rush to do anything. Instead, he let him keep shouting. And when the battle was all pretty much over, he would finish him off with a single slash. And so even if Qin Fang clicked on such a live broadcast after more than 2 hours, he could still hear this youth's constant pleas for mercy. Do you think this is an exception? Definitely not all. The sons and daughters of the gods of Mount Xixia all looked like this, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. Those who cry in pain, crying for their mothers and fathers. They beg their grandparents. All of these situations existed. It was no exaggeration to say that in the 10,000 legendary rank live streaming room, there were at the very least more than 3,000 of the human race's divine spirit sons legendary rank youths. And young girls were all on their knees begging for forgiveness, without any image in the slightest. In their bodies. Can't see any fighting spirit. Can't see any hope. Can only see despair. As well as let you a bellyful of fire. These players who were watching the battle were going to be pissed off. Mount Xixia? Just what kind of batch of wastes had been cultivated? Unimaginable. Truly unimaginable. The entire human race was in an uproar. Is my human race no one left? Can't stand it anymore. Why did the human race let these people on the field? This is nothing but a disgrace. It's still a disgrace. These? All of them are the sons and daughters of gods. Haven't you ever noticed? This is the human emperor deliberately letting them go to their deaths. These guys, how much of the people's fat and wealth have they eaten on a regular basis? Now? Pay it back with death. Right. If I were the human emperor, I would do the same. Among the human race, they still possessed intelligent people, and they instantly sorted out the joints. That being said, it's still too diabolical. If you don't go to see them, it's fine. Before long, these ancient gods will send them to the west. Right. Do you think these ancient god generals are really having an attack of kindness? Really not killing them? Qin Fang calmed himself and looked at Shui Qinger. These people? Is there still a need to save them? Shui Qinger pondered for a moment and shook her head. There was truly no need to save these poisonous sores. This kind of poisonous sore? It still needs to be squeezed as soon as possible. Qin Fang silently shook his head and sighed heavily. Qin Fang had once heard that the human Xixia mountain had been hollowed out. But a real look revealed that it was even more horrifying than what he had heard. Let's go watch the battle between the human emperor and the god of space. The battle between the human emperor and the god of space hadn't stopped yet. Both sides were still fighting hard. After all, this was a battle between the top gods. And Qin Fang felt that the god of space's strength seemed to have weakened a bit. And the human emperor had actually gained the upper hand. Wasn't this a joke? Qin Fang quickly watched the previous replay so as not to lose the pace. When he finished watching, Qin Fang realized the human emperor possessed an undercard. This undercard was given to him by the Plague Dharma god. And the effect of using it, it could reduce the god of space's full attributes by 50%. Which was the only flipping point for the human emperor. As for the god of space, on the other hand, it said that it didn't matter, unless the Plague Dharma god himself descended in front of him. Otherwise, the god of space was fearless. The fact that the god of plague law was able to defeat and seal the god of space made him fearful. But to say that with the smattering of skills from the god of plague law, the human emperor would be able to defeat him? This god of space would never believe it. This pestilence god's skill was released just after the human emperor entered the ring space. And the attributes of the god of space immediately dropped by 50%. The god of space was surprised to see the human emperor. This kid? This kid? He can also play dirty tricks. Human emperor. You play this kind of trick? Don't you feel ashamed? The human emperor, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders, expressing his own indifference. As long as I'm able to kill you, even if it makes me carry a permanent curse, then I'm willing. The human emperor stated that it didn't matter. And since that was the case, the god of space wouldn't give him any more face. Snapping between the god of space's open hand, the space around the human emperor began to shatter, like a baby's tiny mouth, constantly crumbling, pitch black, spatial cracks clicking, knocking on top of the human emperor's armor, splattering a little bit of sparks. The human emperor was not worried at all. This armor? It was also given to him by the plague Dharma god. Human emperor, you are truly shameless. The god of space couldn't imagine that this person could be shameless to such an extent. If I'm not strong enough, can't I still use external forces? The human emperor drew out a long sword with black threads lingering throughout its body, and between shifts, slashed towards the god of space, tearing and pulling. A black wound appeared on the surface of the god of space's body, and black air currents lingered. The god of space sucked in a breath of cool air. This? Bullshit. The equipment of the plague FA god? You want it too? Human emperor, Yes. This is the weapon given to him by the plague Dharma god. From the weapon, to the armor, to the skills, the human emperor's strength was drastically increased, while the god of space, on the other hand, was weakened by 50%. The god of space was somewhat speechless. It seemed like he really couldn't beat the human emperor anymore. The human emperor seized the opportunity and kept on frantically outputting at the god of space, froze, and beat him out of temper. What's going on? Why do I feel like the human emperor is so much stronger? Yeah. Wasn't this human emperor pressed and beaten by the god of space? How come now? The human emperor has pressed the god of space into a fight. Never mind. Even if we don't know how, as long as we can see the god of space being so defeated, it's always a good thing. Cool. That's it. Do it for me. Do it towards the space god's face. The players watching the battle in the live broadcast room were all like dragons, itching to get on the field themselves. Chapter 682 Human Emperor explodes himself. God of space. Suffer. The human emperor's self-confidence soared as he burst out, bound to wash away his shame. The god of space's face did not change, still looking at the human emperor as if he were a jumping clown. Heh. You really are pathetic. Do you really think that with these external forces, will it be able to do any harm to me? Just now, the god of space was momentarily inattentive, which allowed the human emperor to take advantage of the situation. And now, the god of space decisively condensed a spatial vortex and spatial barrier around his body. The human emperor's attack was instantly like a mud cow entering the sea, no longer able to set off any waves. The spatial ripples around the god of space were able to shield everything. If the plague Dharma god were to do it himself, he might be able to break through. But a human emperor? No way. Although they were both top deities, the difference between the human emperor and the god of space was like mud. The human emperor looked at the scene in front of him incredulously, and then, like a madman, he continuously attacked the god of space. After nearly 2 hours of attacking, the human emperor finally gave in. He was actually unable to cause any damage to the god of space. The god of space's comprehension of space had arrived at a whole new level. Was this the level of a king? Human emperor. The gap between you and me cannot be bridged by equipment. The god of space was old-fashioned, as if he had everything under control. How do you know? I don't have any more cards. The human emperor sighed and took out the divine artifact from his backpack, the wind-fixing wave. The only effect of the artifact namely was to stabilize the surrounding space, so that the space would not shatter so quickly. This divine artifact, for the god of space, was one of the few divine artifacts that could restrain him. Buzzing, the wind-stabilizing wave was placed by the human emperor, and the entire space was suddenly like steel. Even if the god of space wanted to mobilize it again, he only felt overwhelmed by the effort. The god of space tried to destroy the wind-stabilizing waves several times, but they were all dissolved one by the human emperor. Several times, the human emperor pulled out props from his backpack and threw them at the god of space, constantly greeting him. What Qin Fang, Shui Qing'er, and the others saw was the situation so far. The human emperor was suppressing the god of space, but the feeling that the god of space was still giving off was still a breeze. A trace of annoyance appeared above the god of space's cheeks as he pushed away the entirety of the attack and spoke blandly. AI. Human Emperor. Since you're so aggressive, I'll have no choice but to use my bottom card, oh. As he spoke, the god of space pulled out a light golden token from his pocket. It was the token of the Heavenly Emperor, containing the aura of the Heavenly Emperor. Originally, I still wanted to save it. But now look. It can't be saved. Dang. The figure of the god of space appeared beside the human emperor, as if it was an instantaneous movement. And this Heavenly Emperor's token transformed into a sharp blade in an instant, viciously lashing out at the human emperor's waist. Snapping. The human emperor immediately felt a drilling pain that seemed to be able to isolate the pestilence Dharma god's equipment, directly bombarding on top of his soul. And most crucially, this smattering of the pestilence Dharma god's equipment appeared to have a tiny crack under the bombardment of the Heavenly Emperor's sharp blade. This time, the human emperor was completely flustered. This plague Dharma god's equipment was his reliance against the god of space. Ah! If it crumbled? Wouldn't it mean that he would still have to be arranged by the god of space? The human emperor quickly dodged, trying to get away from the god of space, but was a terrifying existence like the god of space, who controlled space. So easy to dodge? Like an assassin, the god was constantly leaving wounds on the human emperor's body. Dang. The god of space took advantage of the moment when the human emperor was overwhelmed and blasted onto the wind-stabilizing wave. Click. The wind-stabilizing wave shattered, and the god of space was like a swimming fish entering the sea. Even smoother and more divine. Even a top deity like the human emperor could detect any shadows. Click. Click. The equipment of the plague Dharma god on the surface of the human emperor's body began to shatter. In his haste, the human emperor began to self-detonate his divine artifacts, causing tremors to the surrounding space to a certain extent, causing the god of space to be traumatized, and incidentally, making his attacks no longer so as smooth as they should be. This time, the god of space really converged a lot, did not dare to be so unscrupulous, but looked at the human emperor's eyes. Quite a hint of playfulness. Hey! How many divine artifacts do you have to self-destruct? Your divine weapon? There will always be a day when it is finished. Right. When all your divine weapons have finished blowing themselves up, you still have to die. Thus, the god of space was also happy to do so. And from time to time, it bombarded the human emperor, so that he did not dare to be careless, and could only continue to self-detonate his divine weapons. It was also clear in the human emperor's mind that this god of space was deliberately hanging on to him. This move of his was like drinking hemlock to quench his thirst. He would still have to die later. Thus, the human emperor kept searching his own backpack to see if there could be any better equipment. Props. That could break the game. Eventually, the human emperor's complexion darkened. Knock. 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 The self-destructive glow of the artifacts lasted for a full half-hour, waiting for the 30 pieces of artifacts to self-destruct collectively. Only then did the god of space lazily step to the human emperor's side, condescendingly asking, "Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Use them all, lest you have any regrets on the road to the Yellow Springs." The god of space was not worried in the slightest. Thud. The next moment, another blinding light shone beside the human emperor's body, and then the sound of explosion stirred. This was the self-detonation of yet another divine artifact. Qin Fang silently watched and sighed in his heart. The trapped beast was still fighting. This scene was honestly, the human emperor had already lost, and the loss was very complete. The two really weren't orders of magnitude. Even in the beginning, it was the god of space that was playing along with the human emperor. The human emperor was also clear in his heart, but he still wanted to die a decent death. This divine artifact's self-detonation, although the god of space did not anticipate it, but still ripped through space and left in the instant of the self-detonation. And the might of the self-detonation did not cause any harm to him. God of space, ouch. Still underestimated you. The human emperor is very determined to know so close to the self-detonation. If it did not cause damage to the god of space, the human emperor can be the first to bear the brunt of all. Then look at the human emperor. Breath withered limp on the ground. This divine weapon's self-detonation, the impact on him is the biggest. Chest directly exploded a bloody hole. Bright red blood constantly gushing out, before the human emperor could react. Poof! The god of space namely once again harnessed the heavenly emperor's sharp blade and ruthlessly stabbed into the human emperor's body. Ah! The human emperor screamed miserably, seething with blood, his eyes glowing with hatred as he looked towards the god of space and detonated the second artifact once again. Madman. The god of space backed up sharply. But because the Heavenly Emperor's token was still inside the human Emperor's body, the moment of drawing back could not help but slow down by 2 points. This time, wounds appeared on the surface of the god of space's body, although it was very slight. But wounds appeared nonetheless. The human Emperor laughed. I thought you were really impervious to swords and spears. As for the Heavenly Emperor's sharp blade, the god of space didn't draw it away, as it was stuck dead in the ribs by the human Emperor. The situation just now was very dangerous. Blowing up one artifact was not the human Emperor's aim. If the god of space did not let go, the human Emperor could really blow up 7 or 8 artifacts, pulling the god of space to die with him. Unable to do so, the god of space could only let go. The human Emperor was happy that the god of space had lost the Heavenly Emperor's sharp blade, so he might even be able to have a chance to turn the tide. Not bad. Ruthless enough. But you're still too naive. Ah, this divine weapon? How could I possibly possess just one? Snapping, the god of space drew his hand, and the second Heavenly Emperor divine artifact appeared. A bow and arrow that was even more suitable for attacking than a sharp blade. In the human Emperor's eyes, a dead color appeared. What else was there to play with? Ta! The sound of breaking air rang out. Like a yellow dragon, the aura hit the human Emperor, causing him to instantly perceive death. God of space, even if I die, I will pull you along with me. The human Emperor hissed out these words and began to devour the potion without stopping, not only completely recovering from his own injuries, but also causing his breath to rise ever higher in a somewhat suppressed manner. The space god's eyebrows shook. This was a potion that amplifies the body's potential? Human Emperor, really trying to fight for his life. This kind of potion, which was very damaging to the body, would only be used when it came to a moment of true desperation. In a moment, the human Emperor's body began to expand like a balloon, causing people to be shocked. In this situation, the god of space couldn't even touch the human Emperor, couldn't stop him, or else he would have exploded himself early. The god of space didn't want to fight him to the death, constantly constructing a spatial defense in front of his body to avoid the human Emperor's self-destruction from affecting him more deeply. The human Emperor was swollen as if he was a fat man, still continuously devouring potions. The various divine-level potions were like no money at all, throwing them into his mouth one after another. The divine artifacts around his body sensed his master's imminent death, and also began to mourn, vibrating, following the self-destruction. This power gave the god of space a feeling of trepidation. Human race, I'm sorry for you all. The human Emperor took one last look at the vast expanse of Earth, a single tear seeping from the corner of his eye before he silently closed his eyes. Farewell, my world. Farewell, heaven's mandate. Farewell, human race. God of space, even if I die, I can't let you live well. 58 small jewelry artifacts, 20 ordinary artifacts, and a set of Plague Dharma God's equipment were all detonated by the human Emperor in succession. And along with them, the human Emperor himself was transformed into a smudge of the most radiant light in the heavens and earth. This flash of light was like the light at the beginning of the birth of the gods, sweeping through everything. The entire space of the competitive ring was blasted to pieces, becoming fragmented as the chaotic aura continued to stir. Dang! It was a sound that resounded through heaven's destiny, piercing through the space of the competitive ring and reverberating throughout heaven's destiny. For the first time, the god of space felt that the space around him was not under his control, and his entire person was like a small boat, swaying in the midst of a raging storm. As this terrifying attack continuously impacted his body, the spatial barrier constructed by the god of space was like a fine membrane, instantly becoming rags and being blasted away. His original body, at the very least, took more than 80% of the damage. Puff, puff, puff. The god of space continuously spat out blood as if it were a rag bag. At this moment, the god of space understood that he was a bit too big for his britches. The most crucial thing was that under this force, he was unable to mobilize the power of space and form an effective defense. In the end, the god of space was like a tick, weakly paralyzed on the ground. And only then was he able to completely withstand this wave of damage. Chapter 683 Divine Artifact, Spatial Treasure Pearl * 1000. This was the third time that the god of space felt deeply powerless. His own life was completely out of control. Damn it. the human emperor was able to inflict such terrifying damage on him. Space shattered. This scattered spatial power made all the power in his body chaotic with it, as if he was headless, constantly scurrying and colliding. The god of space at this moment was extremely weak. Even the spatial laws within his body, the spatial god position, began to tremble. A smattering of fragments falling off and fusing with the laws of heaven and earth. The blow of the human emperor's self-detonation had ultimately caused permanent damage to the god of space. And the strength of the god of space had fallen from a half-step at the super god level to a top deity. This caused the god of space to go crazy and spit out blood. If the human emperor didn't die, he would truly thwart the human emperor. To know? The god of space had used how much time and spent how much manpower and resources before his own strength was promoted to become a half-step super god level. But the human emperor's self-detonation had caused his strength to fall. It couldn't be tolerated. It really couldn't be tolerated. If the god of space wanted to recover his strength, it would take at least 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years of light. This strike also gave the god of space a chance to reflect, so that he could no longer underestimate the people of the world. If the number of divine artifacts in the human emperor's hands were twice as many, perhaps this time, the self would really be in the gutter. The god of space was still vigilantly surveying the surroundings, quickly gathering the spatial power in his body, fearing that the human emperor would not die and kill him in return. At this moment, he really could not withstand any more riots. Ding! Congratulations on your victory in this competition. Hearing the voice of heaven's destiny, the god of space was then relieved that the human emperor was completely dead after all. God of space, that's right. With such a violent self-explosion, it would be strange if the human emperor actually survived. Buzz, cutting space, repairing space, slowly fishing out one's own origin from the depths of space. This is a slow process. The god of space minutely probed every inch of space. The human emperor was truly shattered to the dregs. The god of space was in a chaotic space after the shattering of space. The beings in the outside world couldn't see what was going on inside. Where is Lord God of Space? The ancient deity was also in a panic. This human emperor's final self-detonation? It couldn't have really taken the Lord God of Space away. What are you thinking about? The Lord God of Space. Like a great sun hanging in the sky, shining brightly. How could he die so easily? The Lord God of Space must have gained some realizations in this spatial chaos. Perhaps when the Lord reappears, his strength will be able to rise to become a true super god level. Yes. 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 It makes sense. It must be so. The ancient deities were apprehensive in their hearts, but they kept giving themselves mental hints, unwilling to believe that the god of space was dead. On the contrary, what about the human race? They were gnashing their teeth, hating that the god of space would die immediately. Well, did the god of space die? This was the human race's player. With a touch of admiration in the midst of grief and anger, this was the admiration for the human emperor. Even though he knew that he was undefeatable, he still blew himself up trying to pull the god of space to die with him. This was the human emperor's mettle, compared to the scions of other deities. High righteousness. I don't know. This piece of space is in chaos. It's not too real to see. I have a feeling that the god of space won't die that easily. Right. This is the god of space. Just wait patiently. Maybe the god of space really did die? The players of the human race, the NPCs, were all expecting a miracle. Only Qin Fong knew that this time, the god of space wouldn't die. Only his injuries, they should be a bit heavier. In his previous life, the human emperor did not have so many divine artifacts to assist in self-destructing, and did not have the plague Dharma god's equipment to assist in self-destructing. And the damage inflicted on the god of space? It was as harmless as a breeze. The human emperor's death was extremely suffocating, and he couldn't even shake the sleeve of the god of space. But this time, with the help of so many divine artifacts, Qin Fong believed that the god of space would definitely not be in too good a state. The spatial chaos, not having stepped out, was clear evidence of this. At this moment, Qin Fong wanted to try to see if he could forge equipment to deal a fatal blow to the god of space. Teacher Li Evil, I want to forge. Qin Fong dialed Li Evil's communication and said in a loud voice. Li Evil was silent for a long time before a smattering of the top deities' forging god position merged into Qin Fong's mind. Come to the private territory to forge. I'll protect you. Forging nowadays, it was a bit risky. If Qin Fong were to forge openly within the Heavenly Sun Town, it would be too conspicuous. and the god of space would be able to capture Qin Fang's aura in an instant, and then decapitate him. Ka ka ka. The space around Qin Fang tore apart, and he fell into the private territory. Teacher? I want to forge an intermediate divine weapon. Qin Fang's meaning was obvious. You still have to give me a batch of materials. Li Qi, I owe you all. Really? Although he was very upset, Li Xie still threw an intermediate-level deity's spatial forging materials to Qin Fang. Qin Fang hemmed and hawed, and playfully started forging. Spatial materials were very scarce, and it was very difficult to raise a single one, let alone one at the intermediate divine spirit level. But asking for it from Teacher Li Xie was much faster. After all, in Teacher Li Xie's backpack, it was comparable to a treasure bag of 100 treasures. The most crucial thing was that this batch of divine-grade materials had already been purified, so Qin Fang could just forge them directly. After all, the materials of an intermediate-level deity? Having Little Black devour and purify them was really a bit of an imposition. Qin Fang had just started forging, and with the first hammer, the spatial laws between heaven and earth that belonged to the god of space were touched. And even if the god of space was trapped in spatial chaos at the moment, he was able to sense that his share of space was being divided. To put it simply, in the past, the power of the ancient god's laws occupied by the god of space was like a bucket. But now, a grain of rice had fallen, and was no longer under his control. This made the god of space's heart puzzled and confused. One must know that over the long years, the god of space had successfully refined this bucket of rice into a mountain of gold that no one could shake. Even his god-level subordinates were only given a share of 9 grains of rice for him to control. As for the legend-level cannon fodder, it was even more so that they only had a share of 1 grain of rice. These shares? The god of space was still able to take them back completely. But the human emperor's self-detonation just now, it made his 1 grain of rice directly become 2/3 of a bucket, making him less powerful, and no longer able to control the power of space in a mixed manner. But now, surprisingly, another share of a grain of rice was out of his control. Who was it? Who on earth was it? The god of space wanted to probe. This kind of behavior, like that of a thief, was truly disdainful. Qin Fang's forging was difficult. Although he had the support of a top divine position, and the assistance of the purest space god-level materials, his own realm, to be honest, was still at the legendary level. Even if he added in the experience of his previous life, he was only at the peak of the legendary level, and was barely considered to be a half-step of the divine level. Being able to forge an early-stage divine weapon was already a blessing. But now, he wanted to cross-step and hammer an intermediate divine weapon. Wasn't that bullshit? With his current speed? If he wanted to forge it successfully, it would take at least a year. Qin Fang, you must first understand what a divine-grade forging is? Seeing Qin Fang's bottleneck, Li Qi began to instruct him. Divine-level forging lies in the heart, not in the most common forging techniques such as. Li Xie's explanation went from shallow to deep, like a trickle of water, slowly flowing into Qin Fang's heart, and into this parched land of Qin Fang's. Qin Fang endeavored to draw on it, and the power of the godhead in the depths of his mind became more and more radiant, more and more like an egg wrapped in light, as if it was nurturing something. Li Qi's explanations were non-stop, and Qin Fang was in the midst of the forging, constantly absorbing, constantly practicing, and constantly transforming it into something of his own. At the same time, Qin Fang's forging speed increased greatly. But Li Xie had a hint of a sigh. This kind of teaching that was like filling in the ducts and pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. Even if Qin Fang did achieve the rank of divine craftsman, he would only be the most ordinary divine craftsman, unable to completely step out of his own path and unable to ascend to the super god level. Li Xie sighed, but had to. Qin Fang didn't know what Li Xie was thinking. At the moment, he was immersed in the world of forging, unable to extricate himself. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining forging experience value *1,000,000. Ding. Congratulations on gaining forging experience value *1,000,000. Ding. Congratulations on your epiphany. You have gained forging experience value *1,000,000. Ding. Congratulations on your epiphany. Such system beeps continued to ring out, and Qin Fang's legendary rank blacksmith's experience bar continued to rise. When Qin Fang's exited from the state narrated by Li Xie, he realized that this intermediate divine artifact had already been forged by him to 57%. and was already capable of self-destructing. The legendary level experience value slot had also reached its full value. And as long as Qin Fang had the chance, he would be able to break through to Divine Artisan in a matter of days. Having said that, Qin Fang was aware of the difficulty involved. In his previous life, wasn't he stuck at this step for 6 years? He had not made a breakthrough and become a divine craftsman for 6 whole years. Teacher Li Xia was still narrating. Seeing Qin Fang's eyes clearing, he also stopped narrating. He sensed a strange aura sweeping through him, gently pointing that it disappeared. This aura was clearly the power of the Plague Dharma god. If Li Xia continued to speak, perhaps Qin Fang would really be able to directly become a divine craftsman. And he would also become the weakest divine craftsman. This was because he had become a god with the help of others, and was basically devoid of his own senses. Qin Fang, ugh! It's so hard for me. I always feel like I've lost some great chance. Li Xia. The Pestilence Dharma god exchanged thoughts and instantly reached an agreement. No one was permitted to help Qin Fang become a god, and could only allow him to break open on his own. As for the god bit in Qin Fang's body, sap, it was dispersed by the Plague Dharma god and reintegrated into Qin Fang's body, strengthening his base. This primary divine bit, which was basically Li Evil's mind, could not carry Qin Fang's divine bit. During Qin Fang's forging, the god of space broke through the spatial chaos at an extremely fast speed, constantly probing the location of the loss of spatial power. Eventually, the god of space's thought stopped at the sky above the private territory and began to hover, but did not dare to enter because he sensed the evil's aura. This was the evil god Awe. Even if it was the god of space in his heyday, he had to be incredibly respectful. Not to mention that at this moment, he was merely a top god. If he offended, perhaps the evil god would directly erase him. The god of space arrived in the sky above the private territory, and Li Evil treated it as completely invisible. Unaware of this, he took a deep breath and violently struck on the unformed space pearl, causing it to shatter into pieces and become scrap. The evil god looked on indifferently and did not stop it. In the next second, an illusory maw inexplicably appeared in the firmament, viciously biting down on top of the space god's core. The god of space was immediately jumped up in shock. What is this thing? Why did it suddenly appear in his physical strength? Was it an evil god? The god of space wanted to resist, but found that this power surpassed the heavenly emperor, making it impossible for him to put up any resistance. And his resistance was really as simple as a child's play. One bite. The divine power in the god of space's body was all swept away. And that wasn't all. The power of the god of space's abyssal springs was also devoured by 1/3. And that was the end of it. All of a sudden, the body of the god of space, floating vainly in space, as if it was a piece of paper. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a 1,000-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an intermediate artifact. Spatial Treasure Pearl * 1000. Chapter 684. The battle heats up. Qin Fang is dead. Qin Fang was very happy, and kept surveying the attributes of the intermediate divine artifact, Spatial Treasure Pearl in the Golden Dragon's Ring. Name: Spatial Treasure Pearl. Introduction: a divine artifact tempered by a mysterious blacksmith. Grade: Intermediate divine artifact. Attributes attached as follows: Strength, +1 billion. Agility, +1.8 billion. Spirit, +1 billion. Physique, +1 billion. Additional skill I, Space Shuttle. Additional skill 2, Space Jump. Additional skill 3, Space Blink. Additional skill 4. This equipment? It simply made Qin Fang's mouth water. Outrageous. Truly outrageous. This one spatial treasure pearl was even attached to Spatial Long River? Phew. This is an additional spatial vortex? This was attached to this set of 1,000 spatial treasure beads. Almost all of the spatial skills were wrapped into it. And each one of them, if sold, would be astronomically priced. Absolutely astronomically priced. In his previous life, Qin Fang had never forged such terrifying equipment. Was this really equipment that human power could quench? However, while Qin Fang was in the midst of his beauty, the god of space outside of his private territory suffered a heavy blow in an instant. And this attack was even more damaging than the damage inflicted on him by the human emperor. A bucket of space power. Only 30% left to manipulate. 1% of his strength was left. It was no exaggeration to say that nowadays, Even a primary deity would be able to easily kill him. It could be said that the god of space was vulnerable to the extreme, and his nerves were strained to the extreme. The god of space was afraid. Really afraid. He didn't know who had struck. But at this moment, he no longer dared to stay at this place. This feeling of powerlessness. This feeling that made his body chill through and through. He didn't want to experience it a second time. This place was where the evil god resided. If it was really the evil god who had struck, who could guarantee that the evil god wouldn't kill him? He was one of the 9 kings under the heavenly emperor. Thus, the god of space frantically fled. Lycia watched the departing figure of the god of space. But he did not chase after him and quietly watched. However, the god of space always felt an eye staring at his back, making his scalp numb, so that his speed could not help but increase to the extreme, constantly breaking through space to escape. The god of space just fled back to the space abyss, which is only slightly relieved. This feeling like a shadow quietly disappeared. Just then, the god of space suddenly remembered the Southeast Region 3 was still fighting. As the main general, he suddenly fled. What crime should be so the god of space can be forced to fix the mind. Barely coagulate a touch of phantom. Standing in the top of the Southeast 3, emitting broken compelling might, coupled with the might of the beheading murderer emperor. For a while, these human deities really didn't dare to move. In the end, this was merely a shadow. And although it was able to disguise itself as the real thing, if someone with a heart really fought with him, this god of space's shadow would definitely be revealed. The god of space reappeared, instantly silencing the human deities of the entire Southeast Region 3. At first, these deities thought that the god of space had died in the battle with the human emperor, not having appeared for such a long time. But now look, the god of space was actually in full condition, appearing high in the sky with great vigor. Although these human deities knew in their hearts that it was impossible for the god of space to be in full condition. But what? What if? Who would be willing to go up and die? Even if these human races wanted to take the initiative to attack, they were all stopped by the prophet god. Now was not the best time for a conflict to break out. Human emperor? Still dead after all? Marred. The god of space is not even dead. Where is heaven's justice? Right. The god of space. How could he have such a great life? This is the god of space. So it's only right that he's able to travel through space. Put up a fight. Put up a fight. I want to avenge the human emperor. The human deities with backbone wanted to rush forward and fight the god of space. As for the players, the NPCs couldn't help but feel sadness in their hearts. The human emperor was dead. This battle hung in the balance. At this moment, the battle situation, at the moment of the human emperor's death, was like the scales tilting towards the side of the ancient deities. It was as if the human deities had lost their backbone. And even if they blew up their divine artifacts, even if they blew up their bodies, they could not fight. This was morale. The ancient deities were being demoralized, while the human deities were demoralized. However, this battle had been fought to this point, and it was really fought out of anger, fought out of the depression in their hearts, and fought out of the faith in their hearts. And each of these deities of the human race had begun to fight to the death. After all, can become a deity's existence, which is not a generation of superb talent, which is not once the pride of the heavens, which is not a young man with ambition in his heart, wanting to make heaven and earth clear. The years had once covered their hearts in black. But now, facing the call of thousands of spectators, facing the questioning of the death of the human emperor, they still decided to fight for the human race, to fight for themselves, to fight for the belief in their hearts that had been lost for a long time. Marred. Even if I die, I still have to be a deity of the human race. In this battle, I'd rather die in battle than be poked and prodded for the rest of my life. Old me has embezzled the resources of Mount Chixia, but I will use my blood to wash away my humiliation. Marred. This is truly regretless. Human emperor. Old me was wrong. But if it wasn't for you in the first place, would old me have to? Now old me will go to you and ask you face to face why you withheld my resources back then. Human emperor, old man. Walk a little slower for me. This was within the competitive space. The human race deities bursting out in droves, using their own lives, using the self-destruction of their divine artifacts, and using the last light of themselves to die with his opponent. This was the human race's deities. The proud deities. Dang. 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 The self-explosion of the human deities. Still continuing. Even if they die, they also had to pull a cushion, especially if this arena is such a good opportunity. If it's wasted, the heavens will strike down. As for the heirs of these human deities, they were still on their knees begging for forgiveness and calling out for their dads, simply disgracing their old man's face. Papa, spare us. Papa, are your feet tired? Let me give you a massage. Father, why don't I give you a leg whack? These voices kept ringing out, extremely humble and fawning, with smiles on their faces that made it impossible to hide their folds. These legend-ranked god generals had originally wanted to continue teasing their good oldest son. But what of it? The god of space had orders for them to end the battle quickly. Oops. Sorry about that. My good der. Haha. If you want to blame it, it's better to blame your human emperor. Go to hell. These legend-ranked divine generals made their move at the same time, decapitating the heirs of these human deities. The latecomers had a change of heart, and with this move, they were also able to strike these human deities, causing their hearts and minds to be confused. These human deity heirs, to the point of death, never understood. Didn't they say not to behead them? Why did they still do it? One by one, they stared with clear yet stupid eyes and died forever. The points of the ancient deities rose violently, while the human deity who sensed the death of his heir, instead of having his heart and mind shaken, instead, as if he had unraveled some knot in his heart, he laughed miserably twice. Heh. I originally thought that my heir would still be able to survive, Unbeknownst to me, it was all in vain. Since that's the case, then we will die together, The space god's grasp of human nature had gone awry, and so the light of the human race deities blowing themselves up flickered continuously. This was the human race, and after having no more attachments, there was only to die together. Hey, a bunch of retards. Really retards. The players watching the battle had long since vomited, and at this moment, they couldn't help but hurl curses once again. It's good to die. Marred. Insulting my eyes. To my own people I punch hard. To the ancient gods. Daddy long. Daddy short. It's really disgusting. Hurry up and die. Death is a cheap thing for them all. The battle in the three southeastern regions entered a white-hot stage. The god of space's main body lurked beneath the spatial abyss and dialed the heavenly emperor's communication to inform him of this matter. Coronation of the heavenly emperor. It seems like I'm being targeted. After listening to the bizarre story that the god of space had told about what had happened to him, the heavenly emperor couldn't help but cast his skeptical eyes on Li Qi once again. This power. Could it be that he was really in control of it? It seemed unlikely. The most crucial thing was that this power was even harmful to a half-step super god level like the god of space. So, what about a true super god level like the heavenly emperor? Would it also have some effect? These days, don't show up. I will detach a sliver of my thoughts and sit in your spatial abyss. If he still dares to come, I will strike. Don't worry. The heavenly emperor's words only slightly reassured the god of space. To be honest, this was the first time the god of space had ever feared something so much since the beginning of his birth. Even if the heavenly emperor suppressed him, and even if the plague Dharma god suppressed him, he wasn't afraid, because he knew that these two gods, although strong, were not yet in an outrageous state, able to seal him, but unable to decimate him. However, the flash of power that had just devoured all of the divine energy in his body really made him feel his own death. If he dared to resist, he might really die. The god of space wouldn't dare to appear in a short period of time. In the middle of the private territory, 10 pieces. Li Xie extended his hand and asked Qin Fang for them with a big grin. Qin Fang was not ambiguous, and through teacher Li Xie 10 pieces of intermediate divine artifacts, spatial treasure pearls. Hey, if it wasn't for teacher Li Xie's words this time, he would have been able to go so smoothly. This filial piety that should be there still had to be there. What if next time teacher Li Xie does not lend him the divine position? What to do? Please also accept it. Teacher. Qin Fang's eyes blinked as he looked at Li Xie. Teacher, why don't you give me an intermediate god's materials again? And I'll forge it once more. This time, I will share 20 pieces with you. Seeing Qin Fang, who was so playful and did not take his body seriously at all, Li Xie was also very bummed to let him look at his attributes. Snapping. Li Evil's divine position was withdrawn from within Qin Fang's sea of consciousness, and Qin Fang instantly felt the power within his body like a crazy ebbing tide, decreasing and decreasing. And in the end, all of Qin Fang's attributes unexpectedly became -1. Qin Fang stared at his thick eyebrows and stalked his neck. This is not right. An intermediate-level divine weapon? It wasn't like he had never forged one before. So why would it take such a large amount of damage? And the attributes were all -1. Wasn't this a joke? What the hell is -1? Qin Fang, huh? Something's not right. It seems like there's only one form where the attributes are negative. Suddenly, Qin Fang thought of something and hurriedly checked his own attribute panel. Name, I. Profile, player. Level, peak legendary. Status, dead. Attributes are as follows. Strength, -1. Agility, -1. Spirit, -1. Physique, -1. Qin Fang couldn't help but look at his own body. At some point, it had become a state of virtual shadow. His soul separated from his physical body. At this moment, his physical body was limp on the ground, twitching constantly yet seemingly experiencing deathly pain, while his soul was floating in the air, talking to Teacherly Evil. Qin Fang couldn't figure out why he had forged an intermediate divine artifact, and then he died all of a sudden? Chapter 685 The Ghost Clan. Ding. You have departed the special scene. Please also ask Teacher Licia to save me. Qin Fang was very barefaced, constantly pampering himself beside Licia. According to Qin Fang's simple values, since Teacher Licia was able to see his problem, he should be able to solve it as well. Your problem is indeed not easy to solve. Teacherly Evil pondered for 2 seconds, skid his tongue, and sighed, but his eyebrows made to indicate, godly fine wine. Godly fine wine. Qin Fang was naturally not a fool, and understood the twist and turns in this at the first moment. He hurriedly patted his chest with Licia and assured him, Teacher, you tell me, what kind of fine wine do you want to drink? I'll go and get it for you. To be honest, Qin Fang really didn't have any divine-grade fine wine left in his hands. This little black doppelganger? Although it was able to help Qin Fang purify the materials, it was not as obedient as Little Black. It would strike at the drop of a hat, and would not work without God-grade fine wine. For this reason, Qin Fang could only resign himself to the last bit of God-grade fine wine's fugen, and throw it to Little Black. At this moment, Xiao Hei was huffing and puffing within the pet space. A large and small Little Black, as if carved out of the same mold. His chest was heaving, and he was sleeping soundly. As soon as Licia sniffed it, he knew the cause and effect of the matter. How about this? Qin Fang, help me go to the Spectre Ghost Clan and purchase 100 bottles of divine-grade yellow spring wine, and I'll help you heal and bring you back from the dead. What do you think? Licia smiled mysteriously. Qin Fang always felt that it wasn't a good thing. Ding. Divine Artisanly Evil releases a divine-grade quest to you. Buy divine-grade yellow spring wine. Quest reward, resurrection. Qin Fang frowned slightly. The Phantom Ghost race? What kind of race was this? Could it be that it was also one of the 10,000 races? Why had he never heard of it before? Ding. You have successfully taken on this divine-level quest. Teacher? This ghostly ghost clan? Is it also at 10,000 races? Only after the quest was accepted did Qin Fang ask to see if whether there were any more hidden secrets. The ghostly ghost clan. On a fundamental level, well, it also belongs to one of the 10,000 clans. Only that this clan does not appear all year round. So too few people know about it. With your current state of soul, it's just right for you to go. The Psyghost clan. That is, some beings in the heavenly destiny continent who were unwilling to die completely, with special abilities, preserve their soul states. And in the beginning, these souls also drifted around silently, without any home. But I don't know when. The soul state of the living spirit was born wisdom, under the guidance of inexplicable, gathered together, and then self-named a clan. The clan is very hidden. Even I, also under the coincidence, smelled a hint of the yellow spring wine incense, and only then explored the existence of the clan. The situation of that clan is somewhat complicated. All in all, after you enter it, be careful with everything. I was able to vaguely sense that the clan possesses a great terror. There might be a god-level existence, or even a higher existence. After all, after the death of some super god levels, they are not willing to dissipate into the heavens and earth, and they will also try to find a way to relive their lives. Qin Fang's small face turned white. Teacher Li Qi? I suspect you're asking me to die. I'm merely a legend rank all. Teacher Li Evil? Do you really feel that I can? Qin Fang himself was a little doubtful. You can. Mind you? It's precisely because you're merely a legend rank apparition that these god rank, super god rank guys, that's why they won't pay attention to you. There is also this yellow spring wine. I wanted to taste it a long time ago, only that I have never had the chance to do so. So I hope that you can help your teacher and fulfill this wish. Qin Fang looked at Licia salivating and pondering, pointing at the deer as a horse. There must be something fishy. Teacher? Is my mission for this trip to buy you wine alone? Is there no additional task? Licia blankly glanced at Qin Fang. Why was this kid so suspicious now? There is. Licia, hey. The kid has grown up. It's not easy to fool. Or the Qin Fang of 2 years ago. How cute. Let go, do whatever you want. There. My idea is for you to sort out the specifics of the Phantom Ghost clan. Record useful information. And then bring it all back to me. Qin Fang, That's right. Isn't it? But, this extra quest reward? Qin Fang rubbed his hands together. He couldn't just let the donkey run without giving the donkey any grass to eat. Right. Ding. Divine Artisan Li Evil has issued a divine grade quest to you. Explore the Phantom Ghost clan. Mission reward. Different rewards are given depending on what is being probed. Minimum 1 divine artifact. No maximum. Qin Fang bristled. Only 1 divine weapon. I don't know since when. Qin Fang's obsession with divine artifacts wasn't that deep, and even began to scoff at a divine artifact. Not even looking at a divine artifact. Qin Fang, cough cough. After all my divine artifacts, I acquired them all in 1,000 and 1,000 pieces. Qin Fang, AI. I've almost forgotten what it was like to be embarrassed in my previous life. AI. This is what is called growing up. Licia looked at Qin Fang being so pretentious. He couldn't wait to give him that hard blow on his face. I only give you 3 days. If you can't come back after 3 days, you will be completely dead. Licia did not curiously finish this sentence, and threw out a Dan red-colored skill that acted on top of Qin Fang's corpse. Soul. Ding. Your corpse has been nourished by divine power. It can remain undecayed for 3 days. Ding. Your soul has been sheltered by divine power, and can remain undisturbed for 3 days. After all, you are not a true clansman of the Cygos clan. The disguise that should be there is still necessary. Thus, Licia took out the Heavenly Emperor's boots of 10,000 elements from Qin Fang's ring of the Golden Dragon and gave him a slight makeover, only to see Licia take out a divine grade ore from his backpack, while then pounding it violently. In just a second, the boots of 10,000 elephants shone brightly, capturing the eyes. Ding. The quality of your divine artifact boots of 10,000 elephants has been upgraded. Qin Fang froze. This upgrade? When did it become so simple? 1 hammer. Let the transformation of the divine weapon be completed. This divine artifact. I'll give you a small alteration. It has been promoted from an intermediate divine artifact to a peak divine artifact. The ability to disguise is even stronger. This heaven's destiny should have no one able to see through your disguise except for the super god level. Qin Fang. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. A hammer? Letting this little guy, who was originally an intermediate divine artifact, it was promoted to become a peak divine artifact. A good guy. Even if this was a metaphysical fantasy, it wouldn't dare to be so exaggerated. The art of forging. To reach the end. That is, back to basics. And you seem to be only out of a hammer. But then, it is indeed 1,000 hammers. 10,000 hammers fusion of which the mystery. When you can understand, you are not far away from the divine artisan. Taking this opportunity, Li Qi also took the chance to instruct Qin Fang. Qin Fang nodded thoughtfully. Understand? Not daring to say. Mom. I know. Teacher Licia. Open the portal for me. I'll go now. Good. Remember to be careful in everything. Although Licia wasn't the god of space, this hand of his spatial art was also very impressive. Ding. Licia threw Qin Fang a teleportation token containing the power of teleportation. Chapter 686 Yellow Springs Clan. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the spatial prop. The Spectral Ghost 1 Clan teleportation portal. Is it to be used? No. Qin Fang looked towards Tutor Licia. and then towards the direction of the Southeast Region 3. Teacher, can I wait for the end of the battle between the human deities and the ancient deities before I leave? This was perhaps the knot in Qin Fang's heart. He wanted to know the final outcome of the deity competition, and wanted to know if the battle situation could be completely changed because of him. Licia looked towards Qin Fang and sighed leisurely. Can't you see through it? In this battle, the human race has no chance of winning. Licia saw it very clearly. Although the human race's deities were able to explode their divine artifacts, or even explode their own divine positions, and the limit was 1 for 1. But more often than not, it was the strong deities that forcibly obliterated the human race's deities. This is something that cannot be helped. But also the gap between the strength of both sides. Divine weapons? It can't be bridged. There is also the legendary level ancient gods. It may seem that the points for a victory are very little, but in reality, the accumulation of fewer and more. This is also a large amount of points, and even enough to sway the entire battlefield. Why did the god of space propose that 1,000 deities and 10,000 legendary level god generals participate in the battle together? But wasn't it to increase the victory rate for the ancient deity clan? In this battle, the human race will not be able to win in the end. Hearing this, Qin Fang lowered his head. He understood this in his heart, but he still wanted to look at the final score to see what level the human race would be able to achieve with his help. This battle won't be over for 3 days. You better go to the Phantom Ghost clan first. It's not too late to come back and look at the score. Li Qi said so and kicked Qin Fang in disgust. Qin Fang thought about it, but it was also this reason. So he took out this portal and clicked to use it. Use. In an instant, a special portal shadow was constructed, haunting Qin Fang's side. Li Qi once again urged Qin Fang to be safe. Qin Fang nodded his head and took a step into it. The sensation of the sky spinning inexplicably appeared, which even the soul body was able to feel. Ding. Welcome to the Phantom Ghost clan. Please present your identity documents. As soon as Qin Fang appeared, he heard such a melodious voice, which made one's spirit body feel clear. Qin Fang subconsciously surveyed the surroundings first. Here, misty. A glance cannot see the edge. This infinite mist in the middle of the towering huge lapis lazuli portals. Qin Fang stood in this place, as small as dust. Follow the sound of looking. Just spoke as a good-looking human woman ghost. Is standing in the front of the portal, with a smile inquiring. In front of her, placed a stone table, her hands holding a brush. Is ready to write something. Looking at the dress. Quite a 12th century beauty. Qin Fang lowered his head, just ready to speak, and looking at his form, where is still humanoid, as a mist, quietly floating in the air. This was the camouflage of the boots of 10,000 elephants. May I ask if this is your first time arriving at the Phantom Ghost clan? We can help you with your identity documents on our side. Seeing Qin Fang's perplexed eyes, this woman Phantom Ghost understood everything at once, and took the initiative to pull Qin Fang aside, and before the table in the other tower, she began to process his documents for him, not asking Qin Fang's name, place of origin, or any other questions, but instead, she directly crafted a plaque with the value of 4,544 engraved on it, and respectfully handed it over to Qin Fang. This is your identity token. Please bind it to your soul body. All your actions in the netherworld in the future will require this nameplate. By the way, this is a small gift from the netherworld for every new member. 300 Huangquan coins. If you save some money, you can guarantee that you will be clothed and fed for a month. By the way, you can go through the Huangquan portal first and enter the netherworld freely. If you have any questions, you can click on your nameplate. There is an introduction about the Huangquan clan here. About the netherworld. The woman patiently explained some simple matters of the netherworld to Qin Fang. Licia called these immortal spirits the Cygos clan, while the Cygos clan called themselves the Yellow Springs clan, and the place where the Yellow Springs clan resided called itself the netherworld. Ding. Is the identity nameplate bound? Bind. Ding. Congratulations on successfully binding. Ding. Congratulations on successfully joining the Yellow Springs clan. Ding. Congratulations on successfully becoming the 4,544th clan member of the Yellow Springs clan. Qin Fang was surprised. The number of people in the entire Yellow Springs clan? So few? Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 300 Yellow Spring coins. The system beeps continued to ring out, and a warm current merged into Qin Fang's body. causing his figure to gradually become clearer, eventually revealing his true appearance. Agu. Little brother's appearance is quite handsome? The woman's ghost snickered a couple of times. Thanks. As if he was babbling. It took half a day for Qin Fong to master the Yellow Springs clan's vocalizations. And with great difficulty, he spat out these 2 words from between his throats. Hurry up and enter the Yellow Springs. There is a new beginning for you. But I still have to remind you. No matter how brilliant you were in your lifetime, even if you were a god, once you enter the Yellow Springs, everything should be forgotten, so as not to add to your troubles. Every single person here who was born in life is not necessarily weaker than you, or even stronger than you. Qin Fong bowed once again, expressing his gratitude, while the woman apparition in charge of registration watched Qin Fong step into the Yellow Spring portal after. Qin Fong clicked on his identity nameplate and asked what the Yellow Spring portal was. The Yellow Spring portal is the first screening barrier of the Yellow Spring clan, the purpose of which is to avoid letting the living enter the Yellow Spring clan, to help newborn Yellow Spring clan personnel register their identities, and to serve as a link between the world of the living and the world of the dead. This was the answer of the nameplate. Qin Fong secretly nodded his head and recorded everything he saw and heard through the form of a diary. Only a mere Yellow Springs portal. That is, it made Qin Fong feel that the Yellow Springs clan was not simple. Stepping into the Yellow Springs portal, the scene in Qin Fong's eyes was completely different. The mists quickly melted away as if they had encountered the great sun, and the entirety of the netherworld was reflected in front of Qin Fong's eyes. This is a very strange area. As if the time is wrong. From the 3 emperors and 5 emperors period, to the 2,000 years of feudal dynasties, to the present day, a variety of buildings, all have, and through a certain form, a perfect blend together. These buildings did not rise up from the ground, as if they were suspended in the air and then merged with each other. Qin Fong was dumbfounded. This fusion of ancient and modern times was something he could never have imagined. As if he was in a dream world. Ding! Welcome to the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Qin Fong took a step in it. Tianyang Town. In the middle of a private territory, the great figure of the Plague Dharma god appeared at an unknown time, bringing his own small table and stool, making tea for Li Qi and inviting him to drink tea with him. Li Xia rarely got up, finished the divine grade liquor in his hand in one gulp. Only then did he pick up the tea of the Plague Dharma god, tilted his neck, swallowed it into his stomach. The Plague Dharma god was a face of disgust. Wastefulness. Ah! What kind of tea drinking like this, ah? Evil god. I've heard that you've asked Qin Fong to explore the land of the Yellow Springs? The Plague Dharma god was the first to learn of this news. This kid. Not knowing the heights of heaven. How dare he take the initiative to mess with the god of space? Forging a spatial system intermediate divine artifact, and wearing himself out alive. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste if he didn't make use of such a good opportunity? Then do you know how dangerous it is? The Plague Dharma god put down his teacup and locked eyes with Li Qi. Chapter 687 Yellow Spring Pawn Shop Yellow Spring Restaurant. Haven't you long wanted to explore the Yellow Springs clan's reality? This time, Qin Fong's death happens to be the best opportunity. The evil god still replied calmly, without any ripples in his tone. Don't you know how terrifying the Yellow Springs clan is? What if Qin Fong is unable to return from this trip? What should you do? The Plague Dharma god paused for a moment and looked into Li Xia's eyes, which were like needles piercing deep into the heart. I don't believe that you haven't seen the importance of Qin Fong. I know. Precisely because I know. I want him to go. A tiger locked in a cage will eventually have its teeth pulled out. If Qin Fong wants to grow up, he must go through countless trials and tribulations. Li Qi also stood up fiercely, looking into the eyes of the Plague Dharma god, and spoke decisively. The Pestilence Dharma god was silent, his eyes staring at the burning furnace fire for a long time. If Qin Fong is trapped in the Yellow Springs clan, I will not be able to make a move. And you will not be able to make a move. Who will save Qin Fong? This was the question that the Plague Dharma god was most concerned about. Heaven's mandate. I still have some of my acquaintances. Look! The evil god flipped his hand, and an ancient token was thrown out by him. The Plague Dharma god took a look at it, and was instantly enlightened. Good. I agree. But you have to guarantee that this one will really step in. The Pestilence Dharma god left behind such a sentence. And then a light of a pale black color lingered in his fingers, throwing it within Qin Fong's corpse to avoid decay. Snapping. Like a bubble, the figure shattered, becoming a point of light that disappeared into the firmament. The evil god nodded his head, putting this token away. The Yellow Springs clan. It was truly inconceivable that as the spiritual pillar of the human race, the Plague Law god did not care about the great war between the human deities and the ancient deities, but rather cared about Qin Fang's well-being. In the skies above the three southeastern regions, the prophet god looked at the scene in front of him, his heart overflowing with anxiety. The human race, falling into an absolute disadvantage. There didn't seem to be any more turning points. In the arena of 1,000 deities, more than 600 had already been divided into victories and defeats. Of which the victories of the human deities? Only 240-odd. The rest? All of them were taken by ancient beings who took the victory. As for the battles of the 10,000 legend level, it was even worse. The battles of the 10,000 arenas had already ended in more than 7,000 battles. The human race's side had only won 1,000 battles, and the remaining 5,000 battles were all defeats. This was simply bullshit. Almost 80% of the 5,000 or so matches that were lost were the sons and daughters of deities. Human race. Weak awe. Haha. Look. A drinking vessel made of human skulls. It's really good. Not bad. I made a flute out of a human thigh bone. I wonder if that's the way to play it. It's really a humble race. What do you guys know? This human flesh is the sweetest of all. Especially the legendary level. Oily and so fragrant. The legendary level divine artisans under the ancient deities spoke in such a manner, mocking the human race. The key human race side, unable to resist. The Yellow Spring clan. This city made up of dreams was immense. And as soon as he stepped into it, Qin Fang felt that his figure was being constantly shrunk. And the tiny buildings that he had seen just now became huge at this moment, while he was on top of the verdant stone paved ground, and was able to survey the surroundings. This ground is also not decent. Half of the ancient lapis lazuli, half of the exquisite tiles. The far side of the road? It was even paved with this torrent of steel. The end was strange. The buildings on both sides of the street are also randomly distributed. Such as the first pawn shop on Qin Fang's left. The ground floor is obviously the style of the Tang dynasty. But the first floor is strangely converted into a mechanical style. The body has a light black color of the metal built into the third floor is converted again into a forest cabin style. It was truly as if it was a magnificent scene formed by spatial cutting. Qin Fang entered inside the pawn shop. The furnishings inside the ground floor were filled with a rich historical precipitation. No living beings existed within the shop. Only an ancient balance. Ding. Please place the item you need to pawn into the left end of the balance. And a specific Yellow Spring coin will appear on the right end. Remarks. Up to legendary level items can be placed within the first level. Remarks. If you need to pawn higher level items, please go to the second level. Qin Fang, this is a novel form. So he couldn't help but want to take out a legendary grade equipment from the Golden Dragon's ring and place it on top of the scales. However, he suddenly realized, he was only in the state of a soul. There was no Golden Dragon's ring. At this moment, the most valuable thing in his body was the boots of 10,000 elephants. But did he dare to pawn them? He definitely didn't dare. Unable to do anything about it, Qin Fang had no choice but to come out of the pawn shop and wander around the huge city. Elderly KTV. Elderly chess room. Skating rink. Hookah. Qin Fang walked all the way and looked all the way. There were really quite a lot of buildings. Especially the hook bar. Qin Fang couldn't help but enter and spend some money. But when he took a look at the minimum entry threshold of 50,000 Yellow Spring coins, Qin Fang hesitated again. Hey, I can only come back to the hook bar next time to listen to music. The more he walked, the more Qin Fang felt alarmed. How did it feel as if it was an empty city? Qin Fang had been wandering around for a full 2 hours without seeing any glimpse of a ghost shadow. Even when he entered the restaurant, the chess room and other buildings, he only saw the furniture and other things that were placed. Ghost shadows? Couldn't be seen. Qin Fang couldn't help but comfort himself. This should also be practical. After all, such a big city. There are only 4,000 ghosts. Even if they are no longer staying at home. This street is also cold. As Qin Fang was comforting himself like this, he didn't feel hungry in his stomach. So he stepped into a noodle shop. This was a modern restaurant. Small robots took the initiative to place the menu in front of Qin Fang. allowing him to order Yellow Spring Water, 100 Yellow Spring Coins. Specific effect, increases strength attribute by 3,000 points. Yellow Spring Chowder, 100 Yellow Spring Coins. Specific effect, increases 4-dimensional attributes by 800 each. Yellow Spring. Qin Fang looked at it, while belaboring the fact that the woman beside this Yellow Spring portal wasn't talking to herself. These 300 Yellow Spring coins were enough for him to live for a month? Why are the dishes on this menu? They were all at a minimum of 100 copper coins. 100 copper coins. Qin Fang ordered 3 dishes. He would have nothing left. If the woman heard this, she would definitely give Qin Fang a chestnut. God. Look at what kind of shop you come into. Roadside stalls you cannot see. You have to go to the 7-star hotel. If this is not expensive, it is false. To be honest, Qin Fang was still a little curious about the point of how to increase his attributes. After all, right now his attribute points, all 4 dimensions were -1, thus, he endured the pain and ordered a cup of Yellow Spring Water plus Yellow Spring Chowder. The last 100 copper coins were reserved for urgent use. In a short while of light, the 2 dishes that Qin Fang ordered were served. Yellow Spring Water. This was a cup of turbid water that was yellow in color, as if it had been dyed by yellow sand. The faint yellow aura was steaming like a mist, which could not help but make Qin Fang a little daunted. This guy? Who dares to drink it? As for the Yellow Spring smorgasbord, it was a large pile of items that Qin Fang did not recognize either, all stewed together to form a pot of paste, with any ingredients inside, which could not be really seen. Just like sans food. Qin Fang picked up a spoon in disgust and sent it towards his mouth. Chapter 688 Yellow Spring Forging Method. The feeling of this hodgepodge in his mouth was like chewing wax, devoid of any flavor. However, it allowed Qin Fang's attribute points to begin to increase. -100, -100, -100. Qin Fang was astonished that the increase in attributes of this Yellow Spring clan was in the opposite direction. The current Qin Fang strength attribute reached -500. And the long-lost sense of strength finally returned. After Qin Fang forced himself to eat this plate of Yellow Spring's chowder, his attributes, whether it was in terms of speed, or whatever, had been extensively increased. Now, only then did Qin Fang have a feeling of being alive. After gulping down the Yellow Spring water, Qin Fang's attributes soared once again. Qin Fang comfortably leaned on the bench and leisurely picked his teeth, soothing. After eating and drinking enough, Qin Fang once again skipped towards the front. Finally, after 5 or 6 hours, Qin Fang had traveled around half of the city, and finally arrived at the large liquor shop. This shop was bursting with future technology, and even Qin Fang was completely shocked. Using a magnetic field, the entire building was made to float, and the materials throughout the body were as if they were nano, able to switch forms at will. Qin Fang couldn't help but watch outside the door for a great while before stepping inside. Inside the liquor-selling shop, Qin Fang saw an old man of old age after a long time, comfortably lying on top of a rattan chair, shaking a big bushel fan, humming and singing an opera, not caring about the business inside the shop or anything, not caring in the slightest. Even when Qin Fang entered, he did not hear him. Still immersed in his own world, Qin Fang was not in the mood to care about this. His mind had long been attracted by the fine wines within the shop. Inside this shop, the minimum grade was legendary, and the vintage was at least 1,000 years old. But the price? It is also very high. 1,300-year-old legendary Yellow Springs roasted knife, priced at 5 million Yellow Springs coins. 1,800-year-old legendary liquor, 7-grain liquor, priced at 10 million Huang Quan coins. 2,000 years legendary grade Fen wine, Old 100 Fen, priced at 15 million Huang Quan coins. Qin Fang looked at the label. He couldn't help but tsk his tongue and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was not to mention a bottle. Even a single drop. With his current financial resources, he couldn't afford it. 100 Yellow Spring coins? What can this do? And then look at this god-grade wine. Sure eyes. Can't afford it. 3,000 years of divine wine. 100 million Yellow Spring coins. 5,000 years of divine wine, priced at 200 million Huang Quan coins. 8,000 years of divine grade fine wine, priced at 500 million Yellow Spring coins. Qin Fang smiled bitterly as he began to calculate. What kind of job would he have to engage in to be able to afford a bottle of divine grade fine wine in 3 days? As if there wasn't ever a job with such high profits. It's over. If he can't afford to buy a bottle of divine-grade wine, how should he tell teacher Licia? Qin Fong once again wandered around the room. This time, he found something even more ruthless. A 10,000-year-old divine-grade wine, priced at 5 billion yellow spring coins. This divine wine? If he were to give it to Mr. Licia, he would probably die of joy. Unfortunately, Qin Fong couldn't afford it. Elder. Qin Fong finally placed his eyes on the leisurely old man at the door to see if he could buy it on credit or use other items as collateral. Which fine wine did you pick, little friend? You can tell me. I'll help you settle the bill. The old man wore a smile on his face, an expression that was enough to bring serenity. Qin Fong was speechless. His face flushed. But then he spoke with a big heart. Elder, your wine. Is it possible to take credit? Scram. Where did this brat come from? How dared he seek my happiness? The old man's face instantly changed and sank. Gale Force fury was silting up, and he was about to beat Qin Fong out of the room when he raised his hand. Credit? Take credit for your grandmother's head. Get lost if you don't have yellow spring coins. Qin Fong sighed. It really didn't work. By the way, senior, do you have anything that needs to be forged? I can help you forge it all. But the payment will be topped up with a divine-grade fine wine. What do you think? Qin Fong was also considered eight-sided, instantly thinking of this. And it was a dead horse anyway. You? The old man put down the raised bushel fan and looked Qin Fong up and down. He looked left and right. Qin Fong didn't look like a master who would forge equipment, especially the yellow spring equipment. Arrogant. Examples of blacksmiths preserving their spirituality after death are rare. And do you know? This so-called yellow spring equipment is different from any forging path before your death. Many blacksmiths who were legendary and godly in their lives and entered the netherworld after their deaths may not be able to forge yellow spring equipment. This is the limitation of the rules. From the old man's words, it was not difficult for Qin Fong to surmise that there shouldn't be many blacksmiths in the netherworld, and even fewer blacksmiths who were able to forge yellow spring equipment. It seems like it's time for him to perform again. Did you know? I was a super god level blacksmith in my previous life. Qin Fong also began to put up a show, putting up a front, deliberately changing his voice to be very old. The old man snapped and hammered heavily on Qin Fong's head. Talk properly to the old man. You brat. What are you pretending for? Qin Fong was speechless and could only smile, his face filled with the embarrassment of being dismantled. Elder, you can give a batch of materials for me to forge first, just to be able to see what I've become. Qin Fong smiled. This old man? It was the first living person he had come into contact with. Being able to float a material for nothing? It was always good, Otherwise letting Qin Fong purchase it himself? Ahem. He might not be able to afford it, It's fine. You can forge a level 1 yellow spring equipment first. If you can't succeed, get the hell out of here. The old man eventually moved on, and threw Qin Fong a grade 1 yellow spring material, which could be considered a black iron grade equipment if he had to compare it to the heavenly fate. Old senior, can you give me a copy of the forging manual? I haven't seen it yet. Seeing such a shameless expression, this old man was completely amused by Qin Fong. You kid? You're here to cheat me out of food and drink. You can't do anything. However, when the old man saw Qin Fong's identity nameplate, he instantly understood what was going on and waved his hand. That's just it. I'll give it to you. The forging room. The forging flame. It's all for you. Let's see if you can successfully forge it. As the old man waved his hand, he sent Qin Fong to a special room. A closed environment. A cold-colored flame. A huge forging table. 2 forging-type books. And several materials were all prepared for Qin Fong. Qin Fong was not in a hurry, and went to flip through the forging books first. Yellow Spring Forging Insights. Qin Fong patiently watched the end. The heart for the Yellow Springs forging. With a basic understanding as to whether it can be forged. Qin Fong do not know. After all, according to this insight, Yellow Springs blacksmiths have a kind of wet gas. After all, according to this insight, what kind of chi does a Yellow Spring blacksmith have? Only then will he be able to forge Yellow Spring equipment. This chi, Qin Fong can clearly say, he does not have. Could he forge it? Now it all depended on whether his forging failure Thousandfold return was powerful or not. Dang. Qin Fong adopted the yellow spring forging method and began to forge. The flame did not feel hot, but rather cold. But despite this, the impurities and other things were able to be purified. In a short while, Qin Fong's forging was 10% complete. Chapter 689: The Unexpected Price of the Yellow Spring Equipment. Dang. Ding. Qin Fong's forging was steadily progressing. And although he did not have any yellow spring qi, his forging did not encounter any obstacles. Outside the room, the old man who heard the sound of the forging could not help but stop the bushel fan he was fanning in his hand. Is it hard to believe that this kid? Is it possible that this kid is really a one-in-a-million genius? Is he able to forge the yellow springs equipment? At this thought, the old man's mind suddenly became active. Since this kid can forge, then what about high-grade yellow springs equipment? You know the price of yellow springs equipment? The price of yellow springs equipment is very high. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on your thousandfold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a level 1 yellow spring equipment. Tattered yellow spring boots, *1000. Qin Fong looked at the batch of equipment in front of him and hurriedly received it into his backpack. Even though Qin Fong had died, the backpack was still able to be used. And the number of backpacks was as large as ever. Name: Tattered Boots of the Yellow Spring. Description: Equipment forged from Yellow Springs materials. Suitable profession: Yellow Springs clan. Suitable level: none. Attributes are attached as follows. Strength: -121. Agility: -142. Spirit: -10. Physique: -10. Additional skill: Heart of the Yellow Spring, able to slowly restore mental energy. -1 per second. This equipment? Qin Fong couldn't say how much it could be sold for. So he directly clicked on the identity plate on his waist and asked. Inquire. The approximate price of a level 1 Yellow Springs equipment. Ding. Based on your question, I will tell you the answer. The average price of a level 1 Yellow Springs equipment is 10,000 Yellow Springs coins per item. Hearing such an answer, Qin Fong's entire body was dumbfounded. What? Was this price even this high? Are you kidding me? 10,000 Yellow Spring coins? For a level 1 equipment? My goodness. If this is converted into a heavenly fate, wouldn't it be 10,000 copper coins? To purchase a piece of black iron grade equipment. Isn't this a brain pit? Who would be willing to do that? Surely none of them would be willing to do that. Even if Qin Fong's forging was already in the ranks of money grabbing. But he still felt that this is a bit unreliable. This is no longer robbing money. This is God having to send money into his arms. Don't want it yet. My God. Qin Fong is also a guy who has seen the world. But at this moment, still feel the brain buzzing. A wave of ecstasy in his heart began to brew. This? Beautiful. Teacher Licia. Waiting for your beautiful bar. Thus, Qin Fong calmed down a bit. Before pushing open the door of the forging room, the old man from the shop, at some point, had already moved his rattan chair to the door of the forging room, and seemed to be waiting for Qin Fong's appearance. Elder, living up to your trust. This equipment? I have also sort of finished forging it and successfully refined it. Look! Qin Fong offered his treasure for the shop's elder to watch, with a smug smile on his face, until the shop's elder wanted to make a move to watch. But Qin Fong suddenly withdrew his hand, and took it back, along with this grade 1 Yellow Spring equipment. Elder, this equipment, now it's mine. Is it possible that you still want to rob it by force? Qin Fong was like an eagle protecting its calf, holding the grade 1 Yellow Spring equipment in his hand with a death grip. You brat? Unconscionable. The forging materials, the forging room, are all provided by me. This grade 1 Yellow Spring equipment of yours should rightfully belong to me. The shop old man's eyes rolled, and he wanted Qin Fong's equipment. Elder, this can't be done. Just now it was you who took the initiative to give it to me. It is considered a gift. Let's do it this way. This grade 1 Yellow Springs equipment. I see that you do want it. It's not for sale to you. Qin Fong said this out loud, just to wait for the shop old man to make a price. 300 Yellow Spring coins. As soon as this price came out, the corners of Qin Fong's mouth twitched. Old chap, you're suppressing the price too hard. Qin Fong had already carefully studied just now. This level 1 Yellow Spring equipment of his, at the very least, had to be sold for 1,300 yellow spring coins. After all, his equipment? It also had this one skill attached to it. This caused the price of this equipment to increase greatly. And this shop old man? Opening his mouth and pressing away the big head. Could this Qin Fang endure it? Elder, don't lie to me. This equipment of mine? There are still additional skills, Qin Fang pointed to the identity nameplate on his waist, signaling that he had already known the price of this, and then pointed to his equipment. The shop old man coughed to hide his own embarrassment. But this price? It was still only 1,000 yellow spring coins for Qin Fang. 1,000 Huang Quan coins. You and I are clear. And I won't ask you for the money for this material. Qin Fang, you guys who do business, you really are deductive enough. However, there was no choice but to agree to this selling price. Deal? Qin Fang cheerfully handed over this level 1 Yellow Springs equipment to the shop old man, completing the transaction. Ding. The god of the underworld has transferred 1,000 yellow spring coins to you. Qin Fang froze? No way. This old man was actually an underworld god. Although Qin Fang had never heard of the god of the underworld in his previous life. But as long as the word god was attached to it, it was definitely not a simple character. Senior god of the underworld. I wonder if you and I can work together again. After all, I feel that a level 1 Yellow Springs equipment is not the slightest bit difficult for me. So why don't you give me a bit of a harder challenge? With these words, Qin Fang was still asking for it. Not talking about money. You brat? Still want to pit me? According to your level, you should be able to directly forge 5th order equipment. How about this? You first try to forge 5th order Yellow Spring equipment. If you succeed, you and I will talk about the rest. By the way, according to the market price, the equipment of the 5th rank sells for 10 million Yellow Spring coins, and the materials, about 500,000 Yellow Spring coins. This is the IOU. You sign it. If it succeeds, I'll buy it for 10 million Yellow Spring coins. If you fail in forging, please pay me 500,000 Huang Quan coins. Don't worry. The market for this level of equipment is also very large. There is no worry about selling. Only that you have to lose your freedom for a period of time. I think you don't care. After all, what we lack the most in this netherworld is time. Listening to this kindly words of the god of the underworld and looking at his lewd smile. How did Qin Fang feel like a lewd uncle tempting a little girl to sign an unpleasant loan agreement? Sign. Qin Fang smiled as he signed this agreement. If Qin Fang was a normal forger, he would definitely not dare to sign it. After all, it was about his freedom for a period of time. But Qin Fang wasn't normal in the first place. This agreement was just what he wanted. Senior Stygian, give me the drawings of the hottest equipment. The god of the underworld had already pulled out a drawing of medium difficulty. But when he heard Qin Fang's request, he took the initiative to hand him a Yellow Spring equipment drawing of the 5th rank that was more sleepy which. The difficulty of this drawing is very high. If you are able to forge it, I think that you will be able to forge a simple rank 6 Yellow Springs equipment. At that time, we might be able to cooperate again. Grade 6 equipment sells for about 50 million Yellow Springs coins. As long as you can forge it, you'll be able to have the capital to buy the drinks within my shop. After the god of the underworld finished speaking, he threw Qin Fang a level 5 Yellow Spring forging material and watched him enter the forging room. Chapter 690, The Yellow Spring Clan's Biggest Secret. Qin Fang's appearance? Bringing a ripple to the boring life of the god of the underworld? Brought a ripple. If Qin Fang was really able to forge a 5th order Yellow Spring equipment, it would be a small surprise for the god of the underworld. Inside the forging room, Qin Fang's mind was divided into two. While exploring the drawings of the Grade 5 Yellow Spring equipment for a brief study, he was also contacting his identity plate, asking how to sell the equipment. Ding. If you wish to sell your equipment, you can choose the Netherworld Grand Auction House. It's fair and square. But for every item you auction off, you need to take 1,000th of the handling fee. Qin Fang, conscience. How dare you only take 1,000th of the handling fee? Thus, Qin Fang began to learn about the Netherworld Auction House. The Netherworld Grand Auction House, specialized in auctioning a wide variety of items. As long as the Netherworld has, basically can be searched for, and is always in a state of opening. As long as you have the identity plate. That is, anyone can be on the shelves. Who can also buy? Qin Fang clicked to watch this Netherworld Big Auction House. Other items are all available. such as what God-level netherworld heart, God-level netherworld flower, God-level. Only this price? Really high, outrageous. Moving that is in billions of units. Qin Fong, hey. Play it? The current him? Only earned 1,000 yellow spring coins already. Qin Fong clicked on the equipment column. Wanting to specifically refer to the price of his equipment? How much should it be marked? But no matter how he refreshed it, the equipment column was empty. With no equipment for sale. What kind of situation was this? Qin Fong said that he did not understand. Does it mean? Is it possible that the equipment cannot be put on the shelves? With this thought in mind, Qin Fong put the equipment he had forged just now, priced at 1,300 yellow spring coins, and threw it up anonymously. In just 1 second. No. 0.3 seconds. Qin Fong heard a system beep. Ding. Your Tier 1 yellow spring equipment has been purchased. Please count your yellow spring coins. 1298. Qin Fong froze. Froze alive. What is this situation? Is it hard to believe that someone has a sweep? Only this speed was too fast. Marred. 0.3 seconds? It's just hanging on. So, Qin Fong began to place the second piece. Only this time? His price was slightly higher. 1,400 Huang Quan coins. Pa. Still swept away. The 0.3 seconds disappeared into thin air. The third piece. Qin Fong greedily tried 1,500 yellow spring coins. Swish. 0.3 seconds. Into the void. Fourth piece. Qin Fong directly tries 2,000 yellow spring coins. Swish. Still swept away. Only time? A slight interval of 1 second. As if he was thinking, weighing, seeing if he was worth the price. Thus, Qin Fong directly priced one level 1 yellow spring equipment at 2,000 yellow spring coins. 994 pieces were directly shelved. In a second, still a second, the goods were all swept away. Qin Fong, on the other hand, had an extra 2 million or so yellow spring coins in his backpack. Qin Fong, hey, earning coins. It's that easy. This batch of equipment. Qin Fong sold them all. Switching to the equipment drawings page, equipment materials page, and even forging tables, forging flames, and other forging necessities. After all, Qin Fong couldn't keep forging in the underworld god's shop. It wouldn't be like that. Only after all these equipment were purchased did Qin Fong feel relieved. And after forging the 5th-ranked equipment that he had agreed to with the god of the underworld, he left. Qin Fong returned to his senses and asked his identity nameplate where he should go to forge equipment after leaving the underworld god's shop. Ding. Based on your question, the following answer is given. If you wish to choose forging, you can choose to rent a separate house for a minimum of 30 yellow spring coins a day and a maximum of 100,000 yellow spring coins a day. Qin Fong's worries were completely resolved. And then he wholeheartedly began to study this level 5 yellow spring equipment drawing. At the same time, within the Netherworld Order, a small amount of activity came to life. And quite a few Yellow Springs clansmen directly bubbled. Netherworld Order, similar to the Heavenly Emperor Order, is a prop specially created by the most powerful existences in the Netherworld to allow members of the Netherworld to contact each other. No matter how far away they are, they will be able to contact each other. It was only because Qin Fong was a new member that he had not yet been pulled into the Netherworld Order. Hee hee. Did you guys see that? Just now, within the auction house, there seems to be a large batch of equipment flashing. It was a normal male voice with a dash of astonishment, as if the appearance of equipment, which was a very strange thing. Well, I also saw it. 2,000 yellow spring coins for a level 1 equipment. I was thinking about whether to take it or not, but just for a second, it was empty. Hey, I should have made a move. Hey, I really regret. Early to know, might as well directly take it. That's right. A mere 2 million yellow spring coins. This is nearly 1,000 pieces of yellow spring equipment. If I take it, from these words, it is not difficult to hear the remorse in their hearts. If they can never words the price of this equipment, maybe it can continue to grow and reach new highs. Hee. This batch of equipment. I took it. I'm one step closer to getting out of the trap. At this time, the female voice that appeared within the Netherworld Order was gloating, seemingly munching on something. Not long after, India's voices all came over as well. Spirit, it's also excellent that you were able to get out of the trap. But can you give me some equipment? Yeah. Give us some opportunities too. The dialogue between these yellow springs beings seemed to hide some great secret. At this time, the god of the underworld suddenly voiced out, silencing all of these beings. It seems like I've discovered a level 5 forger who can forge Yellow Springs equipment. Ah. After this sentence, he was greeted by a sea of greetings. My chow. Pluto. You're lucky. Where is it? Where is it? Quick. Let him help forge equipment. Ah. We have hope of getting out of this. Ah. Don't do the same as last time and wear this forger out alive. It has to be gradual. This time, let him forge up to 5 pieces of equipment per day. This smattering of voices was considered to be more dignified within this netherworld order. Right. Right. Last time it was us who were too hasty. Must learn a lesson. Must learn a lesson. Many voices resounded within the netherworld order. I told you. No wonder the equipment reappeared again. I was just wondering where all this equipment came from. Not bad, not bad. Pluto. You focus on protecting it. We'll go to your place right now. Right. 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 Don't let him slip away. It gradually quieted down within the underworld order. And the city, too, gradually became lively. Qin Fang was concerned about this. Still clueless. He had finally figured out the drawings of this level 5, essence gold grade, Yellow Spring. Dang. Qin Fang started forging. This quenching material? It really was a troublesome thing. Qin Fang tried to open his pet space, and tried to summon Xiao He. Ding. In the process of opening. Please wait. Qin Fang, my Chow. I can't put it. To think that I can really summon Xiao He? Meow. When Xiao He's doppelganger reappeared, Qin Fang was a bit incredulous. Mind you, this was the netherworld. How could a being like Xiao He, who had never died, also be able to be here? Chapter 691 The Yellow Springs Roar. Qin Fang didn't know that Little Black's doppelganger? Strictly speaking, it couldn't be considered a life form, but rather a form of energy. And a highly inclusive form of energy at that. And the Chaos God? The greatest skill was the assimilation of the surroundings, increasing one's ability to survive. Even if Xiao He was sleeping, he had perfectly inherited this ability. From the moment Qin Fang's soul arrived at this place, Xiao He had been devouring the power of the Yellow Spring within his pet space. Long ago, transforming his body into an energy body that was able to receive the Yellow Spring's breath. To put it simply, at this moment, Xiao He was able to survive in this place without paying any price. Even if other beings went to look at him, Xiao He was as if he was a true soul. Except that he did not possess an identity nameplate. Little Black? Are you able to devour the Yellow Spring materials? Qin Fang's eyes glowed as he stared at Little Black. Xiao He, on the other hand, bristled, seemingly disdaining to eat such low-grade materials. After all, my He's grade must be God grade at the very least. The most crucial thing is, you little guy, don't understand things. Where's the God level wine? This has no wine. How to give you work? There's no wine here? Who's going to give you a job? Xiao He is very arrogant. Qin Fang has no choice but to explain in a low voice. Now he has no money on his body. He can't afford to buy wine. Xiao He, you devour it first. When he speaks about this batch of equipment forging out, he will definitely buy him wine to drink. At least a bottle of legendary level fine wine. Xiao He, this is a Yellow Springs level legendary grade fine wine. Don't you want to taste it? But you also have to labor first. Otherwise, we can't afford it at all. See, isn't that the truth? Little Black was crippled by Qin Fang's lull, and immediately devoured, purified these materials. Qin Fang was happy to be free, and couldn't help but sigh. Having Little Black is great. Great. Xiao He's appearance. At least to help him complete the forging of 20%. The most critical is Xiao He's purification to save time. Knock. 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 Xiao He's purification was complete, and Qin Fang started the knock forging. 40%. 50%. Qin Fang's forging was getting smoother and smoother. And at the moment when 51% was reached, Qin Fang violently knocked down, causing the entire piece of equipment to fail to be forged. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a 1,000-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a level 5 Yellow Spring equipment. Yellow Spring Roar *1000. Qin Fong could not help but survey the equipment of this piece. Name: Yellow Spring Roar. Description: a superb piece of equipment forged from pure yellow spring materials. Grade: Level 5. Suitable profession: none. Additional attributes are as follows. Strength: minus 154,221. Agility: minus 145,141. Physique: minus 141,411. Spirit: minus 141,111. Additional skill I: Yellow Spring Roar. Additional skill 2: Heart of the Yellow Spring. Additional skill 3: Lullaby of the Yellow Spring. This equipment? It really deserved to be called a small extreme. Qin Fong checked several pieces in one go, and they were all very satisfactory. When the forging failed, Qin Fong was not ready to go out yet, and once again started the forging of the second piece of equipment. After all, Qin Fong's hand forging drawings. Forging materials are not lacking. Ding, dong. The second forging started. Naturally, Qin Fong was not in a hurry, but the Yellow Springs beings outside the underworld god's shop were all anxious. At this moment, around 1,000 living beings had gathered at the entrance of the wine shop. On the bodies of these beings, no might could be perceived, as if they were the most ordinary of existences. However, the forms were all different, and the heavenly fate 10,000 races all possessed them. Underworld God, hurry up and open the door. We are all waiting. You don't want to eat alone, right? Hurry up and open the door. The underworld god was wronged in his heart. If he wanted to eat alone, he wouldn't have told them. Old age, bad legs. Take it easy, Didn't I come to open the door for you guys? Don't knock. Don't knock. The underworld god's voice rang out. Only it wasn't high, and was completely muffled. The underworld god had just opened the portal, and countless living beings namely rushed into it, looking to the left and back again, seemingly searching for something. Old man Hades God, where is this forge master? Hurry up and shout out for us to take a look. Yeah, we all need to take a look. You're not hiding again. The god of the underworld pointed at this group of people's noses, truly treating them with the heart of a small man. I'm your kind of person? This youngster is forging Yellow Springs equipment in the forging room. He might not be able to come out for a while. With such words uttered, the eyes of these beings were instantly thrown on top of the portal of the forging room. Looking forward to it, there was nothing like it. Oops. A level 5 Yellow Spring equipment. Right. The forging of this equipment? It should have been slower. Slower is good. Slow work makes perfect work. These beings began to wait silently. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. These living beings couldn't sit still. This forging speed is too slow. Yeah. Will this work? Make it faster. These living beings began to get anxious. Yenshin. What's your hurry? It's only been 3 hours. Right. Would God. You're also really meditating? This is a level 5 Yellow Spring equipment. I remember the last Forge Master? It takes a long time to forge a level 4 equipment. From the name of these beings, one cannot hear that these all so-called deities, or were all deities at one time. Not long after, Qin Fong failed to forge 5 times and harvested 3,000 pieces of level 5 Yellow Spring equipment and 2,000 pieces of level 6 Yellow Spring equipment before he came out of the forging room with satisfaction. Only as soon as he came out, Qin Fong was shocked by the scene in front of him. What is this situation, So many pairs of hot eyes were looking at him at the same time. Qin Fong, I'm not a guy, Little old brother. You finally come out. How is it? Did you succeed in forging the level 5 Yellow Spring equipment? The god of the underworld, as the host, was the first one to come forward and ask. But this attitude? It was really a 180-degree shift. Very enthusiastic, making Qin Fong a little uncomfortable for a while yet. Qin Fong, Senior Hades God. The relationship between you and me? So good? How come I didn't know about it? And? When did I become your little old brother? Yes. Old brother. Did the forging succeed? Elder brother me. This should be your name. Has the forging been successful? Older brother me. The forging of a level 5 Yellow Springs equipment is indeed difficult. It would be justifiable if you never succeeded. These voices rang out in a chorus of voices, instantly causing Qin Fong to be somewhat surprised. These beings? Who were all of them? But viewing their auras? How come some of them were still ancient deities? Qin Fang's vigilance immediately rose. At this moment, the god of the underworld spoke out of nowhere, signaling that Qin Fang did not need to worry. In life, we may have been ancient deities, and we may have had a little friction with the human race. But once we enter the netherworld, everything from our lives will all go to zero, and everyone here will not settle scores. When Qin Fang heard this, it was as if he had learned a big secret. Chapter 692, The Only Existence Beyond the Super God Tier. It was hard not to say. Were these ancient deities standing in front of him all ancient deities that had once died in the history of heaven's destiny? The god of the underworld seemed to have guessed what was in Qin Fang's mind and nodded silently. Yes, the ones standing in front of you at this moment are considered a group of losers. We have failed. We have died. But we have also obtained another kind of rebirth. Another kind of eternity. In a certain sense, we can no longer be considered us. Yet we are still us. It's a very contradictory statement. You should be able to understand it after a while. Qin Fang shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. Big brother, huh? What kind of dumb riddle are you giving me? Isn't it good to directly announce the answer? Only this matter. Qin Fang still recorded it. These were the tasks that Li Qi had set for him all. The more information he collected, the more generous Qin Fang's rewards would be. Facing Qin Fang's eyes that exploded with curiosity, the god of the underworld did not dwell on this issue, but looked into Qin Fang's eyes and inquired, "Your forging? Was it successful?" If it was successful, these Yellow Springs clansmen treated Qin Fang with one attitude. And if they hadn't succeeded, that was another attitude. There was no other. This was the reality. Qin Fang also understood in his heart. So he decisively took out a level 5 Yellow Springs equipment from his backpack. And the rich Yellow Springs aura stirred up, causing every single one of the living beings present to become excited. This little old brother had actually succeeded in forging a grade 5 Yellow Spring equipment. It really is a level 5 aura. Awesome. We're hopefully out of the trap, Junior. From now on, I'm appointing you as our chief forger, specializing in forging equipment for us. Don't worry. You definitely won't be shortchanged in terms of remuneration. Level 5 equipment, I wonder compared to level 4 equipment, how many seals can be dissipated? Quickly. Old brother me. I'll bid 20 million Yellow Spring coins for a direct purchase. These beings all reacted violently, as if it was a food market, bidding frantically. And in a short while of light, this price namely soared to 30 million. Even if Qin Fang was a forger, he couldn't help but feel a little weak. This price? It really wasn't that high. What's all the noise about? Can't you keep your voice down? The god of the underworld interrupted them, not wanting them to be so humiliated. Was there even a little bit of godly poise left in this? Only the words of the god of the underworld. No one even bothered to listen. Aren't you just the god of the underworld? Dare to tell us to shut up as well. Little old brother. 34 million Yellow Springs coins. Give it to me. Mard. You're even outbid. That's right. You're outbid. Seeing that the scene was about to get tense, Qin Fang hurriedly got up and bowed before speaking. Seniors, please also be quiet. Can anyone explain to me what exactly happened? I'm a bit baffled and somewhat unable to understand. Qin Fang's words directly spoke to the hearts of this group of people. Right. I haven't explained the history of the netherworld to old brother me yet. Elder brother me. I'll explain it to you. But your Yellow Springs equipment, you'll have to sell it to me. Don't worry. I'm sure I won't let my own people suffer. 30 million Yellow Springs coins. Right. Old brother me. I'll explain it to you. But you have to sell it to me, Elder brother me. Qin Fang, one head and two heads. What did he say? No one was listening to anything he said, The scene was as noisy as ever. It was simply uncontrollable. After all, these existences are not convinced by anyone. Then why would they shut up? Shut up. Pluto. You say it. At this moment, from outside the wine shop, a tall figure stepped in. Human form. Dressed in a style more like that of the Man Wu period. With a bushy beard, a large four-sided face, and a ferocious aura that greeted him with a single sentence, directly silencing the entire within the wine shop, causing all of these gods to be as quiet as quails, and a hint of fear even surfaced in their eyes. Qin Fang quickly recalled in his mind, but he couldn't recall which human powerhouse in the history of heaven's mandate this was. But since it was able to convince so many people, it must be a famous and powerful person. As Qin Fang was thinking like this great man of the human race namely stepped into the wine shop on his own, drew over the rattan chair of the god of the underworld, and comfortably lay down on it, fanning himself with a bushel fan from time to time, which was very cozy. With a wave of his hand, the level 5 yellow spring equipment in Qin Fang's hand was as slippery as a loach, slipping and sliding away from Qin Fang's hand, appearing in this human powerhouse's hand for him to play with. Not bad. This grade 5 yellow spring divine artifact is forged well, and to a certain extent it is all capable of being comparable to a grade 6 yellow spring divine artifact in use. You brat? Not bad either. Not disgracing the human race. This was a compliment from a strong member of the human race. None of these deities spoke, silently watching. Just then, the words of the underworld god suddenly came to mind. Elder brother me, do you know how the netherworld was formed? The god of the underworld opened his mouth, which was a rhetorical question. Qin Fang, if I knew? Still need you? It really is a lot of nonsense blandly. It is said that the formation of the netherworld was the result of the first terrifying existence in the history of heaven's mandate that surpassed the super god level, unwilling to die, and ultimately created this realm with supreme grievances, attributed to heaven's mandate, but independent of it, a sort of magical region. This existence that surpasses the super god level? If we project according to the ages, it should still be before the ancient gods, when all things in heaven's mandate had not yet been revived. And he seemed to be the only one in the entire world, and he continued to cultivate, eventually arriving at the pinnacle. But for some unknown reason, this powerful existence seemed to have met an untimely end and died helplessly. The death of a super god level powerhouse is capable of triggering changes in the heavens and earth, let alone such an existence. It even caused the heavens and earth to change drastically. And there is even another rumor that the heavens mandate of all things was basically after the death of this person. And this is how it evolved. The reason why the ancient divine spirit clan was able to dominate the entire heavenly destiny. Namely because it was the 5 organs and 6 bowels of this terrifying existence that were born to control the rules of heaven and earth. As for the truth or falsity of the rumors, no one knows. Bursts of black lines surfaced on Qin Fang's forehead. You're putting aside to show me Pangu opening up the heavens and the earth? Or did Black Unknown fall on the plateau? There are many more rumors, so I won't list them all here. But it's still necessary to say a few words about the human race. It's said that the human race is the heart of that transcendent supergod level existence, destined to become the overlord of heaven's destiny once again. Nowadays, the overlord of heaven's destiny has really made the human race, making one question the logic of this, the truth of this rumor. Qin Fang, ugh, what a weird story. The god of the underworld looked at Qin Fang with such a disbelieving expression, and continued to speak. The truth of the rumors is unknown. But after so many years of our exploration, we have gradually discovered that this underworld, it is really highly likely that this person's grievances were transformed into this person's grievances. Qin Fang, do you know how we arrived at this piece of the netherworld? Qin Fang still shook his head. How did you arrive? I don't know. Anyway, I was sent here by Teacherly Evil. It's very simple. There is only one way for us to reach the netherworld. Chapter 693. The Mystery of the Dispersion of Grievance. That way is that one has to possess a vast amount of grievances at the time of death, which is the only way to be able to communicate with the netherworld and successfully reach the netherworld, so that one can set down one's leaves and take root here, and in a different form, become a permanent resident of this place. For example, me, the god of the underworld who was attacked from behind by his favorite person when he was fighting with the first celestial emperor for the position of celestial emperor, and thus died. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with grief, and my resentment was at its peak. The first heavenly emperor appeared to have decapitated me, but I managed to resurrect myself in the netherworld. After so many years have passed, the first heavenly emperor is also dead. I think before he died, he must have possessed a massive amount of grievances. Cool. Just mentioning it, I feel cool. No. Look, it's that guy over there. A rich smile appeared on the face of the god of the underworld, as if a pale chrysanthemum had suddenly opened up. And then he casually pointed, giving Qin Fang a shock. What? The first heavenly emperor died? Surprisingly, he also descended to this place? This was really big news. The death of the first heavenly emperor? It had always been an unsolved mystery. Couldn't it be that today this secret? He was going to solve it? Qin Fang was busy looking towards the first heavenly emperor. An old man dressed in a black and gold Qian bird emperor's robe, with a shadowy face. He didn't look like a character that was easy to get along with. And his aura was even colder. Qin Fang felt uncomfortable, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, just by looking at him. Humph. The old man with the black and gold Qian bird dragon robe snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. The god of the underworld, however, expressed no concern. Even if you were once a heavenly emperor? But now? You are only one of the members of the Yellow Springs clan. Within the Yellow Springs clan, no civil unrest or fighting is allowed to occur. Otherwise, it would lead to the collapse of the entire space, thus causing the entire Yellow Springs clan to die out. Qin Fang originally wanted to ask how the first heavenly emperor died, but after thinking about it, he gave up. However, the ways on how to enter the netherworld, Qin Fang recorded them all in a small book. This was all credit. This is the old cousin of the Divine Beast clan, killed by his own son's hand. This was killed by an ancient deity who killed his own wife, child, which allowed him to enter the netherworld. This one was fighting with the plague Dharma god and was casually slapped to death. So his grievances are immense. The underworld god kept introducing Qin Fang, while snickering in the process. This was clearly revealing his old self. However, under the suppression of this human powerhouse, no one dared to say anything more. Qin Fang understood. Thoroughly understood. Then why? Do you all need equipment so much? Qin Fang asked the crucial question. That's a good question. Why do we need equipment? The god of the underworld paused for a while, looked at Qin Fang once again, and said word for word. Because we don't want to completely die out. We still want to live. Qin Fang, what kind of logic is this? You don't want to die? What does it have to do with equipment? Just now, I said that we are connected to the netherworld because of our grievances. But through the passage of years, our grievances are decreasing. When our preserved grievances completely dissipate into thin air, we will also disappear. And even the netherworld won't be able to see any traces of us. At this moment, Qin Fang seemed to have captured a keen point. But it was still not too obvious. Elder brother me, do you know why blacksmiths within the netherworld are hard to find? Qin Fang shook his head. The blacksmiths of the netherworld need a stream of qi to be able to forge. And what about this stream of qi? That is, the so-called grievance qi. In order to refine a successful equipment, that is, one needs to integrate the grievance qi into the equipment. And only then will they be able to forge the finished product in the end. But grievances are limited. The more equipment the blacksmith forges, the less the value of grievances in his body, and ultimately will not be able to forge equipment. And the blacksmith who loses his grievances, what awaits him in the end? There is only one way. Complete dissipation. As he said this, the eyes of the god of the underworld looked at Qin Fang dead on, like a hunter looking at his prey, fearing that Qin Fang would give a run for his money. As for these deities, at this moment, it was also as if they had transformed into blood-drinking, greedy wolves, staring at Qin Fang dead on, with oozing smiles even visible at the corners of their mouths. And after we get these equipments, that means we will be able to devour the grievances within them and grow our own grievances, so that we will also be able to stay in the netherworld for a longer period of time. And this is our way of survival. With a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his mouth, the underworld god patiently explained to Qin Fang. Qin Fang remained calm and couldn't help but inquire. Don't you guys ever have any other methods to replenish the grievances? If there were other ways to replenish the grievances, we would not have become butchers in disguise. For so many years, we have been searching hard in the netherworld, constantly probing in the netherworld. And this? As the most prudent way. There are indeed many grievances in the netherworld, but we can't draw on them all. The only thing we can do, that is, purify the breath of the netherworld to coalesce into the yellow spring coin, making it the circulating currency of the netherworld. Qin Fang, air. Do you know? The city of this one? It wasn't so cold at first. It was also very lively and vibrant at first. But as time passed, the slightly less resentful qi began to die out. And eventually, only those of us with the heaviest grievances remain. But on weekdays, we don't dare to stay within the city either. Because the longer we stay within the city, the faster our grievances will be consumed. Therefore, we spend our weekdays in the chaos outside the city pool to slow down the dissipation of our grievances. As Qin Fang listened, a hint of pity emerged above his cheeks. These deities could really be pitiful. And what had they done wrong? Seniors need not look at me like this. I can help you all with equipment. And it's a massive amount of equipment. Qin Fang was exceptionally excited about the greed of these deities. Because the more greedy they were, the more yellow spring coins Qin Fang would earn. A huge amount of equipment? What does this mean? For a while, these deities present threw their eyes on Qin Fang's body. Seniors, it is estimated that I won't be able to use up my grievance charge in a short period of time. And I still have the most fundamental forging method, the 100 forging method, where I am able to forge 100 pieces of Yellow Springs equipment at the same time without any decrease in the success rate. However, I hope that the Yellow Springs equipment I forge will be purchased with Yellow Springs coins by all of you seniors. Qin Fang made himself clear. I'm willing to offer grievances to all of you bigwigs. And informed the crowd of his usefulness, extremely fast forging speed. The last was his idea, wanting to not be able to take it by force. One could only purchase it. 100 forging method? You kid just knows how to brag. Forging 100 pieces at the same time? Do I look like a mallet to you? No. Don't believe it. I don't believe it. Unless you can prove it. If you're this capable of forging 100, I'm willing to pay for it. The Yellow Spring coin was the most useless thing for these deities. One day, that is, they were able to coalesce more than 10,000 coins. And the process of coalescing the Yellow Spring coin? It was also able to slow down the flow of grievances for so many years? The Yellow Spring coins in their hands had long been countless. With a blink of his eyes, Qin Fang stretched out his hands and asked for 100 Yellow Spring materials. Chapter 694 100 Forging Method Successful Evil God's Deterrence. For Qin Fang to ask for it so confidently, these 10,000 races deities did not say anything. After all, Yellow Spring materials? To be honest, this thing really wasn't expensive. In a short while, 100 grade 5 materials were gathered. However, when Qin Fang got this part of the materials, he didn't start forging, but looked towards the god of the underworld. Elder Hades God, I need to drink 3 bottles of legendary grade wine before each forging. I wonder if you can favor me. The god of the underworld looked at Qin Fang's smile and thought to himself that this brat was taking advantage of the fire. But then, not surprisingly, he directly handed over the 3 bottles of legendary grade wine to him with the accompanying words. I hope that you won't lie to us. Or else. In Qin Fang's heart, how could he not understand that these death deities born from endless grievances? How could they be so kind? Kind? It was just their disguise. Qin Fang had already seen their true colors. One could only say that it was a case of each taking what they needed. Qin Fang needed the godly wine. They needed the Yellow Springs equipment. That was all. Hey, thanks for the fine wine. Seniors of the underworld god. Seniors, please also wait for me for 3 hours. Qin Fang said these words. That is, he headed to the forging room. Little Black? Get to work. Qin Fang summoned Xiaohei and asked him to purify the materials for the forge. And Xiaohei looked unhappy, not wanting to forge for Qin Fang. Qin Fang was also extremely on the ball, and took out the light blue-colored Yellow Spring wine from his backpack, handing it over to Xiaohei. Only then did Xiaohei's eyes light up, sniffing the fragrance of the wine and devouring it. From time to time, he slurped his mouth, in a good mood. With a roar, the wind swept away. The batch of materials were all devoured by Little Black. And then the pure materials fell into Qin Fang's hands. Dong! The hammer light blazed out. Qin Fang's forging began. Outside, regarding Qin Fang's forging, these death deities began to discuss and study. You guys? Feelings? Is this true? The first heavenly emperor silently vocalized. It feels like it's real. But I'm mentally unwilling to admit it. Right. The 100 forging method. You and I were both god-level existences in our lifetimes. Who would believe such bullshit? Right. What about bullshit? Such words kept appearing. And it was able to tell that all these death deities did not trust Qin Fang. No matter what. Even if Qin Fang was unable to complete the 100 forge, and was merely cheating them out of their materials, it wouldn't hurt. After all, what these death deities wanted was merely the Yellow Springs divine artifact. One piece? It was also fine. Underworld God. What do you think? At this moment, the human race's powerhouse abruptly opened his eyes, looking towards the Underworld God. This kid? It might actually be able to succeed. The Underworld God pondered for a moment and gave this answer. And for a moment, the eyes of the death deities all fell on him. Tell us your opinion. The Tier 1 Yellow Springs equipment that appeared in the auction house. I suspect that he namely used the 100 forging method. Or else it can't be explained why he was able to sell 1,000 pieces of Yellow Springs equipment in a short period of time. As soon as these words came out, all of these death deities began to ponder on this matter. Right. Which one of the death deities wasn't a human savant? With a little bit of clarity, they understood the connection. Nowadays in the underworld, there is no such thing as a blacksmith. The only blacksmith is me. And the equipment sold in the auction house is definitely forged by me. Although the first level of equipment, only able to delay a year of light. But Mosquito again small, is also me though. As for why he was able to offer so many Yellow Springs equipment at once. Could it be? Did the 100 forging method really exist? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Just because you're in my forging method doesn't work. It doesn't mean that the future generations? It doesn't work. The god of the underworld spat out these words. And all the gods fell silent. Hope appearing in their eyes. This kid? It might actually be able to create a miracle. Oops. The old brothers are all here so early. Where's the forger? Quickly bring it out for us to see. Yeah. We got this news. But we are rushing to catch up. By the way, how is the daily equipment distributed? What are the statutes? Our brothers can't afford to suffer any more losses. Agu. Human King. You're here too? The newly arrived batch of death deities treated this human powerhouse with contempt. As if they had an enmity, and were comparable to him in terms of strength. This strong person, who was addressed as the Human King, stood up from the rattan chair and towered in place like a sword. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. The death deity who had spoken instantly closed his mouth and did not speak. Human King, once a strong contender for the position of Human Emperor, only to fail in the end. His grievances were shocking, and he was exiled to the underworld. The underworld gods, as hosts, informed the situation of this place in droves. And these newly arrived gods? Firstly, they were surprised, and then pleasantly surprised. Such as if this kid was really able to complete the 100 forging method? Then wouldn't it be that every 10 days, all the death deities would be able to take a turn? This is a great thing. Hee. Let's wait. As time passed, more and more deities rushed to this place. All waiting. The sound of banging from time to time within the forging room was like melodious music. 3 hours. Qin Fong walked out of the forging room with a tired face. His body trembling slightly twice. Even somewhat illusory. Fortunately, 100 pieces of level 5 Yellow Spring equipment were forged. Qin Fong spread his hands, and the equipment turned into streams of light, which he threw on the ground. And the eyes of these death deities were immediately filled with a scorching light, unable to resist the urge to make a move to snatch them. However, this was only stopped under the restrictions of the Human King and other powerful people. Seniors, for this Yellow Spring grade equipment, I will only accept Yellow Spring coins nor divine grade fine wine for trade. This divine grade fine wine is something I purposely collected for my super god level teacher. Although I am dead, I can still remember that his obsession with divine grade fine wine reached a certain level. Qin Fong skillfully pointed out that he also possessed a teacher yet, and that his strength had reached the super god level. When these words came out, the death deities present frowned, feeling insulted. Kid, even if your tutor is at the super god level, he can't interfere with this place either. Right. The human kings, heavenly emperors, and underworld gods who are here, who wasn't super god level in life. But once they enter the netherworld, everything in the past will be a passing cloud. Super god level? Kid, you don't have to scare us. These death deities' words were strong, seemingly not caring who Qin Fong's teacher was. At this moment, the human king suddenly interjected. Who is your teacher? Maybe I even know it. Qin Fong was shocked. Ergo, he really didn't know that mentioning teacher Li Xie was better than not mentioning it. It wasn't bullshit. My teacher is Li Evil. Some people also call him the evil god. Qin Fong also didn't know if the name of teacher Li Evil could suppress these death deities, so he still said it with a stiff upper lip. However, as soon as these words were uttered, Qin Fang was keenly aware that the situation seemed to be a little off. Why did these death deities all have a face of shock? Why did these death deities all look shocked? Even powerful people such as the human king? They have also furrowed their brows. The corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. And in their eyes? There was even more than a hint of blame. Qin Fang was puzzled. It seemed that the evil god teacher was also able to calm down the scene. So strong? If that's the case? Don't blame me for branching out. Chapter 695 The Truth of the Yellow Spring Coin. Kid? Is your teacher sure it's an evil god? The god of the underworld was the first to come back to his senses from the extreme shock. If it was true, this me? Still can't really move. Indeed. My 100 forging method, that is, was taught by teacher Li Evil. Qin Fang's words. 8 truths and 2 lies. Falsehoods. Let these death deities guess. Kid? You dare to bluff us? We don't believe it. How could an evil god accept you as a disciple? This was the voice of the first heavenly emperor. Although he hadn't been in the same era as Li Qi in his life. After death? Had been in the same netherworld as Li Qi. In other words, every death deity here was in the same place as Li Qi. In the heart of every death deity, the fear of the evil god was still preserved. Oh! Proof. Seniors? Do you all look at my body? Is there what you consider to be a resentful aura? Since teacher Li Evil was so bullish, then was there any need for Qin Fang to act like a grudge? The grievous aura on this kid's body? How come it's so faint? No. Something's not right. Such a faint aura of grievance? How did he forge the Yellow Springs equipment? Right. Let alone 100 pieces of level 5 equipment. Even a level 1 equipment would be able to drain his resentment and make him disappear completely. These dead deities were like holding up a joke. Qin Fang was satisfied. And only then did he respond. I didn't arrive here because my grievances were through the roof after my death. But rather, teacher Li Xia personally sent me here. When these words came out, none of the several thousand death deities present sucked in a breath of cold air. Marred. Has the evil god's strength already reached this level of power? Freedom to enter and leave the netherworld? That's not all. But he even sends his disciples to come? This Li Evil? Is it trying to deliver some kind of message to us? The powerful deities thought of such a thing at first, and looked at Qin Fang. How can you prove what you said? Do you have any credentials? Any item that carries the scent of an evil god? Anything. Right. How else can we trust you? The human king was the first to speak, wanting to verify the authenticity of Qin Fang's words. Qin Fang thought for a moment, and removed the boots of 10,000 elephants. A pair of boots that were somewhere between reality and the virtual, haunting the eyes of the death deity, which had on it. The evil god's aura was strong. After all, this boots of 10,000 elephants. Li Evil had once participated in the forging. Good means. Surprisingly able to solace an ordinary piece of equipment. It looks like the evil god's forging technique is on another level. What you said is not false. These deities looked towards Qin Fang, who at this moment, the state was very wrong. This was because only a moment ago, as soon as he took off the boots of 10,000 elephants, the scene before him instantly changed. Qin Fang was surrounded by such cyberpunk-style buildings that were all decaying, not shining brightly, but becoming ragged, as if they had not been inhabited for millions of years, with cobwebs, dust and whatnot falling all over the place. It was simply disgusting. As for the tavern where Qin Fang stayed, it was even more damaged. The smell of decay hit his mouth and nose. Rotten doors and windows, the floor, and even could see the corpse water flowing. The so-called fine wine? In Qin Fang's eyes, it was just a puddle of black juice. There were even maggots swimming within it, making him unable to resist vomiting. Qin Fang held himself together without vomiting, while Xiao He within the pet space began to vomit like crazy. Isn't this shabby? Just now, Xiao He had gulped and drank an unknown amount. Xiao He wanted to die. Really wanted to die. Looking at these long-dead 10,000 races deities in various forms, under the cover of the boots of the 10,000 elephants. It was normal for Qin Fang to look at them. But at this moment, what appeared in front of Qin Fang's eyes were all meatballs. Meatballs that made Qin Fang unable to stop his face from turning white and take 2 steps back. They were all red in color, with deep yellow juices flowing out, and terrifying meatballs with multiple heads and arms. No, not only that, more items, such as equipment, such as spectral flowers and the like, were all stuck on their bodies, like huge dirty snowballs. How to describe it? Even if it was a bulimic type of zombie constantly devouring different zombies, thus fusing them in their own body. Their body size was huge and very disgusting. At this moment, Qin Fang practically perceived that they were lying. The ghosts were willing to believe their claim that only the Yellow Spring equipment could prolong the time of their demise. Which, it must be that they were killing each other and devouring each other to also be able to gain the ability to prolong their existence within the netherworld. These meatballs were all about the same size, and based on Qin Fang's guess, it should be that they would devour the slightly weaker grievance spirits. And in the end, they were all very strong and unable to devour each other, which was why they were at peace with each other. These meatballs were greedily, full of desire, looking towards Qin Fang at the moment, itching to directly devour him. However, because Qin Fang was a meat and potatoes, they did not devour him, forcibly suppressing their own devouring desires. To be honest, the scene in front of him really scared Qin Fang. At this point, Qin Fang then understood that this boots of the 10,000 elephants was a disguise for himself, allowing these meatball-like creatures to be drawn as normal in Qin Fang's eyes. Qin Fang swallowed a mouthful of saliva with force to calm himself. This damn Can we still have a good chat? Hee. This kid really isn't a grievance. It really is a pure soul. Chow. Can't it be that it's really Licia who sent him here? Back then, Licia made me so suffocated. Today I devour one of his disciples. It's not too much to ask. Immediately, there were countless meatballs that wanted to move against Qin Fang, but they were also stopped by other meatballs. Don't mess around. We still need this kid to help us forge Yellow Spring's equipment now. Don't you guys want to get out of the trap earlier? This is the equivalent of shit. I don't want to spend a single day. Qin Fang was surprised. Why did he feel that something was wrong with the situation? Stygian, it's only right that it feels wrong. Do you think what we said to you? Is it all true? Could it be that you think only you have 9 truths and 1 lie? Kid, obediently hand over the Yellow Springs equipment you just forged, and maybe we'll be able to spare you. Right. Kid, all of the divine wine here is fake. Do you still want it? Yellow Spring coins? You can look again. This person, Qin Fang, just listens to persuasion. So he looked at the small Yellow Spring coins in his backpack. Ah! A miserable scream scared Qin Fang, who hurriedly threw away this Yellow Spring coin. What was this Yellow Spring coin? Wasn't it just a small section of fingernail bones? And the color of these bones was bright red, like small worms, constantly wriggling. At a glance, they didn't know what good things were. Qin Fang was immediately startled and hurriedly threw out all these little red worms. Kid? Now you still want to exchange them for Yellow Spring coins? Divine grade fine wine? At this moment, Qin Fang understood. These Yellow Spring coins? It wasn't even these death deities that had absorbed the grievances to form them, but the bones of other grievous beings that had been polished. And these Yellow Spring coins should also be able to help them, and slow down the time of their complete demise. This piece of the world. It seemed that his entire perception from the beginning, that is, was wrong. Based on these bits and pieces of knowledge, Qin Fang spelled out the approximate situation of the netherworld on his own, based on the words of the god of the underworld. Chapter 696 Treasure Map. The approximate of the netherworld that Qin Fang had spelled out by himself was like this. Perhaps, before the era of the ancient gods, there really was an existence that had surpassed the super god level that had died, was resentful and unwilling, and eventually incarnated into the netherworld, which was not even in the same latitude as heaven's destiny. Perhaps, these transcendent super god level existences really did corrupt everything about themselves and incarnate into the 10,000 races just as Panga created the world. But the netherworld? Definitely not what the underworld god said. It was highly likely that the people of the afterlife died carrying their grievances and entered this world unconsciously, beginning a second life of existence, to be followed by an increasing number of grievous beings as time went on. And at first, they might have been at peace with each other. But when the first resentful spirit died for the second time, these resentful spirits suddenly realized that they, who had already died once, might now die for the second time. This time, they couldn't sit still. They didn't want to die. They really didn't want to die. And so, some of the grievance beings discovered that eating one another's kind could slow down the period of death. And so the brutal war began. Eventually, there are these current death deities left, As for what role Teacherly Evil played in this, Qin Fong didn't know. But it shouldn't be any simple character. As for who else was amongst these death beings, Qin Fong did not know either. The answers in Qin Fong's mind were merely speculations. And if he wanted to be finalized, he would still need a lot of proof before this could succeed. For example, the yellow spring equipment that Qin Fong had forged. What exactly was it? For example, what was the real truth of this world? Qin Fong was silent as his brain began to work quickly. Yellow spring coins couldn't be asked for. Yellow spring divine wine couldn't be drunk? Then what was the purpose of Teacherly Evil allowing him to come to this place? It was already obvious. The purpose was to allow Qin Fong to explore the true situation of this place. It's hard not to. Teacherly Evil had once belonged to this place as well, and also belonged to the grievance god spirit, only to have escaped? This speculation suddenly flooded Qin Fong's mind. Seniors, I wonder, do you possess copper coins? I also support copper coin payments. To know the answer? You can't do it brute force. You need skill. Qin Fong was prepared to sidestep the question. Copper coins? The copper coins of the Heaven's Destiny continent. You kid? Still really a thief. Copper coins? We possessed a lot of them in life. But after death? Who still has them? Kid? If you're willing, I can give you the treasure map of my life. And any items you dig up will be yours. What do you think? Except for this Yellow Springs equipment. Heh. The hidden treasures of my life would not be a problem to exchange for 300 pieces of your Yellow Springs equipment. These ugly fellows, who did not possess copper coins, but there were also those who were alive in their hearts, used the treasure map of their lifetimes as a temptation, wanting to make Qin Fong hand over these level 5 Yellow Spring equipment. Qin Fong immediately brightened up. Treasure map. This thing was good. Although he didn't know if their treasure sites still existed. As long as he was able to unearth 2 or 3 of them, he wouldn't be at a loss. Okay. It's fine. Qin Fong agreed decisively, and then started trading. Please also sign a contract against these supreme transcendent super god level existences to prove the authenticity of the treasure map. This was what Qin Fong was forced to do. After all, these human spirits, who had died once, could not say what evil they were holding back. Qin Fong was only able to come up with this method to restrict them a little bit. Only if it was useful. Qin Fong didn't know either. Okay. That's for sure. It's fine. Mard. What kind of thing are you? Letting us sign a contract as well? No signing. Bring it to me, you. Griffin. What else do you want? Among these monsters, there were some who agreed, but more were against it. Firstly, because they thought Qin Fong was unworthy. Secondly, because they were worried about signing the contract. And thirdly, because they didn't possess the treasure map in the first place. Qin Fong was not in a hurry. Instead, he first traded with these ones that had treasure maps. In a short while, Qin Fong finished trading and obtained 10 complete treasure maps, which were all treasure maps of deities. At the very least, all of them were at the level of a Bifong treasure map. All of these treasure maps existed in history, only to be unearthed by later generations. No? These death deities didn't know. And neither did Qin Fong. After all, the times were really too long ago. This was like opening a blind box. It depended on how lucky Qin Fong really was. Today's Yellow Springs equipment transaction is finished. If you all still want it, please invite me early tomorrow. By the way, you all can also go and scavenge for copper coins, silver coins, gold coins. I can do it all. Qin Fong's frame was up. Whether it was Lixia's reputation, or Qin Fong's own importance, it made his identity uncomplicated. Kid, you are truly not afraid of death. This was a death deity had moved to kill, wanting to erase Qin Fong. Elder, you can kill me, but I wonder about all of you. Do you all agree? Qin Fong looked towards the surroundings. And as expected, the death deities, who had just finished trading the treasure map with Qin Fong, had stood up for Qin Fong, explicitly stating that whoever made a move against Qin Fong would be making a move against them. Senior, here, this is for you. Qin Fong was also sensible, and purposely set aside 10 pieces of level 5 Yellow Springs equipment, and threw them to the human king. This was the only human that Qin Fong had seen so far, and his true self, from the front stem, remained unchanged, maintaining a human form. This was perhaps the only existence that Qin Fong had seen so far that had not devoured any other resentful beings. The human king looked towards Qin Fang thoughtfully. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And he simply accepted these 10 pieces of divine artifacts. Not bad. The human king agreed to shelter Qin Fang. But just as the human king turned to leave, Qin Fang's face turned pale, as he suddenly realized that he was wrong. Only to see that behind the human king's head, it was densely packed with human eyeballs, piled up together, looking very terrifying. Qin Fang was chilled through and through. Is it really here? It's impossible to live without devouring the resentful beings that are being. This is hard to bear. Qin Fang returned to the forging room and started forging once again, while frantically contacting Li Qi to see if he could give him some guidance. But Li Qi, there was no response. In the middle of the tattered wine shop, these death deities, still not leaving, seemed to be waiting for Qin Fang to finish forging. This kid's level 5 yellow spring equipment. It's forged well. This was a death deity. And with a single inhalation of his nose, this yellow spring equipment instantly transformed into a dash of damn red-colored light that merged into his body. And it could be clearly seen that his body solidified. This equipment. Very good. This kid really is a rare talent. You guys say? Is it hard to believe that the evil god has really researched a way to help us get out of the trap? I think it's possible. After all, this is his disciple. And he's personally sent it to this place. Wait and see. The evil god will definitely be unable to resist making a move. These death deities appeared to be chatting, but their attention was on Qin Fang's body. This forging had lasted for 2 days for Qin Fang as he waited for the final time. The time given to him by Li Xie was only 3 days. And today, it happened to be the 3rd day. I wonder if teacher Li Xie, would he come to his rescue? The secrets of the Yellow Springs clan seemed to be about to be revealed. Chapter 697 The Strongest Suppressing All Disobedience. Outside of Tianyang Town, 10,000 people in a private territory. Li Qi was leisurely savoring a divine great wine. Only his face was rather ugly. This Yellow Springs clan situation seemed to be even more serious than he had imagined. For a full 3 days, Qin Fang hadn't even responded in any way. A trace of reminiscence surfaced in Li Qi's expression. In the pestilence god's territory, a cup of fragrant tea was smoky and fragrant, giving people a fresh and incomparable feeling. But it was obvious that the pestilence god was a little absent-minded. This time? Can Li Qi really solve it? And how can he solve it? In the eyes of the plague Dharma god, a trace of reminiscence also appeared. Yellow Springs world. Qin Fang was also in deep thought. Little Black was able to devour grievance materials and purify them. Wasn't this able to indicate a little something? Qin Fang felt as if he had grasped a point. But it was very unclear. This Yellow Spring equipment? What exactly was it? Putting on the boots of 10,000 elephants, Qin Fang looked at the Yellow Springs equipment that he had forged. It was really just like an equipment. No different from a normal one, however, after he got rid of the boots of 10,000 elephants. This Yellow Springs equipment completely changed its form. This Yellow Spring equipment was like a stream of red air, which was brought together by Qin Fang in this special way, and eventually coalesced together to form a red substance. Formless, as if it was smoke. This kind of substance? Qin Fang did not recognize it. Even if he used his god-level probing skills, it was still a series of question marks. Qin Fang sighed helplessly and started forging equipment once again. But from time to time, still chatting with these death deities, wanting to learn more about the story of this world from talking to them. Ding. Dong. The forging continued. 2 days passed by in a flash. Qin Fang finished forging. His backpack was piled high with level 5, level 6, and even level 7 Yellow Springs equipment. These 2 days of forging, Qin Fang had forged more than 30,000 pieces of Yellow Springs equipment. This was a terrifying figure. But at the same time, a terrifying thought flooded Qin Fang's mind. Could he devour these equipment? Should he try it out? The moment this thought appeared, it was like a nightmare that kept amplifying. Thus, Qin Fang stretched out his hand and decisively fused it with these bright red-colored streams. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained strength -120000. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained agility 120000. As Qin Fang watched his attributes continue to grow and make rapid leaps, his entire heart was suddenly flooded with different little thoughts. Qin Fang, it seems, the self is able to possess a certain amount of self-preservation power. No. Not only the power of self-preservation. Honestly, these so-called strong people from the outside world, wasn't Qin Fang annoyed? Definitely annoyed. And these death spirits? Threatening Qin Fang's life many times. Their eyes filled with disdain for Qin Fang. All of these made Qin Fang very upset. But in order to learn the truth of the matter, Qin Fang had to make false pretenses with them, constantly trying to extract information from their mouths. But what about the real situation? Each and every one of these death deities was cunning. And during these 3 days together, Qin Fang couldn't get any information at all. On the contrary, a lot of information about himself had been stolen by them, which made Qin Fang's psyche very difficult. If he was able to possess great power, this would be a lot easier. It would be a lot easier. Qin Fang doesn't want to live by looking at the faces of these death deities. Thus, Qin Fang decisively started devouring these Yellow Springs equipment. And just after fusing the first piece, the countdown given to Qin Fang by Li Qi stopped and completely disappeared. Ding! You have officially become a Yellow Springs clan. Qin Fang's heart was flabbergasted. This thing? It seemed to be a little too right. Qin Fang at this moment completely severed his connection with Li Qi. It seemed never again would he be able to return to heaven's mandate. Meanwhile in the outside world, Li Xia crushed the wine bottle in his hand under shock. The teacup in the hands of the plague Dharma god tipped over. And Qin Fang's aura, in the heavenly fate, completely disappeared. The plague Dharma god descended to Li Xia's side at the first opportunity and questioned him in a roaring manner. This is your method? This is your program? Qin Fang is now completely sunk in it. This matter? How will you deal with it? Have you thought about the importance of this matter? This scene. If the gods of Mount Qixia saw it, they would definitely be stunned. This is not scientific. Plague Dharma god? When had it ever been so out of sorts? In the face of the plague Dharma god's roar, Li Qi was quite calm. This Yellow Springs clan. It's not like it's a dragon's den. Qin Fang will definitely be able to appear. Besides, I've still arranged for a backhand. Li Xia's calmness made the plague Dharma god's violent anger slightly better. Wait for 3 days. If Qin Fang does not return, you and I will enter the world of grievances together. The plague Dharma god left behind these words and disappeared. Li Qi sensed the nodes of the grievance world, and many questions appeared in his mind. Grievance world. In the light of 30 minutes, Qin Fang had integrated all the tens of thousands of Yellow Springs equipment into himself, which made him feel incomparably powerful. And these equipments made him an overlord in general. Even a human king? In Qin Fang's perception, he seemed to be less powerful than himself. Qin Fang did not stop. Still forging. Still devouring. Along with Qin Fang's growing power, his size was also growing. The only words that were different from these death deities? Qin Fang did not become a monster. He was still him, except for his skin being somewhat bright red. This? Qin Fang clenched his fist, feeling unrivaled power flowing through him. But he was still not satisfied. It was another 3 days, and these death deities in the outside world were getting annoyed with the wait. Is this kid forging equipment? Yeah. It's not like he's playing any tricks. Mar. In front of us? He still dares to play tricks. After so many days, it's impossible that he can't forge a single piece of equipment. I'm going to break in. I'm going to take a look. These death deities were all a bit impatient. After all, who could resist the temptation of Yellow Springs equipment? The impatient death deities wanted to make a move. These death deities who had purchased Qin Fang's equipment, nor did they interfere. After all, who didn't like people who made small moves? This brat? It was time to teach him a little lesson. Otherwise, he really thought that with the evil god's name, was able to reign supreme here. Break for me. The monster with a bull's head and goat's body and countless arms sticking out blasted the portal with force. Thud. 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 This already nearly decaying portal really couldn't withstand it. Noisy. In the next instant, this bull-headed and sheep-bodied monster instantly became a ragbag and was blasted out by a mysterious force, its body directly disintegrating in the air, becoming a bright red-colored breath that disappeared. This scene immediately horrified these surrounding death deities, and they all sucked in a breath of cool air, looking fearfully at the situation within the portal. What exactly had happened? If this bull-headed and goat-bodied death deity was to be divided, it could be considered a 12th level Yellow Springs deity. And if it was to be benchmarked against Heaven's destiny, it could be considered an existence of a high-level deity. But what? One punch? Surprisingly, he was blasted to death, and was completely dead. This situation, it seems to be a little bad. Qin Fang's figure stepped out from the smoke, looking towards these death deities, with a grim smile on his face. Hey, long time no see. Guys, now? Able to have a good talk with me? Chapter 698 The Evil God's Other Identity. This bull-headed and goat-bodied deity that was killed by Qin Fang transformed into a red stream of qi. And before Qin Fang could make a move to purify it, it was divided up by these death deities and became their rations. This scene caused Qin Fang to once again realize some thoughts in his heart. Qin Fang's gigantic figure, which resembled a small pangu, appeared and suppressed everything around him. An extremely strong sense of oppression washed over him like a tidal wave, constantly bombarding the surrounding death spirits. These death deities used to be very large, one by one, as if they were huge beasts, bringing Qin Fang a great sense of oppression, but now, these once huge beast-like figures were only at Qin Fang's waist, or even lower. These death deities had their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Qin Fang. They could not believe it at all. 6 days of light? How could one change so much? Could it be that everything they saw in front of them was fake? But this immense and incomparable figure of mine was enough to prove his toughness. And this pressure that was like substance was enough to make them understand that it was not false, but real. This kind of oppression. It was just like the evil god back then. Within these 6 days, Qin Fang had devoured 99,999 pieces of Yellow Springs equipment, causing Qin Fang's attributes to soar to the extreme. At this moment, when Qin Fang looked at these death deities again, he could only feel, they are so weak. Less pretending here. I still don't know you. It must be a fake. Yeah. Who knows what props you forged again. You're able to fool others, but you can't fool me. Kill. Let me dismantle your little secret. These little kamikazes unanimously thought that Qin Fang was pretending. It was simply impossible for someone to be able to rise from the point where anyone could give him 2 slaps on the wrist to become an absolute overlord within 6 days. Qin Fang raised his hand. A divine light appeared in his eyes, and with a pinch and a slap, the 3 little lalemi immediately became red streams of air, merging into the heaven and earth. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, and these death deities were not necessarily able to see it clearly. The human king reacted the fastest, devouring 1/3 of the 3 death deities originating red air streams. At this point, these death deities were truly afraid. I have really advanced to a point where they could look up to them in 3 days. I say? Are we able to have a good talk? Qin Fang uttered such words for the 2nd time. However, there was still someone provoking his majesty. This was an existence on the same level as a human king. If one were to count, it was enough to be called a top deity, with strong combat power. Among the several death deities that were casually crushed by Qin Fang just now, 2 of them were his little brothers. So? Could he not avenge his little brother? Definitely not. So Qin Fang, who was like a giant, immediately saw a mountain of flesh rushing towards him. On top of this mountain of flesh, there were countless skeletons and bones piled up, looking very ominous. Why bother sending yourself to death? Qin Fang sighed, and then his figure transformed into a flash of residual shadow. Don't look at the fact that Qin Fang's size had become so huge, but his agility attribute, with it, had also increased to the peak. With a single punch, directly above his lifeline, a fierce force blasted into his body, causing this mountain of flesh to instantly turn into pieces, bursting out and becoming rubbish. Qin Fang's speed did not diminish, striking at high speeds, shattering his remnants of his body, causing him to completely become a scarlet-colored stream of air, completely decapitating him before he was finished. Snapping his hands, Qin Fang clapped his hands, feeling very simple. This kind of top deity was really not enough to look at in front of him. The 36th plan is the best plan. I'll run. Right. If you can't beat them, can't you still run? These death deities, faced with such a Qin Fang, immediately wanted to leave. In the next instant, Qin Fang activated his own skill, mighty pressure roaming the heavens. For a moment, all the death deities present were suppressed by this force, making it difficult for them to move. And even if some of them were able to move, they were instantly caught up by Qin Fang and wiped him out. These death deities, at this moment, were in a serious situation. No harder than killing a chicken. After Qin Fang killed 7 or 8 death deities, who tried to escape, no one of the death deities, who were in place again, dared to make any rash moves. The human king and other death deities were frightened by Qin Fang. My killing heart is really big. One had to bow his head under the roof. 6 days ago. How humble Qin Fang had been, at this moment. These death deities. That is, how humble they were. This kind of absolute powerhouse similar to a human king had been beheaded. If they were to go against Qin Fang, would they still be able to live? Who will tell me about my evil god teacher in the grudge world? Qin Fang looked around and looked at the god of the underworld, pointing his finger at him. Hey, you tell it. Aren't you quite talkative? Looking at Qin Fang with such a vindictive look, the god of underworld was suddenly jolted. This god of plague. How did he point at him? The god of the underworld couldn't help but slander in his heart. Your teacher doesn't even talk to you? My lord. The god of the underworld used a great deal of mental construction before saying these words. After all, the god of the underworld? How could it be said that it was also a top deity? Addressing Qin Fang as my lord? This could really, for a while, be a bit of a detour. The evil god was once a member of the Yellow Springs world as well. This sentence directly made Qin Fang's speculation a fact. Continue. The god of the underworld looked at Qin Fang's shocked eyes, and spoke once again. The evil god's previous life was a direct descendant of the second heavenly emperor, which you should know. But no one knows how he died in the first place. And this has become an unsolved mystery. This matter? Let's not talk about it for now. Only to say that the evil god, after falling into the world of grievances, his grievances are the most sufficient. Just born to the world of Yellow Springs, all the living beings feel. And because of the limitations of the rules, the evil god's strength is not high. Thus, some powerful ones, who had once had a grudge against the evil god, or who had once been the deities that were killed by the evil god, wanted to devour the evil god, while his strength had not yet completely recovered. Images could not help but flood Qin Fang's mind. In this battle, no one ever expected that it would be the evil god who won. Just like you. He used an extremely short period of time, that is. He rushed to the peak, directly obliterating 50% of the Yellow Springs world's Yellow Springs living beings, allowing the Yellow Springs world to have an absolute king for the first time. The evil god's strength reached the extreme. He didn't settle down, but challenged the strongest of the entire grievance world one by one. We, almost all of us, have been hammered by him, and have no room to fight back. The underworld god was bitter, seemingly unwilling to repeat this history. By the way, O little underworld god, my teacher's body? Is it as disgusting as yours? This was the question Qin Fang was more concerned about. No. Your teacher is the same as you. A body that is the color of Dan red under the pure objects. Qin Fang, oh, I see. Teacher Li Xie should have the same choice as him. A choice of devouring equipment. The ultimate supreme power that he would eventually become. Continue. The evil god did not unify the world of grievances. He was just lamenting this place one after another. It's rubbish. He wanted to explore the ultimate secrets of this place. But I wonder if he succeeded. For so many years, we have never heard from the evil god. Again, however, since Lord Wei was able to become the evil god's disciple, I think that Lord Evil God should have escaped and even unearthed the deepest secrets of this place. The first half of the god of the underworld was a narration, and the second half was a speculation. Qin Fang, heir. This evil tutor Li. There is such an identity. Chapter 699. The evil god descends to the underworld. Tutor Li evil? How did he leave this place? After he left this place, what did he do? In the middle of it all, what exactly had happened? Just as Qin Fang was pondering, a huge net suddenly descended from the sky, glittering with scarlet-colored light, enveloping Qin Fang in it. And the net quickly tightened, as if it was going to strangle him to death. Hey, this kid? Does he really think that's all we're capable of? At this moment, the top death deity, the heavenly emperor, got up and stared at Qin Fang with disdain. No, you really think you're an onion? Right. We were even able to reckon with Li Xie back then. Let alone you. You really don't know the heights of heaven. Evil smiles spread across the corners of these top deities' mouths. 3 half-step super god-level death deities, 98 top death deities, and more than 2,000 death deities with varying strengths. Together they launched a siege against Qin Fang, wanting to completely kill him. Other death deities did not make a move. did not participate in the battle, but rather maintained a distance from the battlefield between Qin Fang, the death deities. In this way, no matter who won in the end, this batch of death deities that had not participated in the battle would be able to remain invincible. Was Qin Fang victorious? They would be able to quickly escape. And if the death deities were victorious, they were also able to brazenly demand a share of the pie. Qin Fang felt that this giant net was like a blood-sucking thorn, constantly extracting the power of grievances from his body, causing his body to grow weaker and weaker. And his size was gradually shrinking. However, at this moment, Qin Fang did not bother about his own situation, but inquired, "Teacher Li Qi, by their underhanded tricks, what exactly is being hidden within this history?" Naturally, the god of the underworld had also participated in the siege of Qin Fang. Hearing Qin Fang's question, he sneered, "Li Xie, we admit that he is very strong, but as long as he is a living being, he cannot escape our calculations. You know what? The power within Li Xie's body is very pure, enough for us to hold on for such a long time." Qin Fang seemed to understand something. This giant net seemed to be the equipment that they had deliberately refined to target Li Xie. To target him, the power in Qin Fang's body was constantly being extracted, filled, and then purified, transforming into a block like a square brick, which was devoured by these death deities. Break for me. Qin Fang used his own strongest power, wanting to tear the giant net apart. But then, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to do so. As long as your strength doesn't break through to beyond the super god level, you won't be able to get out of the trap. The god of the underworld was also assigned a bright red-colored square brick, and couldn't wait to integrate it into his own body, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. "Kid, when your strength is lowered to the level of 9, we'll keep you in captivity, and have you specialize in helping us forge Yellow Springs equipment." No way. You don't really think of yourself as a savior. It's really ridiculous. These death deities were indescribably happy as they watched the trap beasts fight. In the face of all this, Qin Fang's eyes were filled with rage. The person he was just now? It was also true that he had been so overwhelmed by the great power that he had forgotten to defend himself. So much so that he had been given an underhanded trick by these death deities. Marred. Swallow for me. Qin Fang once again took out an endless amount of equipment and integrated it into his own body, maintaining his peak state and constantly trying to make a breakthrough against the giant net. Once, twice. This little guy. He even has Yellow Spring equipment. Don't let him devour it. Isn't this a waste? Stop him. These deities wanted to stop it, because the grievance value converted by this giant net? It was 10 stored in 5. And 50% of the grievances would be consumed in the vault of heaven. But because of the special circumstances, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, this equipment? It was all forged by Qin Fang. They were only able to watch Qin Fang's body continuously shrinking, and then like a blow-up balloon continuously expanding, shrinking in degrees, and so on and so forth. Qin Fang's strength was constantly switching between them. After repeating this so many times, Qin Fang got annoyed. "Little Black, give me out." Qin Fang glared and revealed his own bottom card. A small black silhouette appeared, and immediately began to devour it against the scarlet-colored net. This kind of power, Little Black was able to devour it perfectly. And so, a small hole was broken open. Qin Fang's large hand tore through this huge net as if it was tearing apart the sky, and his entire person stepped out of it, his eyes filled with rage at this moment. How is it possible? This giant net? Even Li Xie couldn't escape. What kind of virtue are you? Marred. Really speechless. Escape. Quickly escape. These deities who had laid their hands on Qin Fang, the first time they did so, they were in a state of birds and beasts scattering. After all, who would dare to fight with Qin Fang in such a state? All of you, go to hell. It's really for your faces. Qin Fang had found out that if he talked nicely with this group of people, they would think that you were good at bullying and would stomp their noses. But if you were to beat them into submission in one go, the situation might be a little easier. Just now, killing the chicken to make an example of the monkeys? Looks like these monkeys don't eat that. Snap. Qin Fang pursued the attack as if it was thunder, and with a slap, he smashed the head of a high-ranking death deity, causing him to completely turn into a reddish wisp of green smoke in the heavens and earth, merging into the world of grievances. Dang. A dan red-colored skill appeared in Qin Fang's hand, as if it was a swimming snake, hitting a high-ranked death deity not far away, causing her to instantly become a shattered cloud and dissipate into thin air. Snap. Dang. Ding. Qin Fang kept striking, pinching off the necks of countless death deities. Since they wanted to taste death for a second time, Qin Fang didn't mind fulfilling them. Marred. All die for me. Qin Fang was hunting down the private territory. The figure of the plague Dharma god descended once again. Evil god. This time, you have to come with me. This netherworld. Something has definitely happened. Qin Fang may have already been killed. The plague Dharma god acted worried. As for Li Xie, he also had a wooden look on his face. Since 3 days ago, he had lost control of the information about the netherworld. And to be honest, what was the situation in the netherworld at this moment? However, Qin Fang's safety should be worry-free. Within the boots of 10,000 elephants, Li Xie had once injected a touch of his intention into them. As long as Qin Fang encountered a crisis that would lead to certain death, this touch of his intention would be activated, thus helping Qin Fang to avoid this disaster. Now, the evil god could not perceive his own intent being touched at all, which meant that Qin Fang was safe. However, because of the pestilence Dharma god's insistence, obstinacy, the evil god still decided to go with the pestilence Dharma god to see what the situation was in this netherworld. Pestilence Dharma god, do you know what price you will pay for this move? I know. But Qin Fang's safety and well-being can never be allowed to be compromised. This time, even if I die, I have to fish him out. When the plague Dharma god finished speaking, he namely commanded the evil god to hurry up and take action. Chapter 700. The evil god who was shocked out of his jaw. Pestilence Dharma god. It was no wonder that the pestilence Dharma god was in a hurry. It was really because Qin Fang's body activity was decreasing. If Qin Fang was unable to return in a short period of time, he might really die completely. At that time, the soul of Qin Fang in the netherworld would really become a resentful Qin Fang. After all, he died forging a divine artifact. How grievous was that? He might even be able to become the most grievous divine spirit. Dang. In the middle of the strange space, the evil god and the plague Dharma god each blasted out their strongest strikes, wanting to forcibly tear through space and descend into the netherworld. At that very moment, it seemed as if an incomparably powerful being had awakened in this netherworld, and faint ripples collided with the duo's attacks, causing their attacks to dissipate, unable to inflict any damage on the netherworld, unable to tear through space. It looks like this being is still alive. The evil god looked towards the pestilence Dharma god and gave these words solemnly. Right. Neither you nor I have ever died. This existence? And how could it die? The moods of both the plague Dharma god and the evil god sank to the bottom of the valley. Why were the two unable to descend to the netherworld? Wasn't it because this powerful existence had been holding down the netherworld? As long as the evil god, the plague Dharma god, but had the slightest tendency to want to enter, they would be detected by these, openly repairing the ends and secretly making a move. The evil god left these words behind and began to blast once again, this time with even more vigor than the combined efforts of the two of them. The plague Dharma god understood the evil god's words and transformed into plague smoke, silently invading it, wanting to open a sliver of an opening. Hong, why are you so obsessed? We are only going to the netherworld to fish out a junior. Are you as bad as that? The evil god attacked while communicating with this Hong god, trying to get him to be accommodating. Hong, this existence that seemed to namely be the first place of heaven's mandate that transcended the super god level suddenly died for some unknown reason, which created the netherworld that was able to host people's grievances and intentions. Withdraw? Or else, a duel to the death. This was Hong's intention coming out, as if it was mechanized, so that one could not feel any emotion. Hong, not so much. You and I have been in a relationship for so many years. Is it possible to just say go? The evil god turned to nothingness, shedding a silky smile. Scram. Don't bother me. This was the sound of Hong's anger. Thud. 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 The evil god was still attacking. The barrier of this netherworld, sturdy as it was, bombarding for a full quarter of an hour, except for the appearance of a tiny bit of ripples. Other than that, it was never seen again. At the same time, within the netherworld, the wind is rising. Void dome of the sky. inexplicably appeared countless bare red color of the fog clouds. And this day was vaguely trembling. As if there were signs of shattering, the earth was also trembling crazily, and the world of grievances seemed to be about to be destroyed. Qin Fang also noticed this strange sight. But he still did not give up his pursuit. If these death deities dared to make a move against him, then they should suffer the consequences. Grandpa, spare my life. I didn't do it on purpose just now. Grandpa me. Please spare me. Shen, you're surprisingly this strong? 2/3 of these strong death deities knelt down and begged for mercy. And 1/3 had their faces changed and turned pale, unable to figure out how Qin Fang was able to be so strong. Regarding this, Qin Fang was not merciful. And the slaughter continued. The mighty pressure filled the air, causing these death deities to fall into an ice cave, as if they were falling into an ice cave. No one should try to escape. As for the gods in the periphery, they also wanted to flee. But under Qin Fang's glaring expression, they froze and did not dare to move a step. You guys? Whoever moves first, I will go ahead and kill them. These were Qin Fang's words, and a guarantee of their deaths. No one dared to take them seriously. Ka ka ka. A touch of light black-colored light appeared in the firmament of the netherworld. This was the aura of the plague Dharma god. Under the evil god's pull, he managed to arrive here and coalesce his figure. Snapping, the pestilence Dharma god blasted out a punch from within, and the netherworld's dome instantly ruptured. And the evil god glanced at the nothingness, instantly rushing into it with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Hong, you still can't do it. Despicable. 2 little thieves. Hong said these words. That is, he fell into silence. The evil god, the plague Dharma god, descended into the netherworld and instantly began to look for Qin Fang's figure. Whereupon they saw a scene that made them incredulous. Originally, in the minds of the 2 peak deities, Qin Fang was probably being bullied, severely beaten, and forced to forge equipment, but now, the infinitely tall giant Qin Fang was constantly chasing and killing these veteran death deities? This situation? Something wasn't right. What's going on here? The evil god and the plague Dharma god were all stunned, and even rubbed their eyes before they believed that this was real. Looking at each other, they actually forgot what the purpose of their visit to this place was. It was to save Qin Fang. But Qin Fang needed them to save him? This was the human king? The first heavenly emperor? These were all once the best of the best. But in Qin Fang's hands, they were like toys of cloth, only able to run away. It's so fake. Evil god, I suspect that you are deliberately teasing me. Plague Dharma god, what's this? The sky is cracked? Qin Fang raised his head to look at it, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Was it possible to escape from the shattered netherworld vault? If it was possible, wouldn't it be Qin Fang's heart merely possessing this idea? But the death deities trapped in this place for millions and billions of years. The first time to give actual, Qin Fang did not bother, but silently watched them to see if they could succeed. To be honest, there were at least 70 to 80 top deities that rose into the air at the first time, wanting to escape. Is this the breath of freedom? I'm free. Escape. Must escape. The extreme desire for freedom appeared in the eyes of these death deities. However, the instant their bodies had just stepped out of this broken space and appeared in heaven's destiny, the entire person immediately turned into a point of light and disappeared, as if they had never appeared. This was not an exception, but all of them. In an instant, at the very least, more than 300 death deities died completely. The deaths of so many deities caused the subsequent death deities to splash a pot of cold water, causing them to not dare to act rashly again. Marred. This is a trap. Dead? So easily? This can really be false. Even if I die, I'm going to take another look at heaven's mandate. It's worth it. Buzzing. The death deities, still more than 60 in number, were in a state of nostalgia for heaven's mandate, and their figures drilled out of the spatial rift. Snap. The space shattered, causing them to die completely and become nothingness. When the evil god, plague Dharma god, saw this scene, they did not mock it, but instead admired it. This was similar to them back then. And how similar was it? Qin Fang completely extinguished his heart to escape from the spatial rift. It was better to patiently wait for the evil god teacher's rescue. Phew. I'm tired of killing. I'll do it later. Stygian god. Come over here and continue to tell me stories. That's right. Bring your neck over here. If I'm not satisfied, I'll pinch you to death at any time. Qin Fang clutched the life and death of the god of the underworld in his hands, and instead began to ask him about his true history. The underworld god's body was constantly shivering. To be honest, he wasn't clear about the history of the evil of that year. Just now he was pretending. This history. It's better for me to tell it to you. Chapter 7012 Little Thieves Stealing the Origin. What kind of onion are you? This kind of words Qin Fang blurted out, without the slightest thought, but just finished half a sentence. Suddenly felt that this tone of voice, seems to be somewhat familiar. It can't be Teacher Licia? Qin Fang turned his head. His whole body was startled on the spot, and then quickly transformed into a smile on his face. You've finally come to save me, Teacher Licia. Qin Fang did not care about his image at all. He shrunk his huge body, and then quickly hugged Li Qi's thighs, and cried with a handful of snot and a handful of tears about his life here. It was simply not a place for human beings to stay. This scene, directly to the surrounding these death deities are scared silly. God, this is still the same great killing god just now. Why does it feel so fake? Death Spirit 1, what? What's with the face? Oh my goodness. Hurry up and take him away. Death Spirit 2, me? Is he really a disciple of Li Qi? Even Licia was shocked by such a bold Qin Fang. This? Not so much. Really not so much. Licia's body, which was like a river of time, descended to this place, and thousands of rays of light flowed, making all the beings present feel the incomparable light, which was the light of life. For a while, these death deities, by virtue of their body's instincts, kept retreating, their eyes filled with fear, not daring to meet Li Qi's eyes, and the memories of Li Qi in their minds kept surfacing out. Oh, this is really a tragic memory. No one wants to recall it. Evil God? You? How can? Enough to return? This was the human king. His eyes were filled with shock, and he was stumbling over his words. So his heart must be like riding a roller coaster at the moment, going up and down. The highest rule of this world is to surpass the super god level. When I also reach this realm, won't I be able to pass it, Will? In the face of such a question, Li Qi was also a serious reply, seemingly very casual. However, the spirits present were all shocked. Their eyes filled with horror. Each of them were shocked. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Beyond the super god level? Do you think it's that simple? Evil God, this place is not where you should come. Otherwise, when Senior awakens, you will never be able to leave again. When these words came out, Qin Fang stopped crying at once. This place? Could it be that there was a stronger existence? Well, your words are reasonable. If I were to fight alone, I might even be left behind. But me this time? Not alone. Li Qi casually pointed at this mass of black shadows beside him and introduced towards the gods of death. This one? It's the Plague Law God. Not coincidentally, it's also an existence beyond the super god level. I don't think Hong should appear. As soon as these words came out, the death deities present at the scene immediately shifted their eyes in the direction of the plague god. And when they sensed the aura of the plague god, they couldn't help but take 2 steps back once again. And their hearts felt as if they were about to miss a beat. What's going on here? Since when did the transcendent god level become so worthless? As long as one is a human being in the outside world, can they all break through? And then look at my boy? Why did he get promoted to half-step transcendent god level for no reason? Mud. Really bullshit, Why they wasted so long years, but ultimately still cannot get anything in. Not to mention a breakthrough? It was so close to completely disappearing in this place. Again, don't scare me with Hong. Aren't you guys clear? For Hong, you guys are the parasites, You're the ones who should be removed, The evil god spoke in a shocking manner, and it was rare that all of these death deities were silent. None of them resisted, seemingly acquiescing to the statement. Qin Fang, this information. It's very fragmented, Can it be glued together? Teacher, aren't you going to tell me about this history? Qin Fang's words immediately dragged Li Qi's thoughts back. At the beginning of the birth of the heavenly destiny, there was indeed an incomparably powerful existence born, who survived in the heavenly destiny alone. And as time passed, his strength grew, eventually reaching a realm that surpassed the super god level. This person was called Hong. Originally, Hong thought that this realm was already the ultimate. But outside of heaven's destiny, a stronger being descended and obliterated Hong. The dead Hong was unwilling to leave. And so he shaped this netherworld with his extremely powerful resentment. As for the beings born of heaven's mandate, strictly speaking it wasn't born after Hong's death. But this existence that easily decimated Hong? Created by a special means. The saying of the later generations is really a blackmail. I don't know what to say. If Hong was truly capable of creating the world, where would he have died? The evil god's words were filled with disdain for Hong. I see. Qin Fang had always had a feeling that the grievances he extracted during the forging? There was also a source. It was like extracting the divine power from the ancient gods' bodies, but Qin Fang had not been able to find the source. And now everything was clear. It turned out to be Hong. This Hong holding up the world of grievances. Isn't there any hidden danger? Qin Fang's reaction was quick. If this grievance world did not have any hidden dangers, why did Li Qi send him to explore it? Indeed. After being obliterated by a terrifying powerhouse from outer space, Hong, although he survived by virtue of the grievance world, his origin was missing, and he had never been able to resurrect himself again. Thus, he let go of the authority of the grievance world, so that other living beings would be able to descend to this place when they died carrying massive amounts of grievance qi. Qin Fang seemed to understand something and looked towards these death grievance deities. This is a trap? Not bad. Kid's brain reacts quickly. Li Xie spared no effort in praising Qin Fang before looking at these death deities, as if they were retarded. Even Qin Fang was able to understand in an instant. After so many years. Don't you guys understand? Li Xie unabashedly mocked at them. While Qin Fang silently spoke. Teacher Li Xie. Perhaps it is not that all of you seniors do not understand. But rather, you are unable to leave and return freely to you in general. Death spirit, With those words, you might as well kill me. This was even more difficult for them than Li Qi's mockery. This group of death deities? Surviving in this place for so many years? Can it be that they really don't know anything? It surely couldn't be. Oh, that's also true. But it's just a bunch of trash. What Hong is going to do? That is, he is going to devour all the grievances that they have dispersed, and use the grievances to resurrect him once again. Li Qi stated Hong's intentions. However, Qin Fang still had questions. Can it be that after so many years, hasn't Hong accumulated enough grievances? Upon hearing this, the entire netherworld trembled, seemingly angry, and the wind and clouds changed color. Hong's accumulation for so many years? It would have been enough. But nah. Two of our variables appeared. Li Xie looked towards the plague Dharma god with slight pride. Qin Fang instantly understood. On the occasion of my death, I descended into this world with great grievances, and after my subtle research, I suddenly discovered that this place was actually able to revive people. This? A great good. So I stole 90% of Hong's grievance qi through some means, and successfully resurrected. Although Hong was furious and stormy, he was helpless and unable to do any harm to me. As Li Xie said this, the smile on his mouth continued. But the entire world of grievance qi was riding. Chapter 702 Life and Death Meeting. Hope of breaking through to the super god level. Senior plague Dharma god? Could it be? Qin Fang grew his mouth in disbelief. Well, this matter is an accident. The plague Dharma god and I probably had the same experience in the netherworld, so. Qin Fang understood. These two existences? They really don't give a bit of face to Hong. We jointly stole 90% of Hong's grievances and successfully resurrected. And because of the Life and Death Club, we managed to break through beyond the super god level. Completely on the same level as Hong. So we don't need to be afraid of him anymore. Li Qi's smug words completely annoyed Hong. Only with a wave of Li Qi's hand, he caused the netherworld to calm down. Hong, although we can't make a move on you directly, but don't force me to break the net. Li Qi's voice was cold and threatening. The netherworld tyrannized for a while, gradually falling into silence. Just as Li Xie, the plague Dharma god, couldn't make a move against Hong. Hong also couldn't make a move against these two. After all, the three of them, from a strict sense, belong to the same origin. These death deities? To a certain extent, it will be considered Hong's sustenance, equivalent to the New Year's pig that will be killed when the New Year's Eve is about to begin. Naturally, the fatter the better. On weekdays, the grievances in the bodies of these death deities will also be extracted by Hong, becoming the nutrients for Hong's resurrection. Qin Fong understood. Everything turned out to be like this. Teacherly evil. Since you know everything about this place, why did you let me come? Qin Fong could not help but be curious. Let you come? Naturally. It's so that you can test out Hong's strengths and weaknesses. As for these losers? Not enough to mention. It seems like I didn't help with anything this time. Qin Fong was somewhat pessimistic. No. The favor you've helped this time has been great. Licia smiled mysteriously and secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Fong. Do you know how I stole Hong's power? Qin Fong shook his head. How could he know such a confidential matter? At one time, both the Plague Dharma God and I used petty cleverness to hoodwink Hong and steal Hong's resources. But you? It's completely different. You were able to steal Hong's power openly and honestly. Licia's eyes flickered with a glimmer. And as Qin Fong took a look, he instantly understood what was going on. Forging. Yes. What I'm talking about is forging. But in order to purify Hong's power, you must at the very least be able to forge a grade 11 yellow spring equipment first. A grade 11 yellow spring equipment was equivalent to a mid-level divine artifact. Teacher Li Qi. I'm still a legend-ranked divine artisan. Qin Fong somewhat doubted himself. And besides, why steal Hong's power of grievance? Bullying people one after another? Was it really good? Didn't people Hong just want to be resurrected? Why is it so difficult? Li Qi mysteriously uttered a sentence in Qin Fong's ear. This power of grievances? It is capable of allowing one to break through the barriers of the super god level and advance to a realm beyond the super god level. A sentence that immediately set Qin Fong's heart on fire. This thing. It had to be taken. As for Hong's mood? Who cares, who cares? After it arrives? How will it be distributed? Qin Fong no longer considered the issue of his own forging level, but asked how it would be distributed. This enormous wealth really made Qin Fong's eyes red. This time, the power of grievances was originally a reward that I discussed with the Plague Dharma God to give you, so that you could also violently raise your realm a notch. You brat? You don't want it? Do you want to share it with me? Hey, you have filial piety. Li Qi could not help but tease Qin Fong. Qin Fong was stunned, and then ecstatic. Once again hugged Li Qi's thigh. Big brother, please bring a... Qin Fong paused for a moment and continued. Right. Teacher Licia, can you extract 99%? Licia blankly glanced at Qin Fong. You kid? So greedy? Extracting 99%. This netherworld will all collapse. 90%. That's the limit. Why don't you just decimate Hong? As soon as Qin Fong said this, he regretted it. Isn't this a silly question? If one were to kill Hong, wouldn't it be equivalent to killing a rooster that laid golden eggs? If Hong didn't die, Licia would be able to keep stealing and scheming Hong's power. If Hong died, it's good that you understand. Here, this is my forging sense for the yellow spring equipment. I hope it can help you. As he spoke, Licia transmitted a vast amount of insightful perceptions about level 11, and even level 12 yellow spring equipment to Qin Fong. Qin Fong immediately plopped down on his knees and received this wave of insights and sensations. As for Li Qi, he threw his eyes on the group of death deities present. Hey, it's not the moment to harvest this batch of crops yet. Wait a while. It won't take long. These death deities? In a sense, they could no longer be considered living beings, but rather sowing monsters. Countless monsters gathered together in a huge monster. Licia glanced at the Plague Dharma God, and the two instantly vaporized their own figures, haunting Qin Fong's side, recuperating their energy. For the two, the moment they waited for Qin Fong to awaken would be the moment they would truly fight. In the depths of the netherworld, a pale red-colored silhouette continued to rise and fall. Seemingly exasperated, these two shameless fellows must have looked at his grievances. Hong had managed to accumulate so many years of grievances, and was about to be able to get out of the trap and be resurrected. So he must not be able to let them have their way again. Hong simply stopped sleeping and stared intently at the pool of grievances. Here, it had once been patronized by two small thieves, successfully wiping out his hopes of resurrection. This time, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone else to be able to appear here. And for that reason, Hong made 1,000,000% protection. Just the endless traps alone, a full 30,000 of them, can be called one-step A traps. Mada. I bah. Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. It looked like his plan needed to be advanced. These pigs that have been fattened. It's time to behead them. Hong instantly decided that when the evil god and the plague Dharma god left, he would start his own resurrection plan. Otherwise, what if these two people interfered with him and failed to resurrect him? Wouldn't it be too much rubbish? Time flew by, and by the time Qin Fang had completely consumed this insight, a month had already passed. It was only then that Qin Fang woke up leisurely, looking at Li Qi with all the starlight of readiness in his eyes. Teacher Licia, everything is ready now. Only the materials are missing. Materials are not a difficult task for me. Licia instantly held up the power of grievances, isolating the space, and handed Qin Fang a grade 12 yellow spring material. You don't need to worry about safety. You just forge. Li Qi, the plague Dharma god looked at each other and prepared to escort Qin Fang. Hong didn't know why, but he always felt an odd mood, as if something was about to happen. Ding, dong. Qin Fang started the forge. The flame? The topmost grievance flame given by the evil god. This forging table was also evil god's speciality. In the depths of the netherworld, along with Qin Fang's forging, Hong instantly felt as if his own grievances were disappearing into thin air. Hong had originally thought that this was a normal escape, but this small devouring force did not decay. Instead, it was gradually increasing in size. This was wrong. Very wrong. Hong wanted to probe and eventually discover the source. The evil god. The plague Dharma god. Hong was instantly furious with his three corpses, marred. These two? It seems like they're making a move on his grievances. Am I easy? You guys are addicted to pitting people. Grass. At this moment, Hong could not wait to abuse the evil god and the plague Dharma god to death. Chapter 703. Hong, shameless. Really shameless. This is right and wrong to woolgather on a sheep? Right. Just see if I resist or not. Hong had been so infuriated that he couldn't control his emotions. The entire netherworld was under his fury. The sky was crumbling as if it was going to topple over. Go to hell. All go to hell. This was Hong's state of mind, as well as his heart's obsession. These two little thieves. Hong had wanted to wipe them out a long time ago. Buzz. Heaven and earth changed color. The entire world of grievances suddenly appeared with a huge and incomparable face, as if it was distorted, carrying unparalleled grievances, impacting towards the evil god, the pestilence Dharma god. You guys, you don't really think that I've been wasting my time for so many years. This huge silhouette and the entire space shook, emitting a grand sound that sounded like a space vibration. At this moment, all of the death deities in the entire grievance world felt their own insignificance and sadness. Death deity, so? This is what absolute strength is. If they possess such strength, what was there to worry about? 129,600 formations. This is specially prepared for you. Not. This was one of Hong's bottom cards. The formation was definitely described as the strongest. Even beyond the super god level, it was able to be affected to a certain extent. Countless arcane inscriptions appeared in the firmament of the netherworld, merging with the firmament as one, as if it was a huge Taijutsu grinding disc, black and white, pouring down, wanting to completely grind the evil god, the plague Dharma god, into oblivion. The might of this grinding disc made the entire netherworld hard to bear, as if it would directly collapse in the next moment, turning into points of light in the heavens and earth. Hong, you are still really disappointing. The evil god was very disdainful. To him, this was simply child's play. Yeah. Hong, I feel like you haven't made any progress over the years. The plague Dharma god said so as well. Extremely mocking. The evil god threw a punch. The plague Dharma god threw a punch. And the small fist silhouettes of the two, after absorbing countless amounts of resentment power, continued to swell, expand, and solidify, eventually transforming into a radiant and incomparably gigantic fist that blasted out. This terrifying black and white grinding disc became a handful of black and white foam in an instant, becoming an illusory point of light that disappeared. Hong was secretly surprised. What kind of power was this? How can it be so easy to dissolve its first killing move? Hee hee. No. Not right. How does it feel that the strength of these two people exceeded him by a lot? This? Hong is still a bit of eyesight. After so many years, the evil god, the plague god, has long been resurrected, and has already stepped into the realm that Hong has not arrived. Back then, Hong's transcendent super god level realm was considered the peak. But, with the constant changes in everything, This new realm was also being constantly discovered. If the realm beyond the super god level is divided into 3 steps, Hong is still in the first step in place. So many years without any progress. But the evil god, the plague god, this is the second step. Don't underestimate the difference between this step. This is the difference between heaven and earth. It's like now. Hong very much trusts in the circumference of the grievances array. Even if he enters, can feel the threat of death. But for the evil god, for the plague dharma god, they not able to feel the slightest impact. And with a wave of his fist, he would be able to shatter him. Hong, your strength? Instead of not progressing, it has instead regressed. These were the words of the plague dharma god, sounding as if they were telling something serious. Yeah. It's the same 2 moves back and forth. I'm tired of seeing it. Licia, on the other hand, was hanging on for dear life. And this look was so irritating that anyone would want to hammer him hard on the face a few times. 2 mole crickets. Die for me. Hong was completely enraged. Thinking about these 2 little thieves back then, were hunted down by him as if they were dead dogs. If it wasn't for him being compassionate and leaving them alive, these 2 should have died a long time ago. Plague dharma god, want face. You can't do it yourself. But you're still compassionate? Compassion your arse. Evil god, heh. That's it. Reflect the heavens. Once dead and powerful. Give me out. As the sole supervisor of the netherworld, Hong was able to mobilize the imprints of these strong people within the world of grievances. As long as you had once fallen into the netherworld, that would automatically be left with your imprint by this world. And the function of this imprint was also very simple. That is, it would be to resummon you back to your peak state, to fight once again, as if you were a dead soldier. In an instant, countless shadows appeared in the vault of the grudge world. 10,000 of them. And the lowest strength of these shadows reached the state of a peak deity. And the highest was at the super god level. The evil god, the plague dharma god looked at each other. And in the end, it was the evil god who took the lead in striking, splitting and snapping. And the entire origin of the netherworld seemed to be repelling the evil god, causing the evil god's realm to become somewhat unstable. The evil god spread his hands helplessly, unable to attack. This was a problem involving the origin. The evil god, the plague dharma god, was unable to strike at these death deities, and could only passively defend. Among these thousands of shadows, they did not possess the evil god, the plague dharma god, because when they achieved beyond the super god level, they had already fished out, fishing away their own imprints, so as not to be subjected to others again and become puppets. Not just the shadows, the death deities that still survived within the netherworld, they also became puppets in an instant, not possessing their own sanity, becoming puppets, becoming machines that only knew how to fight. Hong is able to control their lives and deprive them of everything in an instant. Unless these death deities were able to be like the evil god, the plague dharma god, and managed to escape from this place. Using my power to achieve beyond the super god level. Now is the moment of your backlash. Hong suddenly laughed out loud. Cool. Straight through the heart. Let's see how you can still support yourselves. Hong ordered the thousands of shadows to step up their efforts, attacking even harder. The evil god, the plague dharma god were all forced to defend, putting up endless barriers. Suddenly, Hong sensed a hint of something wrong. The evil god, the plague dharma god were all resisting his attacks. So, who was stealing his power? This, along with the continuous improvement of Qin Fang's forging. Hong could still feel that the power in his body was constantly draining away. It was hard not to. There was a third party? Worry. Fear suddenly appeared in Hong's heart. If there was really a third powerhouse beyond the super god level who would strike, he really wouldn't be able to carry it off. Can it be that it's this space? Hong kept probing and instantly detected a new type of space opened up by the evil god. This small space, wrapped in terrifying power. Even he was unable to probe, but was able to sense that his power, it did end up flowing within this small space. Inside this, what exactly was hidden? Feeling bad, Hong hurriedly made these imprinted shadows begin to explode themselves, wanting to break through the seal of the evil god, the plague dharma god, and enter within this space. Unknown? That is what is most frightening. Chapter 704, History of the Evil God Pool of Resurrection. Dang. The sound of self-destruction caused the entire netherworld to shake as if it was about to collapse. The evil god, the barrier coalesced by the pestilence Dharma god, was even more giving off the feeling that it was shaking and about to collapse. But the two of them injected a force at the same time to stabilize it. Hong, this old boy, is really ruthless. Once these seals explode on themselves, they can never be used again in the future. Ruthless. This kind of drying up the program, such as if it was Licia, plague Dharma god, certainly will not use. But at the moment Hong, in order to be able to the evil god, plague Dharma god's barrier to open, he had to be so. Had to use such a bottom. This is also a great harm to Hong. After all, his netherworld also need these seals. This seal is like a tile, can ensure that his netherworld more stable. At the moment, this pillar of the general seal, all self-detonation, disappeared, which is like a huge wound in general. Hideous and incomparable left in the netherworld. In the future, although can make up for it. But then, the need for time is a huge amount of. However, Hong also can't take care of so much. If he can't stop the evil god, the pestilence Dharma god, maybe in the near future, the fruit that he has cultivated with great difficulty will be stolen by these two thieves again. Time was by far one of the most precious things. Along with the passage of light, Hong inexplicably felt a sense of uneasiness, as if there was some even more powerful existence staring at him. This feeling? He had once experienced it when he was alive. This kind of deep powerlessness. He really didn't want to experience it a second time. Just who is it? Is it hard to believe that it's the same group of deities from back then? Hong's heart was in turmoil, and he began to think wildly, constantly on this matter, unfolding a storm of thoughts, constantly on fantasizing more and more results. The more he thought about it, the more frightened Hong became. And so, the speed at which these imprints self-destructed, accelerated, quickly, self-detonate, speed up, thud, 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 endless clusters of light, the sound of boundless rattling soared and spread, and the entire netherworld trembled, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. Evil god, plague Dharma god also spat out a mouthful of blood. The defense that was supported gradually faded, no longer so solid, marred. Hong is trying to fight for his life. The evil god, plague Dharma god, couldn't help but turn his eyes towards the confined space not far away. This brat Qin Fong? Still really capable of tossing and turning off. Although they believed that Qin Fong was able to steal Hong's power, they never thought that it would be this fast. Hong went crazy. The evil god, the plague Dharma god, barely managed to hold on. What's going on here? A tremor in the outside world? What happened? While forging, Qin Fong was able to perceive that the entire space was vibrating, as if it would be destroyed in the next second. Forging under such circumstances was really a little difficult for Qin Fong. Phew. Qin Fong took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and formally started forging. This 12th level yellow spring material? If by virtue of Qin Fong's words, even if it was half a year's worth of light, he would not be able to completely melt and quench out the pure materials. But Xiao He was different. Xiao He took a bite, and it only took 3 hours. That is, the 12th level of the yellow spring equipment were all purified. Qin Fong verbally promised to give Xiao He 1,000 bottles of God-grade wine when he went out, as compensation, and Xiao He jumped up happily. A 12th grade yellow springs equipment, equivalent to an intermediate divine artifact, if it was in heaven's destiny. Qin Fong would not be able to forge it at all, but in the world of grievance, he could. The definition of rank here was not that harsh. In other words, the generation of each world was based on the host that opened the world itself. For example, Hong? His demarcation of forging was very vague. So much so that the world he opened up was also very vague in terms of planning for forging, such as if it was a brand new world opened up by a craftsman god that surpassed the transcendent god level. Then internally for other rules, it may be very vague, but for forging, it must be incredibly harsh. This netherworld is also the same. The strength of the grievances represents the strength of the strength. While it is very vague about forging, coupled with Licia's insights and perceptions, which made Qin Fong's realm infinitely elevated, forging level 12 equipment was considered very simple. Even, Qin Fong wanted to try a level 13 equipment to see if he could forge it successfully. In particular, a bold idea surfaced in Qin Fong's mind. Resentment? Was it considered an emotion? If this emotion could be melted into the forging, Could the quality of the equipment be raised? As soon as he said it, Qin Fang decisively started the forging. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Fang used all of his own thoughts to sense and resent this emotion. If it was somewhere else, it might be more troublesome for Qin Fang to perceive grievances. But in this place, Qin Fang easily succeeded in perceiving it. After all, this place was originally the world of grudges. Teacher Li Evil, give me the Yellow Springs materials of the 13th level. As soon as Qin Fang said this, Li Xie first froze for a moment. And then he instantly understood that Qin Fang had comprehended the fifth emotion. Otherwise, with his perception, Qin Fang would not be able to forge a grade 13 equipment. Not bad. This kid's perception was really good. If one were to forge a grade 12 Yellow Springs equipment, it might take 2-3 times to be able to extract 90% of Hong's origin power. But what about it? If it was a grade 13 equipment, it might be possible once. In this regard, Li Qi also did not skimp on the 13th level Yellow Spring materials at all. Snap! Li Xie waved his hand and probed into the center of the netherworld, as if he was tearing slices of bread, forcibly ripping off grade 13 and even intermixing grade 14 Yellow Springs materials from on top of the flesh of the netherworld, and sending them within this newly opened space. Roar! The entire world was like an earth dragon rolling over, causing a scene of destroying the sky and the sun. Seemingly very dissatisfied with Li Qi's move, this was the resistance of the netherworld. The roar of the netherworld. Li Qi's response to this? Did not care that much. Instead, he had the Plague Dharma god make a trip as well, grabbing more materials of the 13th level to avoid Qin Fang's forging being insufficient. Hong hid in the shadows and silently watched. A thought surfacing in his mind. Could it be that Li Evil wanted to repeat his old trick? Stealing his own origin with the power of forging? Hong's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to 10 million years ago. At that time, Li Xie had just entered the netherworld. That is, let the closed Hong felt a certain threat. But he was at a critical moment. Cannot personally strike. There is no choice. Hong can only immediately send out the seal to surround Li Xie. Want to completely wipe him out. But who knew? This fellow, Li Xie, was actually able to steal the origin of the entire grudge world and integrate it into his own body through forging. In just 1 year's light. Through constant forging and constant stealing of the power of origin, Li Xie's strength was like blowing a leather ball, constantly growing. So much so that in the end, Li Xie was able to easily turn all these so-called imprints, death deities and whatnot. All of them were turned into the power of origin and integrated into this world. When Hong woke up and slightly investigated this world, he found that the evil god had already become the peak of this world, and the origin of the evil god was fused with the origin of the netherworld, causing Hong to be unable to take action against Li Xie. Or else, what was waiting for him would most likely be the collapse of the netherworld, which ultimately led to the failure of his resurrection. With no choice but to let the evil god continue to grow stronger, Hong could only let the evil god continue to grow stronger. But Hong has absolute confidence in his own strength. The evil god is certainly powerful, as long as he is unable to break through to the so-called beyond the super god level. In the eyes of Hong, is just a mole cricket. Can such an existence threaten him? It was something impossible. But who knew? Li Qi, however, managed to detect Hong's existence when Hong's eyes were cast down, and began the long process of searching for Hong's traces. For so many years, Li Xie had always felt that there was an observer behind the curtain of this world, and his every move seemed to be in the eyes of the observer. And this probing by Hong made Li Xie even more convinced that this was really the case. In the process, Li Xie also managed to have a clear perception of this netherworld. He knew Hong's intentions, knew the secret of resurrection, knew everything. Thus, the plan of Hatchet's Nest was born in Li Xie's mind. Li Xie died, but he was not willing. He wanted to return again. Once again, become the nightmare of heaven's destiny. For the success of the plan, Li Xie has been planning for 10,000 years. And finally, at the moment when Hong is about to be resurrected, Li Xie replaces Hong and jumps into the resurrection pool. A huge amount of grievances and the world's origin are integrated into Li Xie's body. And he is born from death. And the extreme of death is the bright chance of life. Li Xie's plan was successful. He replaced Hong, successfully resurrected, was excluded from this part of the world, and returned to the destiny of heaven. As for Hong, this is the three corpses violent jump. The whole person seems to be going crazy, This fruit of resurrection? Surprisingly, it was devoured by Li Xie in the last step. And he was so angry that he nearly destroyed the entire netherworld. After Li Qi was resurrected, he still retained the memories of the netherworld. And several times he tried to enter the netherworld and steal the origin again. But he was forced back by Hong. But he still made small gains. In the end, this space remembered Li Qi's aura and did not allow him to enter again. Once he entered, the entire netherworld would ostracize him. When he thought of this matter, Hong's emotions could not be controlled. But on second thought, Hong felt it was impossible. This kind of speed extraction? Not to mention 1 year. Even 10,000 years? But on second thought, Hong felt it was impossible. This speed of extraction. Not to mention a year. Even if it was 10,000 years? Is it possible that this forging? Is it possible that this forging is still a cover? Hong thought like this. His whole body was about to go schizophrenic. Devour Hong's essence, and you will be able to be resurrected. Evil God, hey. Hong. Let things get a little more chaotic. The evil god used his own means to return the sanity of these death deities, under Hong's control, back to clarity, before informing them of this shocking news. As expected, as soon as these death deities heard this, they were like cats that had seen a mouse. And green light flashed out of each of their eyes. What? Are you sure? Evil God? Evil God. Don't lie. Unless you swear. These death gods were still more serious. Sure. How did I get resurrected? Isn't that exactly why? I can still tell you the exact location. So you can go over and take a look. If not, we'll talk about it. You guys don't have much time. I'm able to involve Hong right now. But later then. Li Qi's words carried an extremely strong temptation. So these death deities immediately began to fall back. And they all headed to the land of resurrection with their own little hearts. Evil God. You deserve to die. Hong was seething with rage, itching to crush the evil god alive. When these death deities saw such an expression on Hong's face, their feet couldn't help but speed up even more. Chapter 705, Plotting the Origin of the Netherworld. Evil gods. Plague Dharma gods. Do you think that this will be able to have an effect on me? It's really too underestimating me, isn't it? Hong snorted coldly and mobilized the power of the vast netherworld to deliver a fatal blow to these death deities who had betrayed him. Thud. 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 Hong detonated the netherworld imprints of these death deities, directly sending them to their deaths. Marred. Since you dared to count on me? Then all go to hell. These powerful super god level top death deities? It wasn't even possible to run out 1,000,000 miles yet. I die at the first opportunity. This was the dreadfulness of Hong. The dreadfulness of being the one in control. Awesome. Awesome. The evil god also couldn't help but applaud and praise. Hong's tactics were truly ruthless. So many imprints collectively self-detonating. For the entire netherworld, it was also a very great damage. But then, Hong unexpectedly did not even hesitate at once, directly detonating. These mole crickets should have died. It was me who gave them a second chance to live. But then, instead of being grateful, these mole crickets even dared to give birth to covetousness. It really is not enough to die. These death deities were like crops in a field to Hong. At this moment, it was also time to harvest. As for the death deities that didn't manage to leave, at this moment, they all transformed into little puppies. And under Hong's watchful eye, they attacked fiercely at the barriers that the evil god had propped up. Forget it. You guys go to hell too. As Hong looked at these painless attacks, he immediately detonated the seals in their bodies, causing them to self-destruct in the same way as the death gods just now. Dang. The power of the self-explosion was so strong that it couldn't help but make the evil god's barrier shake. Evil god. Plague Dharma god. You won't succeed. The resurrection formation will be activated in 8 hours. At that time, I will be perfectly resurrected. You're scheming? It's impossible to succeed? Hong laughed maniacally. 8 hours? To him who had existed for endless years, it was truly insignificant. As if it was a single breath. And the passing of these death deities, allowing their grievances to return to the netherworld, was also a supplement for Hong. The evil god. The plague Dharma god looked at each other at this time, looking towards this space, wondering, could Qin Fang's forging speed be strengthened again? Qin Fang, you still have the last 8 hours. The evil god transmitted his voice in to remind Qin Fang. The speed at which Qin Fang was forging was significantly increased by 1 point. Qin Fang also understood in his heart that the energy within the pool of resurrection was limited. If he was unable to draw it all then, definitely Hong was resurrected. And this Heaven's Destiny world once again produced one more powerhouse beyond the super god level. And if he was intercepted by Qin Fang, in the future, Qin Fang would also be considered to be completely equipped to ascend to become a transcendent super god level underpinning. This was the greatest opportunity for Qin Fang. So he must grasp it. Put up a fight. While forging, Qin Fang began to devour these Yellow Springs equipment to keep himself in peak condition. Evil god, This kid's fighting spirit has risen. Then, old me will be helping you out. As he spoke, the evil god threw 3 level 10 Yellow Spring equipment towards the interior to Qin Fang. Qin Fang first froze, and in the next instant directly devoured the Yellow Spring equipment in front of him. Buzz! Qin Fang's figure immediately produced a heavenly change. A transcendent aura lingered. The light of the soul throughout his body became even more condensed, and the entire person's body once again drew up, eventually breaking through 100 feet. This careful space, the forging platform and all, also expanded along with Qin Fang's body. Thud, thud, thud. The might of the forge was violently raised by a large margin. At this moment, Qin Fang flanked his own Forgemaster's rank to the 10th level, which was the divine level. Qin Fang, truly promoted to become a divine grade forger. With this, Qin Fang's forging speed increased by 80%. And a level 12 equipment that would have taken 3 days to forge successfully could now be completed in just 7 hours. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Hong also felt that the strength of this extraction had actually increased. From the hairline extraction at the beginning, at this moment it has turned into a small thumb-like thick pipe extraction. Within this space, what exactly exists? Grass. Self-destruct. Self-destruct. Go. Charge me. Blow yourself up for me. Hong was completely mad. This situation? Damn it if it continues. Maybe he will really fall in the gutter. Oh. Plague Dharma God. Can you still hold on? The evil god was somewhat exhausted. In the netherworld, these two? Only able to mobilize the power of the netherworld. If the duo dared to mobilize the power of heaven's mandate, there was only one outcome. Instantly sensed by the netherworld's will and thrown them out. Furthermore, the duo could not fight back. After all, they were all of the same origin. Plague Dharma God, It's hard. Really hard. This whole strength can't be utilized at all. I'm sure I can, I won't have a problem holding out for another 3 days. I just hope that this kid won't let us down. The eyes of the Plague Dharma God looked towards this enclosed space with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. From the first time Qin Fang followed the prophet god to slaughter the darkness itself, the Plague Dharma God had taken a liking to Qin Fang. This brat? Definitely the key to the current heavenly destiny breakthrough. Thus, the Plague Dharma God secretly launched a series of cultivation of Qin Fang. As for Licia, he was originally in the low IQ, mixing food and waiting for death, the high IQ answer, sensing the red dust. Who knew that Qin Fang had suddenly crossed paths with him in some way? At first, Licia did not think highly of Qin Fang. But as time passed, Licia gradually saw something outstanding in this kid. So the connection with Qin Fang grew. This time, it was the best opportunity and the best chance to scheme for Qin Fang. After all, counting the time, Hong should have accumulated almost enough. As expected, if it wasn't for the evil god, the Plague Dharma God messing up, Hong might really be able to resurrect and become a powerhouse beyond the super god level once again before too long. And now, as long as Qin Fang was able to devour the origin of grievance and the origin of the world that originally belonged to Hong, he would have the necessary reserves to reach the peak. Reaching the peak? That's the main thing. All along, the evil god had put obstacles in Qin Fang's way, and the Plague Dharma God had put obstacles in Qin Fang's way, all in the hope that he would step out on his own path by virtue of forging, so that he would be able to successfully arrive at the transcendent god level by virtue of his own strength. But unfortunately, this kid was like a donkey. He would not move, and he would backtrack with discounts. Having no choice, the evil god was only able to come up with the next best thing, allowing Qin Fang to fuse Hong's world origin, so that he could ascend to the transcendent super god level with his eyes closed. What about you? The Plague Dharma God once again injected a portion of the power of resentment to maintain the barrier. Me? definitely last longer than you. The evil god was also not the least bit weak. Thud, thud, thud. The violent and furious sound of self-destruction resounded continuously, and the entire netherworld seemed to be collapsing with a feeling of shattering. Hong did not care at this moment. So what if this netherworld collapsed? As long as he was able to come back to life, it would be worth it even if all this was lost. Chapter 7063 Corpses Jumping Violently * Hong. This netherworld was his incubator. The incubator that would allow him to be resurrected. As long as he ensured that the resurrection pool did not collapse, he would be fine. Hong, I see that you don't have many marks left. Do you have any more tricks? If you don't have any tricks, we'll laugh at the power of the origin of this grievance world. The evil god, Plague Dharma god, was still irritating Hong. This is what you're forcing me to do. Spatial self-destruction. Hong put the most valuable resurrection pool inside his body to avoid damage. And then what? Frantically cutting space, compressing space, and self-destructing with space. Thud. A huge red mushroom cloud was born. Spatial self-explosion. This could be even more powerful and terrifying than the power generated by these death deities' self-explosion. The barrier held up by the evil god, the Plague Dharma god, clicked with countless cracks. Haha. You guys can't carry it. Come again. Hong once again cut space, compressed space, and exploded himself. Thud. Dang. Dang. Evil god, what do you think you were stimulating him for just now? This old boy is completely insane. Right? Pestilence god, Did you not just fail to speak? You know? The previous 2 times, even though the evil god and the plague god had stolen all of Hong's origin power, Hong hadn't detonated the space. But at this moment, Hong had detonated the space. This world of grievances is like a hen. Once it is destroyed, it will not lay golden eggs in the future. This time, Hong was really desperate. Completely desperate. If it doesn't work, it's all or nothing. What should I do? With an attack like this, I'll be able to hold out for an hour at most. The evil god was somewhat distressed, having stumbled upon the rash Hong. Can we raise Qin Fang's forging level again? The Plague Dharma god city for a moment and gave such a solution. If it is elevated again, Qin Fang might not be able to control it. There is a possibility that the forging might fail. The evil god sighed, but after thinking about it, he still threw Qin Fang 5 level 11 Yellow Springs equipment. Qin Fang, you kid, take it easy with the devouring. Don't burst yourself. The evil god's voice accompanied the 5 pieces of 11th level Yellow Springs equipment that were thrown to Qin Fang. Qin Fang perceived this surging power of grievances, and with a clench of his teeth, he still decided to devour it. He was more or less able to sense a little bit of the situation in the outside world. 10,000 crises. For every 11th level Yellow Springs equipment that Qin Fang fused, his body swelled by 100 feet. And when it was completely devoured, Qin Fang immediately felt an explosive increase in the power within his body. Eventually, inside the body, Qin Fang heard a clicking sound. This was the barrier being broken. Qin Fang had successfully stepped into the realm of intermediate god. No. Something was wrong. This wasn't the level of an intermediate god. Why did it feel like it was considered the super god level? Intermediate god? Qin Fang had once sensed in the body of godly craftsman Lu Long, although it was very strong. But at this moment, Qin Fang felt that he was able to pinch godly craftsman Lu Long to death with his hands. Is it hard to believe? Because of the falsehood? Qin Fang, don't worry. The forging realms in this place are all false. It's just a way to fool Hong and the will of the world. Whoever made them ignorant about forging. Hearing Li Xia's words, Qin Fang instantly understood. Buzzing, Qin Fang, as if he were a pale giant, once again began to fiercely forge. This time, he had absolute confidence in suppressing the forging time to within 40 minutes. Hong then felt that something was wrong again. As if just now, it was a small thumb-sized pipe stealing his power. Then at this moment, it was as if a thick pipeline 1 person high was stealing his power crazily. Shameless little thief. Hong was completely furious. Mad? Do you guys still have face? At the same time, Hong was also able to perceive that within this space that was well protected by Li Qi, a powerful force was born. And it was him, who was stealing his own origin. Exactly? What happened? Who is it? Fruity? There was also a third person. At this moment, Hong completely understood why the power of the origin of the grudge world had already lost its effect on the evil god, the plague Dharma god, and they still wanted to come and snatch it. So it was because of this awe. Their thieving hearts were undead, and they even wanted to give his resurrection chance to a third person to enjoy. Hong, his grandmother, really take itself as an ATM? This time, I will definitely not let you guys as you wish. So, Hong began to blow up the space in a big way. Dang. After half an hour of continuous self-explosion, the barrier of the evil god, the plague Dharma god, was completely broken, completely exposed to Hong's eyes. This time, I'll see what you guys can still do. Hong raised his hand and was about to wipe out the evil god, plague Dharma god. Seeing the situation, the two could only let out a helpless sigh and chose to break through the space of the netherworld to leave. This was also a helpless method. After all, as time passed, this netherworld sense of oppression towards them, its malice towards them, grew more and more severe. When they first entered, these two were still able to maintain 80% of their fighting strength. But now, not even 10%. If they were forced to stay here, they might really be left behind by Hong Law. As for Qin Fang, he was left here, not leaving together. Evil god, AI. What you and I can do is already very good. As for whether Qin Fang can truly come out, it is up to him. Plague Dharma god, the last step is often the most difficult. To be honest, the evil god, the plague Dharma god, had basically delivered this sweet and savory cake to Qin Fang's mouth. And it was just a matter of the last step. This was also Qin Fang's life. To know? Evil god, plague Dharma god, these two? Back then, there was no one to help them. It was all by virtue of their wisdom, as well as their means. And now, it was up to Qin Fang to finally, could he succeed or not? Let me see within this so-called space. What exactly is hidden? With a wave of Hong's hand, the sturdy small space was instantly blasted to pieces, becoming pale rubbish. Hong saw what was inside, only a glimpse of a figure, frantically forging. By the looks of it, it should be a level 12 yellow spring equipment. Marred. The evil god originally had this in mind. In an instant, Hong Don understood it all. This 12th level yellow spring equipment, at the very least, it would be able to devour 1,000th of the origin within his resurrection pool. And as long as this kid succeeded in forging it, Hong's chance of resurrection would be delayed indefinitely. And then this kid was continuously forging, continuously extracting, and ultimately, making Hong's dowry become Qin Fang's step into the world. Hong's extreme mockery. Oh, heh. This reckoning of yours is really earth-shattering. Unfortunately, evil god, plague Dharma god, is still one move behind. This 12th level yellow springs equipment, I won't let him succeed in showing up. As he spoke, Hong brought a terrifying might and blasted down with a palm at the level 12 yellow spring equipment that Qin Fang was forging. Ka ka ka. This level 12 equipment immediately seemed like a porcelain doll, shattering and becoming wreckage, falling to the ground, no longer possessing any spirituality. Hong felt this extracting force stop, and the entire heart he was carrying was suddenly lowered. Hong, now, no one should be able to stop me now. Hong was very satisfied, as if he had already seen his own resurrection. The corners of Qin Fang's mouth at this moment did not see any sadness. There was even a smile of surprise. Looking towards Hong, Qin Fang could not help but sigh. A great good man. Chapter 707 Ding. Forging failure. Thousandfold return. Original? The forging of this level 12 yellow spring equipment, just like Qin Fang's forging of the ancient divine weapons. Once he started, it was impossible to stop, and he must be allowed to forge it successfully. 50%. At this moment, Qin Fang wanted to deliberately fail in his forging, but it simply wouldn't listen to his command. As the sea of grievance power merged in, crazily pushing him to take shape. 60%. 70%. 80%. Seeing that the forging was about to be successful, Qin Fang was anxious in his heart. It just so happened that the evil god, the pestilence Dharma god, couldn't bear it anymore. And Hong, in the first place, also stepped in and gave Qin Fang the level 12 yellow spring equipment he was forging to destroy. Qin Fang, thank you. Senior Hong. Ding. Congratulations, you have failed to forge. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a thousandfold return. As soon as these words came out, Hong instinctively detected a hint of something wrong. But he couldn't feel it. where it was wrong. This power of absorption had clearly stopped. In the next instant, Hong suddenly felt a chill all over his body. This was the feeling of being targeted back then. Hong's memories suddenly returned, and coldness struck him. This is the aura of an alien powerhouse. It's unfamiliar. In the next second, Hong turned around, and instantly saw the terrifying, mouth-like silhouette that emerged behind him, with sharp teeth that resembled a black hole, as if it was capable of devouring everything. Ah! Who is this? What are you doing? Who are you? Hong was a little panicked. Even if evil god, the plague Dharma god descended to this place together, Hong wasn't this scared. But now? He panicked. Completely panicked. He felt the aura that could destroy him. This feeling of powerlessness. This was the second time he had experienced it. Cackle. With a large mouthful. This terrifyingly huge mouth instantly devoured a part of Hong's body, melting it down to become the pure power of the resentment origin, and began to forge the yellow spring equipment. Hong instantly felt that the power of his own devoured no longer belonged to him. Ah! Hong let out a miserable scream and frantically began to flee. But no matter where he fled to, this terrifyingly huge mouth followed him like a shadow, constantly devouring his origin. In 3 seconds, the power within Hong's body was devoured by 50%. 5 seconds, the power in Hong's body was devoured 80%. Hong went mad. He wiped out all of the death deities with marks to see who it was. In the end, in this netherworld, at this moment, apart from Hong and Qin Fang, there were no more survivors. Is it you? Is it you who is causing trouble? Hong cast his eyes towards Qin Fang. By the looks of it, Qin Fang must be obliterated. Qin Fang did not possess the netherworld seal, so naturally, he could not be easily obliterated. And Hong solidified a huge palm, wanting to completely crush Qin Fang to death. This was Hong's certain death blow. Even with Qin Fang's strength at this moment, he simply could not carry it. In the next second, within Qin Fang's boots of 10,000 elephants, the evil god's silhouette suddenly surfaced. He cockily looked at the entire netherworld, and then at the stormy Hong. He immediately understood everything, and grinned as he helped Qin Fang withstand the blow. Evil god, it's really you. Hong was impotent and furious, and the entire world completely collapsed. The evil god once again helped Qin Fang withstand 3 strikes, and his silhouette turned into a point of light and disappeared. In the 8th second, the power within Hong's body was all devoured. At this moment, Hong became a small waste. His attacks could no longer cause any damage to Qin Fang. Hong's entire being was confused. This kind of situation. Oh my god! Who has ever heard of this? In the next second, the power within Hong's body was being extracted. And that wasn't all. The power within the pool of resurrection was also being continuously extracted. 1%. 10%. Hong could only watch as his hope for resurrection was constantly being extracted. And in the end, this huge pool of resurrection water, only 1% was left. This motherfucker. The only remaining hope in Hong's heart was completely annihilated. So he finally lost his mind. Mard, are you guys really going to drive yourselves to extinction against me? Explode yourself. Destroy. No one needs to survive. This world exists because of me. Even if you want to come back to life, it has to go through my consent as well. Hong instantly went completely insane, and the entire space gave off a feeling of imminent collapse. Qin Fang, crap. This old boy is really blowing himself up. What should I do? Qin Fang panicked. If this netherworld was destroyed, would he still be able to survive? He would definitely not be able to survive. What should we do? Ding. Congratulations on your 1,000-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining grade 12 yellow spring equipment. Dusk and shattering asterisk 1000. With so much grade 12 equipment, Qin Fang incorporated it into himself at the first opportunity. 100 zhang. 100 zhang. With each piece he fused, Qin Fang's body grew and expanded. Hong stared deathly at the ever-powerful Qin Fang. He wanted to retaliate, but he was unable to mobilize any power within his body. He could only watch with rage. This huge mouth disappeared into thin air, and Hong was able to live. At this time, the life-thirsty Hong suddenly didn't want to blow up this netherworld. Keep shouting, not him. You are not him. Ha ha ha. This world there are still other beyond the super god level of creatures. After all, just now he thought that he himself would die completely. But now, this power that made his heart palpitate subsided. And it seemed like he didn't need to die anymore. Then, there would be no need for a fish to die. Ah! With this thought, Hong immediately stopped his self-detonation and began to rapidly collect the fragments of this netherworld, allowing them to merge together with difficulty. The power within the pool of resurrection? It was lost. As long as he was given time, he would always be able to recover again. Greedy asterisk Hong, forget it. This time, I'll make you whole again. Hong gave up. At this moment, the power emanating from Qin Fang's body reached a staggering super god level. Hong saw this and quietly retreated. Otherwise, this kid might unload on him and attack him, completely eliminating him. Hong ended darkly. This time, after all, he was again counted by the evil god, the plague Dharma god. Ah, kid, you wait for me. When I am resurrected, I will definitely let you know what it means to die. Hong left behind such words and immediately disappeared. Qin Fang also didn't bother with Hong. Just now, Qin Fang was worried if Hong would suddenly strike and cause harm to Qin Fang. Now, it looked like Qin Fang was able to devour these grade 12 yellow spring equipment unharmed. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces, 100 pieces, 1,000 pieces. After Qin Fang had finished devouring and fusing all of these yellow springs equipment, Qin Fang's soul body suddenly transformed into a 1,000,000 feet tall terrifying giant. And this netherworld? It all gave him a crowded feeling. Even when Qin Fang tried to raise his head, it was as if he could touch the sky of the netherworld. When Qin Fang stomped twice, the entire netherworld could not withstand it, as if it was about to shatter, frightening Qin Fang so much that he no longer dared to make any movements. It was not Qin Fang's fault. The netherworld at this moment was the world after Hong had self-destructed nearly 30% of the world's space, originally able to accommodate Qin Fang who had surpassed the super god level. But at this moment, it was a bit overstretched. Chapter 708 Resurrection * Dragon of Time and Space. Get the hell out of here. Hong once again appeared, looking at Qin Fang at this moment. It would be a lie to say that he was not annoyed. After all, I have absorbed his power of resurrection, and the next moment I will be able to come back to life. Originally, Hong did not intend to show himself. But Qin Fang, who did not know anything, might really stomp the entire nether world to a corner and collapse. Senior, I also want to leave, but I really don't know how to leave. Qin Fang spread his hands, indicating that he was also helpless. Stormy * Hong, Mart. Did the evil god not hand you a way out? Qin Fang, A way? What way? Seeing Qin Fang's clear stupid eyes, Hong threw out a touch of origin power, which merged into Qin Fang's body. Scram. This smattering of origin power was the last strand that Qin Fang lacked. As soon as it entered Qin Fang's body, a system prompt sounded. Ding. It has been detected that you fulfill the conditions for resurrection. Are you resurrected? Hearing such a system prompt, Qin Fang decisively chose resurrection. In the next second, Qin Fang felt that his body began to radiate a bright light, as if it was the purest healing light in the world. This light continued to condense, causing Qin Fang's 1,000,000-foot body to shrink, eventually shrinking to a thumb-sized point of light. The power of grievances compressed to the extreme, and a rich breath of life activated. At this moment, a wave of clarity inexplicably arose in Qin Fang's mind. Originally, this power of grievances was a variant of the power of death, and the ultimate of death was resurrection. Understanding all this, Qin Fang could not help but feel a trace of admiration for Hong. This? Awesome. Truly awesome. This dash of pure life force endured the repulsive force of the entire netherworld. Poof! Before Qin Fang could resist, he was rejected. Goodbye, Elder Hong. The last trace of Qin Fang's voice came out from within the point of light. Blows his mustache and glares * Hong, Marred? Get lost and never see you again. Hong felt Qin Fang's departing life breath, and the anger in his heart climbed to the extreme. This was originally supposed to be his chance. In the end, Hong looked at the empty nether world and began his journey to repair it. This space had long been devastated at this moment because of the confrontation with the evil god, the plague Dharma god. And if it wasn't mended, perhaps it wouldn't even be able to incorporate the next grievance spirit. It's fine. Old me has plenty of time. In the end, Hong could only soothe himself a little. Besides, Qin Fang. He who had transformed into a speck of light did not directly descend to heaven's mandate and thus resurrect. But instead, he transformed into a shadow and appeared in the great hall filled with clean white light. This was... Qin Fang felt incomparably familiar. Crap. No way. Qin Fang instantly understood what this place was. Wasn't this the great hall for choosing a profession? Qin Fang suddenly recalled that when Heaven's Destiny first opened, every player who entered Heaven's Destiny would enter this hall and choose the profession you wanted to specialize in. Back then, Qin Fang had chosen the profession of blacksmith. But now, he has the ability to choose again. Now, did he have the opportunity to choose again? This seems a bit sick. No. If Qin Fang chose his profession again, would it clash with blacksmithing? What if the one he chose wasn't a blacksmith? Would the system of returning 10,000 times the amount of his forging failures still exist? In response, Qin Fang could not help but fall into deep thought. What could be done about this? Ding. Please choose your second profession. When Qin Fang heard such a prompt, he immediately brightened up. Huh? Second occupation? Hello. Will it duplicate with the first occupation? Qin Fang inquired into the air. Ding. System error in progress. Please wait a moment. Qin Fang froze. This seemed a little difficult. Qin Fang also understood in his heart that at this moment, he was like a bug. He didn't know when he would be harmonized and fixed. Ding. Please choose your second profession. Such a system tone appeared, instantly making Qin Fang tense up. Choose. Definitely choose. Decisively choose before the bug was fixed. After all, in his previous life, Qin Fang had never heard of anyone having a second profession. In an instant, an unrivaled super carousel appeared in front of Qin Fang, and with just a glance, Qin Fang's entire being instantly froze, and a light suddenly shone in his eyes. This? It seems to be a bit fierce. The grand carousel in front of Qin Fang at this moment? It was enough to accommodate all the professions of the 10,000 races of Heaven's Destiny. The options directly broke 100,000. Not just the human race, but all the races? All have. Ancient Spirit * Wind God. Ancient Gods * Evil Gods. Ancient Gods * God of Destruction. Ancient Gods * God of Space. Divine Beast * Bai Feng. Divine Beast * Dragon of Time. Divine Beast, Dragon of Space. Mechanical Devil Dragon. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Human * Blacksmith. Human Race * Gunsmith. Qin Fang continuously surveyed the 10,000 races occupations on top of the roulette wheel with an extremely rapid eye gaze. This, truly, Qin Fang was dazzled, not knowing which one to choose. Ancient Deity * God of the Emperor. This, needless to say, was definitely the Celestial Emperor. If he chose it, in the future, the position of the ancient deity Celestial Emperor, perhaps Qin Fang would be able to jockey for a bit. Divine Beast, Dragon of Space. Dragon of Time. This was also what Qin Fang wanted to choose. After all, these two had disappeared long ago. And once he chose, he might be able to have a better relationship with the Divine Beast clan. Qin Fang first picked out the 9 recognized strongest professions. And then just as he was about to carefully weigh the pros and cons and choose again, the system beep sounded. Ding. Error in progress. Ding. You will be kicked out of this place in 10 seconds. When Qin Fang heard this, it was still okay. So he decisively chose the profession of Divine Beast * Dragon of Time. This profession. Other than that, the ability to save one's life was really strong. Thus, in the next second, Qin Fang's body kept pulling and transforming, eventually forming a small dragon shape, covered with scales of nothingness, which could not be seen at all, as if it was in the midst of time, giving people a hazy feeling. Ding. Congratulations on your successful selection. Ding. Welcome to the world of Heaven's Destiny. Enjoy your game. Ding. Error fixed. The last smattering of system beeps were not heard by Qin Fang. When Qin Fang reappeared, it was already in the middle of Heaven's Destiny, and he was freely breathing in the unimpeded air. Was this the feeling of being alive again? Cool. Really cool. Just now, in the hall where he chose his profession, Qin Fang was in too much of a hurry and hadn't even carefully watched his own valor. At this moment, he finally possessed the time. Buzzing, Qin Fang swung his tail and descended before the lake not far away, admiring it carefully. One could only see an absolutely beautiful scene reflected in the mirror-like lake. Qin Fang's overall figure was but a zhang long and short, as thick as a 100-year-old tree, like a divine artifact melted into 5 claws, with illusory dragon scales, giving off a feeling of majesty that was incomparable. This was properly the form of the Chinese totem * ancestral dragon. Snapping, Qin Fang violently smacked above the water surface, and 100 feet high giant waves surfaced. Qin Fang was giggling. This state? It was cool. Chapter 709 Swimming in the River of Time, the great defeat of the Southeast human race. With Qin Fang's strength at this moment, it was no exaggeration to say that it had definitely reached the god level. And he could not help but start checking his own attributes. Name, Qin Fang. Profile, the strongest of the Divine Beast clan, the Dragon of Time and Space. Rank, intermediate god, beyond the super god level. This meant that Qin Fang's natural talent was beyond the super god level. And as long as he had enough time and enough chances, he would be able to break through. Artifact, none. Attributes are as follows. Strength, 10 billion. Agility, 10 billion. Spirit, 10 billion. Physique, 10 billion. This attribute? Qin Fang couldn't help but heave a giggle as he looked at it. This was already considered to be the caliber of an intermediate deity. However, this was not the thing that shocked Qin Fang the most. What shocked Qin Fang the most were his skills. Skill 1, Time and Space Traveling. Skill description, can travel through heavenly destiny time at will, and can travel to different time nodes. Qin Fang was dumbfounded. This? Cool? Didn't this mean that Qin Fang would be able to personally experience the history of those years? The most crucial thing was that some long-lost materials. Qin Fang was also able to return to collect them. Skill cooldown, 1 year. Qin Fang frowned. This cooling time? It was indeed a bit long. Skill 2, Long River of Time. Skill description, incarnating as the Dragon of Time. One can recklessly swim in the Long River of Time, dodging all attacks. This skill is considered an excellent life preservation skill. To know? The true Dragon of Time of the Divine Beast clan had been hiding within the Long River of Time, and the ancient deities simply couldn't detect his traces. Skill 3, Time Rewind. As the name suggests, it is capable of turning back time within a small area. Remarks, based on your current strength. Up to 30 minutes of light within a 5x5 space can be rewound. Skill 4, Time Acceleration. As the name suggests, it is able to accelerate time within a small area. Remarks, these 4 skills were the skills that the newborn Qin Fang was born to master. As for the other natural skills, it was still in the gray, unable to be activated, unable to be used, and seemed to require special means. Rather, Qin Fang was already very satisfied. Roar. Qin Fang first checked the surroundings. Here? It was clearly an area that Qin Fang had not been able to reach even in his previous life. And he had no choice but to dive within the Long River of Time. So many days had passed. I wonder if the battle between Mount Qixia and the ancient deities had ended. I wonder if Qin Fang at this moment, could he still be of any help? Qin Fang swam freely in the disorientating and illusory Long River of Time, running towards the location of the human race's southeastern 3 regions. This Long River of Time was truly absolutely beautiful. Colorful, as if it was a brilliant aurora borealis. The 10,000 scenes of the heavenly fate constantly surfaced before Qin Fang's eyes, and Qin Fang was like a small fish, swimming freely in it. However, Qin Fang was merely able to go downstream and look at what had happened in the past. But whenever Qin Fang attempted to go upstream, the flood of this vast amount of the Long River of Time, that is, as if it was a terrifyingly huge wave, came barreling towards him. Snapping, Qin Fang was knocked over, unable to swim against the current. Swimming against the current. This was peeking into the corner of the future. Not to mention that Qin Fang's strength at the moment was merely that of an intermediate god. Even if he became a peak deity, he would not be able to move forward against the current, unless he was able to become a super god level, or even an existence that surpassed the super god level. One might be able to swim against the current and see a corner of the future, or even leap up and out of the Long River of Time to truly see the future scene. Qin Fang poked his head out of the Long River of Time and saw the light of 3 days ago. The battle between the ancient deities and the human race had long ended 3 days ago. Even with Qin Fang's help, the final result of the human race was still a defeat. But unlike the disastrous defeat of the previous generation, This one? It was only a great defeat, which had finally preserved a trace of vitality for the human race. The gods of Mount Chishia still preserved the number of 320. Can be considered to still have the power to fight. Legendary level is only 1084 left. But these are the real courage to fight and dare to fight the warriors. Can be used as the seed of key training. And as long as the resources are enough. These legendary level of the human race? As long as there are enough resources. These legendary human race members will be able to be promoted to become deities at any time. The human race lost? The southeast region had naturally lost. At this moment, the southeastern 3 regions had already become the territory of the ancient deities. And as for the human beings in the southeastern 3 regions, who hadn't yet been able to withdraw, they had also become the slaves of the ancient deities. Even though the human deities were willing to exchange these human beings back at all costs, and with a flourishing battle intent, they were all rejected by the ancient deities, who then began to endlessly mock them. Heh! Humble human race. We ancient deities told you to withdraw long ago. But you refused? Now? This is our territory. This 2-legged sheep? Naturally. They are also our slaves. Get lost? Right. You guys want to take away the human race now? It's too late. Agu. I see that you human deities still want to fight. That's fine. We can play with you. At this moment, these ancient deities had absolutely nothing to fear. Even if they died, they were still able to be resurrected. Aren't you afraid that we will summon the plague Dharma god? The human emperor passed away, and the prophet god was the only one able to hold up the beam. As he stepped forward and was about to tear the plague Dharma god's credentials. Once torn, the plague Dharma god would definitely descend here. At this, the ancient deities were slightly scared for a minute, but they still stuck their necks out and said in a thick voice, "Summon. Even if the plague Dharma god comes today, he won't be able to take these slaves away." To be honest, these ancient deities were also freaking out in their hearts. But having been forced to this point, what else could they do? Couldn't they really back off? Helplessly, the seer gods crushed the plague Dharma god's credentials and quietly waited for the plague Dharma god to descend. But for a long time, the vault of the sky was still windy and sunny. No visions were visible, and the overwhelming figure of the plague Dharma god did not appear. This time, the human deities panicked, while the ancient deities were overjoyed. The plague Dharma god cannot appear. Kill! Kill! He! The plague Dharma god has truly died, driving the gods of the human race to extinction. Unite, join forces, and leave these human deities behind. Wimped out. The human race's deities were completely wimped out. The plague Dharma god was originally the most deeply hidden bottom card in their hearts. But now, this one's bottom card did not appear, and it could not help but make the human race's deities panic. Is it difficult? Did something really happen to the old ancestor of the plague Dharma god? Seeing the ancient gods forming a closed circle around them. Under no circumstances, these human deities could only leave angrily. As for the human beings in the 3 southeastern districts that had not yet been evacuated, they had become the prisoners of the ancient gods. The human race's Mount Chishia had lost all its face and majesty. This battle had completely shattered the prestige of the ancient deities. And after so many years, the ancient deities were still able to suppress the human race and make a strong return. As Qin Fong swam freely within the long river of time, he saw the human beings of the 3 southeastern regions who had been constantly humiliated by the ancient deities. He saw the human beings who had begged and pleaded for their lives. He saw the human beings who were righteously indignant. He saw Mount Chishia who had been cursed. And he saw all of it. Suddenly, an absurd but true thought flooded Qin Fong's mind. Why hadn't Senior Plague Dharma God appeared? 3 days ago? He seemed to be guarding the Dharma for itself. Ah! Is it hard to believe? Qin Fong's entire mind exploded at the thought. Thus, Qin Fong once again swam in the long river of time, searching for traces of the Plague Dharma God. Buzzing, the trace of the Plague Dharma God appeared, haunting Qin Fong. Chapter 710, Ding! Switching characters. Qin Fong was immediately startled. The Plague Dharma God was actually roaming above the long river of time. This startled Qin Fong. Not only was the Plague Dharma God, the evil god's figure was also on the side. Qin Fong was instantly dumbfounded. The strength of these two seemed to be somewhat strong. The Plague Dharma God stretched out his hand and fished. Qin Fong was suddenly literally like a small fish, being fished by the Plague Dharma God and appearing in reality. Qin Fong surveyed his surroundings left and right, and he discovered that this place was actually the place where the Plague Dharma god resided. The evil god was unceremoniously collapsing on top of the steps in front of the Plague Dharma god's doorway, drinking divine-grade wine, with a hint of a smile, if any, at the corners of his mouth as he looked towards Qin Fong. The pestilence Dharma god, on the other hand, was sipping fragrant tea on the side, looking towards Qin Fong with the corners of his mouth. "You brat! How dare you choose the Dragon of Time of the Divine Beast clan?" These were the words of the evil god. Shaking and standing up, looking Qin Fong's body up and down, he could not help but stroke Qin Fong's dragon scales. Icy cold and sturdy. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Your achievements in the future? It won't be lower than the two of us. Quickly, tell us how you fought against Hong. How did you succeed in the end? The evil god, the Plague Dharma god, all showed great interest in this. In the body of the Dragon of Time, Qin Fong began to tell the evil god, the Plague Dharma god, about what had happened after their departure. After listening, even the evil god could not help but exclaim, "You kid? It's really a blessing in disguise. Luck is good. Your brat is really good. But Hong is miserable. He still can't let go of this. If it were me, even if it was a fish death, I wouldn't let you succeed in absorbing the power of the netherworld origin." All in all, the end result was good. Qin Fong was also considered to have the underpinnings to be promoted to become a transcendent super god level. Ding! You have successfully completed the evil god's mission. Ding! Congratulations on receiving your reward, the Stone of Time. Qin Fong froze. This Stone of Time? What was it again? Stone of Time can help the Dragon of Time awaken a random skill. We thought about the 10,000 races that you might awaken, but we really never thought that you would choose the Dragon of Time. So the Stone of Time was prepared somewhat sparingly. There's only one piece, so you'll have to make do with what you have. After the evil god finished speaking, Qin Fong immediately used it. Ding! The Stone of Time is in use. Ding! Congratulations on successfully awakening the core skill of the Dragon of Time. Time pause. Skill description. Based on your current strength, you can briefly pause time for 3 breaths in an area with a range of 5 by 5. Remarks: the realm of the suspended being cannot exceed yours, or it will not succeed. Sparely, this one skill was already considered to be god tier. Very 6. Qin Fong. Cultivate well. It is better to try not to expose this Dragon of Time if you can. Otherwise, there are many scourges. The pestilence Dharma god exhorted a bit, and then handed Qin Fong a greenish grass, as if there was a small grass hidden next to a huge one. Qin Fong accepted it with a puzzled heart, and then used his divine level scrying skill. Ding! Your level of the detection skill is too low to detect. Qin Fong was stunned. What was this? Surprisingly, he was unable to probe. Qin Fong. This is a super god level plant, the Zimu Tong Soul Grass, which is most suitable for your current situation. Saying this, the evil god threw out Qin Fong's once dead body, placing it smoothly on the ground and explaining to Qin Fong, the Zimu Tong Soul Grass will enable you to solve your current problem. After all, although this time dragon is powerful, it is not suitable for you, and blacksmithing is the right path for you. After taking one of the same soul grasses, you will be able to allow your soul to return, and at the same time be able to command the body of the time dragon. The evil god's account was very detailed, and Qin Fong understood it. Thank you, Senior Plague Dharma God. This was a genuine thanks from Qin Fong. Originally, he was still puzzled. This time dragon's body? How could it forge equipment? If it was not able to forge equipment, wouldn't it mean that his forging failure system would just fall silent? Just as he was about to doze off, the Plague Dharma God Senior delivered a pillow. Have your blacksmith essence devour the mother herb, and the Dragon of Time and Space devour the daughter herb. Uh-huh. Ding. You are taking the super god grade, Zimu Tong Soul Grass. Ding. Taking is complete. In the next instant, Qin Fong felt his own soul burrowing out from within the body of the Dragon of Time and Space before being absorbed by Qin Fong's blacksmith essence. Moving his fingers, Qin Fong instantly felt himself coming back to life. Although this body gave him a sense of power, a sense of security that wasn't that sufficient, it made his heart shake. This body of yours has been restored by us, and when you forge a divine weapon, you will be able to be promoted to become a true divine artisan. The evil god's words rang out, instantly surprising Qin Fong beyond measure. Forging a divine weapon? It wasn't difficult for him. When Qin Fang looked at the Dragon of Time from the perspective of his own body, it was like looking at a work of art. Then looking at Qin Fang's main body from the perspective of the Dragon of Time. It was so small. Not long after, Qin Fang's soul, like an arm, once again entered the body of the Dragon of Time and Space, constantly shifting and rotating. It was very fun and novel. It was just like Qin Fang's two characters, which could be switched constantly. Not only that, but it also had a second mode of operation. The mind was divided into two, and the soul was divided into two, jointly manipulating two bodies. However, if this was the case, the load on Qin Fang was great, making him feel overwhelmed and even appear to be unable to control both sides. Qin Fang stopped playing. Qin Fang's soul returned to his main body, and he put the body of the Time Dragon into the Golden Dragon's ring, so that it would be convenient to take it out when he used it. Qin Fang, as soon as possible, raise your Forge Master rank to become a divine. This heavenly destiny world, there is not much time left for you. These words of the evil god, Plague Dharma god, as if he was entrusting an orphan, made Qin Fang's heart and mind tremble. It felt as if something big was about to happen. All right. You can leave first. The Plague Dharma god did not say much, and with a wave of his hand, he threw Qin Fang into the heavenly sun town. The returning Qin Fang, still unable to resist summoning the body of the Dragon of Time and Space, swam in the river of time, and even couldn't help but let out a dragon's roar. This voice immediately made the entire 10,000 races of heaven's destiny feel this aura of Qin Fang's. The evil god, Pestilence Dharma god, looked at each other. This kid really isn't letting anyone worry about him, just letting him keep a lower profile. And then he causes such a mess inside the ancient deity Heavenly Emperor Order. Just now, I seem to have felt the aura of the Dragon of Time. Did you guys feel it? The sound of this wisp of a voice instantly caused the long-dead silence within the Heavenly Emperor Order to once again come alive. Crap. I thought that I perceived it wrongly. But it turns out that you all perceived it. What? The Dragon of Time actually just showed up? How dare he be so bold? He. It looks like our ancient deity's clan is going to strike again. Let's see if we can kill the Dragon of Time. The ancient deities were much unsealed and spoke with a heavier tone. This is the Dragon of Time? Who will be able to catch it? If we were able to catch it millions of years ago, this so-called Dragon of Time would already be our prisoner. This was the voice of the god of space, with a hint of mockery. At this, the entire Heavenly Emperor's decree fell silent. And immediately, a question couldn't help but surface in the minds of these ancient deities. So many years? The Dragon of Time has all been like a shrunken turtle, constantly hiding. Why would he suddenly appear today? Yeah. Could there be something wrong with this? Can it be that this will be a trap? I don't know. It's unclear. A heated discussion once again unfolded within the Heavenly Emperor's Order, with every ancient deity participating in it. In the end, these ancient deities were united in their opinions. It's probably a deterrent to us, wanting to give the divine beast race more time to develop. After all, the human race has just suffered a great defeat, and is not a deeper threat to the ancient deities, the divine beast race? It is only the next target of the ancient deities. This was perhaps the only positive solution.